stopped where the cave narrowed and seemed to divide into two tunnels. The right side was wide and easy to enter. The other passage on the left side was quite narrow and got smaller. As one looked into it, it appeared to be a dead end. "This cave is misleading," Shivola said. "The larger opening is on the right, and you might think that would be the way to go, but it leads nowhere. A little farther along it divides again, and both ways get smaller and smaller, then just end. Here on the left, the cave gets very narrow and small, but once you get past that, it opens out again." Shivola held up her torch, pointing out a few faint tracings on the left wall. "Those were put there to let someone who isn't familiar with this cave know that this is the way to go, if they understand what the markings mean." "That would be someone in the Zelandonii, I suppose," Ayla said. "Usually," Shivola said, "but youngsters sometimes like to explore caves, and they often work out what the markings mean." After a short distance, the young woman stopped. "This is a good place to sound your sacred voice," she said. "Do you have one yet?" "I haven't decided," Ayla said. "I've whistled like birds, but I also roared like a lion. Zelandonii sings, and it is always beautiful, but when she sang in the mammoth cave, it was unbelievable. What do you do?" "I sing too, but not like the first. I'll show you." Shivola made a very high-pitched sound, then dropped to a low pitch, then continuously increased her pitch until she reached the first sound. The cave sang back a muted echo. "That is remarkable," Ayla said, then whistled her medley of bird-song. "Now that is remarkable," Shivola said. "It really sounded like birds. How did you learn to do that?" "After I left the clan, and before I met Jondalar, I lived in a valley far to the east. I used to feed the birds to entice them to come back, and then started to mimic their calls. Sometimes they would come when I whistled, so I practiced more." "Did you say you could roar like a lion, too?" Ayla smiled. "Yes, and whinny like a horse, and howl like a wolf, and even laugh like a hyena. I started trying to make the sounds of many animals because it was fun and challenging." "And something to do when you are alone, and birds and animals are your only company," she thought, but didn't say out loud. Sometimes she avoided mentioning things just because it would have required too much explanation. "I know some hunters that can make pretty good animal sounds, especially to entice them closer, like the call of a male red deer and the bawl of an aurochs calf. But I've never heard anyone make a lion roar," Shivola said, looking at her with a hopeful expression. Ayla smiled, took a deep breath, then faced the cave opening and started with a few preliminary grunts, the way a lion did. Then she let out a roar, like one baby used to make after he reached maturity. It may not have been as loud as the roar of a real lion, but it had all the nuances and intonations and sounded so much like a real lion roar that most people who heard it believed it was real, and therefore believed it was louder than it actually was. Shivola paled for a moment at the sound, and then, when the cave echoed it back, she laughed. "If I had just heard that, I don't think I'd go into that cave. It sounds like there is a cave lion inside." Just then Wolf decided to respond to Ayla's lion roar with his own sound and howled his wolf song. The cave resounded that back as well. "Is that Wolf a Zelandonii?" the young acolyte asked with surprise. "It sounded like he was using a sacred voice too." "I don't know if he is. To me, he's just a wolf, but the first has made similar comments when he does something like that," Ayla said. They started into the narrowed space, Shivola first, followed by Ayla, and then Wolf. It wasn't long before Ayla was thinking how glad she was that Zelandonii had told her to dress for clambering around in a cave. Not only did the walls of the cave narrow, but the level of the floor rose and the ceiling lowered. It left such a small, cramped space to work their way through, they couldn't even stand upright in it, and in some places they had to get on their knees to go forward. Ayla dropped her torch going through the narrow section, but managed to pick it up before it went out. Progress became easier after the cave passage opened out, especially when they could walk upright again. Wolf, too, seemed happy to be beyond the tight space, even though he could go through it much more easily, but they still had some narrow sections to squeeze through. In one area, the wall on the right had crumbled into a scree slope of loose dirt and small stones, leaving barely a level path on which to put their feet. As they carefully picked their way through, more stones and pebbles rolled down the rather steep grade. They both crowded closer to the opposite wall. Finally, after another narrowing of the passage, Shavola stopped, held up her torch, and faced the right. Wet, shiny clay partially covered a small section of the wall, but it became part of the medium of expression. A sign was engraved on it, 5 vertical lines and 2 horizontal lines, one of which crossed all 5 of the upright lines, while the second only went about halfway across. Next to the sign was an engraving on stone of a reindeer. By now, Ayla had seen enough paintings, drawings, and engravings to have developed her own sense of those she considered good and those which she thought were less well done. In her opinion, this reindeer was not as well made as some others she had seen, but she would never say anything like that to Shavola or the rest of the cave or anyone else. It was a private thought. Not so long ago, just the idea of drawing anything resembling an animal on a cave wall was unbelievable. She'd never seen anything like it. Even a partial drawing of a shape that suggested an animal was astonishing and powerful. This one, particularly by the shape of its antlers, she knew was a reindeer. "Do you know who made this?" Ayla asked. "There's nothing in the elder legends or histories except general references that could be alluding to almost any cave markings, but there are a few hints in some of the stories that are told about our cave that suggest it could have been an ancient one of Westholding, perhaps one of the founders," Shavola said. "I like to think it was an ancestor who made them." As they continued farther into the cave, the difficulties lessened only slightly. The floor was still very rough, and the walls had projections that they had to watch out for. But finally, at about 50 feet into the long, narrow space, Shavola stopped again. On the left side of the passage, they came to a narrow room, and on the right wall of it was a projection near the ceiling where there was a panel of several engraved figures at an inclination of about 45 degrees from the horizontal. It was the principal composition of the cave, consisting of 9 engraved animals on a limited surface area, perhaps 30 inches by 45 inches. Again, clay on the wall became part of the medium. The first image on the left was partly carved in the clay. The rest were incised into the stone, probably with a flint burin. Ayla noticed that there was a fine, transparent covering of calcite on the frieze, an indication that it was already old. The projection was colored in part with a natural pigment of black manganese dioxide. The fragility of the surface was extreme. A small section of the carbonate material had flaked off, and another looked as though it would soon detach from the rest of the rock. The central subject that dominated the frieze was a magnificent reindeer, with the head raised and antlers extended back, and carefully drawn details like the single eye, the line of the mouth, and the nostril. The flank was marked with 9 cup-like holes parallel to the line of its back. Behind it, facing in the opposite direction, was another partial animal, probably a deer, or perhaps a horse, with another line of engraved holes running across the body. On the far right of the panel was a lion, and between them a series of animals including horses and a mountain goat. Under the chin of the central figure, and utilizing the same line as the neck of the reindeer, was the head of a horse. In the lower part of the panel, below the main figures, was an engraving of another horse. In all, Ayla used the counting words to tally 9 fully or partially drawn animals. "This is as far as we need to go," Shavola said. "If we go straight, it just ends. There is another very tight passage to the left, but once you get through it, there's nothing except another little room that also just ends. We should go back." "Do you ever do ceremonies or rituals when you come here?" Ayla asked, as she turned around and stroked the wolf who was patiently waiting. "The ritual was the making of these images," the young acolyte said. "The person who came here, perhaps once or maybe more times, was making a ritual journey. I don't know, it may have been a Zelandonii or an acolyte becoming a Zelandonii, but I can imagine that it was someone who felt a need to reach for the spirit world, for the great Earth Mother. There are some sacred caves that are meant for people to visit and conduct rituals, but I think this was done as a personal journey. In my mind, I try to acknowledge that person when I come here, in my own private way." "I think you are going to be a very good Zelandonii," Ayla said. "You are already so wise. I was feeling the need to recognize this place and the one who created this work. I think I will follow your advice and reflect on it and the one who made it, and offer a personal thought to Dani, but I would like to do more, perhaps reach for the spirit world too. Have you ever touched the walls?" "No, but you can if you want." "Will you hold my torch?" Ayla asked. Shavola took the torch and held both of them high to shed more light in the tiny, cramped cave. Ayla reached up with both hands outstretched and put them palm down on the wall, not on any of the engravings or paintings, but near them. One hand felt the wet clay, the other the rough surface of the limestone. Then she closed her eyes. It was the clay surface that first gave her a tingling feeling. Then a sense of intensity seemed to flow out of the rock wall. She wasn't sure if it was real or if she was imagining it. For an instant, her thoughts flashed back to when she was living with the clan and her trip to the clan gathering. She had been the one who was required to make the special drink for the Mogurs. Isa had explained the process to her. She had to chew the hard, dry roots and spit the mash into the water in the special bowl, then stir it with her finger. She wasn't supposed to swallow any, but she couldn't help it, and she felt the effects. After Kreb tasted it, he must have thought it was too strong and gave each Mogur less to drink. After she consumed the women's special drink and danced with them, she went back and found the bowl with some of the white milky liquid still in the bottom. Isa had told her it should never be wasted, and Ayla wasn't sure what to do, so she drank it, then found herself following the lights of lamps and torches into a sinuous cave to the special meeting of the Mogurs. The rest didn't know she was there, but the Mogur, her Kreb, did. She never did understand the thoughts and visions that filled her head that night, but afterwards they came back to her sometimes. That's how she was feeling now, not as strongly, but the same sensation. She lifted her hands from the cave wall and felt a shiver of apprehension. Both young women were quiet as they retraced their steps, stopping for a moment to look again at the first reindeer and its accompanying signs. Ayla noticed some curved lines that she hadn't seen the first time. They continued past the unstable scree slope, which made Ayla shudder, and the narrowed places, until they reached the very difficult passage. This time, Wolf went first. When they reached the place that required them to proceed ahead on hands and knees, one hand, since the other was holding the light, she saw that her torch was burning low and hoped it would last until they were through. When they reached the other side, Ayla could see light coming in from the opening, and her breasts felt full. She hadn't thought they were gone that long, but she knew John Ayla needed feeding, or would soon. They hurried to the stones where they had left their back frames, and both young women reached for their water bags. They were thirsty. Ayla dug down in the bottom of her pack for a small bowl she kept for Wolf. She poured some into the bowl for the animal, then took a drink from the bag herself. When they were through, and she had repacked Wolf's bowl, they hoisted their packs to their backs and started out of the cave to return to the place called Summer Camp of 3 Rocks, the west holding of the 29th cave of the Zelandonii. Chapter 16. "There's Reflection Rock," Jondalar said. "Did you plan to stop at the south holding of the 29th cave, Zelandonii?" The small procession of people, horses, and Wolf came to a halt beside the river and looked up at the impressive limestone cliff divided into 5 and in some places 6 levels. Like most of the cliff walls in the region, there were naturally occurring black vertical streaks of manganese that gave a distinctive look to the face of the cliff. They noticed some movement of people who were looking at them, but apparently didn't necessarily want to be seen. Ayla recalled that several people of this cave, including the leader, were quite apprehensive around the horses and Wolf, and she rather hoped they would not be stopping here. "I'm sure there are a few people there who stayed back from the summer meeting," the woman said, "but we visited last year, and we didn't get the chance to visit the 5th cave. I think we should keep going." They continued upstream, following the same trail that they had the year before, heading for the place where the river spread out and the water became shallow and more easily crossed. If they had planned to follow the river, and if they had made arrangements before they left, they could have traveled by raft, a journey which required poling the bulky craft upstream, or they could walk on the trail beside the river, which would require going due north, then east, as the waterway started into a broad bend that curved around in a large loop, and then south and east again, making another large loop that would end up bearing north again, a trek of 10 miles. After the large looping S-curves, the path along the river proceeded upstream with gentler meandering turns toward the northeast. There were some small living sites near the northern end of the first loop, but Zelandonii was planning to visit a sizable settlement at the southernmost end of the second loop, the 5th cave of the Zelandonii, sometimes known as Old Valley. It was easier to reach Old Valley by going across country rather than following the river around the extensive S-curves. Starting from Reflection Rock on the left bank of the river, it was only a little more than 3 miles east and just slightly north to the large 5th cave, though the trail, following the easiest way across the hilly terrain, was not quite so direct. When they arrived at the shallow crossing of the river, they stopped again. Jondalar got down from Racer's back and scrutinized the river crossing. "It's up to you. Would you rather get down and wade across, or stay on the pole drag, Zelandonii?" "I'm not sure. I think both of you would know better," the Danyer said. "What do you think, Ayla?" Jondalar said. She was in front of the group, using the carrying blanket to secure John Ayla in front of her on the mare's back. She twisted around to look at the others. "The water doesn't look deep, but it could be deeper farther on, and you might find yourself sitting in water," Ayla said. "If I get out and wade, I will certainly get wet. Maybe I'll take a chance and see if this seat keeps me drier," the first said. Ayla looked around at the sky. "It's a good thing we got here now, while the river is low. I think it might rain, or I don't know," she muttered. "It feels like something is coming." Jondalar remounted his horse, and Zelandonii stayed on the pole drag. As they crossed, the horses were in water up to their belly, and the 2 on horseback got their lower legs and bare feet wet. The Wolf, who had to swim a short distance, actually got fully soaked, but he shook it off when they reached the opposite bank. But the wooden pole drag floated a bit, and the water level was low. Except for a few splashes, Zelandonii stayed quite dry. Once across the river, they followed a well-marked path heading away from the river, traversed up the side of a ridge, over a rounded top where another trail joined it, then down the opposite side and along the customary shortcut. The walking distance to the fifth cave of the Zelandonii was about 4 miles. As they were traveling, the first offered them some information and history about the fifth cave. Although Jondalar knew most of it, he still listened attentively. Ayla had heard some of it before, but learned much that was new. From the counting word in their name, you know that the fifth cave is the third oldest existing group of the Zelandonii, the Danyar began, speaking in her instructional voice, which carried quite a distance, though it was not excessively loud. Only the second and third caves are older. While the histories and elder legends speak of the first cave, no one seems to know what happened to the fourth. Most people assume that some illness reduced its numbers until they were less than viable, or a difference of opinion among a number of the people caused some to leave, with the remaining ones then joining another cave. Such an occurrence is not uncommon, as the missing counting words in a naming and tallying of all the various caves will attest. Most caves have histories of assimilating members or joining other groups, but none has any stories about the fourth cave. Some people imagine that a terrible tragedy befell the fourth cave, which caused the death of them all. The first among those who served the Great Earth Mother continued to lecture as they proceeded, thinking that Ayla in particular needed to know as much as possible about her adopted people, especially since she would someday have to teach the younger ones of the ninth cave. Ayla found herself listening with fascination, watching the trail they were following only peripherally, guiding Winnie unconsciously with the pressure of a knee or a shift in her position as the woman behind her spoke, and though facing backward, filled the surrounding air with her voice. The home of the fifth cave was a comfortable little valley between limestone cliffs below a high promontory with a clear stream running down the middle, which began in a lively spring and ended where it debouched, straight into the river several 100 feet away. The high cliffs rearing up on both sides of the small stream offered 9 rock shelters of various sizes, some rather high up on the walls, but not all of them had people living in them. The valley had been in use for as long as anyone could remember, which is why it was called Old Valley. The histories and elder legends of the Zelandonii affirmed that many caves had ties to the fifth cave. Each one of the caves in the Zelandonii territory was essentially independent, could take care of its own basic needs. Members could hunt and fish, gather foods, and collect materials to make whatever they needed, not just to survive, but to live well. They were the most advanced society, not only in their region, but perhaps in all the world in their time. The caves cooperated with each other because it was in their best interests to do so. They sometimes went on group hunting expeditions, especially for larger animals like mammoth and megasaurus, the giant deer, or for dangerous animals like the cave lion, and shared the dangers and the results. They sometimes gathered produce in large parties and were able to collect an abundance in a short ripening season before the food was past its prime. They negotiated for mates from the larger group because they needed a more extensive pool of people to draw from than their own small cave, and they exchanged goods not because they needed to, but because they liked what other people made. Their products were similar enough to be understandable, but offered interest and diversity, and when things went wrong, it was good to have friends or relatives they could turn to for help. Living in a paraglacial region, an area that skirted glaciers, with exceedingly cold winters, things could go wrong. Each cave tended to specialize in various ways, partly as a result of where each one lived, and partly because certain people developed ways to do certain things especially well and passed on the knowledge to their closest kith and kin. For example, the third cave were considered to have the best hunters, primarily because they lived high up on a cliff at the confluence of two rivers with large grassy meadows on the floodplains below that attracted most varieties of game as they migrated through, and they were usually the first to see them. Because they were considered the best, they were continually perfecting their hunting and observing skills. If it was a large herd, they would signal nearby caves for a group hunt, but if it was only a few animals, their hunters often went out themselves, though they often shared their bounty with neighboring caves, especially during gatherings or festivals. The people of the 14th cave were known as exceptional fishers. Every cave fished, but they specialized in catching fish. They had a fairly healthy stream running through their small valley that began many miles upstream, which was home to several different varieties of fish, in addition to being a spawning creek for salmon in season. They also fished the river, and they used many different techniques. They developed weirs to trap fish, were very skilled in spearfishing, in net fishing, and in the use of fish gouges, a kind of hook that was straight and pointed at both ends. The shelter of the 11th cave was close to the river, had access to trees, and they had developed the skills to make rafts, which had been passed down and improved through several generations. They poled the rafts up and down the river, hauling their own goods as well as goods for the other caves, thereby acquiring benefits and obligations from their neighbors, which could be traded for other goods and services. The 9th cave was located next to Downriver, a site that was used as a gathering place by the local artisans and craftspeople. As a result, many of those people moved to the 9th cave, which partly accounted for the fact that so many people lived there. If someone wanted a special tool or knife made, or rawhide panels that were used for constructing dwellings, or new cordage, whether heavy rope or strong twine or fine thread, or clothing, or tents, or the materials to make them, or wooden or woven bowls or cups, or a painting or carving of a horse or bison or any other animal, or any number of other creative things, they went to the 9th cave. The 5th cave, on the other hand, thought of themselves as being very self-sufficient in every way. They counted themselves as having extremely skilled hunters, fishers, and artisans of every kind. They even made their own rafts, and claimed to be the cave that invented them in the first place, though that claim was disputed by the 11th. Their danyers were well respected, and had always been. Several of the stone shelters in the small valley were decorated with paintings and carvings of animals, some in high relief. However, most of the Zelandonii thought of the 5th cave as specializing in the making of jewelry and beads as personal decorations and ornamentation. When someone wanted a new necklace or various kinds of beads to sew on clothing, they often went to the 5th cave. They were especially skilled at making beads out of ivory, and each single bead was a long and painstaking process to make. They also carved holes through the roots of the teeth of various animals for pendants and distinctive beads. Fox teeth and red deer canines were favorites, and they managed to acquire seashells of various kinds from both the great waters of the West and the large southern sea. When the travelers from the 9th cave reached the 5th cave's little valley, they were quickly surrounded. People were coming out of several stone shelters in the cliffs on both sides of the small river. Several were standing in front of the large opening of a shelter that faced southwest. Others emerged from another shelter just to the north of it, and on the other side of the valley, more people were coming out of shelters. The travelers were surprised to find so many people, more than they expected. Either a large proportion of the cave had decided not to go to any summer meeting, or they had come back early. The people approached with curiosity, but none came too close. They were held back a little by fear and awe. Jondalar was a familiar figure to all the Zelandonii, except for the younger people who had come of age while he was gone, and everyone knew about his return from a long journey and had seen the woman and animals he had brought with him. But the unusual procession of Jondalar and the foreign woman with her baby, the wolf, 3 horses, including a foal, and the one who was first, sitting on a seat dragged by one of the horses, made quite an impression. To many there was something eerily supernatural about animals behaving so docilely when they should be running away. One of the first who saw them had run to tell the Zelandonii of the 5th cave, who was waiting for them. The man, who was among those in front of the shelter on the right, approached, smiling cordially. He was middle-aged, but on the young side of the range. He had long brown hair pulled back and wrapped around his head in a complicated coiffure, and the tattoos on his face that announced his important position were more elaborate than they needed to be. But he wasn't the only Zelandonii who had embellished his tattoos. There was a soft roundness about him, and the fleshiness of his face tended to make his eyes look small, that gave him an air of shrewd cleverness, which wasn't entirely incorrect. In the beginning, Zelandonii had reserved judgment of him, not sure if she could trust him, not even sure if she liked him. He could argue his opinions very strongly, even when they were opposed to hers, but he had proven his reliability and loyalty, and in meetings and councils the first came to rely on the shrewdness of his advice. Ayla was still withholding her complete trust of him, but when she learned that Zelandonii thought well of him, she was more inclined to give him credence. Another man followed him out of the stone shelter, one that Ayla had distrusted the first time she met him. Madraman had been born to the 9th cave, though later he moved to the 5th cave, and obviously became an acolyte from that group. The Zelandonii of the 5th cave had several acolytes, and though Madraman may have been among the oldest of his acolytes, he was not the one ranked as first. But Jondalar was surprised to discover that he had been accepted into the Zelandonii at all. In his youth, when Jondalar had become enamored of the first, then an acolyte named Zolina, another young man called Ladraman had wanted Zolina for his Donyi woman. He was jealous of Jondalar and had spied on them, and heard Jondalar trying to persuade Zolina to become his mate. It was the Donyi women who were supposed to keep such entanglements in check. The young men they were instructing were considered too vulnerable to the knowing older women. But Jondalar was tall and mature for his age, incredibly handsome and charismatic, with striking blue eyes, and so appealing that she didn't reject him immediately. Ladraman told the Zelandonii and everyone else that they were breaking taboos. Jondalar got into a fight with him about it, and for spying on them, which became a big scandal, not only because of the liaison, but because Jondalar knocked out Ladraman's 2 front teeth in the confrontation. They were permanent teeth, which could never grow in again. It not only left him talking with a lisp, but made normal biting difficult for him. Jondalar's mother, who was leader of the 9th cave at the time, had had to pay heavy compensation for her son's behavior. As a result of the whole affair, she decided to send him to live with Dalinar, the man to whom she was mated when Jondalar was born, the man of his hearth. Although Jondalar was upset at first, eventually he was thankful. The punishment, as he interpreted it, although his mother thought of it more as a cooling-off period until things settled down and people had time to forget about it, gave the young man the chance to get to know Dalinar. Jondalar resembled the older man to a remarkable degree, not only physically, but in certain aptitudes, particularly flint-knapping. Dalinar taught him the craft, along with his close cousin Joplea, the beautiful daughter of Dalinar's new mate, Jericha, who was the most exotic person Jondalar had ever met. Jericha's mother, Auel, gave birth to her during the long journey she had made with her mate, and had died before she reached the flint mine Dalinar had discovered. But her mother's mate, Hochaman, had lived to fulfill his dream. Hochaman was a great traveler who had walked all the way from the endless seas of the east to the great waters of the west, although Dalinar had walked for him at the end, carrying him on his shoulders. When they returned Jondalar home to the 9th cave a few years later, Dalinar's cave made a special trip a little farther west, just so the diminutive old man, Hochaman, could see the great waters once more, again riding on the shoulders of Dalinar. He walked the last few feet himself, and at the edge of the ocean dropped to his knees to let the waves wash over him and to taste the salt. Jondalar grew to love all of the Zelandonii, and became grateful that he'd been sent away from home, because he discovered he had a second home. Jondalar knew that Zelandonii didn't care much for Ladraman either, after all the trouble he'd caused her, but in a way it made her more serious about the Zelandonia and her duties as an acolyte. She developed into a formidable Zelandonii who had been called on to be the first just before Jondalar left on the journey with his brother. In truth, that was one of the reasons he went. He still harbored strong feelings for her, and he knew that she would never become his mate. He was surprised when, after 5 years, he returned with Ayla and her animals to learn that Ladraman had changed his name to Madraman, though he never understood why, and had been accepted into the Zelandonia. That meant that no matter who had proposed him, the one who was first had to accept him. "Greetings," said the Zelandonii of the 5th cave, holding out both his hands to the first as she was stepping off the special travois. "I didn't think I'd have a chance to see you this summer." She took both his hands and then leaned forward to touch his cheek with hers. "I looked for you at the summer meeting, but was told you went to a different one with some of your neighboring caves." "It's true we did. It's a long story which I'll tell you later, if you want to hear it." She nodded that she did. "But first, let's find a place for you and your, traveling companions to stay," he said, looking significantly at the horses and Wolf. He led them across the small creek, and as he started walking down a well-worn path beside the stream in the middle of the small valley, he continued the explanation. "Essentially, it was a matter of reinforcing friendships with closer caves. It was a smaller summer meeting, and we took care of the necessary ceremonies rather quickly. Our leader and some of our cave went hunting with them. Others went visiting and gathering. The rest of us came back here. I have an acolyte finishing her year of watching the sunsets and marking the moons, and I wanted to be here for the end, when the sun stands still. But what are you doing here?" "I am also training an acolyte. You've met Ayla." The large woman indicated the young woman who was with her. "You may have heard that Ayla has become my new acolyte, and we have begun her Danyar tour. I wanted to make sure she saw your sacred places." The 2 elder members of the Zelandonia nodded to each other in recognition of their mutual responsibilities. "After Jonakol moved to the 19th cave, I needed a new acolyte. I think he fell in love with that new sacred cave Ayla found. He always was an artist first, but he puts his heart into the Zelandonia now. The 19th is not as well as she might be. I hope she lives long enough to finish training him properly." "But he was your acolyte. I'm sure he was well trained before he moved," the Zelandonii of the 5th cave said. "Yes, he's had training, but he wasn't really interested when he was my acolyte," the first said. "He was so good at creating images, I had to bring him into the Zelandonia. But that was his real love. He was bright and he learned quickly, but he was content to remain an acolyte. He had no real desire to become a Zelandonii until Ayla showed him White Hollow. Then he changed, partly because he wanted to make images in there, I'm sure, but that wasn't all. He wants to make sure his images are right for that sacred space, so now he embraces the Zelandonii. I think Ayla must have sensed that. When she first discovered the cave, she wanted me to see it, but it was more important to her that Jonacol see it. The fifth turned to Ayla. "How did you find White Hollow?" he asked. "Did you use your voice on it?"
"I didn't find it. Wolf did," Ayla said. "It was on a hillside, buried in brush and blackberry canes, but he suddenly disappeared into the ground beneath the brush. I cut some of it back and went after him. When I realized it was a cave, I came out and made a torch and went back in. That's when I saw what it was. Then I went to find Zelandonii and Jonacol."
It had been some time since the Zelandonii of the fifth cave had heard Ayla speak, and her manner of speaking was noticeable, not only to him, but to the other members of his cave, including Madraman. It reminded him of all the attention Jondalar got when he came back with the beautiful foreign woman and her animals, and how much he hated Jondalar. He always gets noticed, the acolyte thought, especially by women. I wonder what they would think of him if he was missing his 2 front teeth. Yes, his mother paid reparations for him, but that didn't bring my teeth back. Why did he have to come back from his journey and bring that woman with him? All the fuss they make about her and those animals. I've been an acolyte for years, but she's the one who is getting all the special attention from the first. What if she becomes Zelandonii before I do? She didn't pay much attention to him when they met. She was little more than polite, and she still ignored him. People gave her credit for finding the new cave, but by her own admission, she wasn't the one who found it. It was that stupid animal who did. He was smiling while he was mulling his thoughts, but to Ayla, who wasn't watching him directly, but observing him closely the way a woman of the clan would, with indirect glances that took in all of his unconscious body language, his smile was deceitful and devious. She wondered why the fifth had taken him as an acolyte. He was such a shrewd and canny Zelandonii, he couldn't have been fooled by him, could he? She glanced at Madraman again and caught him staring directly at her with such a malevolent glare it made her shudder. "Sometimes I think that Wolf belongs in the Zelandonii," the one who was first said. "You should have heard him in Mammoth Cave. His howl sounded like a sacred voice." "I'm glad you have a new acolyte, but I have always been surprised that you have only one," the fifth said. "I always have several. Right now I'm considering another. Not all acolytes can become Zelandonii, and if one decides to give it up, I always have someone else. You should consider that. Not that I should tell you." "You are probably right. I should consider it. I always have my eyes on several people who might make good acolytes, but I tend to wait until I need one," the first said. "The trouble with being first among those who serve the Great Earth Mother is that I'm responsible for more than one cave, and I don't have as much time to devote to training acolytes, so I'd rather concentrate on one. Before I left the summer meeting, I had to make a choice between my responsibility to the Zelandonii and my obligation to train the next Zelandonii for the 9th cave. The late matrimonial had not yet been performed, but since there were only a few who were planning to mate then, and I knew the 14th could handle it, I decided it was more important to start Ayla's Danyar tour. "I'm sure the 14th was quite pleased to take over for you," the fifth said, with conspiratorial disdain. He was well aware of the difficulties the first had with the Zelandonii of the 14th cave, who not only wanted her position, but felt she deserved it. "Any of the Zelandonii would. We see the prestige, but the rest of us don't always see the problems, including me." The abri that hovered around them were shelters of stone, scoured out of the limestone cliffs by wind, water, and weather through eras of erosion. At any one time, only some were lived in, but others were available to be used for other things. Some of them were utilized for storage, or as a quiet place to practice a craft, or as a meeting place for a couple who wanted to be alone, or for small groups of young or old to plan activities, and one was usually set aside as a place for visitors to stay. "I hope you will be comfortable here," the fifth said, as he led them into one of the natural stone shelters near the base of the cliff. The space within was quite roomy, with a level floor and a high ceiling, open in the front, but protected from rain. Near one side wall, several tattered, padded cushions were strewn about, and a few lens-shaped dark circles of ash, a couple with some stones around them, showed where previous tenants had made fires. "I'll send over some wood and water. If there's anything else you need, let me know," the Zelandonii of the fifth cave said. "This looks fine to me," the first said. "Is there anything you think we might need?" she asked her companions. Jondalar shook his head and grunted in the negative as he went to untie Racer's pole drag to relieve him of his load and start unpacking. He wanted to set up the tent inside the shelter so it could air out and not be rained on. Ayla had mentioned that she thought it might rain, and he respected her sense of changing weather. "I just want to ask something," Ayla said. "Would anyone mind if we bring the horses under the shelter? I've been noticing clouds building up, and it seems like rain, or something, is coming. Horses like to stay dry, too." Just as Jondalar was leading the young stallion away, the horse defecated, leaving plops of brown, grassy dung on the ground behind him, which gave off a strong, horsey odor. "If you want to give your horses shelter from rain, go right ahead," the Zelandonii of the fifth cave said, then grinned. "If you don't mind, I doubt that anyone else will." Several others smiled or snickered as well. It was one thing to look at the animals and those who had the ability to control them with awe, but seeing an animal perform its natural functions took some of the glamour away, made them seem less magical. Ayla had noticed the reserved reactions of the people when they first arrived, and was glad Racer had chosen that moment to show he was just a horse. Zelandonii collected the padded cushions and looked them over. Some were made of leather, some of woven vegetal fibers like grass, reeds, and cattail leaves, and several showed their stuffing material out of cracked or torn edges, which was likely why they were left in the seldom-used shelter. She banged several against the stone wall to clean them of dust and dirt, then stacked them up near the fireplace, near where Jondalar had taken the folded tent. Ayla started to shift John Ayla around to her back so she could help him put up the tent. "I'll take her," the large woman said, reaching for John Ayla. She watched the baby while Jondalar and Ayla raised their tent inside the stone shelter in front of one of the circles of ashes surrounded by stones and laid out fire-making and burning materials for a quick start whenever they wanted a fire. Then they spread out their sleeping rolls and other equipment inside. Wolf always stayed with them in the tent. Finally, they put both pole drags toward the back of the abri and arranged places for the horses under the shelter in front of them, moving Racer's recent droppings out of the way. Some children from the local cave stood around watching them, but didn't venture too close, except for one girl whose curiosity finally got the better of her. She approached the Zelandonii and the baby. The first thought the girl could probably count 9 or 10 years. "I'd like to hold the baby," she asked. "Could I?" "If she'll let you. She has a mind of her own," the woman said. The girl held out her arms to her. Janela hesitated, but smiled shyly at her when she moved closer and sat down. Finally, Janela let go of Zelandonii and crawled to the stranger, who picked her up and put her on her lap. "What's her name?" Ayla, the woman said. What's yours?
Holida, the child replied.
You seem to like babies, Zelandonii said.
My sister has a baby girl, but she went to visit her mate's family. He comes from a different cave. I haven't seen her all summer, Holida said.
And you miss her, don't you?
Yes. I didn't think I would, but I do.
Ayla saw the girl as soon as she approached and noticed the interaction. She smiled to herself, remembering how much she had wanted a baby when she was younger. It made her think about Dirk, and she realized that he could probably count about the same number of years now as the girl, but in the clan he would be considered much closer to adulthood than the girl obviously was. He's growing up, she thought. She knew she would never see her son again, but she couldn't help thinking about him sometimes. Jondalar noticed the wistful expression on her face while she was watching the girl play with Ayla, and wondered what was going through her mind. Then Ayla shook her head, smiled, called Wolf to her, and walked toward them. If the girl is going to spend time with Ayla, Ayla thought, I'd better introduce her to Wolf so she won't be afraid of him. After all three adults had unpacked and were settled in, they walked back to the first stone shelter. Holida was with them, walking with the first. The rest of the children who had been watching raced ahead. When the visitors neared the shelter of the Zelandonii of the fifth cave, several people were in front of the large opening in the stone wall, waiting. Their coming had been announced by the children before they arrived. It also appeared a celebration was planned. Several people were cooking at hearths in this one location. Ayla wondered if she should have changed out of her traveling clothes and worn something more suitable, but neither Jondalar nor the first had changed. Some people emerged from the shelter to the north and from the ones on the other side of the valley when they passed by. Ayla smiled to herself. It seemed obvious that the children had let the others know they were coming. The area of the fifth cave suddenly made her think of the third cave at Two Rivers Rock and Reflection Rock of the 29th cave. Their living areas were spread out on residential terraces, one over another, in commanding walls of cliffs, with protective overhangs to shelter the interior spaces from rain and snow. Here, instead, there were several shelters closer to ground level on both sides of the small stream, but it was the close proximity of the several locations where people lived that made them one cave. Then it occurred to her that the entire 29th cave was attempting to do the same thing, except that their living places were more widely dispersed. It was their mutual hunting and foraging area that brought them together. "Greetings," the Zelandonii of the fifth cave said when they neared. "I hope you find your place comfortable. We are going to have a community feast in your honor." "It isn't necessary to go to so much trouble," the one who was first said. He looked at the first. "You know how it is. People love to have an excuse for a celebration. Your coming is a particularly good excuse. We don't often have the Zelandonii of the 9th cave, who is also the one who is first, as a visitor. Come inside. You said you wanted to show your acolyte our sacred places." He turned to address Ayla. "We live in ours," he said, as he led them in. The inside of the stone shelter made Ayla stop short with surprise. It was so colorful. Several of the walls were decorated with paintings of animals, which was not so unusual, but the background of many of them was painted a bright red shade with red ochre, and the renderings of the animals were more than outlines or drawings. Most of them were infilled with color, shaded to bring out the contours and shapes. One wall in particular caught Ayla's attention. It was a painting of two exquisitely portrayed bison, one of them obviously pregnant. I know most people carve or paint the walls of their abri, and may consider the images sacred, but we think of this entire space as sacred, the Zelandonii of the fifth cave said. Jondalar had visited the fifth cave several times and had admired the wall paintings of their stone shelters, but he had never thought of them any differently than he did the paintings and engravings inside the shelter of the ninth cave, or any other cave or abri. He wasn't sure if he understood why this shelter should be any more sacred than any other, though it was more highly colored and decorated than most. He just assumed that it was the style that the fifth cave preferred, like the ornate tattoos and hair arrangement of their Zelandonii. The Zelandonii of the fifth cave looked at Ayla with the wolf standing alertly at her side, then at Jondalar and the baby who was tucked contentedly into the crook of the man's arm, looking around with interest, then at the first. "Since the feast is not yet ready, let me show you around," he said. "Yes, that would be nice," the first said. They walked out of the shelter and into another one that was immediately to the north. It was essentially a continuation of the first one, and it was also decorated, but in a very different way, which created the sense that they were two different shelters. There were paintings on the walls, like the mammoth that was painted in red and black, but some walls of this cave were deeply engraved, and some were both engraved and painted. Other engravings intrigued Ayla. She wasn't sure what they meant. She approached a wall to look more closely. There were some cup-like holes, but other oval carvings with a second oval around them, and a mark like a hole extended into a line in the middle. She saw a horn core on the ground nearby that had been carved into a shape that appeared to be a man's organ. She shook her head and looked again, then almost smiled. That was exactly what it was, and when she looked at the oval shapes, it came to her that they might represent female organs. She turned around and looked at Jondalar and the first, and then the Zelandonii of the fifth. "Those look like man and woman parts," she said. "Is that what they are?" The fifth smiled and nodded. "This is where our Danyi women stay, and often where we have mother festivals, and sometimes where we have rites of first pleasures. It is also where I have meetings with my acolytes when I am training them, and where they sleep. This is a very sacred place," the fifth said. "That's what I meant when I said we live in our sacred sites." "Do you sleep here too?" Ayla asked. "No, I sleep in the first shelter, the other side of this one, near the bison," he said. "I don't think it is good for a Zelandonii to spend all his time with his acolytes. They need to be able to relax, away from the restraining eye of their mentor, and I have other things to do and people to see." As they walked back to the first part of the shelter, Ayla asked, "Do you know who made your images?" The question caught him a little off guard. It was not a question usually asked by Zelandonii. The people were accustomed to their art. It had always been there, or they knew the ones who were currently making it, and no one had to ask. "Not the engravings," he said, after pausing to think for a moment. "They were made by the ancient ones, but several of our paintings were made by the woman who first taught Jonacol when she was younger, the one who was Zelandonii of the second cave before the one who is now. She was acknowledged as the finest artist of her time, and she was the one who saw the potential in Jonacol even when he was just a boy. She saw potential in one of our young artists, too. She now walks the next world, I am sorry to say." "What about the carved horn?" Jondalar queried, indicating the phallus-shaped object, which he had also seen. "Who made that?" "That was given to the Zelandonii before me, or perhaps the one before him," the fifth said. "Some like to have it around during mother festivals. I'm not sure. It may have been used as a way to explain the changes in a man's organ, or it may have been a part of first rites, especially for girls who didn't like men or were afraid of them." Ayla tried not to show it in her expression. It wasn't for her to say, but she thought it would be uncomfortable, perhaps even painful, to use a hard carved object rather than the warm manhood of a caring man, but then she was used to the tenderness of Jondalar. She glanced at him. He caught her eye and the facial expression she tried to hide, and smiled reassuringly. He wondered if the fifth was making up a story because he didn't really know what the image meant. Jondalar was sure it had been symbolic of something at one time, probably having to do with a mother festival, since it was an erect male organ, but that its exact meaning probably had been forgotten. "We can go across the stream and visit our other sacred places. Some of us also live in them. I think you may find them interesting as well," the Zelandonii of the fifth cave said. They walked toward the small stream that divided the valley, and then upstream to where they had crossed before. There were 2 solid stepping stones in the middle of the waterway, which they used to get to the other side, then went back downstream toward the shelter in which they were staying. There were several abri on this side of the stream nestled into the slope of the valley that continued up to a high promontory which dominated the whole region and served as a good lookout point. They walked to one that was about 600 feet from where the spring-fed stream flowed into the river. When they walked under the overhanging stone of the shelter, they were struck immediately by a frieze of 5 animals, 2 horses and 3 bison, all facing right. The third figure in particular was a bison about 3 feet long, deeply incised into the stone wall. Its voluminous body was carved in such strong relief it was almost a sculpture. Black coloration was used to accentuate the outline. Several other engravings covered the walls, cupules, lines, and animals, most not as deeply carved. They were introduced to several of the people who were standing around watching them, looking rather proud. They were no doubt pleased to show off their stunning home, and Ayla didn't blame them. It was very impressive. After she had carefully looked over the engravings, Ayla began to take in the rest of the shelter. It was obvious that quite a few people lived there, though there weren't very many at the moment. Like all the rest of the Zelandonii, in summer people traveled, visiting, hunting, gathering, and collecting various other materials that they used to make things. Ayla noticed an area that had been left recently by someone who was working with ivory, judging from the materials scattered around. She looked more closely. There were pieces in different stages of production. The tusks first had been scored over and over again to detach rod-shaped sections, and several small rods were stacked together. A couple of rods had been divided into sections of pairs, which were then worked into 2 round segments attached together. The flattened piece between was pierced just above each round, then scored and cut through to create 2 beads, which then had to be smoothed into the final form, a rounded basket shape. A man and a woman, both middle-aged, came and stood beside her as she was hunkered down to look closely. She wouldn't dream of touching the beads.
"These are remarkable. Did you make them?"
Ayla said. They both smiled. "Yes, bead-making is my craft," they said together, then laughed at their inadvertent timing. Ayla asked how long it took to make the beads, and was told one person would be lucky to complete 5 or 6 beads from first light until the sun was high, and they stopped for a midday meal. Enough beads for one necklace, depending upon how long it was, took anywhere from several days to a moon or 2. They were extremely precious.
"It looks like a difficult craft. Just looking at the various steps it takes makes me appreciate my matrimonial outfit even more. There are many ivory beads sewn on it,"
Ayla said. "We saw it," the woman said. "It was beautiful. We went to see it afterwards when Marthona had laid it out on display. The ivory beads were expertly made by a somewhat different process, I think. The hole seemed to go all the way through the bead, perhaps working from both sides. That is very difficult to do."
If you don't mind my asking, where did you get it? I was a Mamutoi. They live far to the east, and the mate of the leader gave it to me. Her name was Nezi of the lion camp. Of course, that was when she thought I was going to mate the son of her brother's mate. When I changed my mind and decided to leave with Jondalar, she told me to keep it for my mating with him. She was very fond of him, too,
Ayla explained. She must have been fond of him and you, the man said. He thought, but didn't say, that the outfit was not only beautiful, it was extremely valuable. To give so much to someone who would take it away meant she must have cared a great deal for the young woman. It made him better understand the status the foreign woman had been accorded, though she was not born a Zelandonii, as her speech certainly attested. It is, without doubt, one of the most stunning outfits I have ever seen. The Zelandonii of the fifth cave added, They also make beads and necklaces out of seashells from both the great western waters and the southern sea, and they carve ivory pendants and pierce teeth. People especially like to wear fox teeth and those special shiny eye teeth of deer. Even people from other caves want their work.
I grew up near a sea, far to the east, Ayla said. I'd like to see some of your shells.
The couple, Ayla couldn't decide if they were mates or sister and brother, brought out bags and containers from where they were stored and poured them out for display, eager to show their riches. There were hundreds of shells, mostly small, globular mollusks like periwinkles or long shapes such as dentalia that could be sewn onto clothes or strung into necklaces. There were also some scallop shells, but for the most part the shells were from creatures that were essentially inedible, which meant they had been collected for their decorative value alone, not as food, and from a great distance away. They had either traveled to both seashores themselves or traded for them from someone who had. The amount of time invested in acquiring items solely for display meant that as a society, the Zelandonii were not living on the edge of survival. They had abundance. According to the customs and practices of their time, they were wealthy. Both Jondalar and the first had come to see what had been brought out and displayed for Ayla, though they had both been aware of the fifth cave's status, partly because of their jewelry makers. Seeing so much at once was almost overwhelming. They couldn't help but make comparisons in their minds to the ninth cave, but when they thought about it, they knew that their cave was equally wealthy in a slightly different way. In fact, most of the Zelandonii caves were. The Zelandonii of the fifth cave took them into another shelter nearby, and again it was well decorated, primarily with engravings of horses, bison, deer, even a partial mammoth, often accented with both red ochre and black manganese paint. The antlers of an engraved deer, for example, had been outlined in black, while a bison had been painted mostly red. Again they were introduced to the people who were there. Ayla noticed that the children who had been around their shelter, which was on the same side of the small stream, had gathered around again. She recognized several of them. Suddenly Ayla felt dizzy and nauseous, and had a very strong need to get out of the shelter. She couldn't explain her intense urge to leave, but she had to get outside. "I'm thirsty. I want to get some water," she said, walking out quickly and heading toward the stream. "You don't have to go out," a woman said, following behind her. "We have a spring inside." "I think we all need to go anyway. The feast must be ready, and I'm hungry," the Zelandonii of the fifth cave said. "I should think you must be too." They returned to the main shelter, or what Ayla had come to think of as the main shelter, and found everything for the feast set up and waiting for them. Although extra dishes were stacked up for the visitors, Ayla and Jondalar got their personal eating cups, bowls, and knives out of their pouches. The first carried her own dishes as well. Ayla took out Wolf's water bowl, which also served as an eating dish if one was needed, and thought that she should start making eating dishes for John Ayla soon. Though she planned to nurse her until she could count at least 3 years, she would be giving her tastes of other food long before that. Someone had recently hunted an aurochs. A roast haunch turned on a spit over coals was the main dish. Lately they only saw the wild cattle in summer, but it was one of Ayla's favorite foods. The taste was similar to bison, except richer, but then they were similar animals, with hard, round, curving horns that grew to a point and were permanent, not shed every year like deer antlers. There were summer vegetables, too, sow thistle stems, cooked pigweed, coltsfoot, and nettle leaves flavored with sorrel, cowslips and wild rose petals in a salad of young dandelion leaves, and clover. Fragrant meadow-sweet flowers gave a honey-like sweetness to a sauce of crab apples and rhubarb served with the meat. A mixture of summer berries required no sweetening. They had raspberries, an early ripening variety of blackberries, cherries, black currants, elderberries, and pitted blackthorn plums, though pitting the small sloes was a time-consuming job. Rose-leaf tea finished off the delicious meal. When she took out Wolf's bowl and gave him the bone she had chosen with a little meat left on, one of the women looked at the wolf with disapproval, and Ayla heard her say to another woman that she didn't think it was right to feed a wolf food that was meant for people. The other woman nodded her head in agreement, but Ayla had noticed that both of them had looked at the four-legged hunter with trepidation earlier in the day. She had hoped to introduce Wolf to the women to perhaps reduce their fearfulness, but they made a point of avoiding both Ayla and the meat-eater. After the meal, more wood was put on the fire to provide stronger light against the encroaching darkness. Ayla was nursing John Ayla and sipping a cup of hot tea with Wolf at her feet in the company of Jondalar the first and the Zelandonii of the fifth. A group of people approached, including Madraman, though he stayed in the background. Ayla recognized others and gathered that they were the acolytes of the fifth, probably wanting to spend some time with the one who was first. "I have completed making the suns and moons," one of them said. The young woman opened up her hand and revealed a small plaque of ivory covered with strange markings. The fifth picked it out of her hand and examined it carefully, turning it over to see the backside and even checking around the edges. Then he smiled. "This is about a half year," he said, then gave it to the first. "She is my third acolyte and started the marking this time last year. Her plaque for the first half is put away." The large woman looked at the piece with the same careful scrutiny as the Zelandonii of the fifth, but not as long. "This is an interesting method of marking," she said. "You show the turns by position and the crescents with curved marks for 2 of the moons you've marked. The rest are around the edge and on the back. Very good." The young woman beamed under the praise from the first. "Perhaps you could explain what you've done to my acolyte. Marking the suns and moons is something she has yet to do," the first said. "I would have thought it was something she had already done. I've heard she is known for her medicinal knowledge, and she is mated. There are not many acolytes I know who are mated and have children, not even many Zelandonii," the third acolyte of the Zelandonii of the fifth cave said. "Ayla's training has been unconventional. As you know, she was not born to the Zelandonii, so the order in which she has gained her knowledge is not the same as ours. She is an exceptional healer. She started young, but she is just beginning her Danyar tour and hasn't yet learned to mark the suns and moons," the Zelandonii who was first carefully explained. "I'll be happy to explain the way I marked them to her," the third acolyte of the fifth said, and sat down next to Ayla. Ayla was more than interested. This was the first she had heard of marking the suns and moons, and didn't know it was another task she'd have to complete as part of her training. She wondered what else there was that she didn't know she would have to do. "You see, I made one mark each night," the young woman said, showing her the mark she had etched into the ivory with a pointed tool of sharp flint. "I'd already marked the first half year on another piece, so I was getting an idea of how to keep track of more than just the count of the days. I started this just before the moon was new, and I was trying to show where the moon was in the sky, so I began here." She indicated a mark that was in the middle of what seemed to be just random, haphazard pitting. "The next few nights it snowed. It was a big storm and blocked out the moon and the stars, but I wouldn't have been able to see the moon anyway. It was the time when Lumi was closing his great eye. The next time I saw him, he was a thin crescent, waking up again, so I made a curved mark, here." Ayla looked where the young woman indicated and was rather surprised to see that what had appeared at first to be a hole made by a sharp point was indeed a small curved line. She looked more closely at the group of markings, and suddenly they didn't look so random. There did seem to be a pattern to it, and she was interested in how the young woman would proceed. "Since the time of Lumi's sleeping is the beginning of a moon, that's here on the right, where I decided to turn back to mark the next set of nights," the third acolyte continued. "Right about here was the first eye half closed. Some people call it the first half face. Then it keeps getting bigger until it's full. It's hard to tell when it's exactly full. It looks full for a few days, so that's here on the left where I turned back again. I made 4 curved marks, 2 below and 2 above. I kept marking until it was the second half face, when Lumi starts to close his eye again, and you notice it's just above the first half face. I kept marking until his eye was closed again. See, here on the right, where I curved down? All the way around the line with the first right end turn. You take it and see if you can follow it. I always make the turns when he's full face on the right or when he's sleeping on the left. You'll see that you can count 2 moons plus another half. I stopped at the first half face after the second moon. I was waiting for Bali to catch up. It was the time when the sun is as far south as it goes and stands still for a few days, then changes direction and goes north again. It's the ending of first winter and beginning of second winter when it's colder, but has the promise of Bali's return."
"Thank you,"
Ayla said.
"That was fascinating. Did you work it all out yourself?"
"Not exactly. Other Zelandonii showed me their way of marking, but I saw a plaque at the 14th cave once that was quite old. It wasn't marked in quite the same way, but it gave me the idea when it was my time to mark the moons." "It's a very good idea," the first said. It was very dark when they started back to their sleeping place. Ayla was holding the baby, who was sound asleep, wrapped up in her carrying blanket, so both Jondalar and the first each borrowed a torch to see their way. As they approached the visitors' shelter, they passed by some of the other shelters they had seen earlier. When she came to the one where she had felt so uncomfortable, she shuddered again and hurried past. "What's wrong?" Jondalar asked.
"I don't know,"
Ayla said.
"I've been feeling strange all day. It's probably nothing."
When they reached their shelter, the horses were milling around outside rather than in the large, roomy space she had made for them inside.
"Why are they out here? The horses have been acting up all day. That may be what's bothering me,"
Ayla said. As they turned into the shelter toward their tent, Wolf hesitated, then sat down on his haunches and refused to enter.
"Now what's wrong with Wolf?"
Chapter 17.
"Why don't we take the horses for a run this morning?"
Ayla said softly to the man who was lying beside her.
"Yesterday they seemed restless and edgy. I am too. They don't really get to go free and fast when they are pulling the pole drags. It's hard work, but not the kind of exercise they like.
Jondalar smiled. That's a good idea. I don't get to exercise the way I'd like to either. What about Ayla?
Maybe Holida would like to watch her, especially if Zelandonii will keep an eye on them,
Ayla said. Jondalar sat up. Where is Zelandonii? She's not here.
I heard her get up earlier. I think she went to talk to the fifth, Ayla said. If we leave Ayla, perhaps we should leave Wolf too, though I'm not sure how the people of this cave feel about him. They seemed a little nervous around him while we were eating last night. This is not the 9th cave. Let's take Ayla with us. I can take her in her carrying blanket. She likes to ride.
Jondalar pulled the top of their sleeping roll back and got up. Ayla got up too, leaving the baby who had been sleeping at her side to wake up while she went to pass her water.
It rained last night,
Ayla said when she got back. Now aren't you glad you stayed inside, in the tent and under cover? Jondalar said. Ayla didn't answer. She hadn't slept well. She just couldn't get comfortable. But they did stay dry, and the tent aired out. Ayla had rolled over on her stomach and was kicking her legs and holding her head up. She had also rolled out of her swaddling and the soiled, absorbent wadding it held in place. Ayla collected the unpleasant material and dumped it in the night basket, rolled up the damp, softened leather swaddling blanket, then picked up the baby and headed down to the small stream to clean the little one, herself, and the blanket. She rinsed herself and the baby in the running water, a procedure to which the baby was now so accustomed she didn't even fuss about it, though it was cold. Ayla hung the swaddling across some brush near the water. Then she got dressed and found a comfortable place to sit outside of the stone shelter to nurse her infant. In the meantime, Jondalar had found the horses not far up the valley, brought them back to the abri, and was tying riding blankets on the backs of both Winnie and Racer. At Ayla's suggestion, he tied equally balanced pack baskets across the mare's rump as well, but had some difficulty when Gray started nuzzling her dam, trying to nurse. About the time they were ready to go to what Ayla thought of as the main shelter in this place of many shelters, Wolf returned. She assumed he had gone off to hunt earlier, but he appeared so suddenly he spooked Winnie, which surprised the woman. Winnie was normally a calm horse, and the wolf didn't usually alarm her. It was Racer who was more excitable, but all the horses seemed skittish, even the little filly. And Wolf, too, Ayla thought, as he pressed against her as though looking for attention. She felt odd herself. Something seemed off, just not quite right. She looked at the sky to see if any storm threatened. A film of high clouds made the sky white with telltale traces of blue. They probably all needed a good run. Jondalar put the halters on Racer and Gray. He had also made one for Winnie, but Ayla used it only on special occasions. Before she even knew she was training Winnie, she had taught the mare to follow her. She still didn't think of it as training. When she showed Winnie what to do and repeated the instruction many times until she understood, then the mare did it because she wanted to. It was similar to the way Isa had trained Ayla to remember the many different plants and herbs and their uses by repetition and rote memorization. When they were all packed, they walked to the shelter of the Zelandonii of the 5th cave, and again the procession of man, woman, baby, wolf, and horses caused the people to stop what they were doing and watch, hard-pressed to avoid the discourtesy of outright staring. Both the 5th and the one who was first walked out from the shelter. "Come and join us for a morning meal," the man said. "The horses are agitated, and we've decided to take them out for some exercise to run off their restlessness and settle them down," Jondalar said. "We just arrived yesterday. Don't they get enough exercise traveling?" the first said.
"When we are traveling and they are pulling loads, they don't run or gallop," Ayla explained. "Sometimes they need to stretch their legs."
"Well, at least come and have some tea, and we'll pack up some food for you to take with you," the Zelandonii of the Fifth said. Ayla and Jondalar looked at each other and understood that, although they would have preferred to just leave, it might offend the fifth cave, and that would not be appropriate. They nodded to each other in acquiescence. "Thank you, we will," Jondalar said, reaching into the carrying pouch attached to his waist thong and pulling out his personal drinking cup. Ayla also found her cup and passed it down to a woman near the fireplace who was ladling out the hot liquid. She filled the drinking containers and handed them back. Rather than settling down to graze while they were waiting, the horses were markedly apprehensive, displaying their anxiety. Winnie was dancing in place, sniffing loudly as furrows appeared over her eyes. Gray was picking up her dam's nervous symptoms, and Racer was sidestepping with his neck arched high. Ayla tried to comfort the mare, running her hand along the side of her neck, and Jondalar was having to hang on to the rope halter to keep the stallion from breaking away. Ayla glanced across the stream dividing the valley and watched some children running and screaming alongside the waterway in some kind of game that to her seemed more frenzied than usual, even for excited youngsters. She watched them dashing in and out of the shelters and suddenly had a feeling that it was dangerous, though she didn't see how it could be. Just as she was about to speak to Jondalar and tell him they had to go, some people brought them rawhide-wrapped packages of food. The couple thanked everyone as they stashed the parfleshes in the pack baskets on Winnie. Then, with the help of some nearby rocks, they climbed up onto the horses' backs and started riding out of the valley. As soon as they reached a clear open field, they eased their control and let the horses run. It was exhilarating and lessened Ayla's nervousness, but didn't eliminate it. Finally, the horses grew tired and slowed down. Jondalar noticed a stand of trees in the distance and guided Racer in that direction. Ayla saw where he was heading and followed. The young filly, who could already run as fast as her mother, trailed behind. Young horses quickly learned to run fast. They had to if they were going to survive. The wolf raced along with them. He also enjoyed a good run. As they neared the trees, they could see a small pool, obviously spring-fed, that overflowed its banks in a rill that ran off across the field. But as they neared the pool, Winnie suddenly stopped short, which nearly knocked Ayla to the ground. She wrapped her arm around her baby, who had been sitting in front of her, and quickly slid down from the mare's back. She noticed Jondalar having trouble with Racer, too. The stallion reared up, neighing loudly, and the tall man slid back, then quickly stepped off. He didn't fall, but had trouble regaining his footing. Ayla became aware of a loud rumbling, feeling it as much as hearing it, and realized it had been going on for some time. She glanced ahead and saw the water in the pool shoot up in a fountain as though someone had squeezed the spring and sent a squirt of liquid up in the air. It was only then that she noticed the ground was moving. Ayla knew what it was. She had felt the earth shift beneath her feet before and felt a gorge of panic rise up in her throat. The earth was not supposed to move. She struggled to keep her balance. Petrified, she clung to her baby, afraid to take a step. She watched the knee-high grass of the open field perform a strange quivering dance as the groaning earth moved in unnatural ways to unheard music deep within. Ahead, the small stand of trees near the spring amplified the movement. The water bounced up and fell back, swirled over its bank, churned up dirt from its bed, and spit out muddy globs. She smelled the stench of raw earth. Then with a crack, one fir tree suddenly gave way and slowly began to tip over, pulling up and exposing half its circle of roots. The shaking seemed to go on forever. It brought back recollections of other times and the losses that had come with the moving, groaning earth. She shut her eyes tight, trembling, and sobbed with grief and fear. Ayla started to cry. Then Ayla felt a hand on her shoulder, arms wrap around her, and the baby that offered solace and comfort. She leaned against the warm chest of the man she loved, and the baby quieted. Slowly she became aware when the quaking stopped and the shuddering earth stilled, and she felt the tightness inside her lessen.
"Oh, Jondalar," she cried, "that was an earthquake. I hate earthquakes."
She trembled in his arms. She thought, but didn't want to say it aloud, voicing thoughts could give them power, that earthquakes were evil. Bad things always seemed to happen when the earth shook. "I don't much like them either," he said, holding his fragile little family close. Ayla looked around and noticed the tilted fir tree near the spring. She shivered with an unexpected memory of a scene long ago. "What's wrong?" Jondalar asked.
"That tree,"
she said. He looked where she was gazing and saw the tree near the spring, canted over and roots exposed.
"I remember seeing many trees tipped over and leaning like that, and some on the ground and fallen across a river. It must have been when I was very young," she said, hesitating, "before I lived with the clan. I think it was when I lost my mother and family and everything. Isa said that I could walk well and talk. I suppose I could count 5 years when she found me."
After she told him of her memory, Jondalar held her until she relaxed again. Though it was just a brief recitation, it gave him a better understanding of the terror she must have felt as a little girl when an earthquake had brought her world crashing down around her, and life as she had known it came to an abrupt end.
"Do you think it will come back, the earthquake? Sometimes when the earth moves like that, it doesn't settle down right away. It comes back,"
Ayla said, when they finally let go of each other. "I don't know," he said, "but maybe we should get back to Old Valley and make sure everyone there is all right."
"Of course. I was so scared I wasn't thinking about anyone else. I hope everyone is safe. And the horses, where are the horses?"
Ayla cried, looking around.
"Are they all right?"
"Aside from being as frightened as we were, I think they're fine. Racer reared up and made me slide off, but I managed not to fall. Then he started running in big circles. As far as I could tell, Winnie didn't move, and Gray stayed by her side. I think she must have run away after it stopped." Off in the distance, on the level field, Ayla spied the animals and breathed out, relieved. She whistled her special summons loudly and saw Winnie's head go up, then start in her direction. Racer and Gray followed, and Wolf behind them. "They're coming now, and there's Wolf, too. I think he must have run off with them," Jondalar said. By the time the horses and Wolf arrived, Ayla was more composed. Since there was no convenient rock or stump of wood nearby to help her climb on Winnie's back, she gave John Ayla to Jondalar for a moment, and holding on to the mare's stand-up mane, she jumped up, threw her leg over, and found her seat. She took the child from the man and watched while Jondalar climbed up on Racer's back in much the same way. Though he was so tall, he could almost step up onto the back of the compact, sturdy stallion. She looked toward the spring where the tree still leaned at a precarious angle. It would fall soon, she was sure. Though she had wanted to go there before, she didn't want to go near it now. As they started toward Old Valley, they heard a loud crack, and when they glanced back, there was a more muffled boom as they watched the tall fir hitting the ground. Riding back to the 5th cave, Ayla wondered about the horses and the implication of their recent actions.
"Do you suppose that the horses knew the ground was going to shake like that, Jondalar? Was that why they were behaving so strangely?"
she said. "They definitely were nervous," Jondalar said, "but I'm glad they were. That's why we left and were out in the open when it happened. I think it's safer to be out here. You don't have to worry about things falling on you."
"But the ground can open up under you," Ayla said. "I think that's what happened to my family. I remember that smell of deep earth, of wetness and decay." But I don't think all earthquakes are the same. Some are more powerful than others, and most of them can be felt a long distance away, but not as strongly.
When you were young, you must have been very close to the place where the shaking started, if all the trees toppled over and the ground opened up. I don't think we were as close to this one. Only one tree fell.
Ayla smiled at him. There aren't many trees out here to fall, Jandalar.
He smiled a little ruefully. That's true, and all the more reason to be out here when the ground shakes, he said.
But how would you know when the ground is going to shake?
By paying attention to the horses, he said.
If only I could be sure that would always work, she said.
As they neared Old Valley, they noticed unusual activity. Almost everyone seemed to be outside of the shelters, and many of them were clustered around in front of one of them. They dismounted and walked the horses toward the shelter they had been using, which was just beyond the one where the people were gathered.
"There you are," the first called out. "I was a little worried about you when the ground started shaking." "We are fine. Are you all right?"
Ayla said.
Yes, but the fifth cave has had some injuries. One serious," the woman said. "Perhaps you might take a look."
Ayla detected the note of concern in her voice.
"Jandalar, would you take the horses and see how everything is? I'm going to stay here and help Zelandonii," she said.
She followed the large woman until they came to the place in front of the shelter where a boy was lying on a fur bedroll that was spread out on the ground with the fur side down to make a padding underneath. Extra pads and blankets had been placed under him to elevate his head and shoulders slightly. Soft, pliable skins, covered with blood, were directly under his head, and blood was still seeping out. She took John Ayla out of her carrying blanket, set it out on the ground, and put the baby down on it. Wolf laid down next to her. Then Holida appeared.
"I'll watch her," she said.
"I would be grateful," Ayla said. She saw a cluster of people nearby who seemed to be consoling a woman and realized that it was probably the boy's mother. She knew how she would feel if he were her son. She exchanged a look with the first, held it for a moment, and understood that the boy's injury was more than serious. It was grim. Ayla knelt down to examine him. He was lying in the open in the light of the sun, though high clouds shielded the brightness somewhat. The first thing she noticed was that he was unconscious, but breathing, though it was slow and irregular. He had bled a great deal, but that was usually the case with head wounds. Much more serious was the pink-tinged fluid draining from his nose and ears. That meant the bone of the skull was cracked and the substance inside injured, which did not bode well for the child. Ayla understood the first's concern. She lifted his eyelids and looked at both of his eyes. One of the pupils contracted in the light. The other was larger than the first and did not react. Another bad sign. She turned his head slightly to allow the bloody mucus coming from his mouth to drain to the side and not clog his breathing passages. She had to control a reaction to shake her head so the mother wouldn't see how hopeless she thought it was. She got up and looked intently at the first, communicating her bleak prognosis. They went off to the side where the Zelandonii of the fifth cave was watching. Some people from his shelter had come to get the Zelandonii when the boy was hurt, and he had already examined him. He had asked the first to look at the child to confirm his diagnosis. "What do you think?" the man said under his breath, looking at the older woman, then at the younger one.
"I don't think there's any hope for him,"
Ayla said in a very soft voice.
"I'm afraid I agree," the one who was first said. "There is very little that can be done for an injury like that. He has not only lost blood, but he is also losing other fluids from inside his head. Soon the wound will swell, and that will be the end."
"That's what I thought. I will have to tell his mother," the Zelandonii of the fifth said. The three Zelandonii walked to the small group of people who were obviously trying to comfort the woman who was sitting on the ground not far from the boy. When she looked at the expressions on the faces of the three Zelandonii, the woman broke out in sobs. The Zelandonii of the fifth cave knelt down beside her. "I am sorry, Janella. The Great Mother is calling John Lowton back to her. He was so full of life, such a joy that Donnie can't bear to be without him. She loves him too much," the man said.
"But I love him too. Donnie can't love him more than I do. He's so young. Why does she have to take him now?"
Janella sobbed. "You will see him again when you return to the mother's breast and walk the next world," the fifth said.
"But I don't want to lose him now. I want to see him grow up. Isn't there anything you can do? You are the most powerful Zelandonii there is," the boy's mother pleaded, looking at the first. "You can be sure that if there were, I would be doing it. You don't know how much it hurts me to say it, but there is nothing I can do for someone with such a severe injury," the one who was first said. "The mother has so many. Why does she want him too?"
Janella sobbed. "That is one question to which we are not given to know the answer. I am sorry, Janella. You should go to him while he still breathes and comfort him. His Elan must find his way to the next world now, and I'm sure he is frightened. Though he may not show it, he will be grateful for your presence," the large, powerful woman said.
"Since he's still breathing, do you think he might wake up?"
Janella asked. "It is possible," the first said. Several people helped the woman up and led her to her dying son. Ayla picked up her child, held her close for a moment, and thanked Halida, then walked toward the shelter in which they were staying. The two other Zelandonii joined her. "I wish there was something I could do. I feel so helpless," the Zelandonii of the fifth cave said. "We all do at a time like this," the first said. "How long do you think he'll live?" he asked. "You never know. He could linger for days," the Zelandonii of the ninth cave said. "If you want us to stay, we will, but I wonder how extensive this earthquake was, and if it was felt at the ninth cave. We have a few people who didn't go to the summer meeting." "You should go and see how they are," the fifth said. "You are right. There's no telling how long the boy will linger. You may be the first, but you are still responsible for the ninth cave and seeing to their well-being. I can do whatever is necessary here. I have before. Sending someone's Elan to the next world is not my most favorite part of taking care of one's cave, but it needs to be done, and it is important that it be done right." Everyone slept outside of the stone shelters that night, mostly in tents. They were too apprehensive to go inside where rocks might still fall, except to run in and retrieve something they needed. There were a few aftershocks, and a little more rock shook loose from the walls and ceilings of the shelters, but nothing as heavy as the piece that fell on the boy's head. It would be a while before anyone would feel like being in a stone shelter, though when the cold and snow of the periglacial winter arrived, people would forget the peril of falling rocks and be glad for some protection from the weather. The procession of people, horses, and a wolf started out in the morning. Ayla and the first stopped in to see the boy, but more to see how his mother was bearing up. They both had mixed feelings about leaving. They wanted to stay and help the mother of the injured boy cope with her loss, but they were both concerned about those who had stayed behind at the stone shelter of the ninth cave of the Zelandonii. They traveled south, following the river as it wound along its sinuous course downstream. The distance was not too great, though they had to cross back over the river and climb up the highland and back down again, because the curving stream forced the water against the rock walls in one section, but the horses made the trek both easier and faster. By late afternoon, they were in sight of the sheer limestone cliff with the column near the top that appeared to be falling, which housed the large abri of the 9th cave. They strained to see if there were any differences that might warn them of damage to their home or injury to its inhabitants. They reached Wood Valley and made their way across the small river that fed into the river. People were standing on the northern end of the stone front porch that faced southwest, waiting for them as they started up the path. Someone had seen them coming and told the others. When they passed by the jutting corner that held the hearth of the signal fire, Ayla noticed it was still smoldering from recent use and wondered why. Because the 9th cave had so many people, the number who had stayed back from the summer meeting, for one reason or another, was nearly as great as those who made up the total of some of the smaller caves, though it was comparable in proportion to the other groups. The 9th cave had the greatest number of people of any of the caves of the Zelandonii, including the 29th and the 5th, which had several stone shelters. Their abri was extraordinarily large and had plenty of room to comfortably house their large number and more. In addition, the 9th cave had individuals who were very skilled in many ways and had much to offer. As a result, they had a very high status among the Zelandonii. People wanted to join them, but they could only take in so many, and tended to be selective, choosing those who reinforced their standing, though once someone was born to them or became a member, they were very seldom turned out. All who had not gone to the summer meeting, who were able, came out to watch the travelers arrive, many of them gaping with surprise. They had never seen their donyers sitting on a seat that was pulled by Ayla's horse. Ayla stopped to let Zelandonii step off the pole drag, which she did with unruffled dignity. The first saw a middle-aged woman, Stelona, whom she knew to be level-headed and responsible. She had stayed at the 9th cave to care for her ailing mother. "We were visiting the 5th cave and felt a strong earthquake. Did you feel it here, Stelona?" the first said. "We felt it, and people were frightened, but it didn't seem too bad. Some rocks fell, but mostly in the gathering area, not here. No one was hurt," Stelona said, anticipating the Zelandonii's next question. "I'm glad to hear that. The 5th cave was not so lucky. A boy was severely injured when a rock fell on his head. I'm afraid there's little hope for him. He may already be walking the next world," the Donyar said. "Have you heard anything from the other caves in this area, Stelona? The 3rd, the 11th, the 14th? the first said. "Only smoke from their signal fires to let us know they were there and didn't need any immediate help," Stelona said. "That's good. But I think I'll go see what damage, if any, they sustained," the Donyar said, then turned to look at Ayla and Jandalar. "Would you like to come along? And perhaps bring the horses? They could be useful if anyone does need help." "Today?" Jandalar asked. "No, I was thinking of making a tour of our neighbors tomorrow morning." "I'd be glad to go with you," Ayla said. "Of course I will too," Jandalar said. Ayla and Jandalar unloaded Racer's travois, except for their own things, and left the bundles on the ledge in front of the living section, then led the horses, pulling the nearly empty pole drags, past the part of the shelter where most of the people lived. They lived at the other end of the inhabited area, although the overhanging stone protected a much larger section, which was only used occasionally, except for the places they had made for the horses. As they walked along the front of the huge abri, they couldn't help but notice some newly fallen pieces of stone, but nothing too large, nothing much bigger than pieces that sometimes split off by themselves for no reason that anyone could determine. When they reached the large flat stone near the edge of the front porch that Joharan and others sometimes used to stand on when they wanted to address a group, Ayla wondered when it fell and what had caused it. Was it an earthquake, or had it just sheared off by itself? Suddenly the stone shelters that had seemed so protective didn't feel quite so safe anymore. As they started to lead the horses under the overhanging ledge toward their space, Ayla wondered if they would balk the way they had the night before, but the place was familiar to them, and they apparently sensed no danger. They went right in, which gave her an immense feeling of relief. There is really no protection when the earth decides to shake, inside or out, but if the horses were to give her a warning again, she did think she would rather be outside. They unhitched the 2 pole drags and left them in their usual place, then led the horses to the corrals that they had made for them. They were not penned in. The structures they had constructed under the overhanging ledge were there for the animals' comfort. They were free to come and go at any time. Ayla brought water from the spring-fed stream that separated the 9th cave from downriver and poured it into their troughs, although the horses could just as easily have gotten water from the stream themselves. She wanted to make sure that water was available in the middle of the night, especially for the little one. Only during the spring rutting season were there any constraints on the horses. Then not only did they fasten the gates closed, put halters on the animals and tie them to posts to keep them from getting free, but Ayla and Jondalar usually slept nearby to drive away the stallions that were drawn to the mare. Ayla didn't want Winnie to be captured by some stallion and driven to his herd, and Jondalar didn't want Racer running off to be hurt fighting with other stallions in an effort to mount the tempting females. He even had to be kept away from his dam, whose mating scent was so overpoweringly close. It was a difficult time for all of them. Some hunters took advantage of Winnie's luring aroma, which could be detected by males more than a mile away, and killed a few of the wild horses, but they stayed out of sight of Ayla and made sure not to mention it to her. She was aware of the practice and couldn't really blame them. She had lost her taste for horse meat and chose not to eat it, but she knew most people enjoyed it. Just so long as they didn't go after her horses, she didn't object to others hunting the animals. They were a valuable food source. They walked back to their own dwelling and unloaded their belongings. Although they hadn't been gone very long, not even as long as usual for a summer meeting, Ayla was happy to be back. Visiting other caves and sacred sites along the way seemed to have taken more time than normal, and the effort left her tired. The earthquake had been particularly draining. She shuddered at the thought of it. John Ayla had been fussing, and she brought the baby to the changing place just outside the dwelling. Then she went inside and settled down to nurse, happy to be there. The structure had rawhide panel walls, but no ceiling, at least none that was constructed. When she looked up, she saw the underside of the overhanging rock of the natural stone shelter. She could smell food cooking and knew they would share a meal with some of their usual community, and then she'd be able to crawl into her bedroll and cuddle up between Jondalar and John Ayla, with Wolf just beyond. She was glad to be home. "There's a sacred cave nearby that you haven't really explored, Ayla," Zelandonii said while they were sharing their morning meal the day after their return. "The one we call the Women's Place on the other side of Grass River." "But I've been to the Women's Place," Ayla said. "Yes, you've been there. But how far in did you go? There is much more to it than you've seen. It's on the way to Horsehead Rock and Elder Hearth. I think we should make a stop on our way back." Ayla found the visits to the sacred caves fascinating, but it was exhausting, and she had seen so many recently, she was tired of visiting decorated caves. It was too much to take in all at once. She wanted some time to think about what she had already seen, but she couldn't bring herself to refuse Zelandonii's suggestion, any more than she could refuse her request to accompany her when she went to visit the other caves in the region to see how they had fared during the earthquake. She wanted to know, too, though she was also tired of traveling, and wouldn't have minded resting for a day or so. The earthquake had been experienced by the 3rd, the 11th, and the 14th caves, their closest neighbors, as well as by Elderhearth, the 2nd cave, and Horsehead Rock, the 7th, with little damage, if the signal fires had been interpreted right. But the first wanted to check on the caves that were a little farther away, just to make sure. A few people from the nearby caves had some bruises from falling stones, and a beautiful lamp that had been carved out of sandstone was smashed. The Danyar wanted to make sure that any injuries that might have been sustained really weren't serious. Ayla had the sense that the quake hadn't been as strong in this region as it had been at Old Valley, and wondered if it had been more severe further north. On the way to Horsehead Rock, they stopped by a couple of home sites of smaller caves near Little Grass River that were being formed by some young people who were beginning to feel crowded out. Several caves and debris in the region were inhabited, at least part of the year, and people had started to refer to the area as New Home. They were all empty, even the most settled one, called Bear Hill. Zelandonii explained that the young people who lived there still thought of themselves as belonging to the cave of their families and traveled with them to the summer meeting. Those who couldn't or didn't go gathered with the ones who stayed behind from their primary cave. Though they didn't see any people, going that way allowed Jondalar and Zelandonii to show Ayla the back way to Horsehead Rock and Elderhearth and Sweet Valley, the rich, moist lowland between them. After checking out Bear Hill, they crossed Little Grass River. The stream was low at this time of year and easy to traverse, especially where it widened out, and headed over the highland toward Sweet Valley and Horsehead Rock, the 7th cave of the Zelandonii. The ones who had stayed back from the 2nd cave had joined the 7th cave, but there were still just a few people left behind, and they welcomed the visitors eagerly, partly because the ones who were ill or failing were glad to see the Danyars, but mostly because it broke up the tedium of seeing only the same few people. The Zelandonii were a sociable folk, used to living in close quarters with a number of others, and most, even if they were unable to go, missed the excitement of the summer meeting. Since the people were still at the summer meeting or doing some other summer activity, hunting, fishing, gathering, exploring, or visiting, it felt a bit strange to visit the caves when they were nearly empty. They had all felt the earthquake, but no one had been injured, though some were still nervous about it and sought out reassurance from the first. Ayla observed how the woman managed to comfort them with her words, though she didn't really say anything specific and couldn't have done anything about the natural upheaval anyway. It was her way of speaking, her assured manner, her posture, the younger woman thought. Zelandonii even made her feel better. They stayed overnight. People had started preparing a place for them to sleep and making food for a small feast as soon as they had arrived. It would have been impolite, not to mention unkind, for them to have left any sooner. On the way back the next day, Zelandonii wanted to check a place they had bypassed on the way out. They rode back over the raised ground again, toward Little Grass River, but more upstream, to a community on the edge of the highland called Lookout. It was well named, a settled area around rocky outcrops that offered some protection from weather, was unoccupied by its inhabitants at the moment, but from a rise nearby they could see for a long distance in many directions, particularly toward the west. Ayla felt unsettled from the moment they drew near to the place. She didn't know why, but she had an uncanny feeling in the middle of her back, and as far as she was concerned, they couldn't get away fast enough. The moment she dismounted from her horse, Wolf sought her out, rubbing against her leg and whining. He didn't like the place either, but the horses seemed unperturbed. It was a perfectly normal summer day, with a warm sun and green grass growing on the hillside, and the place had an excellent view of the countryside. There was nothing she could see or detect to account for her discomfort, and she hesitated to say anything. "Do you want to stop and rest and have a midday meal here, Zelandonii?" Jondalar asked. "I don't think there is any reason for us to stay here," the woman replied, heading back to the pole drag. "Especially if we're going to stop and see the women's place, and if we don't take too long, it's close enough to the 9th cave that we can get home before dark." Ayla wasn't at all sorry that Zelandonii decided to continue, and was glad now that the first had wanted to show her the sacred deep of the women's place. They worked their way down the western side of the highland to Little Grass River, and near its confluence with Grass River, they crossed over. Just a short distance beyond was a small U-shaped valley surrounded by tall limestone cliffs that opened out onto Grass River, and across that, the green valley that gave the waterway its name, Grass Valley. The little meadow's lush grass often enticed various grazers, but the high walls of the sides eased to a comfortably climbable slope, especially for hoofed animals, some 300 feet back, which made it not quite suitable for a hunting trap without extensive construction of fences and corrals. Such work had been started once, but never finished. Only part of a rotting back fence remained of the effort. The area was known as the women's place. Men were not restricted, but since it was used primarily by women, few men outside of the Zelandonii visited the site. Ayla had stopped there before, but it was usually to bring a message to someone, or she was with someone who was on the way to some other place. She had never had an occasion to stay long. Usually she had come from the direction of the 9th cave, and she knew that when entering the small meadow with Grass River at her back, on the outside of the wall on the right was a small cave, a temporary shelter, and sometimes storage place. Another small cave penetrated the same limestone wall just after rounding the corner into the enclosed valley. Of much greater importance were 2 caves, narrow, winding fissures, which opened out of a small rock shelter that was at the back of the meadow, somewhat raised from the level of the floodplain floor. Those caves at the rear of the valley had contributed to the reluctance to make the site into a hunting site, though it would not have mattered if it had been ideally suited to the purpose. The first passage, on the right, wove its way within the limestone wall back toward the way they had come until it came out at a small, narrow exit not far from the first small cave in the right wall. Though it had many engravings on its walls, it and the rock shelter where it started were used primarily as a place to stay while visiting the other cave. No one was there when Ayla, Jondalar, and Zelandonii arrived. Most people had not yet returned from their summer activities, and the few who stayed at their living sites had no reason to visit. Jondalar unhitched the pole drags from the horses to give them a rest. The women who used it kept the area generally neat and orderly, but it was visited often and well used, and a women's place was inevitably a children's place as well. When Ayla had visited before, the usual activities of ordinary living were apparent. There had been wooden bowls and boxes, woven baskets, toys, clothing, and racks and posts for drying or making things. Implements of wood, bone, antler, or flint were sometimes lost or broken, or carried off by children, and ended up kicked aside or left in the cave, unnoticed in the dark. Food was cooked, trash piled up, and particularly when the weather was bad, was disposed of inside the cave, but, Ayla had learned, only in the right-hand cave. Some things were still around. Ayla found a log with a trough dug out of it that had obviously been used to hold liquid, but she decided to use their own utensils to make tea and soup. She gathered some wood, and using an existing black depression filled with charcoal, started a fire and added cooking stones to heat water. Some logs and chunks of limestone had been dragged close to the fireplace by previous occupants, and Zelandonii took the stuffed pads from her travois and placed them around to make the seating more comfortable. Ayla nursed, then put Ayla down on her blanket on the grass while she ate and watched the baby fall asleep. "Do you want to come along, Jandalar?" Zelandonii asked when they had finished. "You probably haven't seen it since you were a boy and made your mark inside." "Yes, I think I will," he said. Nearly everyone made a mark on the walls of this cave at some time, occasionally more than once, although the males of the community were usually children or young adolescents when they made theirs. He remembered the first time he went inside by himself. It was a simple cave with no passages leading off to get lost in, and youngsters were allowed to find their own way. Generally, they went in alone, or at most in pairs, to make their own private marks, whistling or humming or chanting along the way until the walls seemed to answer back. The marks and engravings did not symbolize or represent names. They were a way that people told the Great Earth Mother about themselves, how they defined themselves to her. Often they only made finger tracings. It was enough. After they finished their meal, Ayla wrapped her infant securely to her back, and they each lit a lamp and started into the cave, Zelandonii in front and Wolf bringing up the rear. Jandalar recalled that the left cave felt exceedingly long. It was more than 800 feet deep, winding through the limestone, and that the beginning of the fissure was fairly easy to enter and unremarkable. Only a few markings on the walls near the entrance indicated that someone had been there before. "Why don't you use your bird whistles to speak to the mother, Ayla?" the first said. Ayla heard the woman humming, not loudly, but very melodically, and hadn't expected to be asked. "If you would like me to," she said, and began a series of bird calls, the ones she thought of as softer evening sounds. About 400 feet from the entrance, halfway in, the cave narrowed and the sounds resonated differently. That was where the drawings started. From this point on, the walls were covered with drawings of every kind. The two walls of the winding subterranean passage were marked with almost uncountable, often undecipherably superimposed and intermingled engravings. Some were isolated, and many that could be interpreted were very well made. Adult women frequented the cave most often, and consequently, the more accomplished, refined engravings were usually made by them. Horses predominated, shown at rest and with lively movement, even galloping. Bison were also very prevalent, but there were many other animals: reindeer, mammoths, ibex, bears, cats, wild asses, deer, woolly rhinoceroses, wolves, foxes, and at least one saiga antelope, hundreds of engravings in all. Some were very unusual, like the mammoth with its trunk curled back, the head of a lion, which utilized a naturally embedded stone for the eye, which was strikingly rendered. A reindeer bending down to drink was outstanding for its beauty and realism, as were the two reindeer facing each other. The walls were fragile and didn't lend themselves well to painting, but were easy to mark and engrave, even with fingers. There were also many parts of human figures, including masks, hands, and various silhouettes, but always distorted, never as clearly and beautifully drawn as the animals, such as the disproportionately large limbs on the seated figure shown in profile. Many engravings were incomplete and buried in a network of lines, various geometric symbols, tectiform signs, and undefined marks and scribbles which could be interpreted many ways, sometimes depending on how the light was held. The caves were originally formed by underground rivers, and at the end of the gallery there was still a karstic area of active cave formation. Wolf ran on ahead into some of the more inaccessible parts of the cave. He came back carrying something in his mouth and dropped it at Ayla's feet.
"What is this?"
she said as she bent to pick it up. All three of them focused their lamps on the object.
"Zelandonii, this looks like a piece of a skull,"
Ayla said.
"and here is another piece, a part of a jaw. It's small. I think this may have been a woman. Where did he find these, I wonder?"
Zelandonii took them, and holding them in the light from the lamp, said, "There may have been a burial in here long ago. People have lived near here for as long as anyone can remember." She saw Jondalar make an involuntary shudder. He preferred to leave things of the spirit world to the Zelandonii, and she knew it. Jondalar had helped with burials when he was required to do so, but he hated the duty. Usually when men returned from digging burial holes or other activities that brought them dangerously close to the spirit world, they went to the cave called the Men's Place, on a highland across Grass River from the third cave, to be scrubbed and purified. Again, women were not prohibited from the Men's Place, but like a phylage, it was mostly male activities that took place, and few women outside of the Zelandonii went there. "The spirit is long gone from these," she said. "The Elan found its way to the world of the spirits so long ago that only pieces of bone are left. There may be more." "Do you know why someone was buried in here, Zelandonii?" Jondalar asked. "It's not what we usually do, but I am sure this person was put in this sacred place for a reason. I don't know why the mother decided to let the wolf show them to us, but I will put these back further on. I think it is best to return them to her." The one who was first went ahead into the twisting darkness of the cave. They watched her light weaving ahead, then disappear. Not long after it reappeared, and soon they saw the woman returning. "I think it's time to go back," she said. Ayla was glad to be leaving the cave. Besides being dark, they were always damp and chilly once you moved past the opening, and this one felt close and confined, but maybe it was just that she'd had her fill of caves for a while. She just wanted to go home. When they arrived at the 9th cave, they found that more people had come home from the summer meeting, though some were planning to leave again soon. They had brought with them a young man who was smiling shyly at a woman seated near him. His hair was light brown, and his eyes were gray. Ayla recognized Madigan, the young man of the 5th cave who had been gored in the leg by a woolly rhinoceros the year before. Ayla and Jondalar had been returning from their period of isolation after their matrimonial when they saw several young men, inexperienced boys really, who were baiting a huge, full-grown rhino. The youngsters had been sharing one of the bachelor phylages, some for the first time, and were full of themselves, sure they would live forever. When they saw the woolly rhinoceros, they decided to hunt it themselves, without going to find an older, more experienced hunter. They were thinking only of the praise and glory they would get when the people at the summer meeting saw their kill. They were really quite young. Some had barely gained hunter status, and only one of them had even seen hunters baiting a rhino, though they had all heard of the technique. They didn't know how deceptively quick the huge creature could be, or how important it was to keep focused and not allow their attention to stray for a moment. That was all it had taken. The rhino had shown signs of tiring, and the boy hadn't kept his attention closely enough on the animal. When it came for him, Madigan was unable to move fast enough. He was badly gored in the right leg below the knee. The injury was severe, with the lower part of his leg bent sharply backwards and the jagged broken bones sticking out of the profusely bleeding wound. He would likely have died if Ayla hadn't happened to be there, and from her training in the clan knew how to set a broken leg and staunch the bleeding. When he did survive, the fear was that he might never walk on that leg again. He did walk, but there was permanent damage and some paralysis. He could get around fairly well, but his ability to crouch down or stalk an animal was severely curtailed. He would never be a really good hunter. That was when discussions began about him becoming an apprentice to Jondalar to learn flint knapping. The boy's mother and her mate, plus Comorden, the leader of the fifth cave, Joharan, Jondalar, and Ayla, since he would be staying with them, had finally settled everything at the summer meeting before they left. Ayla liked the youngster and approved of the arrangement. The boy needed to have a skill that would give him respect and status, and she remembered when they were traveling how much Jondalar had enjoyed teaching his craft to anyone willing to learn, especially youngsters. But she had hoped for a day or so of rest and quiet alone in her home. She took a deep, silent breath and walked over to greet Madigan. He smiled when he saw her coming and hurried to scramble to his feet. "Greetings, Madigan," she said, reaching for both of his hands. "In the name of the great Earth Mother, I welcome you." She looked him over closely in her inconspicuous way, noted that he seemed rather tall for his age, though he was still young and had not reached his full height. She hoped his injured leg would continue to grow to match the length of his good leg. It was hard to tell how tall he would be, but his limp could get worse if his legs became unequal in size. "In the name of Dani, I greet you, Ayla," he replied, the polite greeting he had been taught to use. Ayla, tied to her mother's back with the carrying blanket, squirmed to see to whom she was talking. "I think Ayla wants to greet you too," Ayla said, loosening her blanket and shifting her around to the front. The baby sat wide-eyed in her mother's arms, looking at the young man. Then, suddenly, she smiled and held out her arms to him. Ayla was surprised. He smiled back. "Can I hold her? I know how. I have a sister a little older than her," Madigan said. "And he's probably homesick and lonesome for her already," Ayla thought, as she handed Ayla to him. It was obvious that he was comfortable holding a baby. "Do you have many brothers and sisters?" she asked. "I guess so. She's the youngest, I'm the oldest, and there are 4 in between, including 2 born together," he said. "I think you must be quite a help to your mother. She is going to miss you. How many years do you count?" she said. "I'm a 13-year," he said. He became aware of her unusual accent again. When he had first heard the foreign woman speak the year before, he had thought her accent was quite strange, but when he was recovering, especially when he woke up after the accident and was in so much pain, he grew to look forward to that accent because she invariably brought some relief. And although the other Zelandonii also checked on him, she came regularly, stayed to talk to him and straighten his bedding to make him comfortable, as well as giving him medicine. "And you have reached your manhood and had your rights last summer," a voice behind Ayla said. It was Jondalar, who had been hearing the conversation as he approached them. The style of Madigan's clothing, the patterns that had been sewn on them, and the beads and jewelry he wore told Jondalar that the youngster was considered a man of the 5th cave of the Zelandonii. "Yes, last summer at the meeting," Madigan said, "before I was hurt. Now that you are a man, it's time for you to learn a skill. Have you done much flint knapping?" "Some. I can make a spear point and a knife, or reshape one that is broken. They aren't the best, but they work," the boy said. "Perhaps the question I should ask is, do you like working the flint?" Jondalar said. "I like it when it goes right. Sometimes it doesn't." Jondalar smiled. "Even for me, sometimes it doesn't," he said. "Have you eaten?" "I just finished," Madigan said. "Well, we haven't yet," Jondalar said. "We just got back from a short trip to see some of our neighbors and find out if they suffered any injuries or damage from the earthquake." You know that Ayla is acolyte to the first, don't you?"
"I think everyone knows that," he said, shifting John Ayla around to lean against his shoulder. "Did you feel the earthquake?" Ayla asked. "Was anyone in your traveling party hurt?"
"We felt it. Some people were knocked down, but no one was really hurt," he said. "I think everyone was scared, though. I know I was." "I can't think of anyone who wouldn't be afraid during an earthquake. We'll get something to eat. Then we'll show you where you can stay. We haven't set anything up special yet, but we'll work it out later," Jondalar said as they headed toward the other side of the shelter where people were gathered. Ayla reached for John Ayla. "I can hold her while you get some food," Madigan said, "if she'll let me."
"Let's see if she will,"
Ayla said, turning toward the fire pit where the food had been set out. Suddenly, Wolf appeared. He had stopped for water when they reached the 9th cave, and then found that someone had put some food in his bowl. Madigan's eyes opened wider with surprise, but he had seen the wolf before, and he didn't seem overly frightened of the animal. Ayla had introduced the wolf to Madigan the year before when she was taking care of him, and the animal sniffed the young man who was holding the baby of his pack and recognized his scent. When the boy sat down, the wolf sat down beside him. John Ayla seemed happy with the arrangement. By the time they finished eating, it was getting dark. There were always some prepared torches ready for lighting near the main fire where the group often gathered, and Jondalar took one and lit it. They all had traveling gear with them, back frames, sleeping rolls, traveling tents. Jondalar helped Ayla with some of hers while she carried the baby, but Madigan seemed to be able to handle his own, including a sturdy staff that he sometimes used to walk with. He didn't seem to need it all the time. Ayla suspected he had used it on the long walk from the Sunview, the place of the summer meeting, to the 9th cave, but probably could get by just fine for shorter distances. When they reached their dwelling, Jondalar went in first, lighting the way, and held open the drape across the entrance. Madigan went in next, followed by Ayla. "Why don't you set up your sleeping roll here in the main room near the fire for now? We'll work out something better tomorrow," Jondalar said, suddenly wondering how long Madigan would be living with them. Part 2, Chapter 18.
"Madigan, have you seen John Ayla and Jondalar?"
Ayla called out when she saw the young man walking with a limp coming out of the addition that had been built next to her dwelling. There were 3 youths living there now: Madigan, John Falar, who had come from the west, near the great waters, and Garthadal, whose mother was the leader of his cave and had traveled with him from far to the southeast because she had heard of Jondalar's skill. After 4 years, Madigan was the most senior of Jondalar's apprentices and had gained so much proficiency that he was helping the man train the younger ones. He could have gone back to the 5th cave or almost any other cave as an experienced flint knapper in his own right, but by now he thought of the 9th cave as his home and preferred to stay and work with his mentor. "I saw them earlier, heading toward the horse surround. I think I heard him promise her yesterday that he would take her riding today if it didn't rain. She's getting good at riding gray, as little as she is, even if she can't get on or off by herself yet." Ayla smiled to herself with the memory of Jondalar riding racer with John Ayla sitting in front of him before she was even walking, and they both trained Gray with the child on her back in front of them, her little arms hugging the mare's thick neck. The young girl and the young mare grew up with each other, and Ayla thought the tie between them was as close as the one between Winnie and herself. John Ayla was good with all the horses, including the stallion. In some ways, even better than her mother, because she learned to direct him using the halter and lead rope the way Jondalar did. Ayla still directed Whinny using body language and wasn't as comfortable riding a horse using Jondalar's technique.
"When they come back, would you tell Jondalar I'll be late tonight? I may not be back until morning. Do you know about the man who fell off the cliff near the crossing this morning?"
Ayla said. "Yes. A visitor?" Madigan said.
"A neighbor from New Home. He used to be with the 7th cave. Now he lives at Bear Hill. I can't understand why anybody would try to climb High Rock when it's so wet from all the rain. Mud has been sliding down some of the steeper slopes. It was probably muddy up there, too,"
Ayla said. "This has been a wet spring," she thought. "Springs have been more wet ever since we had that cold winter that Marthona predicted a few years ago." "How is he?" Madigan asked. He knew what it was like to suffer the consequences of poor judgment.
"He's seriously hurt, broken bones, and I don't know what else. I'm afraid Zelandonii will be up all night with him. I'll be staying to help her,"
Ayla said. "With you and the first there, I'm sure he's getting the best care possible," Madigan said, then smiled. "And I speak from experience." Ayla smiled back.
"I hope so. A runner was sent to tell his family. They should be arriving soon. Proliva is making a meal for them, and some others, at the main hearth. I'm sure there will be enough for you and the boys, and Jondalar and Ayla too," she added, as she turned to hurry back. She found herself still thinking about Ayla and the animals as she walked back. When she had to be away, Wolf sometimes stayed with Ayla, sometimes with her. If she went with Zelandonii to help someone at another cave, Wolf usually came with her, but when she had to make sacrifices and endure tests as part of her training, go without sleep, give up pleasures, fast for periods of time, she usually went alone. She often stayed at the small shelter called the Little Hollow of Fountain Rocks, which was comfortable enough. It was right next to the Deep of Fountain Rocks, sometimes called Donnie's Deep, the long cave that was the first sacred site she saw when she came to live with the Zelandonii. Fountain Rocks was about a mile away from the 9th cave, plus a gentle sloped but long climb up the cliff. The long painted cave had other names, especially to the Zelandonii, such as Entrance to the Womb of the Mother, or the Mother's Birth Canal. It was the most sacred site in their immediate region. Jondalar wasn't always happy when she had to be away, but he never minded taking care of Ayla, and Ayla was glad for both of them that they were developing such a close relationship. He had even started teaching her to knap flint alongside his apprentices. Ayla's musings were cut short when she noticed two women walking towards her on her way back, Morona and her cousin. Wailopa nodded in greeting and smiled whenever she saw her, and though it always looked insincere, Ayla smiled back. Morona usually acknowledged her only with the briefest of nods, and Ayla responded in kind. The woman didn't even do that much if no one else was around. But this time Morona did smile at her. It made Ayla look at her again. It was in no way a pleasant smile. It was more like a sneer, a gloating sneer. Ever since her return, Ayla couldn't help but wonder why Morona had moved back to the 9th cave. She thought the 5th cave had accepted her well enough, and the woman had been known to remark when she moved there that she liked it better. "I like it better when she's there, too," Ayla thought. It wasn't just because Morona and Jondalar had once been a couple. Rather, that no one had been more malicious and spiteful to her, beginning with the trick of the boys' winter underwear so people would laugh at her. But Ayla had faced the laughter down and gained the respect of the 9th cave. Now, particularly when she was riding Whinny, she often wore a similar outfit on purpose, and so did many other women, much to Morona's vexation.
Light leggings and a sleeveless tunic in soft leather were quite comfortable to wear when the days were mild. Ayla had heard talk from some of Madigan's visiting relatives that Morona had angered some high-status women of the Fifth Cave, kin of Comorden, the leader, or his mate, for persuading a man who was promised to one of them to run away with her instead. With her nearly white blonde hair and dark gray eyes, she was an attractive woman, though Ayla thought the lines of the frown she wore so often were beginning to etch themselves more deeply on her face. Just like most of her relationships, the liaison didn't last very long, and after claiming his regret and making satisfactory reparations, he was accepted back, but she was looked upon with less favor. As Ayla neared Zelandonii's dwelling, her musings slipped into the back of her mind as thoughts of the injured man filled it. Later in the evening, when she stepped out of the Danyer's abode, which was both her home and an infirmary, she saw Jondalar sitting next to Joharan, Proliva, and Marthona. They had finished their meal and were sipping tea, watching John Ayla and Proliva's daughter, Sathona. John Ayla was a happy, healthy child, and very pretty, everyone said, with fine, very light, soft, curly hair, and Jondalar's extraordinarily vivid blue eyes. To Ayla, John Ayla was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen, but growing up in the clan had taught her to be reticent in expressing such thoughts about her own child. It could bring bad luck, and when she tried to look at it objectively, she believed she was bound to feel that way about her own offspring, but in her heart she could hardly believe such an amazing child could be hers. Sathona, John Ayla's close cousin, born only a few days before her, and a constant playmate, was gray-eyed with dark blonde hair. Ayla thought she resembled Marthona. She already showed elements of the former leader's dignity and grace, and her clear, direct gaze. Ayla turned her attention to Joharan and Jondalar's mother. Marthona was showing her age. Her hair was more gray, her face more lined, but it wasn't just her physical appearance. She wasn't well, and that worried Ayla. She and Zelandonii had discussed her situation and every possible remedy and treatment they could think of to help her, but they both knew there was no way to keep Marthona from walking in the next world some day. They could only hope to delay it. Though she had lost her own mother, Ayla felt herself lucky to have had Isa, the clan medicine woman, as the mother who raised her as a girl, with Kreb the Mogur as the man of her hearth. Nezi of the Mamutoi was the mother who wanted to adopt her into the lion camp, although the Mamut of the Mammoth Hearth had done it instead. Jondalar's mother had treated Ayla like a daughter from the first, and she thought of Marthona as her mother, her Zelandonii mother. She felt close to Zelandonii as well, but she was more a mentor and friend. Wolf was watching the girls, his head down on his front paws. He had noticed Ayla when she approached, but when she didn't immediately join them, he raised his head and looked at her, which caused everyone else to look too. That made Ayla aware that she had been so lost in thought she had stopped walking. She continued toward them.
"How is he?"
Joharan asked when she neared. "It is still hard to know. We've put splints on the broken bones in his legs and arm, but we don't know what may be broken inside. He still breathes, but he hasn't roused. His mate and mother are in with him now," Ayla said. "Zelandonii feels she should stay with them, but I think someone could bring her something to eat, which might encourage his family to come out and eat too." "I'll take her the food and try to persuade them to come out here," Proliva said, getting up and walking toward the stack of visitors' dishes. She took an ivory plate, which had been flaked off a large mammoth tusk and smoothed with sandstone rocks, and selected some slices of meat from the whole mountain goat kid that had been roasted on a spit. It was a rare treat. Several hunters from the 9th and neighboring caves had gone ibex hunting and had had some luck. Proliva added some leafy greens and lightly cooked spring stalks of new thistle and roots of some kind, then carried it to the entrance of Zelandonii's dwelling and scratched at the exposed side of a piece of rawhide next to the heavy leather drape across the entrance. A moment later she went in. Not long after, she walked out with the mate and mother of the injured man, brought them to the main hearth, and gave them visitor plates.
"I should go back in,"
Ayla said, looking at Jondalar.
"Did Matakan tell you I will probably be late tonight?"
"Yes, I'll put John Ayla to bed," he said, standing and picking up the child. He embraced the woman, touching cheeks, while Ayla held them both close.
"I rode Gray today," John Ayla said. "Jondi took me out. He rode Racer. Winnie came too, but she didn't have anyone to ride her. Why didn't you come, Mama?" "I wish I could have baby,"
Ayla said, hugging them both again. Her pet name for her child was similar to the word for baby that she had called the injured lion cub she had once found, nursed back to health, and then raised. It was a modification of the clan word for infant or little one.
"But a man fell down and got hurt today. Zelandonii has been trying to make him feel better, and I've been helping her." "When he gets better, will you come?"
John Ayla said.
"Yes, when he gets better, I will come riding with you,"
Ayla said, thinking, if he gets better. Then she turned to Jondalar.
"Why don't you take Wolf with you too?"
She had noticed the mate of the man eyeing the animal warily. Everyone knew about the wolf, and most had seen him, at least from a distance, but not everyone had tried to find a place to sit and eat with him nearby. The woman had also been looking askance at Ayla, especially after hearing the word she had used to refer to her child. Even modified, the word had a distinctly strange and unfamiliar sound. After Jondalar left with John Ayla and Wolf, Ayla went back into Zelandonii's dwelling.
"Has there been any improvement in Jackaral?"
she asked. "Not that I've been able to see," the one who was first said. She was glad the two women relatives had gone out, so she could speak frankly. "Sometimes people languish in this condition for quite a while. If someone can manage to get them to take in water and food, they last longer, but if not, they are gone within days. It's as though the spirit is confused. The Elan is not sure if it wants to leave this world while the body still breathes, even if the rest of the body is damaged beyond repair. Sometimes they wake up, but may not be able to move, or some part of them won't move, or doesn't heal right. Occasionally, given enough time, some people will heal from a fall like that, but most often they don't."
"Has he lost fluid from his nose or ears?"
Ayla asked. "Not since he's been here. There is an injury to his head, but it doesn't seem very deep. Just a few superficial scratches. He has so many broken bones, I'm guessing his real damage is internal. I'll watch him tonight."
"I'll stay with you. Jondalar took John Ayla and Wolf with him. This man's mate seemed uncomfortable around Wolf,"
Ayla said.
"I thought most people were used to him by now."
"I suspect she hasn't had time to get used to your Wolf. She's not from here. Amalana is her name. Jackaral's mother told me the story. He went on a journey to the south, mated her there, and brought her back with him. I'm not even sure if she was born in Zelandonii territory, or only near it. The borders of territories are not always clear. She seems to speak it well enough, though with that southern inflection, a little like Belladora, Kimmeran's mate."
"What a shame to come all the way here and then possibly lose her man. I don't know what I would have done if something like that had happened to Jondalar right after I got here, or even now,"
Ayla said, shuddering at the thought. "You would stay here and become a Zelandonii, just as you are now. You said yourself you don't really have any place to go back to. You're not going to make the long journey all the way back to the Mamutoi alone, and weren't you adopted by them? You're more than adopted here. You belong. You are Zelandonii," the woman said. Ayla was a little surprised at the vehemence of the first's statement, but more than that, she was gratified. It let her know she was wanted. It wasn't the next morning, but early the day after that Ayla finally returned to her home. The sun was just coming up, and she paused a moment to watch the glowing color, brighter in one spot, begin to saturate the sky across the river. The rain had stopped, but clouds hanging low on the horizon strung out in wispy threads of brilliant reds and golds. When the searing light first lifted above the cliffs, Ayla tried to shade her eyes to take notice of the formations nearby, so she could compare the rising of the intense radiance with where it rose the day before. Soon she would be required to note the risings and settings of the sun and moon for a whole year. The hardest part of that, she was told by others of the Zelandonii, was missing sleep, especially watching the moon, which sometimes first appeared or disappeared in the middle of the day, and sometimes in the middle of the night. The sun, of course, always rose in the morning and set in the evening, but some days were longer than others, and it moved across the horizon in a predictable way. For half the year, as the days grew longer, it traveled a little farther north every day until it stood still for a few days in the middle of summer, when the days were longest, the time of the summer long day. Then it reversed its direction, setting a little farther south every day, while the days got shorter, passing the time when day and night were the same length, and the sun set nearly directly west, until it stood still again for a few days in the middle of winter, the time of the winter's short day. Ayla had talked with Jacaral's mother and Amalana, and became better acquainted with the young woman. They had at least one thing in common. They were both foreign women who had mated Zelandonii men. She was quite young, Ayla realized, and a little unpredictable and capricious, and she was pregnant, and still suffering some morning sickness. She really wished they could do more for Jacaral, for Amalana's sake as well as his own. Both Ayla and Zelandonii watched him closely, for themselves as well as for him. They wanted to see his progress, to try to learn more about conditions such as his. So far they had managed to get some water into him, but it was only reflex action that caused him to swallow, and sometimes choke when they put water in his mouth. He didn't wake up as a result of their efforts. While they were together, Zelandonii also spent some time instructing Ayla in the ways of the Zelandonii. They discussed medicines and healing practices and conducted several ceremonies in an effort to elicit the help of the Great Earth Mother. Ayla was familiar with only some of it. They hadn't yet gotten the whole community involved in the healing ceremonies, which would be much more elaborate and formal. They also discussed a forthcoming journey the older woman wanted to make with her acolyte, a long journey that would take the entire summer, and she wanted to leave soon. There were several sacred sites to the south and the east that the first thought they should visit. They would not be going alone. Not only would Jondalar come, but Willamar, the trade master, and his 2 young assistants. They were discussing who else should make the trip with them, and Jonicol's name came up. The idea of traveling so far to see new places was exciting, but Ayla knew it would also be arduous, and was grateful for the horses. It would make traveling easier for her and the first. Besides, Zelandonii liked arriving on the pole drag being pulled by Whinny. It created a commotion, and she liked doing things that brought attention to the Zelandonii and the importance of the position of the first. When Ayla arrived at her dwelling, she thought about making a morning tea for Jondalar, but she was so tired. She hadn't slept much, staying up so Zelandonii could rest. In the morning, the Danyar had sent her home to get some sleep. It was so early, everyone was still sleeping except Wolf, who was outside waiting to greet her. She smiled when she saw him. It amazed her how he always seemed to know when she was coming or where she was going. When she went in, Ayla noticed that Ayla was sleeping beside Jondalar. She had her own smaller sleeping roll beside theirs, but she liked to crawl in with them, and when Ayla wasn't there, which was happening more often, she climbed in with him. Ayla started to pick Ayla up to move her back to her own sleeping place, then changed her mind and decided to let them finish sleeping without being disturbed. They'd be up soon enough. She went to Ayla's bed, and though it was small, there was extra bedding in the storage area. Rearranging her child's bedroll somewhat, she used it instead. When Jondalar woke up and saw Ayla sleeping in Ayla's place, he smiled, then frowned. He thought she must have been very tired, but he missed having her beside him. Jackaral died a few days later, without ever waking up. Ayla used the travois to transport him back to the seventh cave. His mother wanted the funeral ceremony to be held there, and him to be buried nearby, so his Elan would be in a familiar area while he was finding his way to the next world. Ayla, Jondalar, Zelandonii, and several others from the ninth and neighboring caves, and all the people from Bear Hill, took part in the burying ritual. Afterwards, Amalana approached Zelandonii and Ayla and asked to talk with them.
"Someone told me that you are planning to make a journey south soon. Is that true?"
Amalana said. "Yes," Zelandonii said, wondering what the young woman wanted. She thought she knew, and was already considering how to handle it.
"Will you take me with you? I want to go home,"
the young woman said, her eyes welling up with tears. "But this is your home, isn't it?" the first said.
"I don't want to stay here,"
Amalana cried.
"I didn't know that Jackaral wanted to move to new home and live at Bear Hill. I don't like it. There's nothing there. Everything has to be made or built, even our dwelling, and it's still not finished. They don't even have a Zelandonii. I'm pregnant, and I would have to walk to another cave to have my baby. Now I don't even have Jackaral. I told him not to climb up High Rock."
"Have you talked to Jackaral's mother? I'm sure you could stay at the seventh cave."
"I don't want to stay at the seventh cave. I don't know the people there either, and some of them haven't been very nice to me because I come from the south. I am Zelandonii, after all."
"You could move to the second cave. Belladora is from the south," the first said.
"She's south, but more east, and she's a leader's mate. I don't really know her, and I just want to go home. I want to have my baby there. I miss my mother,"
Amalana said, and burst out into sobs. "How far along are you?" Zelandonii asked.
"My bleeding stopped more than 3 moons ago,"
she said, sniffling. "Well, if you are sure you want to leave, we'll take you with us," Zelandonii said. The young woman smiled through her tears.
"Thank you. Oh, thank you."
"Do you know where your cave is?"
"It's on the central highland, a little toward the east, not far from the southern sea."
"We may not be going there directly. There are some places we need to stop along the way."
"I don't mind if we stop,"
Amalana said, then added a little tentatively,
"but I would like to get home before the baby comes."
"I think we can manage that," said the one who was first. After Amalana left, Zelandonii mumbled under her breath, "The handsome stranger visits your cave, and it seems so romantic to run off with him, to make a home in a new place. I have no doubt she pleaded just as hard with her mother to let her get mated and go live with him at his home. But once you arrive, you find it's not so different from the old one, only you don't know anyone. Then your exciting new mate decides to join with a group that wants to make a new cave. They expect you to be as excited about making a place of your own as they are, but they have only moved around the hill from their old cave, and they are with people they know. Amalana is a total stranger with a slightly different way of speaking and probably used to a little coddling, who has moved to a new place where customs and expectations are a little different. She doesn't need the excitement of making a new home. She has just moved to a new home. She needs to be able to settle down and learn about her new people. But her mate, who has already shown that he likes to take risks just by going on a journey, is ready for the adventure of creating a new cave with his, but not her, friends and relatives. They were probably both beginning to regret their hasty mating, beginning to argue about differences, perceived and real, and then she finds herself pregnant with no one to make a fuss over her. Her mother and aunts and all her sisters and cousins and friends are back at the home she left, and then her danger-loving mate takes one risk too many and dies. It's probably better for everyone if she goes back to her home, a little wiser for her adventure. She really doesn't have anyone here with whom she has a close attachment.
I didn't have anyone here when I came,
Ayla said. But you did. You had Jondalar, Zelandonii said.
You said that her mate already had shown that he liked to take risks by going on a journey. I met Jondalar on his journey. Didn't that make him a man who liked risks?
He was not the one who loved to take risks. His brother was. He went along to be with Thonolin, to protect him, knowing of his tendency to rush into precarious situations, and he had no one here to hold him. Morona really had nothing to offer him except an occasional interlude of pleasures. He loved his brother more than her, and perhaps he wanted to get out of the implied promise that she was assuming much more than he was, but he wasn't able to just come out and tell her. He was always looking for someone special. For a while he thought he found it with me, and I admit I was tempted, but I knew that it would never work. I'm glad that he found what he wanted with you, Ayla, the large woman said. Your situation, though superficially similar, is not at all the same as Amalana's. Ayla thought about how wise Zelandonii was. Then she suddenly wondered how many people were going to be making this journey south that the first had proposed. The Danyar, Jondalar, herself, and John Ayla, of course. She was saying the counting words under her breath and touching her leg with her fingers, tallying the people as she named them. That's 4. Willamar and his 2 assistants are going, 7. He said he wanted to give them the full measure of his experience. He also said it would likely be his last extended trading mission, that he was tired of traveling. No doubt he is, Ayla thought. But she wondered if part of it was because he knew Marthona was not well and he wanted to spend more time with her. And now Amalana is going. That's 8. And if Jonakol comes, 9. 8 adults and 1 child. Ayla had a feeling there would be more. Almost as though someone had known what she was thinking, Kimaran and Belladora, with their 5-year twins, sought out Zelandonii. They wanted to go south, too, and bring the children to visit her people. Belladora was almost certain that the first wouldn't mind visiting her cave. It was near one of the most beautiful sacred sites in the land, and one of the oldest. But they didn't want to make the entire trip that the Danyar had planned. They wanted to meet them along the way. "Where do you want to meet?" Zelandonii asked.
"Perhaps at Jondakam's sister's cave," Belladora said. "Kamora is also Kimaran's sister. At least they were raised together. Along with Jondakam, Kamora lives at their mate's cave, which is on the way to the cave of my people."
Ayla smiled at the beautiful woman with dark, wavy hair and a full, rounded figure, who also spoke with an accent, though it was not as unusual as hers. She felt a special bond with her, another foreign woman who had mated a Zelandonii man and returned with him. Ayla knew about the special circumstances of Kimaran and his much older sister, who took care of him, along with her own children, following the death of their mother. Her mate had also died young. She became a Zelandonii after her children and her brother were grown. "There is highland between here and Belladora's people if you try to go directly," Kimmeran was saying. "Good hunting for ibex and chamois, but difficult climbing in places, even if you follow rivers. I thought we'd travel south and then east and go around it. I think it might be easier for Gianaran and Ginadella and for us when we have to carry them. Their legs are short still." Kimmeran smiled. "Not like mine or yours, Jondalar." There was warm feeling between Jondalar and the tall blond man. "Are you going to travel alone?" Zelandonii asked. "That may not be wise if you're taking the children."
"We had thought of asking Jondekam and Levila and her son if they would like to come with us, but we wanted to ask you first, Zelandonii," Belladora said.
"I think they would make good traveling companions," the first said. "Yes, we could meet up with you along the way." Ayla was tapping her fingers on the side of her leg again. "That's 16 in all, if Jonacol comes," she thought. "But Amalana will only be with us on the way there, not the return visit, and we won't meet up with Kimmeran and the others until later." "Will we be going to the summer meeting?" Jondalar asked. "Only for a few days, I think," Zelandonii said. "I will ask the 14th and the 5th to take care of my duties. Between them, I'm sure everything will get done, and I'll be interested to know how they work together. I'll send a runner to Jonacol before we go to the meeting to see if he wants to come along with us, and if he can. He may have other plans after all. He is Zelandonii of the 19th Cave now. I can't just tell him what to do anymore. Not that I ever could, even when he was my acolyte." The morning dawned sunny and bright the day the 9th Cave left for the summer meeting. It had been raining on and off for several days before, but on this day the clouds were gone, and the sky shimmered with a crystalline brilliance that gave distant highlands an intense clarity. They traveled southwest this year, and the place where the summer meeting was being held was farther away than customary, which took them longer than usual to get there. When they arrived, Ayla noticed that some people from more western caves were there, who were unknown to her. They were the ones that gawked a little longer at her with the 3 horses and the wolf, not to mention the pole drags the horses were pulling, one of which carried the first. There was some disappointment when it was learned that the first and her acolyte with the unusual animals would not be staying long. Ayla thought she would have liked to stay and get to know some of the Zelandonii she hadn't met, but she was also looking forward to the summer journey the first had planned. Jonacol did decide to join them. He had never made a very extensive Danyar tour, partly because in the beginning he hadn't really planned to become full-fledged Zelandonii. He just wanted to make images and paintings, and the first hadn't pushed him. After he saw the beautiful white walls of the new sacred cave and became serious about the Zelandonia, he moved to the 19th cave, which was closest to the new hallowed site. His Zelandonii there had been too old and weak to make any long journeys, although her mind was sharp until the end. He had since heard remarkable things about some of the painted caves to the south and didn't want to pass up this opportunity to see them for himself. He might never have another chance. Ayla was pleased. He had been welcoming to her from the beginning, and he could be good company. They stayed only 4 days at the meeting, but almost everyone was there to see them off. A traveling band that had become the size of a small cave made quite a spectacle as they started out, primarily because of the animals and the accoutrements. But the group included more than the ones who planned to make the long trip together. Several people from some of the caves to the west had joined them, who were unfamiliar to Ayla. They planned to go on in another direction. There were also some people from the neighboring caves, particularly the 11th, including Kareja, their leader. The first wanted to travel south, following the river until they reached its mouth at its confluence with Big River. Once there, they would have to cross the larger river, which, as its name implied, was deeper and wider than the river, with a swifter current. They could cross their familiar river at the crossing place, a wider, shallower section, using stepping stones, or wading, sometimes up to the waist, depending on the season, but it would take more than that to cross Big River. To solve that problem, the First and Willamar had approached Courageous and some members of the 11th Cave, who were known for the rafts they made, to take the travelers and their gear down the river to its mouth and then across the larger expanse of Big River. They started out, heading back toward the 9th Cave, with only adults, except for John Ayla, and the horses. Their pace was much faster than when an entire cave moved. Most of the travelers were young and healthy, and though the first was a big woman, a size that gave her a commanding presence, she was strong and walked much of the time. When she got tired and felt she couldn't keep up, she was able to ride on the travois, which did not in any way detract from her authority or dignified bearing, especially since she was the only one who rode on a seat on the pole drag that was pulled by Ayla's horse. That evening, when they camped for the night, the First and the trading master began discussions with Courageous, the leader of the 11th Cave, and some others who were familiar with the use of their rafts and could estimate how many rafts and people it would require to take the travelers on the next part of their journey. Then the details for the exchange of goods and services for the use of the rafts had to be worked out. It was not a private discussion, and the Zelandonii who were unfamiliar to the 9th and 11th Caves were very interested. A couple of them even wondered if the rafts could be used to travel west on Big River to the great waters of the west, which of course they could, at least during the right seasons. It was coming back that was difficult. As part of their bartering, Courageous of the 11th Cave had been asking Jondalar for a future service from the 9th Cave in exchange for their service in handling the rafts. Jondalar had been sitting in on the talks along with the First, but was wishing Joharan were there. Promises of undeclared future services could be problematic and might require more than some wanted to give. "I don't think I have the right to make a commitment like that for the 9th Cave," Jondalar said. "I'm not the leader. Maybe Willamar or Zelandonii can." Courageous had been waiting until the time was right in the negotiations to ask for a particular service from Jondalar that she wanted for a person in her cave. "But you can make a commitment for yourself, Jondalar," Courageous said. "There is a young woman I know who has shown great promise as a worker of the flint. If you would take her as an apprentice, I would call this matter complete." Zelandonii watched him, wondering how he would respond. She knew he had been asked by many to train a youngster, but he was very selective. He already had 3 apprentices and couldn't possibly take on all who asked. But this was his mate's Danur tour, and it wouldn't be inappropriate for him to contribute something to make it easier. "A girl? I doubt that a woman could become a fully trained flint knapper," a man from one of the western caves commented. He had traveled with them from the summer meeting. "I've had a little training in working with flint, and it takes both strength and precision to make good tools. We all know of Jondalar's reputation as a flint knapper. Why should he waste his time trying to train a girl?" Ayla had become quite interested in the conversation. She didn't at all agree with the man. In her experience, women could knap flint as well as men, but if Jondalar took on a woman apprentice, where would she stay? He couldn't put her in with the young men apprentices, especially when her monthly bleeding came. Although the Zelandonii were not as strict about it as the clan, where a woman couldn't even look at a man at that time, a woman did need privacy. That meant she would have to live in their dwelling with them, or some other arrangement would have to be made. Jondalar had obviously been thinking the same thing. "I'm not sure we can take in a young woman, Courageous," he said.
"Are you saying a woman cannot learn to knap flint?" Courageous said. "Women make tools all the time. A woman isn't going to run to a flint knapper every time a tool breaks when she's scraping a hide or butchering a kill. She reworks it or makes a new one herself."
Courageous appeared calm, but the first knew she was struggling to control herself. She wanted to tell the man from the west outright how absurd he was, but it seemed to her that Jondalar was agreeing with him. Zelandonii was watching the exchange with interest.
"Oh, I know a woman can make tools for their own uses, a scraper or a knife, but can a woman make a hunting tool? Spear points and darts have to fly straight and true or you miss the kill," the man said. "I don't blame the flint knapper for not wanting to take a woman as an apprentice."
Courageous was incensed.
"Jondalar, is he right? Do you think women can't learn to knap flint as well as any man?"
"That has nothing to do with it," Jondalar said. "Of course women can knap flint. When I was living with Dalinar and he was teaching me, he taught my close cousin Joplea right alongside me. We were rather competitive, and when I was younger, I'd never tell her, but now I wouldn't hesitate to say that in some ways she's better than I am. It's just that I don't know where a young woman would stay. I can't put her in with the 3 apprentices I have. They're men, and a woman needs some privacy. We could take her in with us, but an apprentice needs a place to keep her tools and her samples, and flint chips are sharp. Ayla gets upset if any have stuck on my clothes when I come in. She doesn't want them around John Ayla, and I don't blame her. If I took on your young woman, we'd have to build an addition to the apprentice dwelling, or a separate one." Courageous immediately calmed down. That the young woman from the 11th cave should have privacy was a reasonable response. With a woman like Ayla for a mate who was a credible hunter, besides being a Zelandonii acolyte, she should have known Jondalar wouldn't share the ludicrous views of that man from the west. After all, Jondalar's mother had been a leader. But he did bring up a good point, the tall, thin woman thought.
"A separate one would be better, I think," Courageous said, "and the 11th cave will help you build it. Or if you tell me where you want it, we can build it while you are gone on this journey."
"Wait a heartbeat," Jondalar said. His eyes opened wide with surprise at the speed with which Courageous had taken over. Zelandonii was smiling to herself and glanced at Ayla, who was fighting to keep her smile from showing. "I didn't say I would take her. I always have to test my prospective apprentices. I don't even know who she is."
"You know her. It's Noreva. I saw you working with her last summer," Courageous said.
Jondalar relaxed and grinned. "Yes, I do know her. I think she could be an excellent flint knapper. When we were on that aurochs hunt last year, she had broken a couple of points. She was reworking them when I walked by. I stopped for a moment to watch, and she asked for some help. I showed her a few things, and she immediately caught on. She learns quick and has good hands. Yes, if you make sure she has a place to stay, Courageous, I'll take Noreva as an apprentice." Chapter 19. Most of the people from neighboring caves who had not gone to the summer meeting were at the 9th cave when the travelers arrived. Word had been sent ahead by a runner, and others had been watching out for them. A meal was ready and waiting. Hunters had gone out and brought down a megaceros, whose massive palmate antlers were still in velvet, bringing the blood supply which enabled them to grow to their magnificent and increasing size every year. In mature males, a set of antlers could span in excess of 12 feet, each one 3 feet in width or more. The projecting tines were often cut off for other purposes, leaving a large, rather concave palm section of strong, bone-like keratin material that was very serviceable. It could be used as a serving platter, or with a sharpened edge as a shovel, especially for moving soft material like ashes from a fireplace or soft sand on the river's edge or snow. Shaped in a suitable way, it could also be used as an effective oar or rudder to help propel and steer rafts. The huge deer also supplied meat for a gathering of hungry travelers, as well as members of the ninth cave and their neighbors, with plenty left over for all. The next morning, the ones who were traveling with the first gathered their belongings and some extra Megaceros meat for the journey and walked the short distance to the crossing. They waded across the river to the wooden dock in front of the shelter known as River Place, the 11th cave of the Zelandonii. Several rafts made of small whole trees that were stripped into pliable logs, then lashed together, were tied up to the dock, a simple wooden structure that jutted out over the river. Some were being repaired, the rest were ready for use. One new one was being made. A series of logs laid out in a row on the beach showed the process of construction. They were aligned with the thicker end of the small trees at the back end and the thinner upper part of the trunks brought together into a kind of prow and pointing forward. The horses had pulled the pole drags to the 11th cave with most of the gear of the travelers, but now everything had to be stowed on the rafts and tied down. Fortunately, the Zelandonii knew how to travel light. They brought only what they could carry themselves. The only extra weight was the poles and connecting pieces of the travois. Except for Ayla and Jondalar, they hadn't grown to depend on having the assistance of horses and pole drags to help them carry their things. The people of the 11th cave, who would be guiding the rafts downstream, were directing the loading of the rafts, which had to be well balanced or the rafts could be difficult to control. Jondalar and Ayla helped to load the long pole drags onto the raft that would run first, the one that would carry the first, Willamar, and Jonacol. The heavier pole drag, the one with the seat, had to be dismantled and was loaded on the second raft that would float behind. It would take Amalana and Willamar's two young apprentice traders to Vonan and Paladar. Ayla and Jondalar, with John Ayla, of course, would ride the horses on the riverbank, if there was one, or they would wade or swim, or in some cases ride further inland. There was one area of rapids in particular, places with high rock sides and rough water, that Courageous strongly suggested they should ride around inland. She also pointed out that anyone who might be frightened by a difficult passage might want to walk the inland trail as well. A few years back they had lost a raft there, and some people were injured, but none died. While they were waiting, a woman came down from the rock shelter that was higher up and back from the water's edge and went to talk with the first. She wanted the healer to look at her daughter, who was in great pain from her teeth. Ayla asked Jondalar to look after John Ayla, then she and the first followed the woman back up to the living shelter. It was smaller than the 9th cave's shelter, but then most were. The people who lived there had made it comfortable. The woman took them to a small dwelling under the overhanging shelf. Inside, a young woman who could count perhaps 16 years was tossing and turning on a sleeping roll, sweating profusely. One cheek was red and severely swollen. She was obviously suffering from a terrible toothache. "I've had some experience with toothaches," Ayla said to the young woman, recalling the time she helped Isa pull one of Krebs's teeth. "Would you let me look at it?" The young woman sat up and shook her head. "No," she said in a muffled voice. She stood up and went to the first and touched the side of her face. "Just stop pain. Our Zelandonii gave us something for her pain before he left, but it seems so much worse now. The medicine doesn't do much good," the mother said. Ayla watched Zelandonii. The big woman scowled and shook her head. "I'll give her some strong medicine that will put her to sleep," the first said to the young woman's mother, "and leave some with you to give her later." "Thank you so much," the mother said. As Ayla and Zelandonii walked back down to the water's edge, Ayla turned to her mentor with a questioning look. "Do you know what's wrong with her tooth?" "She's had a problem since her teeth first started to grow in. She has too many, a double row," the first said. Then, seeing Ayla's quizzical look, she explained, "She has 2 sets of teeth trying to grow into the same spaces at the same time, and they have grown in wrong, all crowded together. She had terrible teething pains when she was a baby, and again when her second teeth came in. After that, she was fine for a while. The teeth didn't hurt her for several years, but then the very back teeth started growing in, and she started getting painful toothaches again." "Can't some of the teeth be taken out?" Ayla said. "Zelandonii of the 11th has tried, but they are packed so tightly together he couldn't get any out. The young woman tried herself a few moons ago and ended up breaking some. Her toothaches have been worse since then. I think there may be suppuration and inflammation now, but she won't let anyone look. I'm not sure her mouth will ever heal. She will probably die from those teeth. It might be kinder to give her too much of the pain medicine and let her go to the next world quietly," the first said, "but that will be for her and her mother to decide." "But she's so young, and she looks like a strong, healthy woman," Ayla said. "Yes, it's a shame she has to suffer so, but I'm afraid it won't stop now until the mother takes her," the Danyer said, "especially if she won't let anyone help her." By the time they got back down to the river, the rafts were almost loaded. 2 rafts were being used to hold the 6 travelers who would be floating downriver, and some of the gear from the pole drags. Ayla and Jondalar, on horseback, would wear their back frames and carry their own personal things. Of course, Wolf would manage quite well on his own. Courageous told them that they considered taking 3 rafts, but there were only enough people to handle 2 at the moment. They would have had to send for more people and wait until they arrived, so they decided 2 would be enough. They never took such long and possibly dangerous trips with fewer than 2 rafts. The floating craft were pushed upstream by using 1 or more long poles to thrust against the bottom of the river and were carried downstream by the current. Since that was their direction, once the rope that held a raft to the dock was released, the river made the work easy. The pole was used mainly to help steer the craft and to avoid jutting rocks. They used another steering mechanism as well, an antler of a megaceros with the tines removed, and the central palm shaped into a rudder and attached to a handle. It was mounted in the center of the stern of the craft in such a way that it could be pivoted left or right to change direction. In addition, long oars were also shaped out of the palmate antlers of moose or megaceros and attached to poles to help propel and maneuver the floating wooden platforms. But it took skill and experience to keep the unwieldy, clumsy craft on course, and usually 3 people working closely together. Ayla put the riding blankets on the backs of Winnie, Racer, and Gray, then attached a lead rope to the young mare, but put John Ayla in front of her on Winnie for now. There would be time enough to let John Ayla ride by herself when they weren't riding in and out of a river. As soon as the first raft was pushed off from the dock, Ayla looked around for Wolf, then whistled for him. He came bounding up, shaking with excitement. He knew something was happening. Ayla and Jondalar directed the horses into the river, and when they reached the deepest part near the middle, the animals swam, following the rafts for a while before striking out for the opposite shore. The rafts made good speed heading south, and the horses following along managed not to fall too far behind the rafts, as long as they were swimming or there was land on the edge of the river. When the walls of the cliffs closed in, they turned back into the river and let the horses swim in the deep, swift water. The second raft used the oars to slow down so the horses could catch up. When they did, Shinora, the woman who was steering the rudder of the first raft, called out, "Just beyond the next turn, there's a low bank. You should get out there and go around the next series of cliffs. We'll be running into some white water beyond that turn-off. It's very rough, and I don't think it's safe for you or the horses to stay in the water."
"What about you and the people on the raft? Will you be safe?" Jondalar called back.
"We've done it before," the woman said. "With a poler, a paddler, and me steering, we should be all right."
Jondalar, guiding Gray by her lead, directed Racer toward the left with the rope attached to his halter so that it would be easier to go ashore when they reached the place to get out. Ayla, with her arm around Ayla, followed after. Wolf was swimming behind them. Amalana and Willimar's two apprentices, Tavonen and Paladar, were in the last raft, the one closest to them. Amalana seemed concerned, but she showed no inclination to get out and walk. The two young men were hovering around her. An attractive young woman was always appealing to young men, especially if she was pregnant. Zelandonii, Jonacol, and Willimar, in the front raft, were beyond the range of Jondalar's voice now, and they were the ones he was most concerned about. But if the first decided not to get off the raft here, he supposed she must have thought it was safe enough. As the horses walked out of the river, both animals and humans dripping water, the people on the rafts watched them go. Zelandonii observed the horses with the humans on their backs, scrambling out of the water and up onto the riverbank, and was having second thoughts about her decision to stay on the platform of logs tied together with leather thongs, sinew, and fiber cordage. Suddenly she was longing for the feel of the earth beneath her feet. Although she had been poled upriver before and had floated down calmer waters, she had never chosen to take the whitewater route to Big River before, but Jonacol, and in particular Willimar, had seemed so unconcerned she couldn't bring herself to admit her fears. Before she knew it, a bend in the river and a cliff alongside it blocked her view of the last place to escape from the churning water. Zelandonii turned her head back around to the front and frantically searched for the rope handles extending from the ties that held the logs together, which she had been shown when she climbed aboard the floating structure. She was sitting on a heavy cushion made of leather, somewhat waterproofed with grease that had been burnished into the hide, but a good soaking was expected when riding a raft. Ahead, the river was a raging mass of foaming white water. It came up between the logs and splashed over the sides and front. She noticed the roar of the roiling river growing louder as the powerful current carried them between cliffs, rising high on both sides of the rushing waterway. Then they were in the middle of the maelstrom, with water splashing over rocks and around boulders that had been eroded away from the cliffs and outcrops by the forces of extreme cold, fierce winds, and rough water. The first stifled a gasp when she felt a spray of cold water on her face as the front of the raft dove into the churning, racing white water. Usually, if there were no storms or tributaries adding more to the volume, the quantity of water in the river stayed about the same. But a change in the riverbed and channel changed the condition of the flow. At a crossing place where the river widened out and became more shallow, the water rippled and bubbled easily around the rocks in the middle of the stream. But as the cliff walls drew closer together and the slope of the riverbed dropped more steeply, the same amount of water confined to the narrower space surged through with more force. That force was taking the raft made of wooden logs with it. Zelandonii was frightened.
but excited too, and her estimation of the expertise of the rafters of the 11th cave rose immensely after watching them control the craft that was being so rapidly propelled down the lower reaches of the river. The man with the pole was now using it to push them away from boulders that emerged in the middle of the river and to keep them away from the cliff walls that rose up at the water's edge. The rower sometimes did the same, and at other times tried to help steer the way through channels that had no obstructions, along with the woman who controlled the rudder and guided the cumbersome craft. They had to work together as a team, yet think independently. They turned around a bend, and the raft suddenly slowed, though the river spilled just as rapidly down around them as the bottom of the watercraft scraped along a section of the river that flowed downhill across the smooth stone of barely submerged solid rock. This was the most difficult part of the river to navigate on their return, having to pole up the shallow, steep riverbed. Sometimes they got out of the river and carried the raft around the place. Coming off the rock, they skidded down through a small waterfall at the side and ended up in a notch in the rock wall to the left. A back-flowing eddy held them in place. They were floating, but they were trapped, unable to continue downstream. "This happens sometimes, though it hasn't for a while," said the woman controlling the rudder. Shonora was holding it up out of the water now, and had been since they started round the bend. "We have to push away from the wall, but it can be difficult. It's hard to swim out of here, too. If you got off the raft now, the water could grab you and pull you down. We need to get out of this back eddy. The second raft will be here soon, and they could help us, but they might run into us and get caught, too." The man with the pole put his bare feet into the cracks between the logs of the raft for traction to keep them from slipping, then pushed at the cliff wall with his pole, straining to make the raft move. The one with the oar was also trying to help push against the wall, although the handles of the paddles were shorter and not as strong. They could bend or break at the connection between the antler paddle and the wood handle.
"I think you need another pole or two," Willamar said, moving toward the poler with a long, thin log from one of Ayla's pole drags. Jonacol was behind him with another. Even with 3 men pushing, it took some effort to get them away from the back eddy trap, but eventually they were into the current again. Once they were floating freely, the poler guided them to a jutting rock, and with him using his pole and the others using the paddle and rudder, they held the raft in place. "I think we should wait here and see how the second raft comes through," he said. "This is more treacherous than usual." "Good idea," Willamar said. "I've got a couple of young traders on that raft whom I'd rather not lose." As they spoke, the second raft appeared around the bend and was slowed down by the submerged rock riverbed as the first raft had been, but the current had pushed them a little farther out from the wall, and they managed to avoid getting caught in the back eddy. Once they saw that the second raft was clear, the first raft started out again. There was still some rough water ahead, and in one place the raft behind them bumped into a jutting rock and started into a spin, but they managed to get out of it. Zelandonii held onto her rope handles again as she felt the raft lift on a surging wave and then dive down into rushing water. It happened a few more times before they came to another bend in the river. Beyond that, suddenly, the river was calm, and on the left bank was a nice, sandy, level beach and a small dock of sorts. The raft headed toward it, and when they got close, one of the paddlers threw a loop of rope that was attached to the raft around a pole anchored sturdily into the ground at the edge of the river. The second paddler threw another rope, and between them they pulled the raft up close to the small dock at the shore. "We should get off here and wait for the others. Besides, I need a rest," the man with the pole said. "Yes, you do. We all do," the first said. The second raft appeared as the ones who arrived first got off. The people from the first raft helped to tie the second log platform to the small dock, and its passengers gladly got off to take a rest. A little later, Ayla and Jondalar and their menagerie came around the back edge of the cliff they had just passed. Getting caught in the backwater eddy had slowed the rafts down, giving the horses time to catch up. They all greeted each other enthusiastically, glad to see that everyone was safe. Then a man of the 11th cave started a fire in a pit that had obviously been used before. Rocks that were smooth and rounded from being tumbled around by the river had been collected earlier and piled near the edge of the stream to dry out. Dry rocks heated faster when put in the fire and were less dangerous. Moisture trapped within rocks could cause them to explode when exposed to the heat of a fire. Water was drawn from the river and put in 2 cooking bowls and a kerfed box. When the hot cobbles were added to the water, they produced a cloud of steam amid a welling up of bubbles. Additional rocks brought the water to cooking temperature. Traveling by water was much faster, but they weren't able to forage for food along the way when they were on the river, so they used the food they brought with them. Various leaves for tea went into the kerfed box. Dried meat made a flavorful base for soup, and it went into one large bowl, along with dried vegetables and some of the roasted megaceres from the night before. In the second bowl, dried fruits were added to the hot water to soften them. It was a quick lunch, so they could get back on the rafts and finish their water journey before it got dark. Toward the mouth of the river, many small tributaries were adding to the size of the stream and to the turbulence, but the water was never again as rough as it had been going through the Whitewater Rapids. They followed the left bank south until they came in sight of Big River. Then, as the river delta widened at the mouth, the 11th Cave river rafters kept the craft toward the middle of the waterway until it carried them into Big River. The conflicting currents of the 2 rivers had built up a bar, a ridge of sand and silt that added another precarious aspect to their ride when they crossed over it. Then, suddenly, they were in a much larger body of water, with a strong current carrying them toward the great waters. The pole was of little value now. The man using it picked up a second oar that had been tied down near the edge. The 2 men with oars of megaceres antlers, and Shanora, the woman who controlled the rudder, had the job of getting them across the fast-flowing river. She pulled the rudder over as far as it would go to steer it toward the opposite shore, while the rowers worked to guide the lumbering craft. The second raft followed them. The horses and Wolf swam across somewhat more directly. They continued along the shore, keeping the raft in sight as it angled toward land. As they rowed downstream, Jondalar remembered with fondness the boats used by the Sharamudoi, who lived beside the Great Mother River. They lived so far downstream of the long and significant watercourse that it had become quite wide and swift, but the boats they used skimmed across the water. Small ones could be controlled by a single person using a double-ended paddle. Jondalar had learned to use one, though he'd had a mishap or 2 in the process. Large ones could be used to carry goods and people, though they also needed more than one person using oars to propel them, but they had much greater control. He thought about how the boats were made. They started with a large log, dug out the center, using hot coals and stone knives, shaped both ends into a point, and stretched the log with steam to make it wider in the middle. Then planks, known as strakes, were added to the sides to enlarge the watercraft, attached with wooden pegs and leather ties. He had helped them build such a boat when he and Thonelin were living with them. "Ayla, remember the boats of the Sharamudoi," Jondalar said. "I think we could make one. At least I'd like to try. A small one, to show the 11th cave. I have tried to explain the boats to them, but it's hard to make it clear. I think if I made a small boat, they'd get the idea."
"If you want me to help you, I'll be happy to," Ayla said. "We could also make one of those round bowl boats that the Mamutoi used to make. We made one on our journey here. It held a lot of things when we attached it to Winnie's pole drag, especially when we had to cross rivers."
Then she frowned.
"But sometimes Zelandonii might need me."
"I know," he said. "If you can help me, I'd appreciate it, but don't worry about it. Maybe I can get my apprentices to help. The bowl boats can be useful, but I think I'll try to make one of those small Sharamudoi boats first. It will take longer, but it'll be easier to control, and it would give us an opportunity to develop effective knives to make those kinds of boats. If the 11th cave likes it as well as I think they will, I'm sure I can trade the boat for a future use of their rafts, and if they decide to make more boats, they might want to use knives especially designed for carving out the inside of logs, and I could make future trades for many trips on the river."
Ayla thought about the way Jondalar's mind worked, the way he was always thinking ahead, especially to gain some benefit for the future. She knew he was very conscientious about taking care of her and John Ayla, and she knew the Zelandonii concept of status was also involved in some way. It was important to him, and he was very aware of what needed to be done in any given situation to achieve it. His mother, Marthona, was like that too, and he had obviously learned from her. Ayla understood the notion of status. It had been perhaps of even greater consequence to the clan, but to her it didn't seem so crucial. Though she had gained status among various people, it always seemed to be something that came to her. She had never had to strive for it, and she wasn't sure if she would know how to. The current carried the rafts quite some distance downstream before they were able to reach the other side. By then the sun was getting low in the west, and everyone was relieved when both rafts reached the far shore. While camp was being set up, Willimar's 2 young apprentice traders, along with Jondalar and Wolf, left to see if they could find anything to hunt. They still had some venison from the Megaceres, but it wouldn't last too much longer, and they wanted to look for fresh meat. Soon after they started out, they saw a lone bull bison, but it saw them first and ran off too quickly for them to follow. Wolf flushed out a couple of nesting ptarmigans, resplendent in summer plumage. Jondalar got one with his spear-thrower. Tavonen missed with his spear-thrower, and Paladar didn't get his set up fast enough. One ptarmigan wasn't going to feed many people, but Jondalar retrieved it. It was going to be dark soon. They didn't have much time to look for anything else, so they headed back toward camp. Then Jondalar heard a yelp and quickly turned to see Wolf trying to hold a young bull bison at bay. It was smaller than the one they had first seen, and it was likely that it had only recently left the maternal herd to roam with the bachelors, which grouped in looser, smaller herds at this time of year. Jondalar's spear was in his thrower in an instant, and Paladar was more ready this time. As the men closed in for the kill, Tavonen managed to get his spear-thrower armed as well. The inexperienced young bison had been concentrating on the wolf, whom he instinctively feared, and wasn't paying much attention to the bipedal predators, for whom he had no instinctive sense and no familiarity. But with 3 of them closing in, he had little chance. Jondalar, who was the most proficient spear-thrower, cast his spear the instant after it was mounted on the thrower. The other 2 men took a little more time to aim. Paladar cast the lightweight spear with the thrower next, quickly followed by Tavonen. All 3 spears hit their mark and brought the animal down. The young men let out a whoop. Then each of the young traders grabbed a front leg by the hoof and began skidding the bison toward camp. He would supply enough meat for several meals for all 14 adults, plus the wolf, who certainly deserved a share for his part in hunting the animal. "That wolf can be a real help sometimes,"
Paladar said, smiling at the wolf with the ear that was cocked at an odd angle. It made Wolf recognizable, distinguished him from any wild canines that happened to be in his area, but Paladar knew why it was that way, and it hadn't been an occasion to smile. He was the one who had come upon the site of the wolf fight, which included a lot of blood, a badly torn-up dead female, and the body of one animal that Wolf had managed to kill. Paladar skinned it, thinking he could use the fur to decorate a carrying pouch or spear quiver, but when he went to visit his friend Tavonen to show him his find, Wolf picked up the scent of the wolf and attacked the young man. Even Ayla had trouble getting the four-legged hunter away from Paladar. The fact that Wolf was still weak from his injuries helped. The ninth cave had never seen Wolf attack a person, and it came as a surprise to them. But Ayla noticed the piece of fur sewn on to Paladar's spear holder, and when he told her where he obtained it, she put the story together. She asked him for the piece of fur and gave it to Wolf, who bit and tore and shook the thing until it was shredded to bits. It was almost funny to watch him, but not to Paladar, who was glad he hadn't come upon Wolf when he was alone. He took Ayla to the place where he found the fur, which was much farther than she had imagined. She was surprised at the distance Wolf had dragged himself to reach her, but she was grateful that he had. She told Paladar what she thought had happened. She knew Wolf had found a lone female wolf companion and guessed they were trying to cut out a piece of territory for themselves, but obviously the local pack was too big and too well entrenched, and Wolf and his she-wolf too young. Wolf had another disadvantage. He had never play-fought with litter mates, and beyond instinct, he didn't know how to fight wolves. Wolf's mother was a female who had come into heat at the wrong time of year and was driven out of her pack by the alpha female. She happened to meet an elderly male who had left his pack, not able to keep up any more. He felt invigorated for a while, having a young female to himself, but he died before the winter was out, leaving her to raise her litter alone when most mother wolves would have had the help of a whole pack. When Ayla rescued him, Wolf was barely 4 weeks old and the last survivor of her litter, but that was the age when a mother wolf would normally have brought her cubs out of their birthing den to imprint on the wolf pack. Instead, Wolf imprinted on the human pack of Mamutoi with Ayla and his alpha mother. He didn't know his canine siblings. He wasn't raised with other wolf cubs. He was raised by Ayla, along with the children of the lion camp. Since a wolf pack and a human family group have many characteristics in common, he adapted to living with people. After the fight, Wolf managed to drag himself close enough to the camp of the ninth cave for Ayla to find him. Almost everyone at the summer meeting rooted for his recovery. The first even helped Ayla treat his wounds. His ear had been nearly torn off, and though Ayla stitched it back together, it healed with a cocky turn that many thought gave him a raffish air, a look of free-spirited charm which made people smile when they saw him. The incident had made her understand that he not only had to heal from his physical wounds, but from the stressful ones that had caused him to attack the young man who carried the skin of the wolf he had killed and reminded him of the fight. The young canine had never been in a fight with wolves before. It made him much more wary of the scent that he recognized at a deep level as his own kind. The sacred site that the first wanted to visit was a painted cave that was several days' walk to the east and south, and the 11th cave had to negotiate the same swift current getting back across the major waterway they had just crossed. They needed to put into the large river some distance upstream if they wanted to reach the other side anywhere near the mouth of the river, which would take them back home. They were both heading for a particular cave that was, Ayla was told, near the place where a small stream joined Big River. The smaller waterway began in a highland to the south that was near the sacred site the first wanted Ayla to see next.
They started east, back upstream along Big River the next morning. The 11th was not the only cave of Zelandonii that used rafts to navigate the rivers of their territory. Many generations before, some descendants of the same ancestors of river runners who had settled the 11th cave decided to start a new cave on the other side of Big River, close to the place where they usually started back. They had camped in the area many times, often searching for caves and sheltering abri when the weather turned bad, and they explored the area while they hunted and gathered food. They came to know the region quite well. Later, for the usual reasons, their home became too crowded, or someone had a disagreement with her brother's mate or his uncle, a small group broke off and formed a new cave. There was still far more uninhabited land than people to fill it. For the original cave, it was a definite advantage to have a place to go that had friends, food, and a place to sleep. The two closely related caves worked out ways to exchange services and goods, and the new cave thrived. They became known as the first cave of Zelandonii in the land south of Big River, which was shortened over time to the first cave of the Southland Zelandonii. The Danir wanted to make arrangements with them to cross the river on their way back and to give them advance warning that another group that the travelers were planning to meet later would be coming across Big River. She also wanted to speak with their Zelandonii, a woman she had known since before she became an acolyte. Then the group would split. The 11th cave raft runners would start back across Big River from the same place Danir tour travelers would follow the small river upstream to reach the painted cave. Running rivers required that sometimes they had to carry the raft, to portage around obstacles or extremely rough water or waterfalls, or areas so shallow that the craft scraped the bottom. For that reason, the rafts were built with slender logs anchored to supports that ran across them so that the people who controlled each raft could carry it. This time, the travelers helped, which made the job easier. The oars, rudders, and poles were loaded on the pole drags pulled by the horses, along with the traveling tents and some extra belongings of the hikers. As they trudged upriver, they all carried their own back frames with their personal gear and traded off carrying the rafts. As they continued east, upstream, along the left bank, the south side of the large west-flowing river, they knew they were near the mouth of the river when they came to the first of two large meandering loops of the Big River. When they reached the bottom end of the first loop, the travelers didn't walk beside the river. It would have meant a great deal of extra walking to follow the loop when they could just hike across the land a short distance until they met up with the bottom end of the second loop of Big River again. They were following a path that had begun as an animal trail and had been enlarged by human traffic, where it forked, with one path heading north alongside the river and the other going east cross-country. It was the eastern track that was more heavily traveled. They reached the lower end of the second loop, then followed the river only until it headed north again. The forking paths at the bottom of this loop, one toward the east and the other heading north, were more equally worn. It was the north end of the second loop that was opposite the mouth of the river, the place where it flowed into Big River, and that northern path was used as often as the other. Going east across the land, they reached the river again, then followed the trail beside it in a southeast direction. The volume of water in Big River was considerably less before the place where the water of the river entered the larger stream. It was there that they decided to camp for the night. Everyone had finished their evening meal, and most were sitting around the fire relaxing before settling down in their tents and sleeping rolls. Ayla was giving John Ayla a second helping, listening to some young people from the 11th talk about starting a new cave farther downstream, near the place where the rafts had landed when they first crossed Big River. They planned to provide places to sleep and to have food available for travelers who crossed Big River either to continue south or to travel west farther downstream. For a previously agreed-upon exchange, tired raft runners and their passengers would have a place to rest without having to set up camp first. Ayla began to understand how communities of people spread out and grew, and why people might want to start a new cave. Suddenly, it seemed entirely reasonable. It took another day to reach the settlement of the first cave of the Southland Zelandonii. They arrived late in the afternoon, and Ayla thought it definitely was more convenient to have a place to spread out their sleeping rolls without having to set up their tents, and to have cooked food available. The people of this cave also traveled and hunted in the warm season, just as all the other caves did, and therefore had fewer people in residence. But they were not as few in relation to their number as most of the other caves. The ones who stayed behind were not just those who could not travel, but also those who made themselves available to provide their services to others. The travelers were encouraged to spend an extra few days with the Southland Zelandonii, who had heard about a wolf and horses that did the bidding of a foreign woman and a Zelandonii man who had returned from a long journey. They were surprised to learn that so much of what they thought was exaggeration was actually true. They also felt honored to have the first among those who served the great Earth Mother in their midst. All the Zelandonii, even those who seldom saw her, acknowledged her as first. But someone from the Southland cave did mention another woman who lived near a cave much farther south, who was also very respected and honored. The first smiled. The woman was a person she knew of, and hoped to see her. The ones whom the Southland cave knew best were the raft runners from the 11th and the trading master of the 9th cave. Willamar had come their way many times on his journeys. The two caves of Zelandonii who built, propelled, and controlled rafts had stories to tell, talents to share, and skills to show each other, as well as to any of the others who were interested. They explained some of the techniques they used to construct their crafts. Jondalar listened with great attention. He talked about the ceremonies boats, but didn't go into great detail, since he had decided to build one to show them, rather than try to tell anyone about them again. His reputation as a flint knapper was very well known, and when they asked him, he was happy to demonstrate some of his techniques. He also talked about how he developed the spear thrower, whose usage had spread rapidly, and, with Ayla, showed some of the finer points of controlling the effective hunting weapon. Ayla also demonstrated her skill with the sling. Willamar told stories of some of his adventures while traveling as the master trader, and he was a good storyteller who enthralled his audience. Zelandonii used the opportunity to instruct, and recited or sang with her impressive voice some of the Zelandonii histories and elder legends. One evening she persuaded Ayla to display her virtuosity in imitating animal voices and whistling bird song. After telling a story about the clan, Ayla showed them some ways to communicate in the clan sign language, in case they happened to meet a band of clan hunters or travelers. Before long, the whole group was having simple conversations without making a sound. It was like a secret language, used with a sense of fun. Ayla was an adorable little girl that most were delighted to entertain, and being the only child among the travelers, she received a great deal of attention. Wolf did too, because he allowed people to touch and pet him, but even more because of the way he responded to the requests of those he knew. It was, however, obvious to everyone that it was Ayla, Jondalar, and Ayla to whom he responded best. The people were also intrigued with the way all three could handle the horses. The older mare, Winnie, who seemed most gentle and willing, was without doubt closest to Ayla.
Jondalar was the one who controlled with finesse the more high-spirited stallion, whom he called Racer. But most surprising was the way the little one, Ayla, rode and took charge of the young mare Gray, though she had to be lifted onto the horse's back to ride her. They also allowed a few other people to ride one or another of the horses, usually the two mares. The stallion could sometimes be difficult for strangers, especially if they were nervous. The people of the 11th cave in particular became more aware of how useful horses could be to transport goods, and the raft runners understood the process of transporting goods better than most, but they also saw how much work it was to care for the animals, even when they weren't being used. Rafts didn't have to be fed or watered. They didn't need shelter or brushing or attention other than some repair and maintenance, and the need to carry them occasionally. The days they'd spent together made the Danyar tour travelers and the 11th cave raft runners feel sad when they went their separate ways. They had been together through some difficult times on the water and had shared the work of traveling on land. They had each found their role in doing whatever was necessary to set up camp, hunt and gather food, and contribute to the chores and necessities of daily living. They had shared stories and skills, and they knew that they had formed special friendships that they hoped would be renewed later. When they started south, Ayla felt a loss. The people from the 11th cave had begun to feel like part of her family. Chapter 20. Continuing their travels with only half as many people had some benefits. The traveling felt lighter, easier. There were fewer things to deal with, and no rafts to carry. Less food had to be found. Not as much wood and other fuel had to be gathered to cook it. Fewer water bags needed to be filled, and less space was required to make camp, which gave them a greater choice of where to camp. Though they missed their newfound friends, they traveled more quickly and soon settled down into a new, more efficient routine for the next few days. The small river provided a constant source of water and had a trail that was easy to follow, though it had an uphill grade almost the entire way. The people who lived near the next sacred place that the first wanted to show Ayla were an offshoot of the first cave of Southland. The first pointed out an abri as they passed by. "That's the entrance to the painted cave I want you to see," the first said.
"Since it's a sacred site, can't we just go into it?"
Ayla asked. "It is in the territory of the 4th cave of Southland Zelandonii, and they consider it theirs to use and show," the first said. "They are also the ones who would add any new paintings, usually. If Jondalar felt moved to paint on the walls, they would probably welcome it, but it would be best if he made his wishes known to them first. One of their own might have been feeling the need to paint something in the same place. It's unlikely, but if that were true, it might mean that the spirit world is reaching out to the Zelandonii for some reason." She went on to explain that it was always fitting to recognize the territory that any cave thought of as theirs. They didn't have a concept of private property. The notion that land could be owned did not occur to anyone. The earth was the embodiment of the Great Mother, given to her children for all to use, but the inhabitants of a region thought of their territory as their home. Other people were free to travel anywhere, through any region, even distant ones, as long as they used consideration and generally accepted courtesies. Anyone could hunt or fish or collect food that was needed, but it was considered polite to make one's presence known to the local cave. That was especially true of neighbors, but also of those passing by, so they would not disrupt any plans the local group might have. If a resident spotter had been watching an approaching herd, for example, and the hunters were planning a large hunt to fill out their own larder for the coming cold season, it could make for some short tempers,
if travelers, in going after only one animal, scattered the herd. If instead they checked in with the local cave, they would likely be invited to come along on their organized hunt and keep a share for themselves. Most caves had spotters who were always on the lookout, primarily for migrating herds, but also for any unusual activity in their region, and people traveling with a wolf and 3 horses were definitely unusual. Even more so if one or more of the horses was dragging a conveyance, upon which a large woman was sitting. By the time the visitors came within sight of the home of the 4th cave of the Southland Zelandonii, there was a small cluster of people waiting for them. After the large woman dismounted, a man with tattoos on his face that declared he was a Zelandonii stepped forward to greet her and the rest of the people. He had recognized her facial tattoos. "Greetings to the one who is first among those who serve the great Earth Mother," he said, approaching her with both hands open and extended in the usual manner to show candor and friendliness. "In the name of Dani, great and beneficent First Mother who provides for us all, you are welcome." "In the name of Dani, original and most generous Mother, I greet you, Zelandonii of the 4th cave of the Southland Zelandonii," the one who was first said. "What brings you this far south?" he said. "A denier tour for my acolyte," the first said. He watched a tall, attractive young woman approach with an especially pretty little girl. The Zelandonii smiled and approached the young woman with his hands outstretched. Then he noticed the wolf and glanced around nervously. "Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zelandonii," the first began the formal introduction with her important names and ties. "Welcome, Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zelandonii," he said, though he wondered about all her unusual animal names and ties. Ayla stepped forward with both of her hands out. "In the name of Dani, Mother of all, I greet you, Zelandonii of the 4th cave of the Southland Zelandonii," she said. The man struggled not to show his surprise at the way she spoke. It was obvious that she came from someplace far away. It was rare that a foreigner was accepted into the Zelandonii, yet this foreign woman was acolyte to the first. With her ability to detect nuances of gesture and expression, she could clearly see his surprise and his attempt to hide it. The first also noted his surprise and repressed a smile. This was going to be an interesting journey, she thought. With horses, a wolf, and a foreign acolyte, people were going to talk about their visitors for some time. The first thought she would give the Zelandonii a bit more information to show Ayla's status and introduce him to the rest of their party. She motioned to Jondalar, who had also picked up on the reactions of this cave's Zelandonii and the first's response. "Jondalar, please greet the Zelandonii of the 4th cave of the Southland Zelandonii." She turned to the man. "This is Jondalar of the 9th cave of the Zelandonii, Master Flintknapper of the 9th cave of the Zelandonii, brother of Joharan, leader of the 9th cave, son of Marthona, former leader of the 9th cave, born to the hearth of Dalinar, leader and founder of the Lanzadonii," she said, "and mated to Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zelandonii, acolyte to the first, and mother of John Ayla, blessed of Dani." The 2 men clasped both hands and greeted each other in the formal way. The few people who had gathered to meet them were rather overwhelmed by all the high-status names and ties. The 9th cave itself had a high position in the ranking of the caves. Though such formality was seldom used in normal encounters, the first had the impression that this particular Zelandonii would not hesitate to tell stories of this meeting, and the reason she had wanted to take Ayla on a denier tour was not just to show her some of the sacred sites in Zelandonii territory, but to introduce her to many of the caves. She had plans for Ayla that no one else was aware of, not even Ayla. She signaled Jonakol next.
Since we were making this trip, I thought I should include my former acolyte. I never took him on a tour when he was just Jonacol, my artistic acolyte. Now he is not only a talented painter with an exceptional new sacred place in which to work, but an intelligent and important Zelandonii, the first said. The tattoos on the left side of his face had already announced that he was not an acolyte any longer. Zelandonii tattoos were always on the left side of the face, usually on the side of the forehead or the cheek, and sometimes quite elaborate. Leaders had tattoos on the right side, and other important people, like the trade master, had symbols that were in the middle of the forehead and generally smaller. Jonacol stepped up and made his own introduction. I am the Zelandonii of the 19th cave of the Zelandonii, and I greet you, Zelandonii of the 4th cave of the Zelandonii who live in the land south of Big River, he said, and reached out with both hands. Greetings, and you are welcome here, Zelandonii of the 19th cave, was the response. Willamar came forward next. I am Willamar of the Zelandonii, mated to Marthona, former leader of the 9th cave, who is the mother of Jondalar. I am known as the trade master of the 9th cave, and I have brought my 2 apprentices, Tavonen and Paladar. The Zelandonii welcomed the trade master. When he saw the tattoo symbol in the middle of his forehead, he knew the man held an important position, but it was only when he saw it more closely that he knew Willamar was a trader. He then welcomed the 2 young men, who returned formal greetings to him. I have stopped here before, and have seen your remarkable sacred site, but this is my last trading mission. It is these 2 men that you will likely see from now on. I knew the Zelandonii before you. Is he still Zelandonii? The question was Willamar's tactful way to ask if he was still alive. The former Zelandonii had been Willamar's contemporary, perhaps a little older, and this new one was young. Yes, he went to the summer meeting, but it was not easy for him. He is not well. Like you, he is giving up his calling. He said this will likely be his last summer meeting. Next year he plans to stay here to help care for those who can't go. But you seem to be in good health. Why are you passing your profession on to these young men? The young Zelandonii asked. It is one thing to continue if you generally stay close to one region, but a trade master travels. And to be honest, I'm getting tired of traveling. I want to spend more time with my mate and her family. He motioned toward Jondalar, then continued, This young man was not born to my hearth, but I feel as though he was. He lived there from the time he was a toddler. For a while I thought he'd never stop growing. Willamar smiled at the tall blond man, and his mate, Ayla, feels like mine, too. Marthona, his mother, is a grandam and has some remarkable young ones, this pretty little one among them. I am grandfa to her, Willamar said, indicating John Ayla. Marthona also has a daughter who is the child of my hearth. She is of mating age. Marthona would be grandma, and I am looking forward to being granda to her children. It's time for me to stop traveling. Ayla listened with interest to Willamar's explanation. She had guessed that he wanted to spend more time with Marthona, but she hadn't realized how strongly he felt about the children of his mate and their children, and Folara, the child of his hearth. She realized then how much he must still miss Thonolin, the son of his hearth, who had died on the journey he made with Jondalar. The first continued with the last introductions. We also have a young woman who is traveling with us, returning to her cave. Her mate was a man whose home was near ours. He met her on a journey and brought her back with him, but he now walks the next world. He was climbing a high cliff and fell. This is Amalana of the southern Zelandonii, the first said.
The Zelandonii of the fourth cave of the Southland Zelandonii looked at the young woman and smiled. She is quite lovely, he thought, and guessed that she was probably pregnant. Not that she showed much yet, but he felt he had a good sense about those things. What a shame that she had lost her mate so young. He reached for her outstretched hands. "In the name of Dani, you are welcome, Amalana of the Southern Zelandonii." His warm, welcoming smile was not lost on her. She responded politely and smiled sweetly. He wanted to find a place for her to sit, but he felt he had to complete the introductions and presented, in a general way, the people of his cave who had not gone to the summer meeting, because it seemed that introductions were necessary. "Our leader is not here. She's with the others at the summer meeting," the Zelandonii said. "I assumed as much," the first said. "Where is your summer meeting this year?" 3 or 4 days to the south, at the confluence of 3 rivers, volunteered one of the hunters, who was there to help out those who had stayed behind. "I can take you there, or go and get her. I know she would hate to miss your visit." "I am sorry. We can't stay long now. I have planned a very extensive Donyard tour from my acolyte and the Zelandonii of the 19th cave, all the way to the end of the central highland, and then quite a ways east," the Zelandonii who was first explained. "We want to visit your sacred cave. It is a very important one, but we have many others to see, and our journey will be extensive. Perhaps on our way back. Wait, did you say at the confluence of 3 rivers? Isn't there an important sacred site near there, a large and richly painted cave?" "Yes, of course," the hunter said. "Then I think we will see your leader. I had planned to go there next," the first said, thinking how opportune it was that some of the Southland caves had decided to have their summer meeting there this year. It would give her a chance to introduce many more caves to Ayla, and arriving at the meeting with the wolf and horses, and so many important people from the north side of Big River, should make quite an impression. "You can join us for a meal, and we'll spend the night, I hope," the Zelandonii was saying. Yes, and thank you for inviting us. It is welcome after a long day of traveling. Where would you like us to set up our camp?" the first said. "We have a visitor's lodging place, but I should check it out first. With only a few of us here, we haven't had to use it. I don't know what condition it's in." In winter, when the cave, the semi-sedentary group of people who lived together, typically an extended family, were in residence at the stone shelter they thought of as home, they tended to break up into smaller households, thus spreading out to some extent. But the few who stayed behind during the summer liked to gather closer together. The other constructions used as dwellings, or as the rudiments of what would be finished into living places, were left alone, which tended to invite small creatures like mice and voles, newts, toads, and snakes, and various spiders and insects. "Why don't you just show it to us? I'm sure we can clear it out and make do," Willamar said. "We've been setting up tents every night. Just having a shelter will be a welcome change." "I should at least check to make sure there is adequate fuel for a fire," the local Zelandonii said, starting toward the lodge. The travelers followed behind. When they were settled in, they went to the area where those who had not gone to the summer meeting were staying. Having visitors was usually a welcome event, a diversion, except for those who were too ill or in pain and couldn't move from their beds. The first always tried to make a point of checking in on the ones who were not well whenever she visited a cave. Usually there wasn't much she could do, but most people enjoyed the attention, and sometimes she could help. They were often elderly and would soon be walking the next world, or they were sick or hurt, or in the late stages of a difficult pregnancy. They were left behind, but not abandoned.
loved ones, relatives, or friends made sure that there was somebody to look after them, and the leaders of the caves usually assigned a rotation of hunters to help provide for them and to serve as runners if messages needed to be communicated. A communal meal was being prepared. The visitors brought their own contribution to it and helped them prepare it. It was close to the time of the longest days of the year, and after everyone had eaten, the first suggested to Ayla and the Zelandonii of the 19th, whom Ayla still referred to as Jonacol most of the time, that they visit with the ones who were not at the meal because they were sick or had some other physical condition while it was still light. Ayla left John Ayla with Jondalar while she accompanied them, but Wolf came along. No one had any immediate problems that hadn't been taken care of. A young man had a broken leg that Ayla thought hadn't been set too well, but it was too late to do anything about it now. It was nearly healed, and he was able to walk, though with a bad limp. A woman had been severely burned on her arms and hands, with splashes on her face. She was also nearly healed, but had been left with some serious scarring and had avoided the summer meeting. She hadn't even come out to meet the visitors. This was a situation that would require a different kind of care, the Danyer thought. The rest were mainly older people, some who suffered from sore knees, hips, or ankles, or shortness of breath, or dizziness, or failing eyesight, or hearing, to such an extent that they hadn't wanted to make the long hike, though they were glad to see the visitors. Ayla spent some time with one man who was almost stone-deaf, and the people who cared for him, and showed them some simple clan talking signs so he could make his needs known and understand their replies. Though it took a while for him to understand what she was trying to do, once he did, he was quick to learn. Later, the Zelandonii told her it was the first time that he had seen the man smile in a long time. As they were coming out of the structure under the overhanging shelter, Wolf left Ayla's side and started sniffing around a structure in one corner. She heard a cry of fear in a woman's voice. She left the others and immediately went to see what was wrong. She found a woman who had covered her head and shoulders with a soft buckskin blanket, cringing in a corner. It was the burned woman who had been hiding from the visitors. Wolf had dropped down on his belly, whining a little as he tried to edge closer. Ayla dropped down beside him and waited a while. Then she began to speak to the frightened woman. "This is Wolf," Ayla said. She had named him the Mamutoi word for the animal, so the woman heard only a strange sound. She tried to squeeze farther back into the corner and covered her head completely. "He won't hurt you." Ayla put her arm around the wolf. "I found him when he was a tiny little puppy, but he grew up with the children of the lion camp of the Mamutoi." The woman became very conscious of Ayla's accent, especially after hearing her word for wolf and strange words for the name of the people she had mentioned. Despite herself, she was curious. Ayla could hear that her breathing had calmed down. "There was a boy who lived with them who had been adopted by the leader's mate," Ayla continued. "Some people would call him an abomination, a mixture of clan, the people some call flatheads, and those who look like us. But Nezi was a caring woman. She was nursing her own child, and after the clan woman who gave birth to him died, she fed the newborn infant. She just couldn't let him go to the next world, too. But Raidag was weak, and he couldn't talk the way we do. The people of the clan mostly talk with hand movements. They have words, but not as many as we do, and they can't say many of the words we speak. I lost my family in an earthquake, but I was lucky because a clan found me, and a woman of the clan raised me. I learned to speak the way they do. Their words don't sound like ours, but those are the ones I learned to say when I was growing up. That's why I sound different when I talk, especially some of my words. As hard as I try, I still can't quite make certain sounds."
Although the light in the corner was quite dim, Ayla noticed that the cover had fallen away from the woman's head, and she was obviously listening intently to Ayla's story. Wolf was still whining softly and straining to inch forward to reach her. "When I brought Wolf back to the lodge of the lion camp, he developed a special closeness to that boy who was weak. I don't know why, but Wolf also loves babies and small children. They can poke at him and pull his hair, and he never complains. It's as if he knows they don't mean to, and he just feels very protective toward them. You may think it's a strange way for a wolf to act, but that's how they behave toward their own puppies. The whole pack is protective toward the young ones, and Wolf felt especially protective of that weak boy." Ayla bent closer to the woman as Wolf crept closer. "I think he feels that way about you. I think he knows that you were hurt, and he wants to protect you. See, he's trying to reach you, but he's being very careful about it. Have you ever touched a living wolf before? Their fur is soft in some places and coarse in others. If you give me your hand, I'll show you." Without warning, Ayla reached for the woman's hand, and before she could pull it away, put it on top of Wolf's head as the animal laid his head down on her leg. "He's warm, isn't he? And he likes it when you rub behind his ears." Ayla felt her start to rub Wolf's head, then took her hand away. She had felt the scarring and the stiffness where the skin had pulled tight as it healed, but she seemed to have the use of her hand. "How did it happen? Your burns?" Ayla asked. "I filled a cooking basket with hot stones and added a few more until it was boiling. Then I tried to move it over. It split open and the hot water splashed all over me," she said. "It was so stupid. I knew that basket was wearing out. I should have stopped using it, but I was just going to make some tea, and it was nearby." Ayla nodded. "Sometimes we don't stop to think. Do you have a mate or children?" "Yes, I have a mate and children, a boy and girl. I told him to take them to the summer meeting. No reason for them to pay the price for my stupidity. It was my fault that I can't go any more." "Why can't you go any more? You can walk, can't you? You didn't burn your legs or feet." "I don't want people looking at me with pity for my scarred face and hands," the woman said angrily, as tears came to her eyes. She moved her hand away from Wolf's head and put the blanket back over her head. "Yes, some people will look at you with pity, but we all have accidents, and some people are born with worse problems. I don't think you can let it stop you from living. Your face is not that bad, and with time the scars will fade and won't show as much. The scars on your hands and probably your arms are worse, but you can use your hands, can't you?" "Some, not the way I used to." "They will get better too." "How do you know so much? Who are you?" the woman said. "I am Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zelandonii," Ayla said, holding out her hands in formal greeting as she began reciting her names and ties. "Acolyte of the one who is first among those who serve the great Earth Mother." She went through all her usual names and ties because it gave her something to say. She ended with "Friend of the horses, Winnie, Racer, and Grey, and the four-legged hunter, Wolf." His name just means wolf in the Mamutoi language. "I greet you in the name of Donnie, mother of all." "You are the acolyte of the first? Her first acolyte?" the woman said, forgetting her manners for the moment. "Her only acolyte, although her former acolyte is with us too. He is Zelandonii of the 19th cave now," Ayla said. "We have come to see your sacred site." The woman suddenly realized that she was going to have to extend her hands and take hold of the hands of this young woman to formally introduce herself to the acolyte of the first, who had obviously traveled far
and seemed so accomplished. This was one of the main reasons she hadn't wanted to go to the summer meeting. She would have had to show not only her face, but her burned hands to everyone she met. She bowed her head and thought about hiding them under the cover and saying she was unable to greet her properly, but the acolyte had already touched her hand and knew that wasn't true. Finally, she took a deep breath, then pushed the blanket away and held out her badly burned hands. "I am Dulana of the 4th cave of the Southland Zelandonii," she said, beginning to recite her names and ties. Ayla, holding both of her hands, concentrated on them. They were stiff, and the skin was stretched, bumpy and irregular, and probably still a little painful, she thought. "In the name of Donnie, I welcome you, Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zelandonii." "Are your hands still giving you some pain, Dulana?" Ayla asked. "Some willow bark tea would probably help if they are. I have some with me if you need it. I can get some from our Zelandonii, but I didn't know if I should keep on taking it," Dulana said. "If you are still feeling pain, then do it. It keeps the heat and redness away, too. And I was just thinking that maybe you, or someone you know, could make some fine soft skins, maybe rabbit skins, and put together some mittens for you, except with fingers. Then when you meet people, they probably wouldn't notice that your hands are a little rough. And do you have some nice clean white tallow? I can make a hand-softening cream for you. Maybe add some beeswax and rose petals to make it smell nice. I have some of both with me. You could rub it on during the day and wear it under your finger mittens, too. You can put it on your face to soften those burn scars and help them fade away," Ayla said, thinking as she was talking of what could be done to help the woman. Suddenly, Dulana started crying. "What's wrong, Dulana?" Ayla said. "Did I say something to upset you?" "No. It's just the first time anyone has said anything to me that gave me hope," Dulana sobbed. "I was feeling that my life was ruined, that everything had changed so much, nothing would ever be the same. But you make the burns and the scars seem like nothing, like no one will even notice. And you tell me all these things that can help. Our Zelandonii tries, but he's so young, and healing isn't his best talent." The young woman paused and looked directly at Ayla. "I think I know why the first chose you for her acolyte, even if you weren't born to the Zelandonii. She is the first, and you are first acolyte. Should I call you that?" Ayla gave her a wry smile. "I know that someday I will probably have to give up my name and be called Zelandonii of the 9th cave, but not too soon, I hope. I like being called Ayla. It's my name, the name my real mother gave me, or close to it anyway. It's the only thing I have left from her." "Ayla, then. And how do you say the name of this wolf?" He had put his head back down on her leg again, and she found it comforting. "Wolf," Ayla said. Dulana made an attempt at the name, and Wolf lifted his head and looked at her, acknowledging her effort. "Why don't you come out and meet everyone?" Ayla said. "The trade master is with us, and he tells wonderful stories about his travels, and the first might sing some of the elder legends, and she has a beautiful voice. You shouldn't miss out." "I guess maybe I could," Dulana said softly. She had been feeling lonely, staying inside her dwelling by herself, while everyone else was enjoying the visitors. When she got up and walked out, Wolf stayed close to her. Everyone from the cave, especially the Zelandonii, was surprised to see her, and even more to see the way the four-legged hunters seemed to have developed a protective closeness to her. Instead of Ayla, or even John Ayla, he chose to sit beside Dulana. The first glanced at her acolyte and gave her an inconspicuous nod of approval. In the morning, the visitors and some of the local residents prepared to visit the nearby painted cave. There were several stone shelters in the region, many of them home to various caves, usually named with their own counting words, though on occasion 2 or 3 that lived close to each other joined together to make a single cave. Most were empty now, with the people doing their usual summer traveling. A few people from nearby caves who did not make the trek to their summer meeting had come to stay where there was a Zelandonii in residence. All 8 adults who were traveling on the Danyar tour, plus 5 who were staying at the 4th cave of the Southland Zelandonii, were in the group who came to see the sacred site, which included the 2 hunters who normally lived at the nearby stone shelter. Dulana had offered to watch Ayla. Ayla suspected she missed her children. Ayla was willing to stay with the woman, and Wolf was willing to stay with both of them, so Ayla agreed. Although the child could walk, she was only 4, so Ayla often carried her. Jondalar also carried her occasionally, but Ayla was so used to carrying her daughter, she felt as if she had forgotten something when they started out. They reached the small stone shelter that the first had pointed out to Ayla on their way there. The opening faced east, and it was obvious that the site had been used as a living space at times. The dark charcoal circle of a former fireplace was still partially circled with stones, though some were missing. A couple of larger chunks of limestone that had broken loose from wall or ceiling had been dragged closer to it for seating. A torn and discarded leather covering lay in a pile near a wall next to a few large and awkward pieces of wood that would likely last through the night if the fire was big and hot enough to get them started. The entrance to the cave was at the north end of the abri, under a short section of overhanging ledge, which was weathering and shedding pieces of broken rock that were beginning to pile up in front of the opening that led inside the wall of stone. The Zelandonii had put some wood, tinder, and a fire-making drill and platform, along with some stone lamps, into a back frame, which he slipped off near the fire pit. Then he began to organize the materials. When she saw what he was doing, Ayla reached into a leather pouch hanging from her waist thong and retrieved 2 stones. One was a strong piece of flint in a sturdy blade shape, the other a walnut-sized chunk of stone with a silvery, brassy, metallic luster. A groove had been worn into the shiny stone from being struck repeatedly by the flint blade. "Will you allow me to start a fire?" Ayla asked.
"I'm pretty good at it. It won't take me long," the Zelandonii said, as he started to cut a notch in the platform for the pointed end of the wooden drill he would twirl between his hands. "She can do it faster," Willamar said with a grin. "You seem very sure," the young Zelandonii said, beginning to feel a bit competitive. He was rather proud of his fire-making skill. There were few who could make a fire from scratch faster than he could. "Why don't you let her show you?" Jonacol said. "Fine," the young man said, then stood up and backed away. "Go ahead." Ayla knelt down by the dark, cold fireplace, then looked up.
"May I use your tinder and kindling, since it's here?" she asked.
"Why not?"
the local Zelandonii said. Ayla piled the light, dry tinder together, then bent down close to it. She struck the iron pyrite with the flint, and the young Zelandonii thought for a moment that he saw a flash of light. Ayla struck again, this time drawing off a large spark which landed on the desiccated, easily flammable material, which brought forth a bit of smoke that she started blowing on. In a moment there was a small flame, which she fed with more tinder, then slightly larger pieces, then kindling, then small wood. When it was established, she sat back on her heels. The young Zelandonii stood with his mouth agape.
"You'll catch flies that way,"
the trademaster said, grinning.
"How did you do that?"
the young local Zelandonii said.
"It's not that difficult with a firestone," Ayla said. "I'll show you before we leave, if you'd like."
After a few more heartbeats to let the surprising fire-making display settle in, the first spoke up.
"Let's get the lamps lit. I notice you brought some. Are there also some stored here?"
"Usually. It depends who was here last," the young man said as he retrieved 3 shallow bowls gouged out of the local limestone from his back frame. "But I don't count on it." He also took out a small rawhide packet of wick materials and a hollow aurochs horn from a young animal, much more manageable than the huge horns of a mature adult specimen, with the open end covered by several layers of nearly waterproof intestine tied on with sinew. Inside was softened grease. He also had some torches made of leaves, grasses, and other vegetation tied tightly around a stick while they were still green enough to be pliable, left to dry for a short while, then dipped in warm pine pitch.
"Is it a very big cave?" Emelana asked. She was slightly nervous in deep caves, especially if they were difficult.
"No," the local Zelandonii said. "There's only one main room with a passage leading to it, a smaller side room on the left, and an ancillary passage on the right. The most sacred areas are in the principal room." He poured a little softened grease into each of the 3 stone lamps, added mushroom wicks, then, catching fire with a twig, used it to light the wicks once they had drawn up some of the fuel. He also lit one of the torches, then quickly put everything into his back frame again and shouldered it. He led the way into the cave, holding the torch high. One of the hunters brought up the rear to make sure no one got into trouble or fell behind. It was a large group, and if it hadn't been a reasonably accessible cave, the first would not have allowed so many people to go in at one time. Ayla was near the front with the first, and Jondalar behind her. She glanced down and noticed a broken piece of flint on the ground, and not far beyond, another blade of flint that appeared whole, but she left them both. Once they were beyond the narrow entrance passage, the cave opened out in both directions. "On the left is just a constricted little tunnel," the young Zelandonii said. "The right leads down to the ancillary passage. We'll go straight ahead, more or less." He held the torch high, and Ayla looked back. She saw people filing into the enlarged space. Interspersed among them were 3 lights, 3 people holding the stone lamps. In the absolute black inside the cave, the torch and small fires appeared to shed much more light than seemed possible, especially now that her eyes were adjusting to the darkness. As they continued, the passage ahead veered slightly to the left and back again to the right, but the way was essentially straight. After a slight widening, the passage narrowed, and the Zelandonii stopped. He held the torch high toward the left wall, and Ayla saw claw marks. "At some time, bears have hibernated in this cave, but I have never seen them," the young man said. Just beyond them, some large rocks had fallen from the wall or ceiling, requiring everyone to go single file. On the other side of the rocks, the Zelandonii again held the torch toward the left. On the wall were the first definitive signs that people had been there before. Looping, swirling traces done with the fingers adorned the space. A little further, and the passageway opened out again. "On the left is the secondary room, but there's not much in there except red and black dots in certain places," the Zelandonii said. "Though they don't seem to be much, they are very meaningful. But you have to belong to the Zelandonia to understand. We'll go straight ahead." He went on straight ahead, and after a little jog to the right, he stopped in front of a panel that contained finger traces in red ochre and 6 black fingerprints. The next panel was more complex. The young man held up the torch while people crowded around. There were what appeared to be human figures, but they were vague, almost ghost-like, and there were deer all interspersed with dots. It was very enigmatic, spiritual, numinous, and it gave Ayla a chill. She was not alone. It suddenly became very still. She realized that she hadn't noticed that people had been quietly talking until they stopped. The left wall had a small projection, a protrusion. Behind it was a niche that spread out into a panel. The first thing she noticed were two magnificent megasauruses painted in black outline, one superimposed on the other. The one in front was a male carrying an imposing rack of palmate antlers. His neck was thick with the muscles needed to support such a heavy load. His head seemed small in comparison to the powerfully built neck. The hump on his withers, more like a black bump, which she knew from butchering the giant deer was a tight bundle of tendons and sinew that was also necessary to support the weight of the antlers he carried on his head. The megasaurus behind the first one also displayed the powerful neck and the hump on the withers, but there were no antlers. She thought it could have been a female, but she believed it was probably another male who had shed his antlers after the fall rut. After the mating season, there was no need for the grand display that showed his enormous strength and attracted the females, and he would need to conserve his energy reserves to survive the glacial winter that would soon be upon them. She had looked at the two megasauruses for quite a while before she suddenly saw the mammoth. It was inside the body of the first giant deer, and it wasn't a complete mammoth, just the line of the back and head, but the distinctive shape was enough. It made her wonder which was painted first, the mammoth or the megasaurus. Seeing it made her look more closely at the rest of the wall. Above the back of the first megasaurus, in front of the head of the second, two additional animals were painted in black outline, and again they were not complete. There was a side view of the head and neck of a mountain goat with its two horns that arched back, and a front view of just the horns of a different mountain goat-like animal, which she thought might be an ibex or a chamois. Advancing a little farther, they came to another section of animals painted in black outline, which contained another megasaurus with his giant antlers. There was also part of a smaller deer, a wild mountain goat, and the suggestion of a horse with the stand-up mane and the beginning of the back, and another figure that was more surprising and frightening. It was a partial figure, just the lower body and legs that looked human, with three lines either going into or emanating from his backside. Were they meant to be spears? Was someone suggesting that a human had been hunted with spears? But why put something like that on the wall? She tried to recall if she had ever seen an animal represented with spears in it, or was it meant to represent something else, something coming out of the body? The lower back was not the most logical place to aim in order to hunt something. A spear in the buttocks, or even the lower back, was not likely to be fatal. Maybe it was meant to show pain, a pain in the back that hurt as much as a spear. She shook her head. She could make all the guesses she wanted to, but that wouldn't bring her any closer to the real reason.
"What do those lines in that figure mean?" she asked the local Zelandonii, pointing to the painting that was suggestively human.
"Everyone asks," he said. "No one knows. It was done by the ancients."
Then he turned to the first.
"Do you know anything about it?"
"There is nothing specifically mentioned in the histories or elder legends, but I can say this," the first said. "The meaning of any of the images in a sacred site is seldom obvious. You know yourself that when you travel to the spirit world, things are seldom what they seem. The fierce can be tame, the gentlest the most ferocious. It's not necessary for us to know what something in here means. We already know it was important to the one who put it there, or it would not be here."
"But people always ask. They want to know," the young man said. "They make guesses and want to know if they are true, if they guessed right."
"People should know you don't always get what you want," the first said.
But I'd like to tell them something.
I'm telling you something. It's enough, the woman said. Although she had been tempted, Ayla was glad now that she hadn't been the one to ask what the young man had asked. The first always said anyone could ask her any question, but Ayla had noticed before that the woman who was her mentor could make a person feel less than bright for asking certain questions. The thought occurred to her that while anyone could ask her any question, it didn't mean she could necessarily answer every question that she was asked. But as the first, she couldn't exactly say she didn't know. It wasn't what people wanted to hear from her. And even if she didn't always answer the question, she never lied. Everything she said was true. Ayla didn't lie either. Children of the clan learned early that their way of communicating made lying nearly impossible. After she met her own kind of people, she noticed that people had trouble keeping track of lies, and it seemed to her that lying was more trouble than it was worth. Perhaps instead, the first had developed a way to avoid answering a question by making the one who asked question his own intelligence for asking. Ayla found herself turning aside and smiling to herself, thinking she had deduced something significant about the powerful older woman. She had. The first saw her turn away and caught the glimpse of a smile she had tried to hide. She thought she guessed the reason and was glad Ayla had turned aside. She didn't mind that her acolyte learned some things on her own, but it was best not to make an issue of them. The time might come when she would have to employ similar strategies. Ayla turned her attention back to the wall. The young Zelandonii had moved on and was now holding his torch up to show the next section that had a pair of goats and some dots. Beyond that were 2 more goats, some dots, and some curved lines. Some of the animals and lines and dots were in red, some in black. They were entering a little antechamber with 5 black and red dots, and in the back some red dots and lines. They came back out of the opening of the niche and turned a corner. On the wall on the other side, there was another human-like figure with lines going into or emanating from it, 7 of them going in all directions. It was a very roughly drawn figure, hardly even recognizable as human, except it really couldn't be anything else. There were 2 legs indicated, 2 very short arms, and a misshapen head drawn in black outline. She wanted to ask the first what it meant, but she probably didn't know either, though she might have some ideas. Perhaps later they could talk about it. 4 mammoths painted in red were also in this section, very simplified, sometimes only suggested, just enough to identify the animal. There were also the horns of a goat and more dots.
If we go to the middle of this room, we can see the whole wall, especially if the ones with lamps stay near it, the local Zelandonii said. They all shuffled around until they were in position to see the entire display. Then they looked at the entire wall of painted panels. At first, there was some shuffling and clearing of throats, a few murmurs and whispers, but soon everything was still as the people focused on the stone wall that they had studied closely. When they saw all the images together, they began to feel the sense of the mystical potential the bare rock had acquired. For a moment, in the flickering flames and wispy smoke of the lamps, the figures seemed to move, and Ayla had the impression that the walls were transparent, that she was seeing through the solid stone and catching a vague glimpse of some other place. She felt a chill, then blinked a few times, and the wall became solid again. The Zelandonii led them out again, pointing out a few places where there were dots and marks on the walls. As they moved out of the decorated area of the cave and got closer to the entrance, the daylight that penetrated the space made the cave seem more clear. They could see the shape of the walls and the rocks that had fallen to the ground. When they stepped out of the cave, the light seemed exceptionally bright after all that time in the dark. They squinted and closed their eyes, waiting for them to adjust. It took a while before Ayla noticed Wolf, and a moment longer before she saw his agitation. He yipped at her and started in the direction of the living shelter, then turned around and headed back towards her and yipped before he trotted the other way again. She looked at Jondalar.
"Something must be wrong," she said.
Chapter 21. Jondalar and Ayla both ran back to the cave, following Wolf. As they drew near, they could see a number of people in front of the shelter in the field where the horses grazed. When they got closer, they saw a scene that might have been funny if it hadn't been so frightening. Ayla was standing in front of Gray with her arms outstretched as though to protect the young mare, facing down 6 or 7 men armed with spears. Winnie and Racer were ranged behind them, watching the men.
"What do you think you are doing?"
Ayla shouted, reaching for her sling since she didn't have her spear thrower with her.
"What do you think we're doing? We're hunting horses," one of the men replied.
He heard her odd accent and added,
"Who wants to know?"
"I am Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zelandonii,"
Ayla said,
"and you are not hunting those horses. Can't you see those are special horses?"
"What makes them so special? They look like ordinary horses to me."
"Open your eyes and look," Jondalar said. "How often do you see horses stand still for a child? Why do you think those horses are not running away from you?"
"Maybe because they're too stupid to know any better."
"I think maybe you are too stupid to understand what you are seeing," Jondalar said, getting angry at the insolent mouth of the young man who seemed to be speaking for the group. He whistled a piercing series of tones. The hunters watched the stallion turn toward the tall blond man, then trot up to him. Jondalar stood in front of Racer and made a point of arming his spear thrower, though he didn't quite aim it at the men. Ayla walked between her daughter and the men and signaled Wolf to her, then added a signal that meant guard the horses. The wolf bared his teeth and snarled at the men, which made them crowd closer together and back up a few paces. Ayla picked up Ayla and put her on Gray's back. Then she grabbed Winnie's stand-up mane, leaped up and threw her leg over and landed on her back. Every action caused the hunters to react with increasing surprise.
"How did you do that?"
the young speaker said.
"I told you these were special horses and not to be hunted,"
Ayla said.
"Are you a Zelandonii?"
"She's an acolyte, a Zelandonii in training," Jondalar said. "She's first acolyte of the Zelandonii who is first among those who serve the mother, who will be here shortly."
"The one who is first is here?"
"Yes, she is here," Jondalar said, looking more closely at the men. They were all young, probably recently initiated into manhood and sharing a phylage at a summer meeting. Likely the one at the site of the next sacred cave they were planning to visit. "Aren't you rather far from your summer meeting phylage?" he asked.
"How do you know that?"
the young man said.
"You don't know us."
"But it's not hard to guess. This is the time of summer meetings. You are all about the age when young men decide to leave their mother's camp and stay in a phylage, and to show how independent you are, you decided to go hunting, and maybe even bring some meat back. But your luck hasn't been too good, has it? And now you are hungry."
"How do you know? Are you a Zelandonii too?"
the young man said. "Just a guess," Jondalar said. Then he noticed the first arriving and all the others following behind. The one who was first could walk rather fast when she had a mind to, and she knew that if the wolf had come looking for them, there must have been some kind of trouble. The first took in the scene quickly. Young men with spears, too young to be very experienced. The wolf in a defensive stance in front of the horses, with both the young girl and the woman on their bare backs, without any of the usual accoutrements for riding, and a sling in Ayla's hand. Jondalar with an armed spear-thrower standing in front of the stallion. Had Ayla sent the wolf for her mother while she was trying to protect the horses from more than a handful of would-be hunters? "Is there a problem here?" the Danyer said. The young men knew who she was, though none of them had ever seen her before. They had all heard descriptions of the first, and understood the meaning of the tattoos on her face and the necklaces and clothing she wore. "Not any more, but these men were thinking of hunting our horses until John Ayla stopped them," Jondalar said, restraining the urge to smile. She's a plucky child, the Danyer thought, when her initial evaluation of the situation was confirmed. "Are you from the 7th cave of Southland Zelandonii?" she asked the young men. The 7th cave, where they were heading next, was the most important cave in this region. She had a good idea of their cave from the designs on the clothing they wore. She knew all the differentiating patterns and designs of clothing and jewelry in her immediate area, but the farther away they traveled, the less she would be able to identify people, although she might be able to make some educated guesses.
"Yes, Zelandonii who is first,"
the young man who had spoken before replied, in a much more deferential tone. It was always smart to be careful around Zelandonii, but especially the one who was first. The young Zelandonii of the local cave arrived, and most of the others who had visited the sacred site. They were standing around watching to see what the powerful woman would do to the young men who had threatened the special horses. The first turned to the hunters of the local cave. "It appears that there are now 7 more hungry mouths to feed. That will cut down on supplies in a hurry. I think we'll have to stay a little longer until a hunting expedition can be organized. You will have help, fortunately. We have several experienced hunters in our group, and with some proper direction, even those young men should be able to make a contribution. I'm sure they will be disposed to help in any way they can, under the circumstances," she said, then gave the young man who seemed to speak for the group a hard stare.
"Yes, of course," he said. "Hunting is what we were doing."
"But not very well," someone in the crowd who was watching said under his breath, but loud enough so that everyone heard. Some of the young men blushed and looked away.
"Has anyone spotted any herds recently?"
Jondalar asked, directing his question to the 2 hunters of the cave.
"I think we'll need to hunt more than one animal."
"No, but it's the right season for red deer to be migrating through, especially the does and young. Someone could go out and look, but it usually takes a few days," one of the cave hunters said.
"What direction would they be coming from?"
Jondalar asked.
"I can go and look this afternoon, on Racer. He can travel faster than anyone on foot. If I find anything, Ayla and I can go back and perhaps chase them this way. Wolf can help, too."
"You can do that?" the young man blurted out.
"We told you they were special horses,"
Jondalar said. The deer meat had been spread out on cordage that was stretched across a slow, smoky fire overnight. As Ayla was packing it into her parfleche meat container, she wished it had had more time to dry, but they'd already stayed 2 days longer than the first had planned. Ayla thought she could continue drying it over fires along the way, or even after they arrived at the 7th cave of the Southland Zelandonii, since they would be staying for a while. The Danyer tour group had grown again. The 7 young men would be with them. They had proved quite helpful on the hunt, if a little too eager. They did know how to throw spears. They just didn't know how to cooperate, to drive animals toward one another or into some kind of a cul-de-sac so they could be effectively hunted. The young men were quite impressed with the spear throwers used by the travelers from north of Big River, including the first's acolyte, as were the 2 local hunters who had heard of the weapon but had not seen one in action. With Jondalar's help, most had already made spear throwers of their own and were practicing with them. Ayla had also persuaded Dulana to come with them and enjoy at least part of her summer meeting. She was lonely for her mate and children and wanted to see them, though she was still nervous about the scars on her hands and face. She shared a sleeping place with Emelana. They had become friendly, especially since Dulana was willing to chat about pregnancy and giving birth from the point of view of her own experience. Amalana never felt comfortable just chatting with the first or her acolyte, even though Ayla had a child with her. The young woman had heard them discussing medicines and healing practices and other knowledge and lore of the Zelandonii, most of which she didn't understand, and felt intimidated by the accomplished women. She did, however, like the attention she was getting from all the young men, both the young hunters and Willimar's apprentices, though the traders did back off when she was surrounded by all of the rather bumptious youths. They didn't need to vie for her attention. They knew the youngsters would be with them only a few days, and they had the rest of the trip. While Jondalar, with the help of Jonacol and Willimar, was hitching the first's special riding travois to Whinny, Ayla and the Danyer were watching the byplay of Amalana and the young men.
"They remind me of a litter of wolf cubs,"
Ayla said.
"When did you see wolf cubs?"
Zelandonii said.
"When I was young and still living with the clan,"
Ayla said.
"before I started hunting meat-eaters, I used to watch them, sometimes for a long time, all morning or all day, if I could stay away that long. I watched all kinds of four-legged hunters, not just wolves. That was how I learned to track very silently. Watching the young of any animal was always fascinating, but I particularly liked wolf cubs. They liked to play, just like those boys. I suppose I should call them young men, but they still act like boys. Look how they wrestle and punch and bump each other out of the way, all trying to get Amalana's attention."
"I notice Devonin and Paladar are not with them," the Danyer said. "I think they know they'll have plenty of time to pay attention to her after we reach the next sacred site and the youngsters go away, and when we start traveling again."
"You think those young men will go off someplace when we get to the next cave? She's a very attractive young woman,"
Ayla said.
"She's also their only audience right now. They will be the center of attention of admiring friends and relatives when they arrive at their camp with us, and bringing deer meat to share. Everyone will be asking them questions and eager to hear the stories they have to tell. They won't have time for Amalana."
"Won't that make her sad or upset?"
Ayla said.
"She'll have new admirers by then, and they won't all be boys. An attractive young pregnant widow will not lack for attention, and neither will these young traders. I'm glad neither one of them seem overly infatuated with Amalana," the older woman said. "She's not the kind of woman that would make a good mate for either one of them. A woman mated to a traveler has to have strong interests of her own and not depend on her man to keep her occupied."
Ayla thought that she was glad Jondalar was not a trader or involved in some other craft that would require him to travel long distances. It wasn't that she didn't have interests of her own or that she needed him to keep her occupied. It was that she would worry if he were gone for a long time. He occasionally took his apprentices to search out new sources of flint and often examined likely sources when he was out with hunting parties, but traveling alone could be dangerous, and if he got hurt, or worse, how would she know? She would have to wait and wait, wondering if he would ever return. Traveling with a group, or even two, is better. Then one at least can come back and tell you. It occurred to her that perhaps Willimar wouldn't choose just one of his apprentices to be the next master trader. He might choose both, and suggest that they travel together for company and to help each other. Of course, a trader's mate could travel with him, too, but once children came along, she might not want to travel away from other women much anymore. It would have been much more difficult when we were on our journey if I'd had a baby along the way. Most women would want the help and companionship of their mothers and other relatives and friends, just like Amalana does.
I don't blame her for wanting to go home. Once they were underway, the travelers settled into a routine quickly, and since they'd had such a good hunt before they left, they didn't have to allow time for hunting along the way, and traveled a little faster than usual. They did spend extra time collecting food that grew, however. Since the season had progressed, they had a greater selection and abundance of vegetables, roots, stems, leafy greens, and fruits to gather. About mid-morning on the day they left, as the temperature began to warm, Ayla began to notice a delicious aroma. Strawberries. We must be walking through a field of wild strawberries, she thought. She wasn't the only one who became aware of the favorite fruit, and everyone was glad to stop to make tea and to pick several small baskets of the tiny bright red berries. Ayla didn't bother with a basket. She picked them right into her mouth. Ayla smiled at her, then looked at Jondalar, who was picking strawberries alongside her.
She reminds me of Lottie. Nezzy would never send her daughter out to pick strawberries for a meal. Lottie ate everything she picked and never brought anything back, no matter how often her mother chided her. She loved strawberries too much,
Ayla said. Is that right? Jondalar said. I didn't know that. I guess I was too busy with Wymez or Talut when you were talking to Lottie or Nezzy.
I even made excuses for Lottie sometimes, Ayla said. I'd tell Nezzy there weren't enough berries for everyone. It was true enough. By the time Lottie got through, there weren't, and she could pick them fast.
Ayla picked for a while in silence, but mentioning Lottie brought up other memories.
Remember how much she loved the horses. I wonder if Lottie ever managed to find a young one to bring home. Sometimes I miss the mamutoi. I wonder if we'll ever see any of them again.
I miss them too, Jondalar said. Danug was becoming a fine flint napper, especially with Wymez to train him. When she finished picking her second basket of strawberries, Ayla noticed other things growing that could add to their evening meal, and asked Amalana and Dulana if they wanted to help her collect some. Ayla took Ayla and headed first for the edge of the river they were following to collect cattails. Their rhizomes, with their new roots, and the corms and the lower stems, were particularly succulent at this time of year. The top spike had also filled out with tightly packed green buds, which could be boiled or steamed and then chewed off. There were also several kinds of leafy greens. She saw the distinctive shape of sorrel and smiled when she thought of their spicy, tangy taste, and she was especially pleased to find nettles, delectable when cooked down to a delicious green mass. Everyone enjoyed the meal that night. Spring foods were usually sparse. A few greens, some new shoots, and the larger variety and quantity of plant foods that summer brought were welcomed. The people sometimes craved vegetables and fruits because they provided essential nutrients that their bodies needed, especially after a long winter of primarily dried meat, fat, and roots. The morning meal was leftovers and hot tea, and a quick start. They planned to cover a lot of ground that day so they would arrive at the local summer meeting camp early on the day after. On the second day, shortly after they started out, the travelers ran into some difficulty. The river they were following had been spreading out, and the banks near the stream were becoming boggy and overgrown with vegetation, making it difficult to walk close to the water. It was mid-morning, and they had been climbing up the sloping sides of a rise for some time. They finally came to the crest of a knoll and looked out over a valley below. High hills ranged around a long, low area of land dominated by a steep-sloped prominence that overlooked the confluence of three rivers, a major one that came from the east and meandered off toward the west, a large tributary originating in the northeast, and the small one they were following. Directly ahead of them, in a field between two of the rivers, was a profusion of summer shelters, lodges, and tents. They had reached the summer meeting camp of the Zelandonii, who lived in the land south of Big River, in the territory of the seventh cave. One of the spotters came running into the Zelandonii lodge. "Wait until you see what is coming this way," he blurted out.
"What?"
said the Zelandonii of the seventh cave. "People, but that's not all."
"All the caves are here,"
another Zelandonii said.
"Then they must be visitors,"
the seventh said.
"Were we expecting any visitors this year?"
the elder Zelandonii of the fourth cave of the Southland Zelandonii said, as they all got up and headed toward the entryway.
"No, but that's the way it is with visitors,"
the seventh said. When the Zelandonii went out, the first thing they noticed heading their way was not the band of people, but the 3 horses, all of which were dragging some kind of contrivances. 2 also had people on their backs, one of them a man, another a child. A woman was walking in front of a horse, dragging a different apparatus, and as they drew closer, movement beside the woman resolved itself into a wolf. Suddenly the seventh started to recall stories from people who had stopped on the way back from a journey north. They talked about a foreign woman and horses and a wolf. Then it all came together.
"If I'm not mistaken,"
the tall, bearded, brown-haired man said, loud enough for the rest of the Zelandonii to hear,
"we are being paid a visit by the first among those who serve the Great Earth Mother and her acolyte."
He added to an acolyte who was standing nearby,
"Go and find as many of the leaders as you can and bring them here."
The young man set out in a run.
"Isn't she supposed to be a large woman? Very impressive, I understand, but this would be a long way for a large woman to come,"
said a rather plump Zelandonii.
"We shall see,"
said the seventh. Since the most sacred site in this region was near the seventh cave, the Zelandonii of the seventh cave usually, though not always, became the acknowledged leader of the local Zelandonia. More people started gathering around, and the leaders of various caves began appearing. The leader of the seventh cave came and stood beside the Zelandonii of the seventh.
"Someone said the first is coming to visit," she said.
"I believe so,"
the Zelandonii said.
"Do you remember those visitors we had a few years ago, the ones from far to the south?"
"Yes, I do. Now that you mention it, I think I remember that they said one of the northern caves had a foreign woman living there who had great control over animals, horses in particular,"
the woman said. The tattoos on the side of her forehead were on the opposite side of the ones on the forehead of the Zelandonii, but similar.
"They told me she was an acolyte of the first. They didn't see much of her, at least not before they had to leave. Her mate was a Zelandonii man who went on a long journey 5 years or more and brought her back home with him. He also had control of horses, and even her child did, and they had a wolf, too. It looks to me like that's who's coming," the Zelandonii explained. "I'm guessing the first may be with them."
"They have efficient spotters," the first said to herself, as they pulled up to a rather large lodge, which she assumed was for the Zelandonii. They seemed to have gathered together quite a welcoming party. Ayla signaled Winnie to stop, and when the first was sure there would be no last-moment jerks, she stood up, and with great agility and grace, the large woman stepped off the special travois. "That's why she can travel so far," the plump Zelandonii thought. All the Zelandonii, leaders and visitors, exchanged formal greetings and identified themselves. The leaders of the caves from which the young hunters originally came were also glad to see them. Their village was empty, and no one had seen them for several days, and their families were beginning to worry and wanted a search party sent out to look for them. Since they arrived with the visitors, there was obviously a story here, which could be told later. "Dulana!"
a voice called out.
"Mother, you came!"
2 happy young voices shouted at the same time.
The elderly Zelandonii from the 4th Southland cave looked up, surprised to see the young woman. She had been so despondent after she burned herself, she couldn't even bring herself to come outside of her shelter, and here she was at the summer meeting. She would have to make some inquiries and find out what had changed her mind. A major celebration, feast, and mother festival was immediately planned to welcome the visitors and the first, and when it was learned that they wanted to visit their sacred site, the Zelandonii of the 7th began to make the arrangements. Most of the usual summer meeting ceremonies were over, except for the last matrimonial, and people had begun making plans to leave, but with the coming of the visitors, most people decided to stay a little longer. "We may need to arrange a hunt and perhaps a foraging excursion," the leader of the 7th said. "The hunters, including your young men, did manage to intercept a herd of migrating red deer before we left," the first said. "They made several kills, and we brought most of the animals with us."
"We only field-dressed them," Willamar said. "They'll need to be skinned, butchered, and either cooked or dried soon."
"How many deer did you bring?" the leader of the 7th cave asked.
"One for each of your young hunters. 7,
Willamar said.
7? How could you bring so many? Where are they?"
a man said.
"Would you like to show them, Ayla?"
Willamar said. "I would be glad to," Ayla said. The people nearby noticed her accent and knew she had to be the foreign woman they had heard about. Many of them followed her and Jondalar back to where the horses were patiently waiting. Behind both Racer and Gray were newly made pole drags that appeared to be piled high with cattail leaves. As Ayla started to remove them, it was quickly revealed that beneath the vegetation were several whole carcasses of red deer of various sizes and ages, female and young. They were covered with cattails, mainly to protect them from insects.
"Your young men were very enthusiastic hunters," Jondalar said. He refrained from adding, but not very selective. "These are all their kills. They should make a hearty feast."
"We can use the cattails, too," a voice from the watching group said. "And you are welcome to them," Ayla said. "There were more growing where we turned away from the river, and other good things to eat as well." "I imagine plants growing near your camp have been picked clean by now," the one who was first said. There were nods and comments of agreement.
If some of you would be willing to ride on the pole drags, we can take you to the river where they are and bring you and your pickings back, Ayla said.
Several of the younger people looked at each other, then quickly volunteered. They went to get digging sticks and knives and wide mesh carrying bags and baskets. On a regular travois, 2 or 3 people could semi-recline, but on the one made especially for the first, 2 normal-sized people could sit upright side by side, 3 if they were very thin. When they started out, Jondalar, Ayla, and Ayla rode on the backs of Racer, Winnie, and Gray, while the horses pulled 6 more people on the pole drags. Wolf followed after them. When they reached the place where the travelers had turned away from the river, they halted the horses, and the young people got off, feeling rather pleased with themselves for taking the unusual ride. Then everyone spread out in several directions to forage. Ayla unhitched the pole drags to give the horses a rest, and the animals grazed while the gatherers worked. Wolf nosed around, then ran into the woods after a scent he wanted to follow. They were back at the camp by mid-afternoon. While they were gone, many hands had made short work of processing the red deer, and much of it was already cooking. Work had begun on turning some of the pelts into leather that could be worn or made into other useful products. The feast and celebration went on into the night, but Ayla was tired, and as soon as plans were made to visit the sacred site, and she could graciously leave, she went to her traveling tent with Ayla and Wolf to settle in for the night. Jondalar met another flint napper and got involved in a discussion about the qualities of flint from various places. The area they were in was the source of some of the best stone in the region. He told Ayla he would be along soon, but by the time he retired to the tent, both Ayla and John Ayla were sound asleep, along with some of their other tent mates. The first stayed in the Zelandonii lodge that night. Ayla had been invited to stay, and though she knew her Zelandonii would have liked her to get more involved with the local Danyers, Ayla wanted to stay with her family, and the first didn't press her. Amalana was the last to return. Though Ayla had told her that while she was pregnant, it probably wasn't a good idea to drink beverages that would make her intoxicated, she was more than a little tipsy. She went right to bed and hoped Ayla wouldn't notice. Early in the morning, Amalana was awakened and asked if she wanted to visit the sacred site, but she declined, saying she had overdone it the day before and felt she should rest. Both Ayla and the first knew she was suffering from the morning after malady. Ayla was tempted to let her just suffer it out, but for the sake of her unborn child, she made her some of the special medicine she had developed for Talut, leader of the lion camp of the Mamutoi, to overcome the headache and upset stomach that came with too much indulgence. The young woman still wanted nothing more than to stay in her sleeping role. John Ayla didn't want to go either. After her experience with the men who wanted to hunt her horses, she was worried that someone else might make a try for them and wanted to stay and guard them. Ayla tried to explain that everyone at the camp knew they were special horses by now, but John Ayla said she was afraid someone new might come who didn't know about them. Ayla couldn't deny that her daughter had done the right thing before, and Ulana was more than happy to watch the child for Ayla, especially since her daughter was close to the same age. So Ayla let her stay. The rest of those who wanted to see the painted cave started out. The group consisted of the one who was first, Jonacol, her first acolyte, who was now Zelandonii of the 19th cave, Ayla, her current acolyte, and Jondalar. Willamar came, but not his two apprentices. They had found other objects of interest to distract them. In addition, several of the Zelandonii who were at the summer meeting wanted to see the site again, especially if they were going to be led through it by the 7th, who knew it better than anyone alive. There were 10 satellite caves in the region, each of which had its own painted cave as a sacred site that was complementary to the important one near the 7th cave, but many of them had only rudimentary paintings and engravings in comparison. The 4th cave of Southland Zelandonii, which they had just visited, was one of the better ones. The group started up a path that traversed its way up the steep hill they had seen when they first saw the valley.
"This is called Blackbird Hill," the 7th explained. "Sometimes the hill of the fishing blackbird. Somebody invariably asks why, but I don't know. I have occasionally seen a raven or a crow up here, but I don't know if that's relevant. The one who was 7th before me didn't know either."
"The reason for names often gets lost in the depths of memory," the first said.
The big woman was out of breath and huffing a bit as she climbed the hill, but continued doggedly on. The zigzagging trail made the ascent a little easier, if longer. Finally, they reached an opening into the limestone hill at a point that was quite high above the valley floor. The entrance was not very exceptional, and if the path had not led to it, it would hardly have been noticed. The opening was high enough to enter without ducking or stooping, and wide enough to accommodate 2 or 3 people, but a large bush growing in front of it would have made it difficult to find unless one knew exactly where to look. One of the acolytes brushed away a small spill of rubble spalling off the rocky slope above that had accumulated in front of the entrance. Ayla showed her skill with making fire quickly, which included a promise to show the 7th how it was done,
Then lamps and torches were lit. The Zelandonii of the Southland Seventh Cave led the way into the cave, followed by the first, then Jonacol, Ayla, Jondalar, and Willamar. They were followed by the local Zelandonii who chose to come, including a couple of acolytes. The group numbered 12 in all. The entrance opened into the side of a passageway which required that they turn either right or left. They turned right, and after a short distance, the passage widened and split into 2 tunnels. They had entered a room that had a stone blockage in the middle, with a narrow passageway around it on one side and a wider one on the other.
"We could go either way. We'd end up in the same place, at a pile of rocks in the back, with no way out except the way we came in. But there are some interesting things to see," the seventh said. They took the narrow right fork and immediately came upon some small red dots on the right wall, which the seventh pointed out. There were more on the left wall. Then a little further on they stopped to look at a horse painted on the right wall and more dots, and near it a lion with a fantastic tail held up but curled toward the back. Ayla wondered if the person who made the image had perhaps seen a lion with a broken tail that had healed with an odd twist. She knew how strangely broken bones sometimes healed. Then, on the right wall, after a few more paces along the narrow passage, they came to a panel that the seventh called the deer. The drawing made Ayla think of female megaceroses, and she remembered that they had seen the giant deer painted in the sacred cave near the Southland Fourth Cave. Across from it on the left were 2 large red dots. More red dots were painted on the wall beyond the deer, and then on the vaulted ceiling ahead were several rows of large dots. Ayla was curious about the dots, but she was reluctant to ask questions. Finally, she ventured a query. "Do you know what the dots represent?" The tall man with the full brown beard smiled at the attractive acolyte, whose lovely features had a bit of a foreign aspect, which appealed to him. "They don't necessarily mean the same thing to everyone, but to me, when I am in the right state of mind, they seem to be pathways leading to the next world, and, more importantly, they show the way back."
She nodded at his answer, then smiled. He liked her look even better when she smiled. They continued around the middle section blockage through the narrow passage, which then opened wider. They kept veering toward the left until they were headed in the direction which led back to the place from which they started, through a much larger room that had obviously been used by bears, probably hibernating bears. The walls bore the traces of their claws as they raked them down the limestone. When they approached the opening through which they had entered the cave, the seventh kept going straight ahead, the direction they would have been going if they had turned left when they first entered the cave. They walked some distance, staying close to the right wall, through a long tunnel. It wasn't until they reached an opening to the right that they saw more markings. On the low vaulted ceiling of the passage were 4 red negative handprints, somewhat smeared, 3 red dots, and some black marks. Across the opening were a series of 11 large black dots and 2 negative handprints that had been made by placing a hand on the wall and spattering red color on and around it. When the hand was taken away, a negative impression of the hand remained, surrounded by the red ochre. The seventh then turned right into the opening of the vaulted passage. Beyond the smeared negative handprints, the stone on the wall became soft, as though covered with clay. The cave was high above the river valley floor and reasonably dry inside, but it was calcareous rock, which was naturally porous, and water saturated with calcium carbonate constantly seeped through it. Sometimes, drip by infinitesimal drip, over millennia, huge stalagmite pillars formed, which seemed to grow from the floor of a limestone cave below stalactite icicles of equal size but different shape, suspended from the ceiling. but sometimes the water accumulated in the limestone and left the surface of the cave walls softened enough that marks could be made with only the fingers. Significant areas of the softened stone had formed in the small room to the right, which seemed to invite visitors to mark. Portions of the walls were covered with a scrawl of finger marks, which for the most part were unorganized scribbles, although one area included the partial drawing of a megaceros, defined by a huge distinctive palmate antler and a small head. There were other signs and dots painted in red or black color where the surface was hard enough, but except for the megaceros, Ayla felt the room was filled with disorganized marks that were meaningless to her. But she was beginning to learn that no one knew what everything in the painted caves meant. It was likely that no one actually knew what anything meant, except the person who put it there, and perhaps not even then. If something painted on the walls of a cave made you feel something, then whatever you felt was what it meant. It might depend on your state of mind, which could be altered, or how receptive you were. Ayla thought about what the seventh said when she asked him about the rows of large dots. He put it in very personal terms and told her what the dots meant to him. The caves were sacred sites, but she was beginning to think it was a personal, individual sacredness. Maybe that's what she was supposed to be learning on this trip. When they left the small room, the seventh crossed to the left side of the main passageway that led to it. The tunnel at that point turned toward the left, and they walked along the left wall for a short distance. Then the seventh held up his lamp. It illuminated a long panel filled with animals painted in black, many superimposed on others. At first she saw the mammoths. There were many of them. Then she saw the horses, the bison and the aurochs. One of the mammoths was covered with black marks. The seventh said nothing about the panel. He just stayed there long enough for everyone to see what they wanted to see. When he saw most people starting to lose interest, except Jonacol, who could probably have stayed much longer just to study the painting, the seventh moved on. He next showed them a cornice on which were painted bison and mammoths. There were several more markings and a few animals that the seventh pointed out as they moved slowly through the cave, but the next place he stopped was truly remarkable. On a large panel were two horses painted in black, back to back, and the inside of the outlines of their bodies was filled with large black dots. In addition, there were more dots and handprints around the outside of the horse outlines, but the most unusual aspect was the head of the right-facing horse. The painted head was quite small, but it was painted inside a natural contour of the rock that resembled the head of a horse and framed the painted head. The shape of the rock itself had told the artist that a horse needed to be painted there. All the visitors were very impressed. The first, who had seen the horse panel before, smiled at the seventh. They had both known what was coming, and they were pleased that they got the response they had expected. "Do you know who painted this?" Jonacol asked. "An ancestor, but not an ancient one. Let me show you some things you may not notice immediately," the seventh said, stepping up closer to the stone panel. He held his left hand up over the back of the left-facing horse and bent the joint of his thumb. When he held his hand beside a red outline, it was obvious that the negative space was not a handprint, but a bent thumb. Now that it had been pointed out, they could see that there were several outlines of bent thumbs along the back of the left-hand horse.
"Why was that done?"
a young acolyte asked. "You would have to ask the Zelandonii who painted it," the seventh replied.
"But you said it was done by an ancestor."
"Yes," the Zelandonii said.
"But the ancestor walks in the next world now."
"Yes."
"Then how can I ask?"
The seventh only smiled at the young man, who frowned and fidgeted. There were some titters of laughter from those watching, which suddenly made the young acolyte blush.
"I can't ask. can I?"
"Perhaps when you learn to walk in the next world," the first said. "There are some Zelandonii who can, you know, but it is very dangerous, and not all choose to."
"I don't believe everything on that panel was made by the same person," Jonacol said. "The horses probably were, and the hands, and most of the dots, but I think some of them were added later, and the thumbs. And I think I see a red fish on top of that horse, but it's not clear."
"You may be right," said the seventh. "That's very perceptive."
"He is an artist," Willamar said.
Ayla noticed that Willamar often tended to keep his opinions to himself, and wondered if that was something he had learned to do on his travels. When you traveled a lot and met many new people, it probably wasn't wise to advance your own opinions on strangers too readily. The seventh showed them many other marks and paintings, including a human-like figure with lines either coming out of or going into his body, similar to those they had seen at the fourth Southland Cave's sacred site. But after the unusual horses, nothing else seemed to stand out, except for some formations far older than any of the paintings. Large discs of calcite, naturally formed by the same actions that had created the cave itself, decorated one room in the cave and were left alone in their own space without any embellishments added, as though they were decorations in their own right, made by the mother. After they returned from visiting the sacred site, the first was anxious for them to be on their way again, but she felt she had to stay for a while to fulfill her role as the first among those who served the Great Mother, especially for the Zelandonii. It wasn't often that they had an opportunity to spend time with her. For some of the groups who lived within Zelandonii territory, the first was almost a mythical figure, a figurehead whom they acknowledged but seldom saw, and in reality did not need to see. They were more than capable of performing their functions without her, but for the most part they were very pleased and excited to see her. It wasn't as though they thought of her as the mother herself, or even the mother incarnate, but she was definitely her representative, and with her huge size she was impressive. Having an acolyte who could control animals added to her stature, she had to stay a little longer. During the evening meal, the seventh sought out the visitors. He sat beside the first with his plate of food and smiled, then spoke softly to her. It wasn't exactly a conspiratorial whisper, but Ayla was sure she would not have heard him if she hadn't been sitting on the other side of the first.
"We have been talking about having a special ceremony at the sacred cave later tonight, and would like you and your acolyte to join us if you feel up to it," he said. The first smiled at him encouragingly. This might make her decision to stay a little longer a bit more interesting, she thought.
"Ayla, would you be interested in going to this special ceremony?"
"If you would like me to, I would be happy to join you," Ayla said.
"What about Ayla? Can Jondalar watch her?" the first said.
"I'm sure he could,"
Ayla said, not as excited about going since Jondalar wasn't invited, but then he wasn't a part of the Zelandonii.
"I'll come for you later," the seventh said. "Dress warmly. It gets cool at night."
After things had quieted down and most people had either gone to their beds or to some other activity, talking, drinking, dancing, gambling, or whatever else they chose, the Zelandonii of the Southland Seventh Cave returned to their camp. Jondalar was waiting with Ayla and Zelandonii beside the fire. He wasn't particularly pleased about Ayla going off at night to participate in some secret ceremony, but he didn't say anything. A Zelandonii was, after all, what she was training to be. Part of that was secret ceremonies with other Zelandonii. The seventh had brought some torches and lit them from the small fire that was still burning in the fireplace. He took the lead when they started out, followed by the first and then Ayla, each holding a torch.
Jondalar watched them as they headed up the trail that led to the sacred cave. He was even tempted to follow them, but he had promised to watch John Ayla. Wolf had apparently had the same inclination, but not long after they left, the wolf came back to the camp. He went into the tent and sniffed the child, then walked out, looked in the direction Ayla had taken, then went to Jondalar and sat down close beside him. Soon he laid his head on his front paws, still watching the direction she had gone. Jondalar put his hand on the animal's head and ran it down across his shoulders and back a few times, petting the great canine.
"She chased you away, too, didn't she?" the man said.
Wolf whined softly. Chapter 22. The seventh led the two women along the path up toward the sacred cave. Some torches had been stuck in the ground beside the path to help guide them, and Ayla suddenly recalled the time she had followed the lamps and torches into the winding cave at the clan gathering until she came upon the Mogurs. She knew she wasn't supposed to be there then, and had stopped just in time, hiding behind a huge stalagmite so they wouldn't see her, but Kreb knew she was there. This time she was part of the group that had been invited to join the gathering. It was a good walk up to the sacred cave, and by the time they reached it, they were all breathing hard. The first was thinking to herself that she was glad she had decided to make this trip now. In a few years she wouldn't be able to. Ayla had been aware of her difficulty and had purposely slowed down to make it easier for the woman. They knew they were close when they saw a fire burning ahead, and soon after noticed several people standing or sitting around it. They were greeted with enthusiasm by the gathering, then stood and talked while they waited for a few more to arrive. Soon another group of three appeared, Jonacol among them. He had been visiting the camp of another cave whose Zelandonii was also inclined to make images. They were also greeted by all. Then the seventh addressed them.
"We are very fortunate to have the first among those who serve the Great Mother with us. I don't think she has ever joined one of our summer meetings before, and she makes this an especially memorable occasion. Her acolyte and the Zelandonii who was her acolyte are both with her, and we are pleased to welcome them as well."
There were words and gestures of greeting, and then the seventh continued.
"We should all make ourselves comfortable around the fire. We brought pads to sit on. I have a special tea to try for any who would like to. It was given to me by a Zelandonii far to the south of here, in the foothills of the tall mountains that define the boundary of Zelandonii territory. She has watched over a very sacred cave there for many years and renews it frequently. All sacred caves are wombs of the Great Mother, but in some her presence is so profound we know they must be exceptionally close to her. Hers is one of those. I think the Zelandonii who maintains it for the Mother has pleased her so well it has made the Mother want to stay close to it."
Ayla noticed that Jonacol was paying very close attention to the words of the seventh, and thought it might be because he wanted to learn how to please the Mother so she would stay close to the White Cave. He never said it in so many words, but she knew he considered it his special sacred cave. She did too. Someone had put cooking rocks in the fire previously and were now taking them out with bent wood tongs and dropping them into a tightly woven container of water. Then the seventh added the contents of a leather pouch to the steaming water. The scent pervaded the area, and Ayla tried to identify the ingredients. She thought it was a mixture, some of which seemed familiar, but some not at all. Overlaying everything else was a strong odor of mint, which she thought may have been added to disguise the smell of some other ingredient or to mask an unpleasant odor or taste. After the tea had steeped for a while, the seventh dipped some out into 2 cups, one larger than the other.
"This is a powerful drink," the seventh said. I have tried it once, and I will be very careful before using very much of it again. It can take you very close to the world of the spirits, but I think everyone can have a taste if you're careful not to take too much. One of my acolytes has offered to drink a larger dosage so that she can be a way in, a conduit for us." The larger cup was passed around, and each one there took a small drink. When it reached the first, she smelled it first, then took a small sip and rolled it around in her mouth, trying to distinguish the elements. Then she took a slightly larger taste and passed it on to Ayla. She had observed the first closely and did the same thing. It was very potent. The scent alone was strong and made her feel a bit dizzy. The sip filled her mouth with a powerful taste that wasn't entirely unpleasant, but wasn't something she would want to drink every day, like a normal cup of tea, and the small taste that she swallowed almost made her feel faint. She wished she knew what the ingredients were. After tasting, everyone watched as the seventh acolyte drank the small cupful. It wasn't long before she was on her feet, weaving unsteadily toward the entrance to the sacred cave. The seventh quickly got up to offer a hand to help her keep her balance. The rest of the Zelandonii present followed them into the sacred cave, several of them carrying lit torches. They allowed the first, along with Ayla and Jonacol, to go ahead. Although it was quite a long way in, the acolyte went almost directly to the area of the cave where the painted horses that enclosed the large dots were. Several of those with torches went close to the wall to shine light on them. Ayla was still feeling the effects of her small taste of the drink and wondered what sensations the acolyte who had drunk much more was experiencing. The young woman went to the panel and put both hands on it, then got in close and laid her cheek against the rough stone as though she was trying to get inside it. Then she began to cry. Her Zelandonii put his arm around her shoulders to calm her. The first took a few steps toward her and then began to sing the mother's song. Out of the darkness, the chaos of time, the whirlwind gave birth to the mother sublime. She woke to herself, knowing life had great worth. The dark, empty void grieved the great Mother Earth. The mother was lonely. She was the only. Everyone listened, and Ayla could feel a tension in her shoulders that she didn't know was there begin to ease. The young acolyte stopped crying, and after a while, when they picked up the tune of the music, others joined in, especially when they got to the part where she sang about her bringing forth the children of earth from her womb. Each child was different. Some were large and some small. Some could walk and some fly. Some could swim and some crawl. But each form was perfect, each spirit complete. Each one was a model whose shape could repeat. The mother was willing. The green earth was filling. All the birds and the fish and the animals born would not leave the mother this time to mourn. Each kind would live near the place of its birth and share the expanse of the great Mother Earth. Close to her they would stay. They could not run away. When the first was through, the acolyte was sitting on the ground in front of the painted panel. Several others were also sitting on the ground, looking rather dazed. When the first walked back to where Ayla was standing, the seventh soon joined them. He said very softly, "It was remarkable the way your singing settled everyone down." Then he added, indicating the ones who were seated, "I think they took more than a sip. Some may be here a while. I think I should stay until everyone is ready to go back. But you don't have to." "We'll stay a while longer," the one who was first said, noticing that several more people were sitting. "I'll get some of those pads," the seventh said. When he returned, Ayla was ready to sit. "I think that tea keeps getting stronger," she said.
I think you are right, the first said. Do you have any more? She asked the seventh. I would like to test it further when we get back home.
I can give you some to take with you, he said.
As Ayla sat down on the pad, she looked at the painted wall again. It seemed almost transparent, as though she could see through it to the other side. She had the feeling there were more animals wanting to come out, getting ready to live in this world. As she continued to watch, she felt more and more drawn into the world behind the wall, and then it seemed she was in it, or rather high above it. It seemed not much different from her world at first. There were rivers flowing across grassy steppes and prairies and cutting between high cliffs, trees in protected areas, and gallery forests along river banks. Many animals of all kinds roamed the land: mammoths, rhinoceroses, megaceros, bison, aurochs, horses, and saiga antelope preferred the open grasslands. Red deer and other varieties of smaller deer liked the cover of a few trees. Reindeer and muskoxen were well adapted to cold. There were all the varieties of other animals and birds, and predators from the huge cave lion to the smallest weasel. It wasn't so much that she saw them as that she knew they were there, but there were differences. Things seemed strangely reversed. Bison and horses and deer were not avoiding the lions, but ignoring them. The landscape was clear, but when she looked in the sky, she saw the moon and the sun, and then the moon moved in front of the sun and turned it black. Suddenly she felt herself being shaken by the shoulder. I think you may have fallen asleep, the first said. Perhaps, but it feels as though I was in another place, Ayla said. I saw the sun turn black. You may have been, but it's time for us to leave. It's getting light out. When they walked out of the cave, several people were standing around the fire warming themselves. A Zelandonii handed each of them a cup of hot liquid.
This is just a morning drink, he said, smiling. It was a new experience for me, he added. Very powerful.
For me as well, Ayla said. How is the acolyte who drank a whole cup?
She's still feeling the effects. They are very long-lasting, but she is being carefully watched.
The two women walked back to the camp. Although it was very early in the morning, Jondalar was awake. Ayla wondered if he had gone to bed at all. He smiled and looked relieved when he saw Ayla and the first returning.
I didn't think you'd be there all night, Jondalar said.
I didn't think we would either, Ayla said.
I'm going to the Zelandonii lodge. You may want to rest today, Ayla, the first said.
Yes, I may, but right now I want something to eat. I'm hungry.
It was another 3 days before the travelers with Ayla's Danyar tour left the summer meeting of the Southland Zelandonii, during which time Amalana had a small crisis. A very charming, somewhat older, and apparently high-status man had been pressing her to stay and become his mate, and she was tempted. She told the first that she needed to talk to her, and maybe Ayla too. When they met, she began by presenting reasons why she should stay and mate the man who obviously wanted her so much, cajoling and smiling as though she felt she needed permission and was trying to get their agreement. The first had been more than aware of what was going on and had made a few inquiries. Amalana, you are a grown woman who has been mated and unfortunately widowed, and will soon be a mother who will have the responsibility of taking care of the new life that is growing inside you. The choice is entirely yours. You don't need my permission or anyone else's, the first began. But since you asked to speak with me, I presume it is because you want some advice.
Well, yes, I guess so,
Amalana said. She seemed surprised that it had been so easy. She thought she would have to wheedle and coax the Zelandonii to agree to the proposed new mating. First of all, have you met the people of his cave, or any of his relatives? The woman asked.
Sort of. I've shared a few meals with some cousins, but mostly there have been so many feasts and celebrations, we haven't needed to eat with his cave,
Amalana said. Do you remember what you said when you asked to come along on this journey? You said that you wanted to go home so you could be with your mother and family to have your baby. More than that, you weren't happy when Jackaral moved with friends and relatives to start a new cave. At least in part, I'm sure, because you didn't know them very well. They were all excited about starting in some place new, but you had already left the familiar behind and were in a new place. You wanted to be settled and wanted people to be excited about your new baby. Isn't that right? The first said.
Yes, but he's older. He's settled. He's not going to start a new cave. I asked him,
Amalana said. The first smiled. At least you asked that. He is a charming, attractive man, but he is older. Did you wonder why he wants a new mate now? Did you ask if he already has a mate, or if he ever had one?
Not exactly. He said he had been waiting for just the right woman,
Amalana said, frowning. Just the right woman to help his first woman take care of her 5 children.
His first woman? 5 children?
Amalana's frown deepened.
He didn't say anything about 5 children.
Did you ask him?
No, but why didn't he tell me?
Because he didn't have to, Amalana. You didn't ask him. His mate told him to find another woman to help her, but everyone here knows he already has one woman and her children at his hearth. Since she's his first, she would have the status and the say. She's the one who brings the status to that arrangement in any case. He doesn't have much besides good looks and a charming way. We're leaving tomorrow. If you decide to mate him, no one here will bring you back home to your mother's cave.
I am not staying here,
Amalana said angrily.
But why would he trick me like that? Why didn't he tell me?
You're an attractive woman, Amalana, but very young, and you like attention. He will no doubt find a second woman, but she won't be young and pretty, with no one to stand up for her once we're gone. That is what he'd rather have. That is why you are so right for him. The woman he'll find will likely be older, maybe not very attractive. She may have a couple children of her own, or if he's lucky, she'll be a woman who couldn't have children and will be happy to find a charming man with a family, willing to take her in and make her part of his family. I'm sure that's what his first woman is hoping for, not a pretty young woman who will leave with the first man who makes her a better offer. I'm sure that's what you would do, even if it means you would lose status. Amalana looked shocked at the first straightforward remarks. Then she started to cry.
Am I really that bad?
I didn't say you were bad, Amalana. I said you were young, and like most attractive young women, especially those with high status, you are used to getting your own way. But you have a child on the way. You are going to have to learn to put your child's needs ahead of your own wants.
I don't want to be a bad mother,
Amalana wailed.
But what if I don't know how to be a good mother?
You will be, Ayla said, speaking for the first time, especially once you are home with your mother. She will help you, and even if you didn't have a mother, you would fall in love with your baby just like most mothers do. It's the way the Great Mother made women, at least most women, and many men, too. You are a loving person, Amalana. You will be a fine mother.
The first smiled. Why don't you go and get your things ready, Amalana? She said more kindly. We'll be leaving early tomorrow. The company of travelers set out the next day, following one of the 3 rivers that came together near the 7th cave of Southland Zelandonii. They used the shallow crossing place at the campsite to reach the other side, and kept to the river's meandering course in the beginning. Then, rather than following the twists and turns of the waterway, they decided to strike out across country, heading more east than south. This was all new country to Ayla and to Ayla, of course, but she was so young it was unlikely that she would remember when she got older that she had been this way before. It was unfamiliar to Jondalar as well, though he knew he had been here with Willamar and his mother and Marthona's other children. Jonacole hadn't traveled much, so it was new to him as well, and Amalana didn't recall anything about the region, though she had come through it from her southern cave. It just wasn't anything she paid attention to at the time. Her mind had been filled with her exciting new mate, who couldn't seem to stay away from her, and daydreams about her new home. The first had been in the general vicinity several times, but not for quite a while, and she didn't recall it, except in a general way. It was the trade master who knew it well. He had brought his 2 assistants before, but they would need to know it equally well. Willamar was looking for certain landmarks to help him guide the way. As they traveled, the landscape was changing in subtle ways every day. They were gaining elevation, and the country was becoming more rugged. There were more limestone outcrops, often accompanied by brush and even small woods growing around them, and less open grassland. Though they were increasing altitude, it was also gradually warming as the summer wore on, and the vegetation was changing as they journeyed south. They saw fewer coniferous trees, like spruces, firs, and junipers, and more deciduous types, like larches, and the small-leaf variety such as willows and birches, also fruit and nut trees, and occasionally big-leaf maples and oaks. Even the grasses changed, less ryegrass and more of the wheat types, such as emmer and spelt, although mixed fields were common, which included triticale and many herbaceous plants. While traveling, they hunted a variety of large and small game as they came upon it, and gathered the vegetable produce that grew so abundantly at this time of year. But they weren't thinking about storing for future use, so their needs were not great. Except for Ayla, they were healthy adults who were capable of foraging for food and taking care of themselves. The large woman did not hunt or gather, but as the first, she contributed in her own way. She walked some of the time, and the more she did, the more she was able to, but when she got tired, she rode the travois and did not slow them down. It was primarily Whinny who pulled her on her special pole drag, but Ayla and Jondalar were training the other horses to pull the large travois as well. Though they moved slowly enough that the horses could graze along the way, especially in the morning and evening, they made good time, and, with the weather remaining pleasant, their trek felt like an agreeable excursion. They had been traveling for several days, heading generally southeast. Then, one morning, Willamar started out due east, at times even a little north, almost as though he was following a trail. They climbed up around a jutting ridge, and behind it there was a trail, but barely wide enough for the extended legs of the first's pole drag.
"Perhaps you should walk, Zelandonii," Willamar said. "It's not much farther."
"Yes, I think I will," she said. "If I recall right, the trail narrows more up ahead."
"There is a wide spot around the next bend. You might want to leave the pole drag there, Ayla," Willamar suggested. "I don't think the trail will accommodate it."
Pole drags don't do well on steep trails. We found that out before,
she said, including Jondalar with a glance. When they reached the wide place, they helped the donier down and proceeded to unhitch the conveyance. Then they continued walking up the trail, with Willamar in the lead and the rest of the travelers behind him. Ayla, Jondalar, and John Ayla, with the animals, brought up the rear. They traversed a few more legs of the zigzag path and one steep climb up the trail, and suddenly found themselves on a relatively broad, grassy shelf, at the back of which, amidst the smoke of a few fires, was a collection of rather substantial shelters made of wood and hides, with grass thatch roofs. A crowd of people was standing in front of the dwellings, facing the approaching visitors, but Ayla could not tell if they were especially glad to see them. They seemed defensive. No one was smiling, and some held spears, though they were not aimed at anyone. Ayla had seen that kind of reception before, and subtly signaled the wolf to stay close. She could hear the slight rumble in his throat as he moved in front of her in a protective stance. She looked at Jondalar, who had put himself in front of John Ayla and held her there, though she struggled to see around him. The horses were prancing lightly with nervousness, and their ears were pricked forward. Jondalar took a better grip on the lead ropes of Racer and Gray and looked toward Ayla as she put a hand on Whinny's neck.
"Willamar!" a voice called out. "Is that you?" "Farandal, of course it's me, and a few others, mostly from the 9th cave. I thought you'd be expecting us. Aren't Kimmeran and Jondakam here yet?" Willamar said. "No, they aren't," Farandal said. "Should they be?"
"Are they coming?"
a female voice said with a happy touch of excitement.
"We expected them to be here already. No wonder you look so surprised to see us," Willamar said. "You are not the one who surprises me," Farandal said, with a sardonic look. "I think some introductions are in order," Willamar said. "I'll begin with the first among those who serve the great Earth Mother."
Farandal gaped, then caught himself and stepped forward. Once he looked more closely, he recognized her both from her general description and from her tattoos. He had met her before, but it had been some time, and they had both changed since then.
"In the name of Donnie you are welcome, Zelandonii the First," he said, then held out both hands and continued with the formal greeting. The rest of the travelers were introduced, with Jondalar and Ayla last. "This is Jondalar of the 9th cave of the Zelandonii, Master Flint Napper," the master trader began, then continued with Ayla's introduction. "This is Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zelandonii, formerly of the lion camp of the Mamutoi," Willamar said. He noticed Farandal's expression change as he gave her names and ties, and especially when she greeted him and he heard her speak. The introductions, by inference, had told him quite a lot about the woman. First, that she was a foreigner, which was obvious when she spoke, who had been adopted as a full Zelandonii in her own right, not just mated to someone who was a Zelandonii, which was unusual in itself. Then that she belonged to the Zelandonia and had become an acolyte of the first, and although the man was holding ropes that had been tied around 2 horses and was controlling them, she was given the credit for all the animals. It was obvious that she had power over the other horse and the wolf, even without ropes. It seemed to him that she must already be a Zelandonii, not just an acolyte, even of the first. Then he remembered a troupe of traveling storytellers a year or so back that had some new and wildly imaginative stories about horses carrying people and a wolf who loved a woman, but he never dreamed there could be any truth in them. Yet here they were. He hadn't seen the horses carrying people, but he was beginning to wonder how much truth was in those stories. A tall woman, whom Ayla thought looked somehow familiar, came forward and asked Willamar, "Did you say you were expecting to see Jondakam and Kimmeran here?" "It has been a long time since you have seen them, hasn't it, Kimora?" Willamar said. "Yes, it has," she said. "You resemble your kin, especially your brother Jondakam, but Kimmeran too," Willamar said. "We are all related,"
Cumorah said, explaining to Farandal. "Cimarron is my uncle, but he was much younger than his sister, who was my mother. When my mother's mother joined the spirits of the next world, my mother raised him like a son, along with Jondacam and me. Then, when the man to whom she was mated passed on to the next world, she became a Zelandonii. It runs in her family. Her grandfa was also a Zelandonii. I wonder if he still walks this world."
"Yes, he does, in fact, and while age has slowed his step, he is still Zelandonii of the seventh cave. Your mother is now the spiritual leader of the second," Willamar said.
"The one who was Zelandonii of the second cave before her, the one who taught me to make images, walks the next world now," Jonacol added. "That was a sad day for me, but your mother is a good Danyer." "Why did you think Cimarron and Jondacam would be here?" Farandal asked. "They were supposed to leave shortly after we did and come straight here. We made stops along the way," the Zelandonii who was first said. "I am taking Ayla on her Danyer tour, and Jonacol too. I should say Zelandonii of the 19th. We never made much of a tour when he was my acolyte, and he needs to visit some of the sacred sites. From here we were all going to travel together to see one of the most important painted caves. It is in the southeast of Zelandonii territory, and then we'll visit relatives of Cimarron's mate, Belladora. She is from the Giornadonii, the people who live on the long peninsula that juts into the southern sea, south of the eastern Zelandonii territory. As a young man, Cimarron traveled with his sister-mother on her Danyer tour to the northern end of the Giornadonii territory. He met Belladora, mated her, and brought her back with him. The story is similar to Emelana's, the first said, indicating the pretty young woman in their group. But this young woman's story is much less fortunate. Her mate now walks in the next world, and she wanted to return to her own people. She misses her mother. She is carrying new life, and would like to be near her mother when her child is born."
"That's understandable," Cumorah said, smiling sympathetically at Amelana. "No matter how kind people may be, a woman always wants her own mother with her when she gives birth, especially the first time."
Ayla and the first exchanged quick glances. Cumorah probably missed her people. Even though a woman might find a visitor from another place so attractive that she just had to go away with him, it apparently wasn't so easy to live with the strangers who were the kin of her mate. Though they might be people from the same territory, with beliefs and customs generally similar, each cave had its own ways, and a new person was always at a disadvantage in terms of status. Ayla recognized that her situation was not the same as the two young women. Although she was called Ayla of the Mamutoi, she had been more of a stranger to them than she had been to the Zelandonii, and they to her. When she left the clan, she had hoped to find people like herself, but she didn't know where to look. She had lived alone in a pleasant valley for several years until she found Jondalar, who had been wounded by a lion. Except for him, the Mamutoi were the first of her kind she had met since she lost her family when she was a child of 5. She had been raised by the clan, who were not just people of a different cave or territory, or with dissimilar hair or eyes or skin, or who spoke an unknown language. The people of the clan were genuinely different. Their language capabilities were distinctive. The way they thought, the way their brains functioned was unusual. Even the shape of their heads and to some extent their bodies were not quite the same. There was no doubt that they were people, and there were many similarities between them and the ones they called the others. They hunted the animals in their vicinity and gathered the food that grew. They shaped tools out of stone, and with them made other objects like clothing and containers and shelters. They cared about each other and took care of each other, and even recognized that Ayla was a child when they found her, and though she was one of the others, they took care of her. But they were different in some ways that, even though she grew up with them, she never fully understood. Though she sympathized with the young women who lived far away from their families and missed them, she didn't fully empathize with them. At least they were living with people like themselves. She was grateful to have found her own kind, and especially to have found a man who cared about her among them. She couldn't even put into words how much she cared for Jondalar. He was more than she could ever have hoped for. He not only said he loved her, he treated her with love. He was kind, he was generous, he adored her daughter. If it weren't for him, she would not have been able to be an acolyte, to be a part of the Zelandonii. He supported her, took care of Ayla when she wasn't home, even though she knew he would rather she was there with him. And he could bring her to unbelievable joy when they shared pleasures. She trusted him implicitly and completely, and could not believe how fortunate she was. Cumorah looked at the Zelandonii who was first. "Do you think something might have happened to Cimarron and Jondacam?" she asked with a worried frown. "Accidents can happen." "Yes, they can, Cumorah, but it could also be that they were delayed and didn't start as soon as they planned. Or something may have occurred at their cave that made them change their mind and decide not to go. They would have no way of letting us know. We will wait here a few days, if Farandal doesn't mind." She glanced at him, and he smiled and nodded. "Before we continue on our journey, to give them a chance to catch up."
"Perhaps we can do even more," Jondalar said. "Horses can travel much faster than people can. We can ride back along the trail they were on and see if we can find them. If they're not too far away, we might. At least we can try."
"That's a good plan, Jondalar,"
Ayla said.
"So they do carry you on their backs, like the storytellers said," Farandal said.
"Have the storytellers been here recently?"
Ayla asked.
"No, about a year ago, but I thought someone had just made up some remarkable new stories. I didn't know they were true," he said. "We'll start in the morning," Jondalar said. "It's too late now."
Everyone from the cave who could was gathered at the bottom of the slope that led up to the ledge where they lived. Ayla and Jondalar had tied riding baskets and carry baskets that held their camping gear and supplies on all 3 horses and put halters on the stallion and young mare. Then Jondalar lifted Ayla up to Gray's back. "Does that little girl control a horse, too?" Farandal wondered. "All by herself? She's so small, and a horse is a big, powerful animal, and those horses should be afraid of that wolf. Any time I've seen a wolf get close to a horse before, they would shy and run away, or if they thought one was ready to attack, they would try to trample it. What kind of powerful magic does that woman have?" For a moment he felt a tingle of fear. Then he shook himself. She seemed like just an ordinary woman. She talked to the other women, helped with the work, tended to the children. She is an attractive woman, especially when she smiles, and except for her accent, you wouldn't think there was anything remarkable about her, or even unusual. Yet there she is, leaping up onto the back of that dun-yellow mare. He watched them start off, the man in the lead, the child in the middle, and the woman bringing up the rear. The man was big for the compact horse, which he called Racer. His feet nearly dragged the ground when he sat on the dark brown horse, an unusual color that he had not seen before. But as the animals began a fast trot, the man sat farther back on the horse, pulled up his knees, and hugged the body of the stallion with his legs. The girl sat forward, almost riding the neck of the taupe-colored young mare, her little legs sticking out. Again, the grayish-tan horse's coat was an unusual color, though he had seen it before when he'd made a trip north. Some called the taupe color Gruya. Ayla just called it gray, and it had become the mare's name. Not long after they started out, the fast trot speeded up to a gallop. Without encumbrances, like the pole drags, the horses liked to stretch their legs, especially on a morning ride. Ayla leaned forward, low on Whinny's neck, which was her signal to the horse to go as fast as she wished. Wolf yipped and joined in the sprint. Jondalar leaned forward as well, keeping his knees bent and close to the animal. Ayla grabbed Gray's mane with one hand, and with her cheek resting high on the horse's neck while she squinted to see ahead, she wrapped her other arm around as best she could. With the wind in their faces, the fast ride was exhilarating, and the riders let the horses have their run and delighted in it. After they had worked out all the kinks, Ayla sat up somewhat. Ayla sat lower near the base of Gray's neck, and Jondalar sat a little straighter and let his legs hang down. They all felt more relaxed and cantered on at a somewhat slower pace. Ayla gave Wolf a signal and said search, which he knew meant search for people. There were very few people on Earth at that time. They were far outnumbered by millions of other creatures, from the very large to the very small, and those humans who were there tended to cluster close together. When Wolf sampled all the smells that were in the wind, he could identify many different animals in various stages of life and death. He seldom detected the scent of human on the wind, but when he did, he knew it. The rest of them also searched, scanning the landscape to see if they could find any sign that people had passed by recently. They didn't think they would discover anyone so close, sure that the other party of travelers would have sent a runner ahead if they were in any kind of trouble and that close to their destination. Around midday, they took a break for a meal and to let the horses graze. When they continued, they scanned the countryside more intently. There was a trail of sorts that they followed, occasional blazes on trees, limbs on brush bent in certain ways. Sometimes a small pile of stones tapering from front to back, and rarely a mark on a rock made with red ochre paint. They searched until sundown, then made camp and set up their traveling tents near an active stream that had begun as a spring on higher ground. Ayla took out some traveling cakes made with dried bilberries, rendered fat, and dried meat that had been ground with a pestle into small pieces and broke them into boiling water, then added some extra dried meat to the soup. Jondalar and Ayla took a walk in the rather flat meadow nearby, and the child returned with her hands full of onions they had found, mostly by smell. The level ground had been a wetland earlier in the season, the result of the stream flooding, and as it dried, it became a suitable place for certain plants to grow. Ayla thought she might take a look at it the next morning to gather more onions and whatever else she might find. They started out the next day after their meal, finishing the soup made the night before, which included some additional roots and greens that Ayla had found in her quick exploratory hike around the area. Their second day was as disappointing as the first. They found no sign that any people had passed that way recently. Ayla did see tracks of many animals and began pointing them out to Ayla, showing her the subtle aspects that indicated the movements of various creatures. By the time they stopped for a midday meal on the third day, both Jondalar and Ayla were feeling some concern. They knew how much Cimarron and Jondacam wanted to see Camorra, and they knew that Belladora was anxious to visit her family. Had the ones they were expecting just not made the trip? Had something come up that caused them to cancel or postpone their planned journey, or had something happened to them along the way?
"We could go back to Big River and the first cave of Southland Zelandonii and see if they made the crossing," Ayla said.
"You and Ayla wouldn't have to make that long trip. I could go, and you could return to let everyone know. If we don't return in a few days, they'll be worrying about us," Jondalar said.
"You are probably right," Ayla said, But let's keep looking, at least until tomorrow. Then we can decide."
They made camp late and avoided talking about the decision they knew they would have to make. In the morning, the air felt damp, and they noticed clouds had formed in the north. In the early morning, the wind was erratic, coming from every direction. Then it shifted and started blowing from the north with some strong gusts, which made the horses nervous as well as the people. Ayla always packed extra clothing for warmth in case of shifts in the weather or if they needed to be up late in the evening. The glaciers, beginning in the farthest north and laying like a huge pancake on the curved top of the earth, presented walls of solid ice more than 2 miles thick, only a few hundred miles away. On the hottest days of the summer, the nights were usually cool, and even the daytime weather could change abruptly. The north wind brought a chill and a reminder that even in summer, winter ruled the land. But the north wind brought something else as well. In the bustle of striking camp and preparing a meal, no one noticed the shift in Wolf's posture. But a loud yip that was almost a bark got Ayla's attention. He was standing, almost leaning into the wind, with his nose high and forward. He had picked up a scent. Each time they started out from camp, she had given him the signal to search for people. The wolf's highly developed sense of smell had found something, some small whiff brought in by the wind.
"Look, Mother! Look at Wolf!"
John Ayla said. She had seen his bearing, too. "He's located something," Jondalar said. "Let's hurry and finish packing." They threw things into the pack baskets, much less neatly than usual, and tied them on the horses along with the riding blankets, put the halters on Racer and Gray, doused the fire, and mounted.
"Find them, Wolf,"
Ayla said.
"Show us which way to go."
She made the clan hand signals when she gave the command. The wolf headed north, but took a more easterly direction than they had been traveling. If what he had scented was the group they were supposed to meet, they seemed to have veered off the infrequently marked trail, or perhaps they had traveled into the eastern highland for some other reason. Wolf moved with single-minded purpose, using the ground-covering lope that was common to his species. The horses, with Whinny in the lead, followed behind. They traveled all morning and passed the time when they would normally have stopped for a midday meal. Ayla thought she caught a whiff of something burning. Then Jondalar called out to her, "Ayla, do you see smoke ahead?" She did see a faint trace of smoke rising in the distance and urged Whinny to a faster pace. She was holding Gray's lead rope and glanced back at her beloved daughter on the young mare's back to make sure John Ayla was prepared for the increased speed. The girl smiled at her mother in excitement, which indicated that she was prepared. John Ayla loved riding her horse by herself. Even when her mother or Jondalar wanted her to ride in front on one of their mounts for safety because the trail was rough, or so she could rest and not have to hold on as firmly, the child resisted, though it seldom did any good. When they saw a camp with people around it, they slowed down as they approached. They weren't sure who the people were. Someone else could also be traveling, and rushing into a camp of strangers on the backs of horses could cause distress for everyone. Chapter 23. Then Ayla saw a man as tall as Jondalar with blonde hair. He also saw her.
"Kimran, we've been looking for you. I'm so glad we found you,"
Ayla said with relief in her voice.
"Ayla," Kimran said, "is it really you?" "And how did you find us?" Jondacam said. "How did you know where to look?"
"Wolf found you. He has a good nose,"
Ayla said. "We went to Kamora's cave, expecting to meet you there, but they were surprised to see us," Jondalar said. "Everyone was getting worried, especially your sister, Jondacam. So I suggested we go back on the horses along the trail that I thought you would take, because they can go much faster than people."
But we went off the trail to find a place to make a good camp when the children got sick, Lavila said. You say the children are sick? Ayla asked.
Yes, and Belladora too, Kimaran said. Maybe you shouldn't come too close. Ginadella got it first. She was hot, feverish. Then Lavila's son, John Levin, and then Belladora. I thought Gianaran might avoid it, but about the time that Ginadella started to get red spots all over her, he started getting feverish.
We didn't know what to do for them, except let them rest, make sure they drank plenty of water, and try to cool the fever with wet compresses, Lavila said. You did the right thing, Ayla said. I've seen something like this before, at the Mamutoi summer meeting, when I was spending a lot of time with the Mamuti. They are like the Zelandonii, the ones who know the spirit world and are healers. One of the camps arrived with several people who were sick, mostly children. The Mamuti made them stay at the far edge of the meeting camp and posted several Mamuti to make everyone else stay away. They were afraid most of the people at the summer meeting would get the sickness. Then you should make sure that John Ayla doesn't play with the children, Lavila said, and you should stay away. Are they still hot and feverish? Ayla asked. Not much anymore, but they are full of red spots. I'll take a look at them, but if they are not feverish, it may be all right. The Mamutoi think it is an ailment of childhood, and they say it is better if you get it as a child. Children tend to recover more easily, Ayla said. It's harder on adults.
That's true for Belladora. I think she was sicker than the children, Kimaran said. She's still weak.
The Mamuti told me the fever is more intense and lingers, and the spots take longer to go away if you get it after you are grown, Ayla said. Why don't you take me to see Belladora and the children?
Their tent had two tops. A primary pole held up the higher one, and a thin wisp of smoke was coming out of a hole near the top of that one. A smaller pole supported an extension of the tent, making more room. The entrance was a little low, and Ayla ducked to go inside. Belladora was lying on a sleeping roll in the enlarged area. The three children were sitting up on their bedrolls, but did not seem to feel very energetic. 3 other sleeping places were in the other side, 2 together and 1 separate. Kimaran came in after Ayla. He could stand erect near the pole in that section, but had to bend over or stoop to move around in the rest of the tent. Ayla first went to check on the children. The youngest, Lavila's son, John Levin, seemed to be over his fever, though he was still listless and covered with red spots that seemed to be itchy. He smiled when he saw Ayla.
"Where's John Ayla?"
he asked. The woman recalled that she liked to play with him. He could count 3 years to her 4, but he was approaching her in height. She liked to play his mother, or sometimes his mate, and boss him around. They were cousins, since his mother Lavila was the sister of Proliva, who was mated to Jondalar's brother Joharan, close cousins that would not be allowed to mate.
"She's outside,"
Ayla said, as she put the back of her hand on his forehead, felt that it wasn't abnormally hot, and his eyes didn't have the glazed look of fever.
"I think you are feeling better, aren't you? Not so hot anymore." "I want to play with John Ayla." "Not yet. Maybe in a little while," Ayla said.
She checked out Ginadella next. She also seemed well on the way to recovery, though her red spots were certainly colorful.
"I want to play with John Ayla too," she said.
The twins could count 5 years, and just as Kimaran and Jondalar resembled each other, both were tall and blonde, though they were not related. John Ayla and Ginadella were also blonde and fair with blue eyes, though John Ayla had the same vivid, startling blue color of Jondalar's eyes. Gianaran, Ginadella's twin,
had rather dark brown hair and brownish-green hazel eyes like his mother, but he seemed to have some of Kimmeran's height. When Ayla put the back of her hand to his head, there was still some heat, and his eyes had the shiny look of fever. His spots were coming on strong, but they seemed a little raw, not as distinctly developed.
"I'll give you something to make you feel better in a little while," she said to the boy. "Would you like a drink of water now? Then I think you should lie down."
"All right," he said with a weak smile. She reached for the water bag and poured some into a cup that was beside his sleeping roll, then helped him hold it while he drank. He did lie down afterwards. Finally, she went to Belladora.
"How are you feeling?"
Ayla asked.
"I felt better,"
she said. Her eyes were still glazed and she was sniffling.
"I'm really glad you're here. But how did you find us?"
"When you weren't at Camora's cave, we thought something must have delayed you. It was Jondalar's idea to take the horses and look for you. They can go faster than people, but it was Wolf who picked up your scent and brought us here," Ayla said.
"I didn't realize how useful your animals could be,"
Belladora said.
"But I hope you don't get this sickness. It's terrible. And now I'm feeling itchy. Will these red spots go away?"
"They should fade soon," Ayla said, "though it may take a while before they are completely gone. I'll fix something to help the itch and bring the fever down a little." Everyone had crowded into the tent by then. Jondalar and Kimmeran were both standing by the taller pole. The rest were crowded around them.
"I wonder why Belladora and the children got sick, but not the rest of us," Lavila said. "At least not yet."
"If you haven't by now, you probably won't," Ayla said.
"I was worried that someone might have set evil spirits on us because they were jealous that we were making a journey,"
Belladora said.
"I don't know,"
Ayla said. "Did you anger anyone?"
"If I did, I didn't mean to. I was excited about seeing my family and my cave again. When I left with Kimmeran, I didn't know if I ever would. It might have seemed like I was bragging,"
Belladora said.
"Did anyone at the first cave of Southland Zelandonii talk about anyone who had stayed there before you? Or was anyone sick when you were there?"
Ayla asked Kimmeran. "Now that you mention it, some people did make a crossing before us, more than one group, and I think their Zelandonii was taking care of someone who was sick," Kimmeran said. "I didn't ask, though."
"If there were evil spirits present, they may not have been directed at you. It may be that they were left over from the people who were there before you, Belladora. But some sickness happens without anyone wishing it on you. It just seems to get passed around,"
Ayla said.
"This fever with red spots might be one like that. If you get it when you are young, you don't usually get it after you are grown. That's what one mammoth told me. My guess is that all of you had it when you were children, or you'd be sick too."
"I think I do remember a time when a lot of us were sick at a summer meeting," John DeCam said. "They put us all together in one tent, and once we got to feeling better, we felt special because we were getting so much attention. It was like a game. I think we had spots, too. Do any of you remember?"
"I was probably too young to remember,"
Lavila said. "And I was just enough older that I didn't pay any attention to younger children, sick or not," Jondalar said. "If I didn't get sick then, I must have had it when I was so young I don't remember. What about you, Kimmeran?" "I think I do remember, sort of, but only because my sister was in the Zelandonii," the other tall man said. "At a summer meeting, there's always so much going on, and youngsters from the same cave tend to stay together. They don't always notice what others are doing.
What about you, Ayla? Have you had the red spot fever sickness?
I remember occasionally being sick and having a fever when I was growing up, but I don't remember if I ever had red spots with it, Ayla said. But I didn't get sick when I went with a mammut to the Mammutoi camp that had the sickness, so that I could learn something about it and how to treat it. And speaking of that, I want to go out and see what I can find to help you feel better, Belladora. I have some medicines with me, but the plants I want grow almost everywhere, and I'd rather have fresh ones if I can find some.
Everyone filed out of the tent except Kimaran, who stayed to look after Belladora and her children, as well as Lavila's child.
"Can't I stay here, Mother, with them?"
John Ayla asked, indicating the other children.
"They can't play right now, John Ayla," her mother said. "They need to rest, and I'd like you to help me find some plants that I can use to make them feel better."
"What are you looking for?" Lavila asked when they got outside. "Can I help you?"
"Do you know yarrow or common coltsfoot? I also want willow bark, but I know where that is. I saw some just before we got here." "Is yarrow the one with the fine leaves and tiny white flowers that grow together in a bunch? A little like carrots, with a stronger smell. That's one way you can tell the difference, from the smell," Lavila asked. "That is a very good description," Ayla said. "And coltsfoot?" "Big, roundish green leaves that are thick, white, and soft underneath." "You know that one too. Good. Let's go and find some," Ayla said.
Jondalar and Jondakam were standing by the fireplace outside the tent, talking, while John Ayla was nearby listening.
"Belladora and Gianaran still have some fever. We are going to look for some plants to help bring down the heat, and something to help the itchiness of all of them. I'll take John Ayla and Wolf."
"We were just saying we should collect more wood," Jondalar said, "and I was thinking that I should look for some trees that would make good poles for a pole drag or two. Even when Belladora and the children get better, they might not be up to a long walk, and we should start back to Kamora's cave before they start worrying about us."
"Do you think Belladora will mind riding on a pole drag?" Ayla asked.
"We've all seen the first riding on one. She seems to like it. I think it has made the idea less frightening," Lavila said. "Why don't we ask her?"
"I need to get my gathering basket anyway," Ayla said.
"I'll get mine too, and we should let Kimaran and Belladora know where we're going," Lavila said. "And I'll tell John Leven we're going to get something to make him feel better."
"He'll want to go since he is better, especially when he finds out that John Ayla is going with you," Jondakam said.
"I know he will," Lavila said, "but I don't think he should yet. What do you think, Ayla? If I knew the area better and knew where we were going, it might be all right, but I don't think so yet."
"That's what I'll tell him," Lavila said.
"I'll take Belladora," Ayla said. "Winnie is more accustomed to pulling a pole drag."
It had been several days since they found the missing families, but Belladora still wasn't entirely recovered. If she pushed herself too soon, Ayla was afraid she might end up with a chronic problem that could make the rest of the journey more difficult. She didn't add that Racer would not be a good horse to pull her travois because he was harder to control. Even Jondalar, who was very good with him, sometimes had difficulty when the stallion got a bit fractious. Gray was still young, John Ayla even younger in terms of ability, and with Winnie dragging the travois behind her, it would be more difficult for Ayla to use the lead rope to help her daughter control the horse. She wasn't sure that they should make a pole drag for Gray. However, the large tent the other travelers had been camping in while people were sick was assembled from their smaller traveling tents and some extra hides, and the third travois could hold the tent poles
and other things they had made while they had stopped that they might otherwise have left behind. The children were very much improved, but still tired easily. The pole drags would also provide a place for them to rest while they were traveling, without having to stop. Ayla and Jondalar wanted to return as quickly as possible. They were sure the ones who were waiting for them were wondering where they were. The night before they planned to leave, they organized as much as they could so they could leave quickly. Ayla, Jondalar, John Ayla, and Wolf used their own traveling tent. In the morning they made a quick meal of the leftovers from the night before, packed everything on the pole drags, including the back frames they usually wore to carry their essentials, shelter, additional clothing, and food, with them. Though the adults were used to carrying them, they found it much easier to walk without the heavy loads. They got off to a good start and traveled farther than they customarily did, but by evening most people were tired. While they were drinking the last of their evening tea, Kimaran and Jondakam brought up the idea of stopping early to go hunting so they would have something to bring with them when they met Kamora's relatives. Ayla was concerned. The weather had cooperated so far. There had been a little shower the night Ayla and Jondalar found the other travelers. It cleared up after that, but Ayla didn't know how long it would stay that way. Jondalar was aware that she had a good nose for weather and usually knew when rain was coming. It wasn't exactly a smell that suggested rain. She thought of it as a special tang in the air and often a damp feel. In later times, some would refer to the ozone in the atmosphere before rain as fresh air. Others, who had the ability to detect it, thought it had a metallic tinge. Ayla didn't have a name for it and found it hard to explain, but she knew it, and she had perceived that hint of coming rain recently. Slogging through mud and pouring rain was the last thing she wanted to do right now. Ayla woke up when it was still dark. She got up to use the night basket, but stepped outside instead. There was still a glow from the coals in the fireplace in front of the tent that gave enough light for her to go to a nearby bush instead. The air was cool but fresh, and as she headed back to the tent, she noticed that the true black of night had shaded into the midnight blue of pre-dawn. She watched for a while as a rich, deep red flooded the eastern sky, highlighting a mottled pattern of dark purple clouds, followed by a dazzling light that turned the red sky more fiery and spread the clouds out into bands of vibrant color. "I'm sure it's going to rain soon," she said to Jondalar when she went back into the tent, "and it is going to be a big storm. I know they don't want to arrive empty-handed, but if we keep going, we might get there before the rain starts. I would not want Belladora to get wet and cold just as she is getting better, and I dislike the idea of having everything get wet and muddy when if we hurry, we might avoid it." The rest woke up early, planning to start out not long after sunup. Everyone could see dark clouds gathering on the horizon, and Ayla was sure they would soon be in for a downpour. "Ayla says a big storm is coming," Jondalar told the other two men when they brought up hunting. "She thinks it would be better to hunt later, after we get there." "I know there are clouds in the distance," Kimaran said, "but that doesn't mean it will rain here. They look pretty far off." "Ayla has a good sense of rain coming," Jondalar said. "I've seen it before. I don't necessarily want to have to dry out wet clothes and muddy footwear." "But we only met them at the matrimonial," Jondakam said. "I don't want to ask for their hospitality with nothing to give in return. We were only there a half a day before we left to look for you, but I noticed that they don't seem to be familiar with the spear thrower. Why don't we ask them to come hunting with us and show them how to use it? That might be a better gift than just bringing them some meat," Jondalar said. "I suppose. Do you really think it's going to rain that soon?" Kimaran asked. "I trust Ayla's nose for rain.
She is seldom wrong, Jondalar said. She's been smelling rain for a few days, and she thinks it will be a big storm, not one that we'll want to get caught in without good shelter. She doesn't even want to stop to cook a midday meal. She says we should just drink water and eat traveling cakes along the way so we can get there faster. Now that Belladora is getting well, I don't think you want her to get soaked.
Suddenly he had another thought.
We could get there more quickly, riding on the horses. How can we all ride on 3 horses? Kimaran asked. Some people could ride on the pole drags, and others double up on the horses. Have you ever thought about sitting on a horse? You could sit behind John Ayla. Maybe someone else could sit on a horse. I've got long legs, and I can run fast, Kimaran said. Not as fast as a horse, Jondalar said. Her 2 children can ride on the pole drag with Belladora. It would be a bumpy ride, but they have already done it a few times. We could move the gear on Racer's pole drag to Gray's. Then Lavila and John Leven can ride double on Racer with me. That leaves you and Jondacam. I thought he could ride on the pole drag, or he can ride behind me and Lavila, and her young one can be on the pole drag. That leaves you riding double with Ayla or John Ayla. With your long legs, it would give you more room if you ride with John Ayla, since she rides so close to Gray's neck. Do you think you could hang on to a horse with your legs while you're sitting on her? You could also hold on to the pole drag ropes. Whoever rides double with me can hang on to me. We won't ride too long like that. It would tire the horses. But we could cover a good bit of ground a lot faster if we let them run for a little while. I see you've been thinking about this, Jondacam said. Only since Ayla told me of her concerns, Jondalar said. What do you think, Lavila?
I don't want to get wet if I can avoid it, she said. If Ayla says it's going to rain, I believe her. I'll ride a pole drag with John Leven like Belladora if it means we'll get there faster, even if it is a little bumpy. While the water was heating for tea, the loads on the pole drags were rearranged, and Ayla and Jondalar got everyone settled. Wolf was watching from the side with his head tilted at an angle, as though he was curious about what was going on, which was emphasized by his cocked ear. Ayla caught sight of him and smiled. They started out slowly at first. Then, with a look between them, Jondalar signaled Ayla, then gave a shout. "Get ready and hold on tight," he said. Ayla leaned forward, instructing her horse to run. Winnie started into a fast trot, then her gait changed to a gallop. Though it wasn't as fast as it would have been if she hadn't been dragging the travois, she did gain considerable speed. The horses behind followed her lead at the urging of their usual riders and picked up their pace. Wolf ran along beside them. It was exhilarating for Jondacam and Kimaran, and breathtaking, if a little frightening, for those holding on tight to the pole drags as they bumped over the rough ground. Ayla paid close attention to her horse, and when Winnie started to labor under the strain, she slowed her down. "Well, that was exciting," Belladora said. "That was fun," both the twins said together. "Can we do it again?" Ginadella asked. "Yes, can we do it again?" Gianaran asked. "We'll do it again, but we have to let Winnie rest a little now," Ayla said. She was pleased with the distance they had traveled in their short burst of speed, but they still had some ways to go. They kept going, but at a walk. After she felt that her horse was rested, Ayla called out, "Let's do it again." When the horses started running, the riders hung on, knowing now what to expect. The ones who had been frightened were not as frightened this time, but it was still exciting to move with greater speed than any of them could have run, even those with the longest of legs. The native wild horses, which had been tamed but not domesticated, were very strong and tough. Their hooves needed no protection from rocky ground,
They could carry or pull a surprisingly heavy load, and their endurance was well beyond what might be expected. Though they loved to run, the horses with the extra loads could sustain the pace for only a limited time, which Ayla watched very carefully. By the time she slowed them back to a walk, and after a while signaled them to take off in a run a third time, the horses even seemed to be enjoying it. Wolf did too. It seemed like some kind of game. He tried to anticipate when they would start to run again and get a head start, but he didn't want to get too far ahead because he was keeping pace and needed to predict when they would slow down. By late afternoon, Ayla and Jondalar were beginning to recognize the region, though they weren't sure, and didn't want to miss the trail they needed to take to reach the cave of Camora's people. It had been Willamar who knew the region. Going at a slower pace made everyone notice the changes in the weather. The air was damp, and the wind had started to pick up. Then they heard a resounding rumble and the roaring crack of thunder, and not long after saw a flash of lightning, and it wasn't very far away. They all knew a big storm was almost upon them. Ayla began to shiver, but it wasn't just the sudden blast of cold, damp air. The rumbling and roaring reminded her too much of an earthquake, and there was nothing she hated more than earthquakes. They almost missed the trail, but Willamar and some of the others had been keeping a watch for them for several days. Jondalar was very relieved when he saw the familiar figure waving at them. The trademaster had seen the horses approaching from some distance away and had sent one of the people up to tell the cave that the horses were returning. At a distance, when Willamar didn't see anyone walking alongside the horses, he was afraid they hadn't found anyone, but as they drew closer, he saw more than one head above the backs of the horses and realized they were riding together. Then he saw the pole drags, and as they pulled up, people on them. People from the cave were rushing down the path. When Camora saw her brother and her uncle, she didn't know which to run to first. They solved her dilemma when both of them ran to her and hugged her together. "Hurry, it's starting to rain," Willamar urged.
"We can leave the pole drags here,"
Ayla said. Then they all hurried up the trail. The travelers stayed longer than planned, partly to give Camora a chance to visit with her kin, and for her mate and children to get to know them. The cave was a more isolated band of people, and though they went to summer meetings, they didn't have any close neighbors. Jondacam and Lavila considered staying with Jondacam's sister, perhaps until the travelers could stop and pick them up on their way back. She seemed hungry for company and news about people she knew. Kimaran and Belladora definitely planned to leave when the first did. Belladora's people lived at the end of their proposed journey. The first had been hoping to leave within a few days, but John Ayla came down with measles as they were getting ready to go, which delayed their departure. The 3 Zelandonii among the travelers gave remedies and instructions to the resident cave on how to care for those who developed the contagious disease, explaining that they were likely to get sick too, but that usually it wasn't too serious. The local Zelandonii had become acquainted with the first and Jonacol, while Ayla and Jondalar were looking for the others and had grown to respect their knowledge. The people of the 9th cave told stories of their experiences with the sickness and made it seem so commonplace that the people didn't feel quite as nervous about getting sick with it. Even after John Ayla started to feel better, Zelandonii decided that they should postpone leaving until the people of the cave started to show symptoms, so the 3 of them could explain how to care for those who got sick and what herbs and poultices would be helpful. Many of the cave did get sick, but not all of them, which made the first think that at least some of the people had been exposed to measles before. Zelandonii and Willamar knew there were some sacred sites in the region and talked about them with Farnadal and their Danyar. The first knew of them, but had not seen them. Willamar had, but it had been many years before. The sites were related to the major painted cave near the 7th cave of Southland Zelandonii, just as the one near the 4th Southland cave was, and they were sacred sites, but from the descriptions there wasn't much to see, just a few rough paintings on stone walls. They had already been delayed so long that the first decided they could omit those sites on this Danyar tour so they would have time to see some others. It was more important to see the very major sacred site that was not far from Amalana's cave, and they still had to make a visit to the neighboring Giornadani and Bellidora's cave. The wait gave the 9th cave an opportunity to get to know the people of Comora's cave better, and Jondalar in particular, the opportunity to demonstrate the spear thrower and show how to make one to those who wanted to learn. The wait also gave Jondacam and Lavila more time to visit with Comora and their relatives, and when the travelers left, they were ready to go with them. During the extended visit, the 2 caves had become quite friendly, and they talked about a reciprocal visit sometime. For all the camaraderie, the visitors were anxious to be on their way, and the people of the cave were thankful when they were gone. They were not accustomed to many visitors, unlike the 9th cave, which was located in the midst of a richly populated region. It was one reason that Comora still missed her family and friends. She was determined to make sure the cave did make a return visit, and if she could, she was going to persuade her mate to stay. After they started out again, it took the travelers a few days to settle back into a comfortable itinerant mode. The composition of the new group of travelers was quite different from the one they had started out with, primarily because there were more of them, and more children, which prolonged the time it took to move from place to place. As long as it had been just John Ayla, who often rode Gray, they moved at a fairly rapid pace, but with 2 more youngsters who were old enough to use their own legs, and a younger one who wanted to walk because the other children did, their rate of travel had inevitably slowed. Ayla finally made the suggestion that Gray should pull a pole drag for the 3 children to use, while John Ayla rode on her back. That helped the travelers to move a little faster. The trekkers settled into a very practical routine, with all of them contributing to the well-being of the group in their own way. As the season progressed, and they continued in their southerly direction, the days grew warmer. It was generally pleasant, except for an occasional rainstorm or muggy heat spell. When they were traveling or working in warm weather, men often wore a breechclout and perhaps a vest, plus their decorative and identifying beads. Women usually wore a loose, comfortable, sleeveless dress with slits up the sides for ease of walking, made of soft buckskin or woven fibers that went on over their head and tied at the waist. But as the weather warmed, even light clothing could be too much, and they stripped down more. Both men and women sometimes wore only a thong or short-fringed skirt and some beads. The children not even that, and their skins turned nut brown. A natural tan, slowly acquired, was the best protective sunscreen, and though they didn't know it, a healthy way to absorb certain essential vitamins. Zelandonii was becoming more accustomed to walking, and Ayla thought she was getting slimmer. She had little trouble keeping up, but she always insisted upon riding on her pole drag when they arrived at a new location. People made a commotion when they saw her being pulled by a horse, which she felt added to the mystique of the Zelandonii and to the position of the first among those who served the great Earth Mother. Their route, which was worked out by Zelandonii and Willamar, took them south through open woods and grasslands, along the west side of a massif, a highland that was the leftover stump of ancient mountains ground down by the passage of time, with volcanoes forming new mountains on top of the old. Eventually they turned east, swinging around the bottom of the central highland,
and then continued traveling east between the southern end of the highland and the north shore of the southern sea. As they traveled, they often saw game, birds, and animals of many kinds, but except when they stopped to visit settlements, no people crossed their path. Ayla found herself truly enjoying the company of Livilla and Belladonna and Amalana when they weren't visiting another cave or summer meeting. They did things together with their children. Amalana's pregnancy was beginning to show, but she was no longer troubled by morning sickness, and the walking was beneficial for her. She felt well, and her vibrant good health, along with her obvious show of maternity, made her even more attractive to Tavonen and Paladar, Willimar's assistants. But as they continued the Danur tour, stopping to visit various caves, summer meetings, and sacred sites, there were many young men who found her equally attractive, and she enjoyed the attention. Since Ayla was often with Zelandonii, the young women were learning some of the knowledge that Zelandonii was teaching her acolyte. They listened and sometimes joined in on their discussions about various things: medicinal practices, identifying plants, ways of counting, meanings of colors and numbers, stories and songs of the histories and elder legends, and the Danyers seemed to have no objection to passing her wisdom on to them. She knew that in times of emergency it wouldn't hurt to have some additional people around who knew something about what to do if they needed to act as assistants. Traveling east, they found their way often blocked by rivers that came down from the Massif and into the southern sea. Since none of the rivers were huge, they became adept at crossing them, until they came to one that carved a large valley running from north to south. They turned and followed it north until they came to a tributary that joined it from the northeast, and followed it. A little beyond that, the traveling group came to a pleasant area of open woodland on the edge of an oxbow lake. Though it was early afternoon, they stopped and set up camp amid some brush and grass near a copse of trees. The children discovered a large patch of bilberries before the evening meal and picked some to share with their elders, but they ate more as they picked. The women saw huge stands of cattails and phragmite reeds at the edge of the water, and the hunters found fresh signs of cloven hooves.
"We're getting close to the home of those that live the closest to the most important sacred cave of all the Zelandonii," Willimar said, after they built a fire and were relaxing with a drink of tea. "We're a large group to be visiting and asking for hospitality without bringing something to share equivalent to our size."
"It looks like a herd of aurochs or bison stopped here not too long ago, judging from those prints," Kimmeran said. "They may return to the water to drink here regularly. If we stay a while, we could hunt them," Jonacol said. "Or I could go look for them on Racer," Jondalar said. "Most of us are running out of spears to hunt with," Jondacam said. "I broke another one the last time we went hunting, both the shaft and the point." "This looks like a region that should have good flint," Jondalar said. "If I can find some, I'll make new points. I saw a stand of straight trees on our way here, younger than those in that copse, that would make good shafts," Paladar said. "It's not far away." "Some of those bigger ones would make good shafts for a couple of new pole drags to bring some fresh meat to the cave we want to visit," Jondalar said.
"A few young bulls at this time of year would give us fresh meat and some for drying, and fat for traveling cakes, and fuel for lamps, and a hide or two," Ayla said. "We can make new footwear from the skins. I don't mind walking barefoot most of the time, but sometimes I want protection for my feet, and my footwear is wearing out. And look at all those cattails and reeds," Belladora said. "You can weave footwear from those, too, and we can make new sleeping rolls and baskets and pads and many other things we need. Even gifts for the cave we want to visit," Livilla said. I hope we don't take too long. I'm awfully close to home, and I'm getting anxious, Amalana said. I can't wait to see my mother.
But you don't want to return empty-handed, do you? The first said. Wouldn't you like to bring a gift or two for your mother, and maybe some meat for your cave?
You're right. I should do that, so it doesn't look like I'm just coming home begging, Amalana said. You know that you wouldn't be begging, even if you didn't bring anything. But wouldn't it be nice to give them something? Lavila said.
Chapter 24. They all decided it was time to take a few days to hunt and gather food to resupply their traveling larder and restock equipment that was showing signs of hard use. They were excited about finding a place with such abundance.
I want to get some of those berries. They look perfect for picking, Lavila said. Yes, but first I want to make a picking basket, something to wear around my neck so I can use 2 hands to pick, Ayla said. I want enough to dry some for traveling cakes, but then I need to weave a mat or 2 to dry them on.
Will you make a basket for me? Zelandonii said. Picking is something I can do.
I'd like to pick too. Will you make a basket for me? Amalana said. Show me how you make yours, Belladora said. Picking with both hands is a good idea, but I always carried the basket on my arm. I'll show you all, including the children. They can help too, Ayla said. Let's go get some of those reeds and cattails.
And collect the roots to eat with the evening meal, Belladora said. Wolf was watching Ayla and John Ayla and finally yipped to get the woman's attention. He was running towards the open field, then running back.
You want to do some exploring and hunting too, Wolf? Well, go ahead, she said, giving him a hand signal that he knew meant he was free to go his own way. The women spent the afternoon pulling and digging up plants from the muddy edge of the lake, the tall phragmite reeds whose plume-like tops towered over both Jondalar and Kimaran, and slightly shorter cattails whose spikes were fruiting with edible pollen. The fresh rootstocks and lower stems of both plants could also be eaten either raw or cooked, as well as the little bulblets that grew from the cattail rhizomes. Later, the dried old stringy roots could be pounded into flour for making a kind of bread, especially good when mixed with the rich yellow pollen from the cattail spikes, but equally important were the non-edible parts. The soft, hollow stems of the tall reeds could be woven into large baskets or made into soft, springy bed mats, more comfortable to sleep on than fur bedrolls when it was warm, and a ground mat for the furs when it was cold. The cattail leaves were also made into mats used for various purposes, including bedding or pads to kneel or sit upon. Besides being twined into baskets, they could be woven into dividing panels, waterproof coverings for dwellings, and rain cloaks and hats for people. The solid cattail stalk, when it became dry, made an excellent fire drill. The brown cattail tops would become fuzz that made good tinder, or stuffing for bedding, pads, and pillows, or absorbent material for baby's waist or women's moon times. They had found a veritable market of produce and products in the plants that grew so abundantly at the water's edge. For the rest of the afternoon, the women wove berry-picking baskets. The men spent the afternoon discussing hunting and collecting the straight new growths of young trees to make the dart spears for the spear throwers, to replace those that had been lost or broken. Jondalar took off on Racer to follow the tracks and see if he could locate the herd that had made them. While he was at it, he looked for outcrops of flint, which he was sure could be found in this area. Ayla had seen him go and guessed he was looking for the herd, and for a brief moment considered going with him, but she was involved in making baskets and didn't want to interrupt her task. Though Jondalar hadn't returned yet,
They stopped for an evening meal and shared their plans. They were all laughing and talking when Jondalar rode into camp with a big grin. "I found them, a sizable herd of bison," he said, "and I found some fresh flint that looks to be of good quality for new spears." He dismounted and took several large gray stones from the carrying baskets that were tied onto Racer's back on each side for balance. Everybody clustered around him as he removed the carrying baskets, riding blanket, and halter from the stallion, then faced him toward the water and slapped his rump. The brown horse waded into the lake and drank some water, then walked back out, and on the sandy bank dropped down and rolled on his back, one side, then the other. The people watching chuckled. It was amusing to watch the horse kicking his legs up in the air, obviously enjoying the good scratching he was giving himself. Jondalar joined them around the fire, and Ayla gave him a bowl of food which consisted of reconstituted dried meat, the lower stems and roots of cattail, and the budding tops of cattails, all cooked in the meat-flavored broth. He smiled at Ayla. "And I also saw a covey of red grouse. That's the bird I told you about that looks like a ptarmigan, except it doesn't turn white in winter. If we hunt them, we could use the feathers for the spears."
Ayla smiled back. "And I can make Kreb's favorite dish."
"Do you want to hunt them tomorrow morning?" Jondalar said.
"Yes,"
Ayla said. Then she frowned.
"Well, I was going to pick berries."
"Go ahead and hunt your grouse," Zelandonii said. "We have enough people picking."
"And I'll watch John Ayla if you want," Lavila said. "You finish eating, Jondalar. I saw some nice round stones for my sling in that dry creek bed. I want to get them before it gets too dark," Ayla said, musing. "I should bring my spear thrower, too. I have some spears left."
The next morning, instead of the usual dress, she put on a pair of soft buckskin leggings, which were similar to boys' winter underwear, then foot coverings that consisted of a moccasin foot part, which was attached to a soft upper that wrapped around the ankle. She finished with a sleeveless, vest-like top made of the same material as the leggings and tied the lacings tightly closed in front. It offered some support for her breasts. Then she quickly braided her hair to get it out of her way, and wrapped her sling around her head. She put the holder for her spear thrower and spears on her back, tied on her waist thong, to which were attached a good knife in its sheath, a pouch that she filled with the stones she had collected, another pouch that held a few implements, including her personal drinking cup, and finally a small medicine bag with a few emergency supplies. She dressed quickly, feeling some excitement. She hadn't realized how much she wanted to go hunting. She picked up her riding blanket, stepped out of the tent, and whistled for Winnie, and with a different trill, whistled for Wolf, then walked to where the horses were grazing. Gray had a halter with a long lead that was attached to a peg pounded into the ground so she wouldn't stray too far. She had a tendency to wander off. She knew Winnie wouldn't go far from the younger mare. Jondalar had left Racer in the same area. She put the riding blanket on the dun-yellow horse, and taking Gray's and Racer's lead ropes, she jumped on her mare and rode to the campfire. She lifted her leg over and slid down from the back of the horse and went to her daughter, who was sitting beside Lavila.
"John Ayla, hold on to Gray. She may want to follow us,"
Ayla said as she handed the lead to the girl.
"We won't be gone too long."
When she turned and looked up, she saw Wolf racing toward her.
"There you are," she said.
While Ayla embraced her daughter, Jondalar pushed a last bite of cattail root in his mouth and got a gleam in his eye when he looked at the woman so full of excitement, dressed to go riding and hunting. She looks so fine, he thought. He went to the large water bag, filled up smaller pouches with water to take with them, then poured some in his cup and drank it. He brought the rest to Ayla and gave her a small water bag and put the cup back in his carrying pouch.
They said a few parting words to the people around the fire, and both mounted their horses.
"I hope you find your ptarmigan," Belladora said, "or grouse."
"Yes, good hunting," Willamar said.
"In any case, have a good ride," the first added. As the people watched the couple leave, each had their own thoughts and feelings about them. Willamar looked on Jondalar and his mate as Marthona's children, and therefore his, and felt the warmth of familial love. The first had a special feeling for Jondalar as a man she had once loved, and still did in a way, though now it was as a friend and something more, almost as a son. She appreciated Ayla's many gifts, loved her as a friend, and was glad to have a colleague that she considered an equal. She was also glad that Jondalar had found a woman worthy of his love. Belladora and Lavila had also grown to love Ayla as a good friend, though there were times when they felt a certain awe towards her. They understood the magnetism of Jondalar's appeal, but now that they both had mates and children that they loved, they were not as overwhelmed, and instead appreciated him as a caring friend who was willing to help whenever they asked. Jonacol and the two young traders, and even Kimaran and Jondakam, appreciated Jondalar's skills, especially with flint and the spear-thrower, and rather envied him. His mate was attractive and accomplished in so many ways, yet so devoted to him that even during mother festivals she chose only him. But he had always been known to have his pick of women. Many women still found him almost irresistibly charismatic, though he did not encourage their advances. Amalana was still in awe of Ayla, and found it difficult to think of her as just a woman who could be a friend, but she admired her intensely, and wished she could be like her. The young woman was also one who found Jondalar tremendously attractive, and had tried on occasion to entice him, but he seemed not to notice. Every other man Amalana had met on this trip gave her at least an appreciative glance, but she never managed to get more than a friendly but detached smile from him, and didn't know why. Actually, Jondalar was fully aware of her interest. In his younger days, more than one young woman with whom he had shared first rites had tried to retain his interest afterward, though he was not allowed to have any further relations with them for a year. He had learned how to discourage such interest. The two rode off on their horses, with Wolf following along. Jondalar led them west until he came to an area that looked familiar to him. He pulled up and showed her where he had found the flint, then looked around and started in a different direction. They came to an area of moorland, a tract of land covered with bracken, heather, the preferred food plant of red grouse, and coarse grasses with a few clumps of brush and brambles, not far from the western edge of the Oxbow Lake. Ayla smiled. It was similar to the tundra of ptarmigan habitat, and she could easily imagine that a southern variety of the birds could live in this region. They left the horses near a stand of hazelnut brush, spreading out from a large center tree. She could see that Wolf had taken notice of something ahead. He was alert, focused, and whining softly.
"Go ahead, Wolf. Find them,"
Ayla said. As he dashed off, Ayla slipped her sling off her head, reached in her pouch for 2 stones, set one in the soft cup of her sling, and gathered up both ends. She didn't have to wait long. With a sudden flurry of wings, Wolf flushed out 5 red grouse. The birds lived close to the ground, but could fly up in a burst of speed and then glide long. They resembled plump chickens with camouflage, brown and black, flecked with white. Ayla hurled a stone the moment she saw the first bird, and delivered the second stone before the first one hit the ground. She heard a swoosh, then saw Jondalar's spear pierce a third. If it had been just the two of them traveling together, the way it was on their journey, that would have been enough. But the travelers numbered 16 in all, which included 4 children. Because of the way Ayla cooked the birds,
everyone always wanted a taste, and though they were of a decent size, a live weight of 12 or 13 pounds full grown, 3 birds would hardly feed 16 people. She wished it was the right season for eggs. She liked to stuff the birds with eggs and roast them together. The nests usually consisted of a depression on the ground lined with grass or leaves, but there were no eggs to find at this time of year. Ayla whistled again for Wolf. He came bounding back. It seemed obvious that he was having fun chasing birds.
"Maybe he can find some more,"
Ayla said, then looked at the 4-legged hunter.
"Wolf, find them. Find the birds."
The wolf dashed into the grassy field again, and Ayla followed after him. Jondalar followed her. Before long another grouse flew up, and although it was some distance away, Jondalar launched a spear with his thrower and managed to bring it down. Then, while Jondalar was looking for the one he killed, a leck of 4 males took to the sky, identified by black and brown with white markings on a tail and wing plumage, and the yellows and reds of the beaks and combs. Ayla got 2 more with stones from her sling. She seldom missed. Jondalar had not seen the fly-up, though he heard it, and was late getting his spear-thrower armed. He wounded one and heard it squawk.
"That should be enough,"
Ayla said,
"even if we let Wolf have that last one."
With Wolf's help, they found and gathered up 7 birds. The last had a broken wing, but was still alive. Ayla wrung the bird's neck and extracted the small spear, then signaled the wolf that he could have it. Wolf picked it up in his mouth and carried it out of sight into the field. Using tough grass as cordage, they tied the rest of the grouse together by their feet in pairs and strolled back to where the horses were grazing. She wrapped her sling around her head again as they walked toward the horses. When they returned to camp, the hunters were talking about finding the bison while they were shaving the spear staffs smooth. Jondalar joined them to finish making the many spears they needed. After he napped flint into points, they would attach them to the shafts and fletch them with the red grouse feathers she would provide. In the meantime, Ayla got the antler shovel that was used by everyone to clear the hearth of ashes and various other tasks. But the broad, flat shovel was not a spade for digging holes. For that she used a kind of awl, a sturdy flint-pointed blade attached to the end of a wooden handle that could be used to break up the ground. The shovel was then used to remove the broken earth. She found a place off to the side near the sandy beach and dug a fairly deep hole in the sandy soil, built a fire nearby, and placed several good-sized stones in it to heat them up, then started pulling the feathers out of her grouse. Most of the others came to help. The large, strong feathers were given to the spear-makers, but Ayla wanted to keep the rest of them, too. Belladora had a pouch, which she emptied of some implements and offered it to her for the feathers. They all helped to eviscerate and clean the 6 grouse, saving the edible innards like the hearts, gizzards, and livers. Ayla wrapped them in fresh hay from the field and put them back inside each bird, and then wrapped the birds in more hay. By then the stones were hot, and using bentwood tongs, Ayla placed the stones in the bottom and along the sides of the pit. She then covered them with dirt from the hole and added green grass and leaves, which the children had helped to gather. The birds were placed on top of the greenery. Next, Ayla added vegetables, the lower stems of reeds and some ground nuts, good starchy roots that the other women had found, wrapped in edible green leaves and put on top of the birds. They were covered by more green grass and leaves, another layer of dirt, then more hot stones. A last layer of dirt went on top to seal it off. It would all be left to cook undisturbed until time for the evening meal. Ayla went to see how the spear-making was coming along. When she got there, some people were carving indentations in the butt ends of the shafts that would be placed against the hook at the back of the spear-thrower. Others were gluing on the feathers with heated pitch from pine trees.
The feathers were held in place with thin strings of sinew, which they had brought with them. Jonacol was grinding up charcoal that was added, along with hot water, to a chunk of warm pitch and stirred together. Then he dipped a stick in the thick black liquid, and with it painted designs, abalons, on several spear shafts. An abalon signified both a person and his or her name. It meant the name of a life spirit. It was a personal symbol mark that was given to an infant shortly after birth by a Zelandonii. It wasn't writing, but it was a symbolic use of marks. Jondalar had made spears for Ayla as well as himself, and gave them to her to mark with her own abalon. She counted them. There were twice 10, 20. She made 4 lines close together on each of the shafts. That was her personal symbol mark. Since she wasn't born to the Zelandonii, she had chosen her own abalon and picked marks that matched the scars on her leg given to her by a cave lion when she was a little girl. It was how Kreb had decided that the cave lion was her totem. The marks would be used later to identify which hunter had slain a particular animal, so the attribution of the kill could be made, and the distribution of the meat would be equitable. It wasn't that the person who killed the animal got all the meat, but he or she would have first choice of the select parts and was credited with providing meat to the ones who were given a share, which could be even more important. It meant praise, recognition, and an obligation owed. The best hunters often gave most of their meat away just to acquire the credit, sometimes to the dismay of their mates, but it was expected of them. Lavila considered going on the hunt, and Belladora and Amalana said they would be happy to watch John Leven along with John Ayla, but in the end, Lavila decided not to go. She had only recently started weaning John Leven and was still nursing him occasionally. She hadn't hunted since her son was born and felt out of practice. She thought she might be more hindrance than help. By the time the spears were completed, Jondalar had used up nearly all the flint he had found for the points. The best of the feathers were gone, applied to the spear shafts to help the weapons fly true, and it was nearly time to have the meal that Ayla had started. Several people had picked many more bilberries, most of which were drying on woven mats. The balance were being cooked into a sauce in a sturdy new bowl woven out of cattail leaves mixed with stems of rush plants which grew in a marsh near the lake, and using stones heated in the fire. The only sweetening for the sauce came from the fruit itself, but flavorings from the flowers, leaves, and barks of various plants were often added. In this case, Ayla had found meadowsweet, whose tiny flowers made a creamy, foaming display with a honey-sweet fragrance, the intensely aromatic blue flowers of hyssop, which was also a good cough remedy, and the leaves and scarlet flowers of bergamot. Rendered fat was added for a touch of richness. The meal was pronounced a delicious success, almost a feast. The grouse provided a different meat, a new flavor, a change from the dried meat they so often had, and cooking in the ground oven had tenderized the birds, even the tough old males. The grass they were wrapped in had contributed its own flavor, and the fruit sauce added an agreeable piquant taste. There wasn't as much left over as usual for the morning meal, but enough, especially with the addition of the tender lower stems and rootstocks of cattails. People were also excited about the hunt planned for the next day. Jondalar and Willamar started talking about it with the others, but until they saw exactly where the bison were, they couldn't decide what specific strategy to use. They would have to wait until they found the bovids. Since it was still daylight, Jondalar decided on the spur of the moment to follow the trail again to see if he could still find the herd. He didn't know how much they might have moved. Ayla and John Ayla went with him on their horses, just to give the animals a run. They did find the bison, but not quite in the same place.
Jondalar was glad he had decided to track them again, so he could lead the hunters directly to them. There was always a little chill in the air in the early morning, even in the middle of summer. When Ayla stepped outside the tent, the air felt fresh and damp. A cool mist hugged the ground, and a layer of fog hung over the lake. Belladora and Lavila were up, already tending a new fire. Their children were up as well, and Ayla was with them. Ayla hadn't heard her get up, but the child could be very quiet when she wanted to be. When she spied her mother, she came running over.
"You're finally up, Mother,"
she said, as Ayla reached down to pick her up and give her a hug. Ayla doubted that her daughter had been awake very long, but she knew that a child's sense of time was different from that of adults. After she passed her water, Ayla decided to take a bathing swim in the lake before she went back into the tent. She emerged not long after, dressed in her hunting outfit. Her activities woke Jondalar, who was content to lie in his bedroll and watch her. He had been well satisfied the night before. The sleeveless vest didn't offer much warmth, but the hunters didn't want to overdress since they knew the temperature would rise later. On cool mornings, they tended to stay close to the fire and drink hot tea. Their activity would warm them once they started out. The grouse tasted just as good cold as a morning meal as it did the night before. Once again, Gray was left behind with Ayla, but the child didn't want to stay.
"Mother, can't I go with you, please? You know I can ride Gray,"
the girl implored.
"No, Ayla, it would be too dangerous for you. Things can happen that you don't expect, and sometimes you have to get your horse out of the way, and you don't know how to hunt yet,"
Ayla said.
"But when will I learn?"
she said with great yearning. Ayla remembered when she was eager to learn, even though women of the clan weren't supposed to hunt. She'd had to teach herself, in secret.
"I'll tell you what I'll do," she said. "I'll ask Jondi to make a spear thrower for you, a small one that is your size, so you can begin practicing with it. Will you, Mother? Promise?"
the child said.
"Yes, I promise."
Jondalar and Ayla led their horses rather than riding them to make it easier for the rest to keep up. He found the huge ancient bison, 6 feet tall at the shoulder with gigantic horns and with a coat that was a solid dark brown color, not far from where he had last seen them. It was a medium-sized herd, but they didn't want the whole herd. They were a small group and only needed a few animals. There was some discussion about the best way to hunt the bison, and it was decided to walk around the herd carefully so as not to disturb them and see what the nearby lay of the land was like. There were no convenient blind canyons to drive them into, but there was a dry riverbed with fairly high banks on both sides in one place. "This could work," Jondalar said, "if we build a fire at the lower end, but not until we drive them up close to it. So we'd have to get the fire ready to go and probably light it with a torch. Then we have to drive them this way."
"Do you really think that would work? How are we going to get them going?"
"With the horses and Wolf, we can drive them," Jondalar said. "Soon as they start into the narrow place, someone can start a fire at the end to slow them down. Others can wait on the high banks, probably best if you lay down on the ground, and when they're in front of you, jump up and use your spear throwers. We should all gather some wood and pile it up at the end, then get some tinder and other quick-burning fire-starting material." "Sounds like you have it all worked out," Tavonen said. "I've been thinking about it and talking over some possibilities with Kimaran and Jondakam," Jondalar said. "On our journey with the horses and Wolf, we used to single out 1 or 2 animals from a herd. They're used to helping us hunt."
"That is how I learned to use the spear thrower from horseback,"
Ayla said.
"We even got a mammoth once."
"It sounds like a good plan to me,"
Willamar said.
"And to me, but I'm not a good hunter," Jonacol said. "I haven't done much hunting. At least, not until I came on this Danyar tour." "Maybe you haven't done much before, but I think you are a more than adequate hunter now," Paladar said. The rest of them agreed. "Then I've gotten an extra benefit from this trip. Not only am I getting to see some fascinating sacred sites, I'm learning to be a better hunter," Jonacol said, grinning. "Well, let's start collecting dry grass and wood to burn," Willamar said. Ayla and Jondalar helped the group as they ranged out, gathering wood and other burnable materials, and spread them across the end of the dry creek bed. At Willamar's suggestion, they added a row of tinder and kindling at the front edge to help carry the fire along the extended pile. Then they mounted their horses, signaled Wolf, and started circling the herd. Willamar then assigned his apprentices, Paladar and Tavonen, to start a fire at both sides when he gave the word. "As soon as the fire is well established, you can get into position to use your spear throwers," Willamar said. The two young men nodded in agreement, and all of the group found places to wait. And then they waited. Each hunter was in his own silent space and listened in his own way. The two young men were excited, anticipating the hunt, and strained to hear Ayla and Jondalar rounding up the herd. Jonacol settled into a meditative state, which he had learned long ago kept him most alert and aware of what was going on around him. He heard Ayla and Jondalar shouting in the distance, but he also heard the loud ringing notes in slowing tempo and falling cadence of a kingfisher. He let his eyes search for the sound and caught a glimpse of the vibrant blue and chestnut-orange underparts of the fishing bird. Later, he heard the distinctive, harsh call of a crow. Kimaran let his mind wander back to the second cave of the Zelandonii and hoped everyone was doing well in his absence. But perhaps not too well. He wouldn't want them to do better without his leadership. That could imply that he wasn't a very good leader. Jondikam was thinking about his sister Kamora and wishing she lived closer. Lavila, his mate, had said as much the night before. The sounds of hooves pounding towards them caught everyone's attention. The two young men on either side of the long pile of wood looked at Willamar. He was holding up his hand, but looking the other way, getting ready to signal. They both had a piece of flint in one hand and iron pyrite in the other, getting ready to strike them together, hoping they wouldn't fumble. They were all adept at making fire that way, but excitement could delay the procedure. The rest all had spear throwers armed and ready. As they started down the dry stream bed, one wily old cow tried to turn aside, but Wolf anticipated the move. He raced toward the bovine and, with a frightening show of teeth, snarled at the huge bison. It took the apparent path of least resistance and headed down the stream bed. Just then, Willamar gave the signal. Paladar struck first, and his spark caught. He bent lower to blow it up into flame. It took Tavonen a second try, but he soon had a fire blazing toward the middle of the stream bed. As the two fires joined, the larger dry wood flared up in back of the tinder. As soon as they were sure the fire was well established, they raced toward the higher ground, arming their throwing weapons on the way. The other hunters were ready. The fire had already caused the bison to slow down in bawling confusion. They didn't want to run into the fire, but the ones at the rear of the stampeding herd were pushing them on. The spears started to fly. The air was full of wooden shafts with sharp flint points. Each hunter had selected a different animal to aim for and carefully watched it through the smoke and dust. When they cast a second spear, most were aimed at the same bison as the first. They had been hunting all summer along the way, and all of their skills had improved. Jondalar sighted a bull with a high, humped back, covered with shaggy wool and long, sharp black horns.
His first spear brought it down, and a second kept it there. He quickly rearmed his spear-thrower and aimed for a cow, but just wounded it. Ayla's first spear found a young bull not quite full-grown. She watched it drop, then saw Jondalar's spear hit the cow. It staggered, but didn't fall. She flung another spear at the wounded one and saw it stumble. The first of the herd were breaking through the firewall. The rest were following, leaving behind their fallen brethren. It was over. It had happened so quickly, it was hard to believe. The hunters went to check the kills. 9 bleeding bison littered the stream bed. When they examined their spears, Willamar, Paladar, Tavonen, Jonacol, Kimmeran, and Jondacam had each killed 1 animal. Jondalar and Ayla together had killed 3.
"I didn't expect us to be quite so successful," Jonacol said, checking the marks on the spear to make sure the animal was his. "Maybe we should have coordinated our hunt beforehand. This is too much of a good thing."
"It's true, we didn't need so many," Willamar said, "but it means we have more to share. It won't go to waste." He always liked to bring something when he arrived at a new cave. "But how are we going to haul them all? 3 horses can't pull 9 huge bison on pole drags," Paladar said. The young man's spear had hit a huge bull, and he wasn't even sure how to begin to move the beast, much less the rest of them.
"I think someone is going to have to go ahead to the next cave and bring some people back to help. I don't think they'll mind. They won't even have to hunt them," Jondalar said. He had been thinking along the same lines as Paladar, but he had more experience with such enormous beasts and knew that many hands made it easier. "You're right," Jondacam said, "but I think we're going to have to move our camp here to butcher them." He wasn't really looking forward to moving. "That might upset Belladora. She's working on several weaving projects that she won't want to relocate," Kimmeran said. "Although she could come here to help with the skinning and butchering, I suppose."
I think we can skin them here, Ayla said, then cut them into large pieces and make several trips to get them back to our camp and start drying some of the meat. Then we can take some of the fresh meat to the next cave and ask for help to move the rest of it.
"That would work," Willamar said. "I am going to use the horns to make a couple of drinking cups. I wouldn't mind keeping some of the hooves to boil into glue to attach spear points to shafts," Jondalar said. "Pitch is all right, but hooves and bones make a better glue."
And we can make new water bags out of the stomachs and use the intestines to save the fat.
"Lavila sometimes keeps chopped up meat in cleaned-out intestines, too," Jondacam said, "and waterproof coverings for hats and footwear can be made from it."
Suddenly, Ayla realized how near they were to their destination. They would soon deliver Amalana to her cave. Then they would go to see the very ancient sacred site that the first especially wanted Ayla to see. It wasn't far away. After that, it was only a couple of days farther to Belladora's people, according to Willamar. Then they would retrace their steps and return home. It would be just as long a trek back as it was to get here, but as Ayla looked around, it seemed as though the mother had provided them with the means to resupply all their needs for the return journey. They had the materials they needed to replace their worn equipment, weapons, and clothing. There was more than enough meat to dry, and to make traveling cakes, which were essential for covering long distances in a hurry, by grinding up the dehydrated meat and adding fat and the dried berries. They had also dried roots and stems of certain vegetation and common varieties of mushrooms that everyone knew. "I've been here. I know this place," Amalana said. She was so excited to see one familiar place and then another, she couldn't erase her excited smile.
There was no stopping to rest now. Pregnant or not, she could hardly wait to get home. The small group of travelers approached a well-marked trail that wound around a sharp U-shaped bend in the river. An old floodplain had left a broad, level, grassy field somewhat above the swiftly flowing water that ended abruptly at the base of a steep cliff. A nice place for horses to graze, Ayla thought. The wide trail gradually traversed up the side of the cliff around brush and small trees, some of whose roots were used as steps. It was not easy going for the horses, especially pulling the pole drags, but Ayla remembered how sure-footed Winnie was when she had climbed up to her cave in the valley where Ayla had found her. The trail leveled out, perhaps assisted by people, Ayla thought, as the travelers came to a sheltering, overhanging shelf in an area that was obviously well inhabited. Many people who had been engaged in various activities all stopped and stared at the strange procession that was advancing toward them, which included people and surprisingly docile horses. Winnie was wearing the halter that Jondalar had made for her. Ayla liked to use it when they were heading into unknown and possibly unsettling situations, but she was leading both Winnie and Gray, who were both hauling pole drags. Winnie was pulling the first. Gray's travois had a large load of bison meat. Willamar, his two assistants, and Amalana also accompanied them. When the young woman among them, who was obviously pregnant, broke away from the visitors, it aroused attention.
"Mother, Mother, it's me,"
she called out as she ran toward a woman of substantial proportions.
"Amalana? Amalana, is that you? What are you doing here?"
the woman said.
"I came home, Mother, and I'm so glad to see you,"
Amalana cried. She threw her arms around the woman, but her pregnant stomach made it difficult to stand close. The woman returned the embrace, then holding her shoulders, pushed her back to look at the daughter she thought she would never see again.
"You're pregnant. Where's your mate? Why are you back? Did you do something wrong?"
her mother said. She couldn't imagine why a woman would travel what she knew was a long distance, though she didn't know how long, when she was pregnant. She knew how impetuous her daughter could be, and hoped she hadn't broken any social custom or taboo seriously enough that they would send her home.
"No, of course I didn't do anything wrong. If I had, the first among those who serve the Great Mother would not have brought me home. My mate walks the next world now, and I was pregnant and wanted to come home and have my baby near you,"
Amalana said.
"The first is here? The first brought you home?"
the woman said. She turned to look at the visitors. A woman was stepping down from some kind of contrivance that was pulled by a horse. She was a large woman, of a size greater than herself, and from the tattoo on the left side of her forehead, she knew the woman was a Zelandonii. The woman walked toward her with great dignity and a certain presence that conveyed authority. A closer look at her tattoo, plus the designs on her outfit and the chest plaque and other necklaces that she wore, made Amalana's mother understand that the woman was indeed the first.
"Why don't you introduce me to your mother, Amalana?"
the first said.
"Mother, please greet the one who is first among those who serve the Great Earth Mother,"
Amalana began.
"Zelandonii, this is Ciralana of the third cave of the Zelandonii that watches over the most ancient sacred site, mated to Demorin, leader of the third cave of the Zelandonii that watches over the most ancient sacred site, mother of Amalana and Alishana."
It gave her a certain sense of satisfaction to show her mother and those who were watching how well she knew the acknowledged leader of the Zelandonii.
"I welcome you first among those who serve the Great Mother,"
Ciralana said, holding out both hands and walking toward her.
"We are greatly honored that you have come."
The first grasped both hands and replied, "In the name of the great Earth Mother, I greet you, Cirillana of the third cave of the Zelandonii that watches over the most ancient sacred site."
"Did you travel this far just to bring my daughter home?"
Cirillana couldn't resist asking. "I am taking my acolyte on her denier tour. She is the one with the horses. We have come to see your most ancient sacred site. It is known even to us, though we live far to the north." Chapter 25. Cirillana looked at the tall woman who was holding ropes that were attached to the two horses with a bit of apprehension, which the first noticed. "We can introduce you later if you don't mind," she said. "You did say your mate is the leader of this cave."
"Yes, that is true," Cirillana said. "Demorin is the leader here."
"We have also come to ask your assistance, though it may also be a boon for you," the one who was first said. A man stepped to the woman's side.
"Here is my mate,"
Cirillana said.
"Demorin, leader of the third cave of the Zelandonii that watches over the most ancient sacred site. Please welcome the first among those who serve the Great Mother."
Zelandonii the First, our cave is pleased to welcome you and your friends,"
he said. "Allow me to introduce our trade master. Willamar, please greet Demorin, leader of the third cave of the Zelandonii that watches over the most ancient sacred site."
"I greet you, Demorin,"
Willamar began, holding out both his hands, and continued with the formal greetings. Then he explained,
"We stopped for a while just before we came here to hunt and replenish supplies, and to bring you a gift of some meat."
He watched the leader and some others nod knowingly. It was the kind of thing they would have done.
"We seem to have acquired an embarrassment of riches. We found a herd of bison, and our hunters were exceptionally lucky. We counted 9 bison killed when we were done, and our entire group only numbers 16, which includes 4 children. That is too much for us, and in any case, even with the help of the horses, we cannot transport so much. But we don't want to waste the gifts of the mother. If you can send some people to help transport the meat here, we would like to share it with you. We brought some with us, but left some people behind to guard the rest." "Yes, of course we'll help you, and we'll be pleased to share your good fortune,"
Demorin said, then looked closely at Willamar and saw the tattoo in the middle of his forehead.
"Master Trader, you have been here before, I think."
Willamar smiled.
"Not to your particular cave, but I have been in this region before. The first is taking her acolyte, the woman who controls the horses, on a denier tour. She is mated to the son of my mate. He is back at our campsite guarding the meat, along with my assistants, 2 young traders who will be following in my footsteps, and some others. I think Amalana was fortunate that we had planned this trek before she asked to come with us. She was eager to return to her home and have her baby here, near her mother. We are pleased to have her back with us. Her mother was very sad when she left, but she was so determined to go with the young man who came to visit, we couldn't refuse her. I am sorry that her mate now walks the next world. It must have been hard for his mother and family. But I'm not sorry to see Amalana. I didn't think I would ever see her again after she left," Demorin said, "and she may not be so eager to leave home next time."
"I think you are right," Willamar said with a knowing smile.
"I presume you will be going on to the first cave to the meeting with all the other Zelandonii," the leader said.
"I haven't heard about any meeting," Willamar said.
"I thought that's why the first was here," Demorin said.
"I don't know anything about it, but I don't know everything that the first knows."
They both turned to look at the large woman. "Did you know there was a meeting of the Zelandonii?" Willamar said.
"I certainly look forward to attending it," she said with an enigmatic smile.
Willamar just shook his head. Who could really know a Zelandonii? "Well, De Morin, if you can get some people to help us unload the meat we brought and go back with us to get what's left, then the rest of our travelers can come and visit too." As she helped Zelandonii unload her personal travel things, Ayla asked,
"Did you know there was going to be a gathering of the Zelandonii near here?"
"I wasn't certain, but meetings do tend to take place in a sequence of a certain number of years, and I thought this might be the right year for one in this region. I didn't mention it because I didn't want to create any expectations in case I was mistaken or missed the timing."
"It looks like you were right,"
Ayla said. "Amalana's mother seemed nervous about the horses, so I didn't rush to introduce you yet," the first said.
"If she's nervous about the horses, what is she going to think about Wolf?" Ayla said. "We can deal with formal introductions later. I'll take your pole drag off Winnie and go back with her and Gray. We can make a new pole drag for her to help bring the meat here. There's still so much left. I'd forgotten how big a bison was. Maybe we can bring some of it to the Zelandonii gathering."
"That would be a good idea. I can ride in behind Winnie on my pole drag, and Jondalar and John Ayla can bring in some meat on theirs," Zelandonii said. Ayla thought a smile to herself. Arriving on the special travois with a horse pulling her always seemed to cause a commotion, and the first did like making an entrance. Everyone seemed to think it was some kind of magic. Why was it so amazing? Why couldn't people realize that they could make friends with a horse? Especially after seeing not only Jondalar and herself, but John Ayla riding. There was nothing magic about it. It took determination and effort and patience, but not magic. When Ayla jumped up on Winnie's back, it brought even more expressions of surprise. She had been leading the horses, not riding, when they arrived. Since the rest of the visitors were walking, Ayla decided she would too. Tavonen and Paladar would walk back and lead the helpers from the cave, but Ayla could get there faster and start making a new travois. "Where is everyone else?" Jondalar said when she got to the campsite.
"They're coming. I came ahead to make another pole drag for Winnie to help get the meat moved. We're going to bring some to another cave. They call themselves the Zelandonii that watches over the most ancient sacred site. Amalana is from the third cave, but we're going to the first cave. There is a gathering of the Zelandonii, and the first knew it, or at least she guessed there might be. It's hard to believe how much she knows." "Where's John Ayla?"
"Belladora and Lavila are watching her along with their children. That meat has drawn every meat-eater in the region, on legs and wings, and we thought it would be a good idea to keep the little ones in a tent out of sight. It's been keeping all of us busy protecting that lucky hunt," Jondalar said.
"Have you killed anything?"
Ayla asked. "Mostly we've just been trying to scare them off, shouting and throwing stones." Just then a pack of hyenas appeared, and drawn by the scent of meat, went straight for the pile of bison. Without even giving it a second thought, Ayla pulled her sling off her head, reached for a couple of stones from her pouch, and in a smooth motion had a stone in the air aimed at the animal in the lead. A second stone quickly followed it. The leader was down when the second hyena gave a yelp that ended in the sound of a cackling laugh. The leaders of hyena packs were female, but all females had pseudo-male organs and tended to be larger than the males. The hyena pack stopped advancing and were running back and forth, thrashing about, grunting and howling their peculiar laughing sound at a loss without their leader. The woman armed her spear thrower and started for the indecisive pack. Jondalar jumped in ahead of her. "What are you doing?" he said.
"Chasing off that dirty pack of hyenas," she said, her face screwed up in an expression of disgust and the sound of loathing in her voice.
"I know you hate hyenas, but you don't have to kill everyone you see. They're just animals like any other, and have their place among the mother's children. If we drag the leader off, the rest will likely follow," Jondalar said.
Ayla stopped and looked at him, then felt her tension leave.
"You are right, Jondalar. They are just animals."
With spear throwers armed, Jondalar picked up one hind foot and Ayla the other and started dragging. She noticed the hyena was still nursing, but she knew that hyenas often nursed for a year until the young were nearly full-grown, and the only way to tell the difference was in coat color. Young ones were darker. The snuffling, snorting, laughing pack followed. The other one she had hit was limping badly. They dumped the animal far away from the camp, and as they walked back, they noticed that some of the other carnivores had followed them.
"Good," Ayla said. "Maybe that will keep some of them away. I'm going to wash my hands. Those animals smell bad."
Most of the time, Ayla's Zelandonii friends and relatives thought of her as an ordinary woman and mother, and didn't even notice her accent. But when she did something like walking into a pack of hungry hyenas and killing their leader with a stone from her sling without seeming to give it a second thought, then they suddenly became aware of her differences. She was not born to the Zelandonii. Her upbringing had been totally unlike any of theirs, and her unusual way of speaking became noticeable.
"We need to cut down some small trees for a new pole drag. It was Zelandonii's suggestion. I don't think she wants blood on hers. She does consider it hers, you know,"
Ayla said.
"It is hers. No one else would think of using it," Jondalar said. It took 2 trips to haul all the meat from the auspicious hunt away, most of it dragged by the horns and pushed by the neighboring people. By the time the travelers had packed up their campsite, the sun was working its way down to meet the horizon, with shades of orange and red blazoned across the sky. They took the meat they were keeping for themselves and headed for the cave. Ayla and Jondalar lingered for a while. With the horses they could catch up easily enough. They were making a final tour of the abandoned camp to see if anyone had left anything important behind. It was obvious that people had been there. Trails between tents had worn paths that now led to flattened and yellow patches of grass. Fireplaces were black circles of charcoal. Some trees had raw scars of light-colored wood where branches had been torn off, and pointed stumps that looked as though they had been chewed down by a beaver showed where trees had once grown. There was some trash around, a shredded and torn basket near one of the fireplaces, and a small and well-used sleeping roll that John Leven had outgrown was open and discarded in the middle of a flattened patch where a tent had been. Scattered chips of flint and broken points and some piles of bone and vegetable peelings were lying around, but they would soon degrade back into the soil. Yet the vast stretches of cattails and reeds, though well harvested, showed little change. The yellowed grass and the black lenses of fire pits would soon be covered with new green, and the trees that were removed made room for new ones to sprout. The people lived lightly on the land. Ayla and Jondalar checked their water bags and took a drink. Then Ayla felt the urge to pass her water before they started back and walked around the perimeter of the trees. If they were snowbound in the middle of winter, Ayla wouldn't hesitate to relieve herself in a night basket, no matter who was there watching. But if it was possible, she preferred privacy, especially since she had to take down her leggings and not just move aside a loose dress. She untied the waist thong and squatted down, but when she stood up to pull her leggings back on,
She was surprised to see 4 strange men staring at her. She was more offended than anything. Even if they had come upon her accidentally, they should not have stood there and stared at her. It was very rude. Then she noticed details, a certain griminess in their clothing, rather unkempt beards, stringy long hair, and mostly lewd expressions. The last made her angry, though they expected her to be frightened. Perhaps she should have been. "Don't you have the courtesy to look away when a woman needs to pass her water?" Ayla said, giving them a look of disdain as she retied her waist thong. Her disparaging remarks surprised the men, first because they expected fear, then because they heard her accent. They drew their own conclusions. One looked at the others with a deriding grin. "She's a stranger, probably visiting. Won't be many of her kind around." "Even if there are, I don't see any around here," another man said, then turned to leer at her as he started toward her. Ayla suddenly remembered the time they stopped to visit the Zelandonii on their journey here. There had been a band of hoodlums who had been harassing women. She slipped her sling off her head and reached in her pouch for a stone, then whistled loud for Wolf and followed it by the whistles for both horses. The whistles startled the men, but the stones did more than startle. The man who was moving toward her yelped with pain as a stone landed soundly on his thigh. Another stone hit the upper arm of a second man with a similar response. Both men grabbed their bodies at the points of impact. "How in Mother's underworld did she do that?" the first man said angrily. Then looking at the men, he said, "Don't let her get away. I want to give her something back for that." In the meantime, Ayla had reached for her spear-thrower and armed it with a spear that was aimed at the first man. A voice came from the other side of the stand of trees. "Just be glad she didn't aim for your head, or you'd be walking the next world now. She just killed a hyena with one of her stones." The men turned to face a tall blond man who had a spear in another one of those strange devices aimed at them. He had spoken Zelandonii, but he too had an accent, not the same as the woman's, but as though he came from some distance. "Let's get away from here," another man said, and started running. "Stop him, Wolf!" Ayla commanded. Suddenly a large wolf they hadn't seen raced after the man. He grabbed an ankle with his teeth and brought him down, and then stood over him, snarling. "Anyone else feel like running away?" Jondalar said. He looked the 4 men over and quickly summed up the situation. "I have a feeling you've been causing lots of trouble around here. I think we need to bring you to the nearest cave and see what they think." With Wolf nearby, he took away the few spears they had among them and their knives. They weren't used to being compelled to doing anything they didn't want to, but when they resisted, Ayla set Wolf on them again. None of them felt like going against the snarling beast. As they started walking, Wolf herded them, nipping at their heels and snarling. With Ayla on the back of her dun-yellow mare on one side of them, and Jondalar on his dark-brown stallion on the other, they had little chance to go any place but where they were led. At one point along the way, 2 of the men decided to make a break for it, running in different directions. Jondalar's spear whizzed just past the ear of the man who appeared to be the leader and stopped him short. Ayla's caught a flap of loose clothing of the other man, and the momentum unbalanced him and brought him down to the ground. "I think we should tie the hands of those 2 together, and maybe the other 2 as well," Jondalar said. "I don't think they want to face the people who live near here." They were later coming back than expected. The sun was making a show of fading purples and deep reds in the western sky when they arrived at the stone shelter where the cave lived.
"They're the ones who did it," a woman cried when she saw the men. "They're the ones who forced me and killed my mate when he tried to stop them. Then they took our food and sleeping rolls and left me there. I walked home, but I was pregnant and lost the baby."
How did you meet up with them? Demorin asked Jondalar and Ayla. Just before we were ready to leave, Ayla went around the stand of trees near our camp to pass water. Then I heard her whistle for Wolf and the horses. I went to see what was wrong and found her holding off these four. When I got there, 2 of them were nursing the bruises she gave them with stones from her sling, and she had her spear-thrower armed and ready, Jondalar said. Bruises? Is that all? She killed a hyena with her stones, Tavonen said.
I wasn't trying to kill them, just stop them,
Ayla said. On our way home from our journey, there were some young men causing trouble for the people on the other side of the glacier to the west. They had forced one young woman before her first rites. I wondered if these men might be disturbing people around here, Jondalar said.
They've been doing a lot more than disturbing, and they aren't young. It's been going on for years, stealing, forcing women, killing people, but no one has been able to find them, Cirillana said.
The question is, what do we do with them now? Demorin said.
You take them to the meeting of the Zelandonii, the first said.
Good idea, Willamar said.
But first, you should tie them down better than they are. They already tried to run away on our way here. I took away the spears and knives I could find, but I might not have found them all, and someone should guard them overnight. Wolf can help,
Ayla said. Yes, you are right. These are dangerous men, Demorin said as he walked back toward the shelter. The Zelandonii can decide what to do, but they need to be stopped, whatever it takes.
Remember Ataroa, Jondalar?
Ayla said, both of them falling in beside the leader of the cave. I'll never forget her. She nearly killed you. If it hadn't been for Wolf, she would have. She was vicious. I'd even say evil. Most people are decent. They're willing to help people, especially if they're in trouble. But there always seem to be a few who take what they want and hurt people and don't seem to care, Jondalar said. I think Balderan enjoys hurting people, Demorin said. So that's his name, Jondalar said. He always had a temper, Demorin continued. Even as a child, he liked to pick on those who were weaker, and inevitably there were always a few boys who followed him and did what he said.
Why do some go along with people like that?
Ayla said. Who knows, Jondalar said. Maybe they're afraid of them and think if they go along, they won't be the ones who are picked on. Or maybe they don't have much status, and making other people afraid makes them feel more important. I think we need to select some people to watch them closely, Demorin said, and guard them in shifts so the watchers don't get sleepy.
They should also be searched again. Some of them may keep hidden knives that they can use to cut the ropes and perhaps hurt people,
Ayla said.
I'll take a shift, and as I said, Wolf can help. He's very good at guarding. It's like he sleeps with one eye open.
When they were searched, each of the men had hidden at least one knife, which they claimed were just eating knives. Demorin had been considering whether to untie their hands at night so they could sleep more comfortably, but finding the knives made him change his mind. They were given a meal and watched closely while they ate. Ayla collected their eating knives when they were through. Balderan did not want to give his up, but a signal to Wolf, which brought him to his feet with a menacing snarl, caused the man to let go of the sharp-edged tool. When she got close to him, she could see his seething anger. He could barely keep it under control. He had been able to exercise his free will for most of his life. He had taken what he wanted with impunity, including the lives of other people. Now he was physically restrained and forced to do something he didn't want to do, and he didn't like it. The visitors and most of the third cave of the Zelandonii that watched over the most ancient sacred site
followed a trail upstream beside the meandering river that had cut deep into the limestone, creating a deep gorge that now constrained the river. Ayla noticed that the people of the local cave began glancing at each other and smiling as though they shared a secret or were anticipating some amusing surprise. They rounded a sharp turn, and behind the high gorge walls, the visitors were astounded to see high above them a stone arch, a natural bridge spanning the river. The ones who had not seen it before stopped to gaze in wonder at the formation that had been created by the great Earth Mother. They had never seen anything like it. No one had. It was unique.
"Does it have a name?"
Ayla asked.
"It has many names," De Morin said. "Some people name it for the mother, or for spirits of the next world. Some people think it looks something like a mammoth. We just call it the arch or the bridge."
Some 400,000 years before, the force of a subterranean stream carved through the limestone, eventually wearing the calcium carbonate rock away, creating caves and passageways. In the course of time, the level of the water lowered and the land uplifted, and the conduit that had broached the wall of stone had become a natural arch. The present river flowed through what had been a barrier and was now a bridge across the river, but so high it was seldom used. The high stone arch spanning the river was an awe-inspiring formation. Nothing like it existed anywhere else. The top of the span was approximately on the same level as the top of the high cliffs closest to it, but the ancient channel had also carved out meanders nearer the river, which had become level ground. During the wet season, when the river was running high, the sides of the limestone barrier sometimes restricted the flow of the water and caused flooding. But most of the time, the river that had once created caves and worn its way through the limestone obstruction was placid and calm. The field between the stone shelter of the first cave of the Zelandonii watchers and the river had a circular shape enclosed by the cliff walls of the deep gorge. Many eons before, it had been the loop of an oxbow that was the former river bend, but was home to a meadow of mixed grasses, aromatic artemisia shrubs, and a plant whose edible green leaves resembled the feet of the ducks and geese that navigated the river waters in summer, goosefoot, and which bore multitudes of small black seeds which could also be ground between stones, then cooked and eaten. An area toward the back of the field had a shallow talus slope, whose sharp-edged stones were mixed with enough soil to feed the roots of cold-loving pine, birch, and juniper trees, often dwarfed into brush. Above the field, the dark evergreen of trees and brush growing on the slopes and plateaus of the cliff made a strong contrast with the white limestone of the cliff. It also formed hillocks and terraces that provided a place for the people to gather when someone wanted to impart information to a group. The first cave of the Zelandonii that watches over the most ancient sacred site lived under a sheltering limestone ledge on a terrace above the floodplain. The Zelandonii had gathered in the field below to hold their meeting. The arrival of the visitors and the members of the third cave of sacred site watchers created quite a stir. The Zelandonii had set up a pavilion of sorts, a tent-like structure with a roof, but only partial sides. The roof offered shade from the sun, and the side walls blocked the wind blowing down the gorge. One of the acolytes had seen the approaching procession and rushed in, interrupting the meeting. A couple of the leading Zelandonii were annoyed for a moment, until they turned to look. Then they felt a frisson of fear, which they tried not to show. Ayla, riding Winnie, was in the lead. The first told her to ride up to the meeting tent, which she did. Then she moved her leg over and slid down and went to assist the first to step off the pole drag. The first had a way of walking that was neither fast nor slow, but carried great authority.
The two Southern leaders immediately recognized the symbolism of her facial tattoos, clothing, and necklaces, and could hardly believe that the first among those who served the great Earth Mother had come to their gathering. They had seen her so seldom that she was almost a mythical figure. They gave lip service to her existence, but thought themselves to be among the highest ranking of the Zelandonii, and they had selected a first of their own. To actually see her was a little overwhelming, but to see the manner of her arrival was even more so. The control of horses was unprecedented. She had to be extraordinarily powerful. They approached with deference, greeted her with both hands extended, and welcomed her. She returned the greetings, and then proceeded to introduce several of her traveling companions, Ayla and Jonacol, Willamar and Jondalar, and then the rest of the travelers, with Willamar's assistants and the children last. De Morin greeted the two most important of their Zelandonii, the man who was the Zelandonii of his cave, and the woman who was the Zelandonii of the first cave of sacred sight watchers. Ayla had told John Ayla to keep Wolf out of sight, but after all the formal introductions were over, she and the child brought him out, and she saw another look of shock and fear. After persuading them to let her introduce them to the wolf, there was a little less fear, but some apprehension lingered. By this time the people from the first cave had come down to the field from their living site on the side of the cliff, but Ayla was glad that formal introductions were held off until later. The 4 men they were bringing for the Zelandonii to deal with had been held back with the people from the third cave of watchers until after all the formalities were over. But now De Morin brought them forward. He approached his Zelandonii.
"You know the men who have been causing so much trouble, stealing and forcing women and killing people?" he asked. "Yes," the man replied. "We have just been talking about them." "Well, we have them," De Morin said, and signaled some men who had been designated to watch them. They were brought forward. The woman who had accused them of killing her mate and harming her came with them. "This one's name is Balderan. He is their leader." All the Zelandonii looked at the 4 men whose hands were tied together. They noted the unkempt look of the men, but the woman Zelandonii of the first cave wanted something more than appearance upon which to judge them.
"How do you know they are the ones?"
the woman Zelandonii asked.
"Because I was the one who was forced after they killed my mate," the woman said. "And you are?" "I am Aramina of the third cave of the Zelandonii that watches over the most ancient sacred site," she said.
"What she says is true," the male Zelandonii of the third cave of watchers said. "She was pregnant at the time and also lost her baby." He turned to De Morin. "We have been talking about them, and we're trying to think of a plan to find them. How did you catch them?" "It was the first's acolyte," De Morin said. "They tried to attack her, but didn't understand who she is."
"Who is she, besides the first's acolyte?"
the Zelandonii of the first cave of watchers said. De Morin turned to Willamar.
"Why don't you explain?" "Well," Willamar said, "I wasn't there, so I can only tell you what I was told, but I believe it. I know that Ayla is an extremely skilled hunter with both a stone-slinging weapon and a spear-throwing weapon, which was devised by her mate, Jondalar. She's also the one who controls the wolf and the horses, although her mate and child also do. Apparently, when these men tried to attack her, she bruised them with stones, although she can kill with stones if she chooses. Then Jondalar came with his spear-thrower. When one of them tried to run away, she sent the wolf to stop him. I've seen them work together hunting. Those men didn't have a chance. All the visitors use the spear-throwing weapon. Jondalar has promised to show us how, and when they went hunting, they were too lucky," De Morin continued. "Each one brought down a bison. They killed 9 of them. That's a lot of meat. Bison are big animals. That's why we're bringing you a large load of meat for your first cave and for your Zelandonii meeting. As for these men, once they were caught, we weren't sure what to do with them. Aramina thought they should be killed, since they killed her mate. Perhaps she's right. But we didn't know who should do the killing, or how. We all know how to kill animals that the Great Mother has given us so that we can live, but the Mother does not condone killing people. I didn't know if we should be the ones to kill them. It may bring bad luck to our cave if we do, or if we didn't do it correctly. We thought the Zelandonii should decide, so we brought them here."
"I think that was wise, don't you?" the first among those who served said. "It's fortunate that you are having a meeting, so that all of you can discuss it and come to a decision." She's letting them know that she doesn't plan to take over just because she's the first, Ayla thought, but she will be interested in what they do. "I certainly hope you will be staying and will offer your counsel," said the Zelandonii of the first cave of Sacred Site Watchers. "Thank you. I would like that. This is not an easy problem to work out. We are here because I am taking my acolyte on her Danyar tour. I hope someone will be able to guide us through your sacred site. I have seen it only once before, but I have never forgotten it. Not only is it the most ancient, it is unbelievably beautiful, both the cave itself and the images that have been painted on the walls. They honor the Great Mother," the first said, with feeling that conveyed her conviction. "Of course, we have a watcher at the sacred site who will be happy to guide you through it," the woman said. "But now, let's see these men." As the 4 men were brought forward, they were trying to resist, but Wolf was guarding them and herded Balderan back with snarls and nips to his ankles and legs when he tried to leave. It was obvious that Balderan was seething with rage. He particularly hated the foreign man and woman who could control horses and a wolf, and could therefore control him. For the first time in his life, he was afraid, and what he feared most was Wolf. He wanted to kill the animal, but not any more than Wolf wanted to kill him. The 4-legged hunter knew in the way that animals with senses more developed than those of humans know that this man was not like other men. He was born with too much or not enough of something that made him different, and Wolf innately knew that this man would not hesitate to harm the ones Wolf loved. By now, everyone from both caves and all the neighboring Zelandonii had gathered in the field in front of the cliffs, and when the men were brought forward, it caused quite a disturbance. Several people recognized Balderan, and some shouted out accusations. "He's the one," a woman said. "He forced me. They all did. They stole my meat from me that I had spread out to dry. He took my daughter and kept her for nearly a moon. I don't know what they did to her, but she was never right again and died the next winter. As far as I'm concerned, he killed her." A middle-aged man came forward. "I can tell you about him. He was born to my cave before I moved away," he said. "I would like to hear what this man has to say," the first said. "So would I," the Zelandonii from the 3rd Cave of Watchers said. "Balderan was born to a woman who had no mate, and at first everyone was pleased that she had a son who seemed sound and healthy, a son that could one day make a contribution to the cave. But from quite a young age, he was uncontrollable. He was a strong boy, but he used his strength to take what he wanted whenever he wanted it. In the beginning, his mother made excuses for him. Since she had no mate, she hoped her strong son, who quickly became a very good hunter because he liked killing things, would take care of her as she grew older. But eventually, she came to recognize that he didn't care about her any more than anyone else," the man began. "By the time he reached young manhood, all the people of the cave were angry and afraid of him.
It came to a head when he took some spears from a man who had made them for himself. When the man objected and tried to take them back, Balderan beat him so badly he nearly died. I don't think he ever fully recovered. That was when everyone banded together and told him he had to leave. All the rest of the men and most of the women armed themselves and chased him away. 2 friends left with him, young men who admired him for taking what he wanted and not having to work for anything. One of them returned before the summer was over and begged to be allowed to come back, but Balderan always managed to acquire a few followers. He would go to a summer meeting, settle into a fallage, and challenge the other young men into reckless acts of danger to prove their manhood. He always bullied any that seemed weak or afraid, and when he left, he always had a few new followers, charmed by his trouble-making ways. They would harass some new caves until they finally got together to go looking for them. Then Balderan and his friends would travel some distance away and find other caves from whom they could steal food, clothing, implements, weapons, and before long, women they could force. Balderan sneered while the man related the story. He didn't care what anyone said about him. It was all true, anyway, but he had never been caught before, and he didn't like it. Ayla observed him closely and saw that he was more than angry. She could see his fear and his hatred, and she was sure Wolf could smell it. She knew if Balderan made any attempt to hurt her or John Ayla or Jondalar or any of the people traveling with them, Wolf would kill him. She knew that if she merely gave Wolf the signal to kill the man, he would, and the people would probably be grateful. But she didn't want Wolf to be the one to solve their problem, and she didn't want Wolf to be known as a killer. Stories tended to grow out of proportion. Everyone knew wolves could kill. The fact that he helped to catch the man and that he guarded the man and didn't kill him, that was the story she wanted people to tell about Wolf. The people needed to deal with Balderan themselves, and she was curious to see what they would do. The other men with him weren't angry. They were just scared. They knew what they had done, and there were enough people here who knew it too. The man standing beside Balderan was thinking about the predicament he was in. It always seemed so easy following him, taking whatever they wanted and frightening people. Of course, Balderan scared him too, sometimes, but it made him feel important to see people afraid of him. And when they saw that people who came after them were close and determined and felt it was time to move on, they were nimble and quick, could always get away. They were sure they would never get caught, but the foreign woman with her weapons and her animals had changed that. There was no doubt that she was a Zelandonii, and they should never have gone after one who serves the mother. But how could they have known? She wasn't even tattooed. They said she was an acolyte, but an acolyte to the first? He didn't know the first really existed. He thought she was just a story like the elder legends. But now the most powerful Zelandonii on earth was here, with her acolyte, who had magic control of animals and had caught him. What were they going to do to him? As though hearing his thoughts, one of the Zelandonii said, "Now that they're here, what are we going to do with them?" "For now we have to feed them, find a place to keep them, and get some people to watch them until a decision can be made," the first said, then turned to the woman who was the Zelandonii of the first cave of ancient sacred cave watchers. "And perhaps you should divide out this bison meat." She smiled at the first, acknowledging that she had turned over authority to her, as though she knew that she was the first in this region, although no one had told her. The woman called some names and delegated the responsibility to the leaders of the 2 caves to decide how the meat should be parceled out, but assigning several other Zelandonii to supervise the actual work of skinning and butchering the beasts. Some had already been skinned, and they started cutting up that meat for their evening meal.
Others were taking Balderan and his men toward the cliff. Once he was in their hands, Ayla whistled Wolf to her and went to help Jondalar unhitch the pole drags from the horses. She had seen a nice grassy area away from the people, but decided to ask if there was any reason she shouldn't use it for the horses. It was always a good idea not to make assumptions about the territory of other caves. She first asked Demorin, the leader of Amalana's cave.
We didn't have a summer meeting here this year, so I think it just hasn't been trampled. But you might ask the Zelandonii first, if you want to make sure, he said.
Zelandonii first, Ayla said. Do you mean of the first cave of the Watchers?
Yes, but that is not the reason she is called Zelandonii first. It's because she is our first, he said. It is only coincidence that she happens to be the Zelandonii of that cave. Which reminds me, I should also tell her that I sent a runner to tell 1 or 2 other caves that Balderan has been caught. They were troubled more than most by him. A few more people may come.
Ayla frowned and wondered how many other caves would do the same. Maybe she should look for a more secluded spot, or perhaps make a fenced area for the horses the way she did at their summer meetings. She decided to talk to Jondalar about it after she talked to Zelandonii first. Ayla and Jondalar talked to the rest of the travelers, and they decided to look for a choice spot to set up their camp, the way most caves did when they arrived early at a summer meeting. The first agreed with Ayla's intuition that there might be more people coming than anyone expected. That evening, although meals were cooked by the families or groups that normally ate together, they all more or less sat together, rather like a feast. Balderan and his henchmen were given food, and their hands were untied so they could eat it. They spoke quietly to each other as they ate. There were several people watching them, but it was hard to maintain interest when there was nothing to watch except people eating their food. The night sky darkened as the meal progressed, and people who were friendly strangers were interested in getting to know each other. Ayla and Jondalar left Wolf with John Ayla to give him a rest from his stressful vigilance and went for a walk together toward the Zelandonii dwelling. The first had gone there to talk about making a special tour of the sacred cave with Ayla, Jonacol, and a few others, and another tour with the rest of the visitors, except for the children, that might not be as extensive. The couple knew in general where the men they had captured were being held, but in the dark they didn't notice how carefully they were being watched by them. Balderan had been watching the tall man who was the mate of the woman acolyte, and as they approached, Balderan spoke to his men.
"We have to get away from here," he said. "If we don't, we won't live to see many more days."
"But how?"
one of the men said. "We need to get rid of that woman who controls the wolf," Balderan said. "That wolf won't let us get close to her. Only when he's around. He isn't always with her. Sometimes he stays with the girl," Balderan said. "But what about that man that's always around her? The visitor she came with. He's big. I've known men like him, tall and muscular, but too calm and mild. Have you ever seen him angry? I think he's one of those gentle giants who are so afraid they'll hurt someone they even avoid arguments. If we're quick, we can grab her before he knows it and threaten to kill her if he makes a move. I don't think he'll take a chance that she might get hurt. By the time he thinks about it, it will be too late. We'll be gone, and her with us." "What are you going to threaten her with? They've taken our knives." Balderan smiled, then loosened the leather thong that laced his shirt closed. "This," he said, pulling the thong out of its holes. "I'll wrap this around her neck." "But what if your plan doesn't work?" another man asked. "We won't be any worse off than we are now. We've got nothing to lose." The next day, one of the other caves in the region arrived, and by evening, 2 more. The first came to see Ayla the morning of the following day.
Jondalar stepped out to let them talk in private.
"We are going to have to think about how to deal with these men."
"Why do we have to?" Ayla said. "We don't live here."
"But you caught him. You're involved, whether you want to be or not. It could be the mother wants you to be," the first added.
Ayla gave her a look of skepticism.
"Well, maybe not the mother, but the people here want you to be, and I think you should. Besides, we need to talk to them about your tour of their sacred site. You will be amazed at this cave. I've seen it once, and I know I'm going back in. There are some difficult places, but I'll never get another chance, and I won't miss it," the first said.
That intrigued Ayla and aroused her curiosity. All the walking on this journey seemed to have improved the woman's health, but she still had problems and needed help when they got into rough terrain. She was a more than ample woman in spite of all her walking. She carried her weight with grace and assurance, and in many ways it added to her stature, but it could make moving around in tight places with uneven footing difficult.
"You're right, Zelandonii, but I don't want to make decisions about him. I don't think it's my place,"
Ayla said.
"You don't have to. We all know what has to be done. He needs to be killed. If he isn't, he will kill more people. The question is who will do it and how. Deliberately killing someone is not easy for most people. It's not supposed to be. It's not right for people to kill people. That's why we know he's not right inside. He doesn't know that, and that's why I'm glad all these caves are coming together. It needs to be something they all participate in. I don't mean everyone has to kill him, but they all have to take responsibility for it, and they all have to know that it's the right thing to do in this particular case. A person shouldn't be killed out of anger or for revenge. There are other ways to deal with those things. There is no other way where he's concerned," the first said. "But what is the best way to do it?"
They were both silent. Then Ayla said,
"There are plants."
"I was going to say mushrooms," the first said. "They could be fed a meal with certain mushrooms."
"But what if they guess and decide not to eat them? Everyone knows there are poisonous mushrooms. They are easy to pick out and avoid,"
Ayla said.
"That's true, and while Balderan is not right, he's not stupid. What plants were you thinking of?"
"There are 2 plants that I know grow around here because I've seen them. One is called water parsnip. It grows in water," Ayla said.
"They are edible, especially the roots, when they are young and tender," the first said.
"But there is another plant that looks very similar, and it's deadly poisonous," Ayla said. "I know the word in Mamutoi. I don't know what you call it, but I know it."
"I know the plant. It's poison hemlock," the first said. "That's our name for it. It also grows in water. So the same meal can be cooked for the whole camp. Everyone else will get water parsnip, but Balderan and his men will get hemlock."
She paused, then said,
"I was thinking they could be served mushrooms, too, edible mushrooms. They may think they are poison and avoid them, and perhaps won't pay attention to the root vegetables, because it will look as though everybody is eating them."
"That's what I was thinking, unless someone can think of a better way,"
Ayla said. The woman stopped to think again, then nodded.
"Good. We have a plan. It's always good to have a plan, to anticipate if you can," said the Zelandonii who was first.
When the 2 women left the tent, no one was outside. The rest of their group of travelers had gone to see what was happening with the impromptu summer meeting and to offer to help with the cooking or whatever needed doing. Except this wasn't a happy coming together of relatives, friends, and neighbors. This was a gathering to pass judgment for serious crimes. More people were arriving, and the field below the cliff was filling up.
But the biggest surprise was late in the afternoon. Ayla and the first were in the Zelandonii dwelling when John Ayla came running in, interrupting the meeting.
"Mother, Mother," she said, "Kimmeran told me to come and tell you."
"Tell me what, John Ayla?" Ayla said with a stern tone to her voice.
"Belladora's family is here, and there's a strange person with them."
"Belladora's family? They aren't even Zelandonii. They're Giornadonii. They live far away. How could they have gotten here in just a day or so?" Ayla said. She turned to the others. "I think I have to go." "I should go with you," the first said. "Please excuse us." "They don't live that far," Zelandonii first said, walking them out, "and they often come to visit, at least every couple of years. I think they are as much Zelandonii as they are Giornadonii, but I doubt if they came because of the runners that were sent out. They were probably planning to visit anyway. They were likely as surprised to see their relative as she was to see them." Kimmeran was just outside and had heard Zelandonii first. "That's not entirely true," he said. "They went to the Giornadonii summer meeting, then decided to go to your summer meeting, and were planning on coming here later. They were at the meeting camp when the runner arrived, and they found out from him that we were here. Of course, they also found out about Balderan. Did you know that he has caused trouble for some of the Giornadonii caves? Is there anybody he hasn't harmed and alienated?" "There will be a meeting about that soon," Zelandonii first said. "We have to come to some kind of decision shortly." As an afterthought, she said, "Did you say there was a strange person with them?" "Yes, but you will see for yourself." Ayla and the first were presented to Belladora's relatives with full formal introductions. Then the first asked if they had set up their camp yet. "No, we just arrived," said the woman they had just learned was Belladora's mother, Ginadora. Even without the introduction, it would have been obvious. She was an older, slightly plumper version of the woman they knew. "I think there may be room near our camp," the first said. "Why don't we go claim it before someone else does?" When they reached the camp, there were more introductions and some initial hesitation about the animals, but then Ginadora saw a boy who looked as though he could have been born to her. She gave her daughter a questioning look. Belladora took her son's hand, and then her blonde, blue-eyed daughter's hand.
"Come and meet your grandma," she said.
"You had two born together? They are both yours, and both healthy?" she said. Belladora nodded. "That's wonderful," she said.
"This is Giannaran,"
the young mother said, holding up the hand of a 5-year boy with the dark brown hair and brownish-green eyes like his mother. "He's going to be tall, like Kimmeran," Ginadora said. "And this is Ginadella," Belladora said, holding up the hand of her fair daughter. "She has Kimmeran's coloring, and she's a beauty," the woman said. "Are they shy? Will they come and give me hug?"
"Go and greet your grandma. We've come a long way to meet her,"
Belladora said, urging them forward. The woman got down on her knees and opened out her arms. Her eyes were feeling full and looked shiny. Somewhat reluctantly, the children gave her a cursory hug. She took one in each arm as a tear rolled down her cheek. "I didn't know I had grandchildren. That's the trouble with you living so far away," Ginadora said.
"How long are you staying here?"
"We don't know yet," Belladora said. "Are you coming to our cave?" Ginadora asked. "We had planned to," she said. "You've got to do more than visit for a few days. You've traveled this far. Come back with us and stay for a year," the woman said. "That's something we would have to think about," Belladora said. "Kimmeran is the leader of our cave. It would be hard for him to stay away for a year." When she saw tears starting in her mother's eyes, she added,
But we'll think about it.
Ayla glanced around at the other people who were beginning to set up camp. She noticed a man who was carrying someone on his shoulders. He bent down and helped the person off. At first she thought it was a child. Then she looked again. It was a small person, but oddly shaped, with legs and arms too short. She tapped the first and moved her chin in the direction of the person. The large woman looked, then looked more closely. She understood why Ayla had called her attention to the individual. She had never seen one, but she had heard about similar little people. No wonder Belladora's mother seemed so relieved that her daughter's children, born at the same time, were normal. That person is an accident of birth, like some dwarf trees whose growth becomes stunted. I think that is a dwarf person, she said.
I would like to meet that person to learn more, but I don't want to make an issue of it. It would be like staring, and I think that person gets stared at enough,
Ayla said. Chapter 26. Ayla had gotten up very early and gathered her collecting baskets and the panniers for Winnie. She told Jondalar that she was going to look for some greens and roots and whatever else she could find for tonight's feast, but she seemed distracted and uncomfortable. "Would you like me to come along?" he asked.
No.
Her answer was sharp and abrupt, and then she tried to soften it.
I was hoping you would watch Ayla. Belladora is taking her children to spend some time with her mother this morning. John the Cam and Lavila are also going, and taking John Leven with them, because they are all related. I don't know what Kimmeran is doing, but I think he may join them later. Ayla is like family, but she is really just a friend, and may feel left out because she won't have her usual friends to play with. I thought maybe you and Racer could go for a ride with her and Gray this morning.
That's a good idea. We haven't been riding for a while. The exercise would do the horses good, Jondalar said. Ayla smiled at him and rubbed cheeks, but a frown still creased her forehead. She looked unhappy. It was barely daylight when Ayla left, riding Winnie and whistling for Wolf. She rode along the river bank, looking over the vegetation. She knew the plants she was looking for grew near the place where they had camped, but she hoped she wouldn't have to ride that far. She rode past the third cave's location. It was deserted. Everyone was at the meeting that had spontaneously come about at the first cave. She wondered how Amalana was doing, and if she would have her baby before they left. It could be any time now, she thought, and fervently hoped it would be a normal, healthy, happy baby. She didn't find what she was looking for until she was close to their former campsite. It was the backwater of the river that had almost formed an oxbow lake that created the right kind of habitat for both water parsnip and water hemlock. She halted the horse and quickly slid off. Wolf seemed happy to have her to himself for a change and was a little frisky, but Ayla was in no mood for playfulness. So he began exploring the interesting smells coming from the small holes and hummocks. She had her good sharp knife and a digging stick with her, and first collected heaps of water parsnips. Then, in another basket, and with a new tool she had fashioned explicitly for the purpose, she dug up several roots and plants of the water hemlock. She wrapped them with long stems of grass and put them in a separate basket, again made expressly for the plants. She left it on the ground while she packed the parsnips in the panniers fastened to Winnie, then attached the separate basket on top. Then, whistling for Wolf, she started back upstream. She was in a hurry to return. When she came to a place where the river flowed fresh and clean, she stopped to fill her water bag. Then she saw the dry bed of a seasonal tributary stream that would be full of rushing water when rains came. The smooth, rounded stones on the bottom were perfect, and she carefully selected several of them to refill the pouch of stones for her sling. She was near a stand of pines,
and noticed small mounds pushing up under a layer of needles and twigs beneath the trees and brushed them aside. She found a clump of pinkish buff mushrooms hidden underneath. She searched and found more until she had collected quite a nice little pile of pine mushrooms. These were good mushrooms, white and firm of flesh, with a rather nice, slightly spicy smell and taste, but not everyone knew them. She filled a third gathering basket with them. Then she mounted Whinny, whistled for Wolf, and rode back, pushing her mare to a gallop for part of the distance. People were in the midst of preparing or eating their morning meal when she arrived. She went straight to the Zelandonii pavilion and brought in 2 of the baskets. Only the 2 firsts were there. "Did you find what you were looking for?" the one who was first asked.
Yes, Ayla said. Here are some good pine mushrooms with a somewhat unusual flavor that I like very well, she said. Then, showing them the basket of water hemlock, she said, I have never tasted these.
That's good. I hope you never do, the large woman said.
Outside on Whinny's pannier is a big load of water parsnips. I was careful not to mix them,
Ayla said.
I'll give them to one of the people who is cooking, the taller, thinner Zelandonii first said. If they are not cooked well, they can be unpalatable.
She studied Ayla a while.
This is uncomfortable for you, isn't it? Yes, I have never deliberately collected something that I knew was harmful, especially knowing that it is intended to be given to someone, to kill him, Ayla said. But you know, if he is allowed to live, he will only cause more harm. Yes, I know, but it still doesn't make me feel good about it.
And it shouldn't, her first said. You are helping your people and taking the onus on yourself. It's a sacrifice, but sometimes it's what a Zelandonii must do.
I will make sure they go to the ones who should eat them, Zelandonii first said. It is the sacrifice I must make. These are my people, and he has hurt them long enough.
What about his other men? The first asked.
One of them, Gehenna, is asking what he can do to make reparations. He is saying how sorry he is, Zelandonii first said. I don't know if he is just trying to talk his way out of the punishment he knows is coming, or if he means it. I think I will let the mother decide. If he ends up not eating the root and lives, I will let him go. If Balderan doesn't eat it and lives, I have already spoken with several people who have been personally harmed by him and are eager to see him pay. Most have lost family members or have been attacked themselves. If necessary, I will turn him over to them, but I would prefer it if this more subtle approach works.
When Zelandonii first went to pick up the basket of hemlock, she saw a slithering movement under the container. She quickly snatched the basket and moved it aside. Underneath was a snake, an extraordinary snake.
Look at that,
the woman said. Ayla and the first looked. Then both took a small, indrawn breath of surprise. It was a small snake, probably quite young, and the red stripes running the length of its body indicated it was a non-poisonous type. But near the front of the body, the stripes split into the shape of a Y. The snake had 2 heads. Both tongues slipped in and out of its mouth, sampling the air. Then it started to move, but the movement was a bit erratic, as though it couldn't quite decide which way to go. Quick, get something to catch it before it gets away, the first said. Ayla found a small, watertight woven bowl.
Is this all right to use?
She asked Zelandonii first.
Yes, that's fine, she said.
The snake started moving as Ayla approached, but she turned the basket upside down and clamped it over the snake. It pulled its own tail in as she held it down firmly so it couldn't get out under the edge.
Now what do we do? Zelandonii first said. "Do you have something flat that I can slip under that?"
Ayla asked.
"I don't know. Maybe the edge of a shovel that's been ground flat. Would that work? Like this one?"
She picked up the shovel that was used to clean ashes out of the hearth.
"Yes, that's perfect,"
Ayla said. She took the shovel and slid the flat part under the basket, then picked them both up and held them together while she flipped them over.
"Is there a lid for this bowl, and some twine to tie it on?"
Zelandonii first found a small, shallow bowl and gave it to Ayla, who set the bowl with the snake down, removed the shovel, and pressed the shallow bowl on top, then tied them together. The three women left together to have a morning meal. They planned that the meeting should start when the sun was highest in the sky, but people started gathering on the slope earlier to find seating and standing places with enough elevation so they could see and hear better. Although everyone knew this was a serious meeting, there was still a feeling of celebration and festivity in the air, mostly because of the sociability of being together, especially since it was unplanned, and because people were glad that the vicious troublemaker had been caught. By the time the sun was high, the meeting area was filled to overflowing. Zelandonii first started the meeting and began by welcoming the first among those who serve the Great Earth Mother and the rest of the visitors. She explained that the first was accompanying her acolyte and her former acolyte, who was now a Zelandonii on their Donyar tour, and had come to see the most ancient sacred site. She also mentioned that the first's acolyte and her mate had captured Balderan and 3 of his men when they tried to attack her. That information brought an undercurrent of voices from the audience.
"That is the main reason we called this gathering. Balderan has caused pain and suffering to many of you for many years, but now that we have him, we have to decide what to do with him. Whatever punishment we mete out to him should be something we all feel is appropriate,"
Zelandonii first said. Someone in the audience said, "Kill him," in a loud whisper that everyone heard, including the Zelandonii. The one who was first responded,
"That may well be the appropriate punishment, but who will do it and how is the question. It could be very unlucky if it is not handled properly," the large woman said, "for all of us. The Mother has declared strong prohibitions against people killing other people, except in extraordinary circumstances. In an effort to find a solution for coping with Balderan, we don't want to become what he is."
"How did she catch him?"
someone asked.
"You should ask her," the first said, turning to Ayla. This kind of situation always made her nervous, but she took a deep breath and tried to answer the question.
"I have been a hunter since I was very young, and the weapon I first learned to use was a stone hurled with a sling," she began.
For those who had not heard her speak before, her accent was a surprise. It was rare for a foreigner to become part of the Zelandonii, and she had to wait until people quieted down before she could continue.
"Now you know I was not born a Zelandonii,"
she said with a smile. Her comment brought a small chuckle from the audience.
"I was raised far to the east of here, and I met Jondalar when he was on his journey."
People were settling down, getting ready to listen to what could be a very good story.
"When Balderan and his men first saw me, I had gone behind the trees for some privacy, and when I stood up to pull my leggings back on, they were staring at me. It made me angry that they were so impolite, and I told them so. Not that it did any good."
That brought a few chuckles from the group.
"I usually keep my sling wrapped around my head. It is an easy way to carry it. When he came after me, I don't think Balderan understood that it was a weapon as I began to unwind it."
She unwound her sling as she was talking, then reached into her pouch and took out 2 of the stones she had collected from the dry stream bed near their former camp earlier. She put the two ends of the sling together and placed a stone in the middle of a leather strap in a pocket that had formed from use. She had already selected a target, a varying hare in its brown summer coat, sitting off to the side on a rock next to its hole. At the last minute she also spied a pair of mallards which had taken off from their nests near the river. With swift, sure movements, she flung the first stone and then the second. People spoke out their surprise.
"Did you see that?"
"She killed that duck right out of the sky." "She killed a rabbit, too." The demonstration gave them a sense of her skill.
"I didn't want to kill Balderan," Ayla said.
"But she could have," Jonacole interjected, which brought another murmur of voices.
"I only wanted to stop him, so I aimed for his thigh. I think he may have a good bruise to show for it. I hit the other man on the arm." She whistled for Wolf, who came immediately at her call. That also brought a flurry of comments from the assembled group.
"Balderan and the others didn't notice Wolf at first. This Wolf is my friend, and he will do what I ask him to. When a third man tried to run away, I told Wolf to stop him. He didn't attack him or try to kill him. He bit at the man's ankle and tripped him. Then Jondalar came around the trees with his spear thrower. As we were bringing those men here, Balderan tried to run away. Jondalar used his spear thrower to cast a spear. It just missed Balderan's ear, so he stopped," Ayla said. "Jondalar is very accurate with a spear thrower."
Again there were chuckles. "I told you they didn't stand a chance," Willamar said to Demorin, who was standing next to him. They were taking a turn at guarding Balderan and the others, who also heard everything that was said.
"When I saw how these men behaved toward me, I thought they were probably troublemakers. That's why we brought them with us, though they did not want to come. It was only after we arrived at the third cave of watchers that we understood how much trouble they had caused over the years,"
Ayla said. She paused, looking down. It seemed obvious that she had more to say.
"I am a healer, a medicine woman. I have helped many women give birth. Fortunately, most babies are perfectly healthy when they are born, but some children of the mother are not born right. I have seen some that are not. Usually, if the problem is serious, they don't survive. The mother takes them back because only she can fix them. But some have a strong will to live. Even with serious problems, they live and often give much to their people,"
Ayla said.
"I was raised by a man who was a great mogur. That is the word the people of the clan use for Zelandonii. He had only one usable arm and walked with a limp, a problem from birth, and he had only one eye, and his weak arm was further damaged when a cave bear chose him and became his totem. He was a very wise man who served his people and was very well respected. There is also a boy who lives not far from our cave, who was born with a deformed arm. His mother was afraid that he would never be able to hunt and perhaps never become a real man. But he learned to use the spear thrower with his good arm, became a good hunter and gained respect, and now has a fine young woman as his mate. When a child is born dead or leaves this world and walks the next soon after birth, it is because the only way a person who is not born right can be fixed is to return to the mother, so she takes them back. Although it is much easier to say than to do, one should not grieve for such children. The mother has taken them back so they can be made right."
Ayla reached into a haversack she wore over one shoulder and took out a small bowl with a lid. She opened it and held up the two-headed snake. There were startled oohs.
"Some things are not right when they are born, and it is obvious."
The tongues flicked out of the mouths of both heads as she showed the little creature.
"The only way this snake can be fixed is to return it to the mother. Sometimes that is what should be done. But sometimes someone is born wrong, and it is not obvious. When you look at them, they seem normal, but they are not right inside. Just like this little snake, the only way they can be fixed is to return them to the mother. Only she can fix them."
Balderan and his men were also listening to Ayla's story. "We're going to have to watch for our chance soon, if we're going to get away from here," Balderan said under his breath. He had no desire to be returned to the mother. For the first time in his life, he began to feel the fear he had so often caused others to feel. "I think that was a very appropriate way to talk about what needs to be done," Zelandonii first said, as she was walking back to the Zelandonii pavilion along with the first, Ayla and Jonical. Wolf was sedately following Ayla as she had signaled. She wanted people to know that while he was an efficient four-legged hunter, unlike Balderan, he was not an indiscriminate killer. It will help people accept it if they can think about sending Balderan back to the mother to be made right. What made you think of it?"
"I don't know," Ayla said, "but when I saw the dwarfed young man who came with Belladora's people, I knew that there was no medicine that could help him to grow into a normal size, at least none that I knew of. Then that little snake made me understand that there are some things only the mother could fix. If not in this world, then perhaps in the next."
"Have you met the young man?" Zelandonii first asked.
"No, not yet."
"Nor have I," the first said.
"Then let's do it now."
The three women and man walked toward the Zelandonii campsite. They stopped off at the Ninth Cave's camp and picked up Jondalar and Ayla and Willamar, the only ones who happened to be there. Belladora and Kimaran were at the camp with their children. Ayla wondered if Belladora's mother would succeed in persuading them to return with her and staying for a year. She couldn't blame her for trying. She wanted to get to know her grandchildren, but Kimaran was the leader of the second cave. The friends greeted each other with cheek rubs, and then they went through a series of formal introductions to Belladora's mother, the leader of the cave, and a few others. Then the young man came forward.
"I wanted to meet you," he said to Ayla. "I liked what you said about the snake and some of the people you know."
"I'm pleased that you did," Ayla said, then bent down and took both of his small, oddly shaped hands in hers. His arms were also too short. His head seemed almost too big for him.
"I am Ayla of the Ninth Cave of the Zelandonii, mated to Jondalar, Master Flint-Napper of the Ninth Cave of the Zelandonii, and mother of Ayla, blessed of Dani, and I am acolyte to the first among those who serve the great Earth Mother. I was formerly of the lion camp of the Mamutoi, who lived far to the east. I was adopted by the Mamut to be daughter of the Mammoth Hearth, chosen by the spirit of the cave lion, protected by the cave bear, friend of the horses, Winnie, Racer, and Grey, and the four-legged hunter, Wolf. I am Romatolo of the sixth cave of the Zelandonii," he said in slightly accented Zelandonii. He was fluent in both languages. "I greet you, Ayla of the ninth cave of the Zelandonii. You have a lot of unusual ties. Perhaps you could explain them to me sometime," he said. "But first, I would like to ask you a question."
"By all means," Ayla said, noticing that he seemed to feel no need to recite all his names and ties. Well, he was unique enough, she thought. He seems young, yet ageless.
"What are you going to do with the little snake?" Romatolo asked. "Are you going to send him back to the mother?"
"I don't think so. I think the mother will take him when she's ready for him."
"You have horses and a wolf. Would you let me have the little snake? I will take care of him."
Ayla paused for a while, then said,
"I wasn't sure what to do with him. but I think that's a good idea, if it's all right with your leader. Some people fear snakes, even those that are not poisonous. You will have to learn what to feed him. I may be able to help you." She reached into her carrying sack and pulled out the woven bowl with the lid tied on and gave it to Romatolo. Wolf was leaning against her leg and whining slightly. "Would you like to meet the wolf? He won't hurt you. When he was growing up, he grew to love a boy who had some problems. I think you remind Wolf of him."
"Where is the boy now?" Romatolo asked.
"Rydag was very weak. He walks the next world now," Ayla said. "I am getting weaker. I think I will walk the next world soon," Romatolo said. "Now I will think of it as returning to the mother." She didn't deny his assertion. He probably knew himself and his body better than anyone. "I am a medicine woman and was able to help Rydag be more comfortable. Can you tell me where you feel bad? I may be able to help you," Ayla said.
"We have a good healer, and he has probably done everything that can be done. He gives me medicine to help the pain when I need it. I think I'll be ready to go back to the Great Mother when the time comes," Romatolo said, then changed the subject.
"How can I meet your wolf? What do I have to do?" "Just let him sniff you, and maybe lick your hand. You can pat him if you like, and feel his fur. He's very gentle when I ask him to be. He adores babies," Ayla said. Then she added, "Have you seen the pole drag that the one who is first rides on? If you would like to ride on it and be pulled around by a horse, I'd be happy to take you wherever you would like to go."
"Or if you need anyone to help carry you," Jondalar added. "My shoulders are strong, and I have carried people that way before."
"I thank you for your offers, but I have to tell you that it makes me tired to go visiting much. I used to love it. Now, even with someone carrying me, it's hard. I almost didn't come on this journey, but if I hadn't, there would have been no one left to help me, and I can't manage without help. I do like it when people visit me, though."
"Do you know how many years you can count?" the one who was first asked.
"About 14 years, he said. "I reached manhood 2 summers ago, but things have been getting worse since then."
The first nodded. "When a boy reaches manhood, his body wants to grow," she said.
"And mine doesn't know how to grow right," Romatolo said.
"But you know how to think, and that is more than many can say," the first said. "I hope you live many more years. I think you have much to offer."
The 3 women of the Zelandonii rejoined each other later in the afternoon at the travelers' campsite. The large gathering area was too busy. What had started out to be a meeting of the neighboring Zelandonii had turned into an unscheduled summer meeting, and those who were cooking meals had taken over the covered space of the pavilion. No one else was in camp at the moment, and Ayla's sleeping tent was being used as a quiet place to talk. Even then they spoke softly.
"Should the hemlock be served tonight, or should we wait until tomorrow night?" the first said.
"I don't think there is any need to wait. I think we should get it over with as quickly as possible," Zelandonii first said. "And the water parsnips should be cooked while they are fresh, although they will keep for a while. I have an assistant, not quite an acolyte, but a woman who helps me a lot. I will ask her to cook the hemlock roots."
"Will you tell her what they are and who they're for?" the first asked.
"Of course. It would be dangerous for her if she didn't know exactly what she was cooking and why." "Is there anything you want me to do?" Ayla asked.
"You've done your share," the first said. "You gathered the plants to begin with."
"Then I think I will go and find Jondalar. I haven't seen him all day," Ayla said. When are we going to visit the sacred site?
I think it's best to wait a few days after this whole Balduran matter is finished, Zelandonii first said. Balduran and his men had been watching both Ayla and Jondalar and the wolf very closely, though not overtly. It was getting dark and close to the time when the evening meal would be served. It wasn't officially being called a feast, but it would be a communal meal to which everyone was contributing, so it felt like a major celebration. Ayla and Jondalar weren't entirely sure where the men were being held. It changed somewhat depending upon who was watching them. They were deeply involved in conversation with each other and nearly walked into Balduran and his men. Balduran looked around quickly and noticed that the wolf was not with them. The men who were supposed to be watching them also seemed distracted and not paying attention.
"Let's do it now," he said.
Suddenly Balduran jumped out, grabbed Ayla, and the next instant had a leather thong around her neck.
"Stay back or she dies,"
Balduran shouted as he pulled tight on the cord. Ayla gasped, trying to breathe. The other men had armed themselves with stones that they were threatening to throw, or perhaps use to hit her or whoever came after them. Balduran had been waiting for this moment. He had planned how it would go in his mind, and now that he had her, he was enjoying it. He was going to kill her. Maybe not right away, but he was going to enjoy it. He was sure he knew how the big, gentle giant of a man would react. But Balduran didn't know that Jondalar had cultivated that calm and restrained demeanor as part of his need to keep himself under control at all times. He had allowed his temper to get control of him before and knew what he was capable of doing. Jondalar's first thought was, how dare anybody try to harm Ayla? This time it wasn't temper, it was reaction. In an instant, before any of the men even thought of moving, Jondalar took 2 long steps and was behind Balduran. He bent over and grabbed both his wrists and broke his hold, almost broke his arms. Then, letting go of one arm, he spun him around and smashed him in the face with his fist. He was close to hitting him again, but the man slumped over in a daze, blood running down his face from his broken nose. Balduran had misjudged Jondalar entirely. He was not only a big man, he was a powerful man with quick reflexes, a man who sometimes had to exert himself to control a spirited stallion. Racer was not a domesticated horse. He was a trained horse. Jondalar had lived with him from the day he was born and taught him, but Racer still had all the natural instincts of an extremely strong and sometimes willful wild stallion. It took a lot of strength to handle the horse, and it kept the man in shape. Balduran had doubled the leather cord, which had originally been used to tie his shirt together. It was still hanging loosely around Ayla's neck, but the marks it had made were bright red, even in the dim light of fireplaces that were some distance away. People were belatedly running in their direction. Everything had happened so fast. Several Zelandonii, including the first, went to help Ayla, and Jondalar wouldn't leave her side. The people Zelandonii first had spoken to about how to deal with Balduran had gathered around him as he was lying on the ground. Suddenly, Aramina, the woman who had been raped and whose mate he had killed, kicked him. Then the woman who had lost her daughter after she was held by them and badly mistreated suddenly kicked him too. Then a man who had been badly beaten by the men after watching his mate and young daughter being raped punched his face, breaking his nose again. Balduran's other men were trying to back away, but they were all surrounded now, and one of them was punched in the face. There was no stopping the angry crowd now. Everyone who had been subject to the depredations of Balduran and his men were giving it back and then some. The crowd had turned into a mob. It had happened so fast, no one knew what to do at first. Then the Zelandonii moved in to stop it. Ayla was among them, shouting,
"Stop it! Stop it now! You are acting like Balduran!"
But the people couldn't stop.
All their frustrations, their feelings of impotence, humiliation, and powerlessness came out. When the people settled down and looked around, all 4 men were sprawled on the ground, covered with blood. Ayla bent over Balderan to check him. He was dead, and so were 2 others. One was barely hanging on to life, the one who had asked how he could make reparations. Wolf suddenly appeared and stayed with Ayla, watching the scene closely, a low growl in his throat, and she could tell he wasn't sure what to do. Ayla sat on the ground with her arms around his neck. The first moved beside her. "That's not at all the way I expected it to happen," she said. "I didn't realize there was so much pent-up anger, but I should have." "Balderan brought it on himself," Zelandonii first said. "If he hadn't attacked Ayla, Jondalar would not have hit him. Once he was down, the people who had been hurt by him couldn't hold back. They knew he wasn't invincible. I guess there's no need for the hemlock now. I will have to make sure it is disposed of properly." Everyone was still tense and overexcited. It took a while for most people to understand what had happened. Those who had participated were beginning to feel a range of emotions. Some felt shame for what they had done. Others felt relief, sorrow, excitement, even elation that Balderan had finally gotten back what he had given out. Livilla had kept John Ayla with her when Wolf ran out of the tent, though she wanted to follow him. Ayla had some of Balderan's blood on her when she returned, which upset her daughter. She assured John Ayla that it was not her own blood, but that of a man who was hurt. The next morning, Jondalar went to see the Zelandonii, who were both called first, to tell them that Ayla wanted to stay in her tent and rest that day. Her throat still hurt from the attempted strangulation. All the local Zelandonii had been discussing how to help the people, whether they should call another meeting or wait until people came to them. As Jondalar walked back, he was aware that people were watching him, but he didn't care, and he didn't hear the comments. Men admired his strength and his speed. His reaction had been so swift. The women just admired him. To have a man like that, so handsome, so quick to jump to his woman's defense, who wouldn't want such a man? If he had heard them talking, he wouldn't have cared. He just wanted to get to his Ayla and make sure she was well and that everything was all right. But after a while, it was the story of Balderan's attack on Ayla and Jondalar's quick defense that was told several times, not the resulting melee that ended in the beating death of 3 men and quite possibly a 4th, although Gehenar was holding on to life. The Zelandonii had to decide how they were going to dispose of the bodies. It posed a dilemma. They didn't want to honor them in any way. There would be no ceremony. But they did want to make sure their spirits were given back to the mother. They ended up taking the bodies into the mountains and leaving them on the crest of a hill, exposed to every kind of scavenger. The visitors from the nearby caves spent a few more days camped in the field, then began to trickle away to get back into their normal routine now that the excitement was over. They would have many stories to tell about the visitors, the one who was first, and her acolyte, who controlled a wolf and horses and called up a 2-headed snake, and who helped rid them of Balderan. But the versions of what happened to Balderan and his gang would likely be different, depending upon what part each person had played in the events. Ayla was getting restless and anxious to leave. She decided it was a good time to finish drawing the bison meat. It would give her something to do, and laid out lines of cordage supported by sticks of wood and built smoky fires in and around them. Insects like gnats were drawn to the raw meat, where they liked to lay eggs that could cause it to spoil. The smoke kept them away and, incidentally, flavored the meat. Then she set about slicing the sections of bison into thin, uniform pieces.
Before long, Lavila joined her, then John de Cam and John de Lar. John Ayla wanted to help, so Ayla showed her how to cut the meat and gave her a section of the corded lines to hang her pieces up to dry. Willamar and his 2 assistants strolled into camp around midday, quite excited.
After we leave here, we were thinking it might be a good idea to go south along this river until we reach the southern sea,
Willamar said.
After coming all this way, it would be a shame not to see it, and we've been told this is the time to trade for shells. They have many of the small round bead shells and the pretty long dentalia, and some particularly nice scallop shells, even periwinkles, I'm told. We could keep some and trade some to the 5th cave.
What do we have to trade with them for the shells? John de Lar asked.
I was going to talk to you about that. Do you think you could find some good flint and make some blades and points to exchange for shells? And maybe some of that meat you're drying, Ayla?
Willamar said. How do you know this is the time to trade, and about all these shell beads? Lavila asked.
A man from the north just arrived. You'll have to meet him. He's a trader, too, and he has some fascinating ivory carvings,
Willamar said. I knew a man who made ivory carvings, Ayla said, a little wistfully. John de Lar's ears perked up. He knew that same ivory carver. He was a remarkable and talented artist, and the man to whom he almost lost Ayla. He still felt a lump in his throat at the thought. I would like to meet the man and see his carvings, and I wouldn't mind seeing the southern sea. I'm sure we can work something out in terms of trading. What else would make good trade goods? He asked.
Almost anything that is well made or useful, especially something unusual,
Willamar said. Like Ayla's baskets, Lavila said. Why my baskets? Ayla said, a little surprised. They're just plain baskets, not even any decoration on them. That's just it. They seem to be just plain baskets until you look closely, Lavila said. They're made so well, absolutely tight and even, and the weave is so unusual. The ones that are watertight stay that way for a long time. The looser ones also hold up well. Anyone who knows anything about baskets would pick yours before a showier one that is not made as well. Even your throwaway baskets are too good to throw away. Ayla blushed a little at all the praise. I just make them the way I was taught, she said. I didn't think there was anything special about them.
John de Lar smiled. I remember when we first went to stay with the Mamutoi, and there was a festival where people were exchanging gifts. Tuli and Nezi offered to give you some things that you could give as gifts, but you said you had many gifts you had made to keep yourself busy and wanted to go back to your valley and get them. So we went and got them. I think Tuli, in particular, was surprised at how beautiful and well-made your gifts were. And Talut loved his bison robe. The things you make are beautiful, Ayla. Now she was blushing bright red and at a loss as to what to say. If you don't think so, just look at John Ayla, John de Lar said with a grin.
That's not just me. John Ayla has a lot of you in her, too,
Ayla said.
I certainly hope so,
John de Lar said.
There's no doubt the mother used your spirit to blend with Ayla's, Lavila said. You can see it in John Ayla's eyes. They're exactly your color, and that shade of blue is not very common.
So everyone's agreed. We will go to the southern sea on our way home,
Willamar interjected.
And I think you should make some baskets, Ayla. You can trade for salt, too, not just shells. When are we going to meet the man with the carvings? John de Cam asked. If this is a good time to stop for a midday meal, you can meet him now.
I just have a few more pieces to finish, Lavila said.
We can bring some of the bison with us to cook for our meal or contribute to a community meal, Jondalar said. Jondalar picked up John Ayla, and they all left with Willamar and walked to the Zelandonii covered shelter. Demorin was talking to a stranger, and Amalana, obviously pregnant and fully aware of how attractive that made her, was smiling at him. He was smiling back. He was fairly tall and well-built, with brown hair and blue eyes and an appealing, friendly face, and to Ayla there was something about him that seemed familiar.
"I brought the rest of our traveling group,"
Willamar said, and began the introductions. When he started with
Jondalar of the 9th cave of the Zelandonii,
the man looked puzzled as Jondalar put John Ayla down in preparation for joining hands.
"And this is his mate, Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zelandonii, formerly of the lion camp of the Mamutoi, daughter of the Mammoth Hearth."
"You I know," the man said, "or know of you. I am Canardi of the Losadunai, and you both stayed with the Losadunai a few years ago?" "Yes, we stayed with Laduni's cave on our way back from our journey," Jondalar said with genuine excitement. Although anyone who made a journey usually met many people, one seldom met them again, or even someone who knew someone a person had met.
"We all heard about both you at next summer meeting. You made big impression with horses and wolf, I recall,"
Canardi said.
"Yes, the horses are at our camp, and Wolf is hunting,"
Ayla said.
"And this little beauty must be addition to family. You she resembles,"
Canardi said to the tall blond man with the vivid blue eyes. It sounded as though he was speaking Zelandonii with a slight shift in construction and a slightly different accent. But Ayla remembered their languages were very close. He was actually speaking Zelandonii with some Losadunai, his own language, mixed in. "Willamar said you brought carvings," Jondalar said.
"Yes, here examples,"
Canardi said. He untied a pouch from his waist ties, opened the top, and poured out several mammoth ivory figures onto an unused platter. Ayla picked one up. It was a mammoth with some extra lines incised on it, whose reason was not clear, so she asked him.
"I do not know," he said. "They always made that way. These not made by ancients, but made like ancients make, especially by young people who are learning."
Next, Ayla picked up a long, slender figure, and when she looked closely, she knew it was a bird, but a bird like a goose flying through the air. It was so simple, yet so full of life. The next figure was like a lion standing on its hind legs, at least the head was, and the top of its body, and the upper arms seemed to be feline, but the legs were human. And in front of what would be the long underbelly of a cat, if it wasn't standing upright, was a clearly marked, elongated, downward-pointing triangle, the pubic triangle, the unmistakable sign of a female. Though there were no human-like breasts, the figure was a lion woman. The last figure was definitely a woman, though she had no head, just a carved hole through which a cord was strung. The breasts were huge and quite high. The arms ended with the indication of a hand with fingers. The hips were broad and the buttocks large, with the line dividing them sharply incised all the way around to the front, ending with such an exaggerated depiction of a vulva, the female organ was almost diverted.
"I think this was made by a woman who has been through childbirth,"
Ayla said.
"That's sometimes how it feels, like you are being split in two."
"You may be right, Ayla. The breasts certainly appear to be full of milk," said the first.
"Are you offering these for trade?"
Willamar asked.
"No, these my own. I carry for luck. But if you want one or more, could get some made," Canardi said.
If it were me, I would get some extras made to take on trading missions. I'm sure they would trade well, Willamar said. Are you a trade master, Canardi? He had noticed the man did not have a trader's tattoo. I like travel and trade some, but not trade master, Canardi said. Everybody trades, but we have not such occupation as specialty. If you like to travel, you can make it be, Willamar said. It is what I'm training my apprentices to be. This may be my last long trading mission. I'm at an age where traveling is losing its appeal. I'm ready to settle down at home with my mate and her children and grandchildren, like that pretty little one. He indicated Ayla. Some traders take their mates and families with them, but my mate was the leader of the 9th cave and not as free to travel, so I always make sure I bring her something special. That's why I was asking if your carvings were available for trading, but I'm sure I'll find something when we go to the Southern Sea to trade for shells. Would you like to travel together with us? When do you leave? Canardi asked. Soon, but not before we see the most ancient sacred site, Willamar said. Is good you do. Beautiful cave, most extraordinary paintings, but I see several times. I go ahead. Tell them you coming, Canardi said.
Chapter 27. The entrance to the cave was quite large, but not symmetrical, and more wide than high. The right side was taller, the left lower section had a projecting ledge over part of it, creating a sheltered area that offered some protection from rain, and from the occasional rain of pebbles that cascaded down the cliff. A cone-shaped mound of gravel had accumulated at the far left end of the cave's mouth, falling from the rock face above, amassing on the ledge and spilling over, creating a scree slope from the base of the cone that continued down the side of the cliff. As a result of the capacious opening, light penetrated to some depth into the cave. Ayla thought it would make a good place to live, but it obviously was not used as such, except for the corner under the ledge where a small fire was burning outside a sleeping shelter. There was little evidence of the things that people used to make their life comfortable. As they approached, a Zelandonii came out of the shelter and greeted them. In the name of the great Earth Mother, you are welcome to her most ancient sacred place, first among those who serve her, she said, holding out both hands. I greet you, watcher of her most ancient sacred site, the first replied. Jonacol was next. I am Zelandonii of the 19th cave of the Zelandonii, and I greet you, watcher of her most ancient sacred site. I am told the images inside this sacred place are quite striking. I have also made some images, and I am honored to be invited to see this sacred site, he said. The watcher smiled. So you are a Zelandonii image maker, she said. I think you will be a little surprised at what you see in this cave, and perhaps you will appreciate the artistry more than most. The ancients who worked here were quite skilled. Are all the images here made by the ancients? The 19th asked. The watcher heard the unspoken plea in Jonacol's voice. She had heard it before from artists who came to visit. They wanted to know if they would be allowed to add to the work, and she knew what to say. Very nearly, though I do know of a few made more recently. If you feel equal to the task and compelled to do so, you are free to make your mark here. We put no restrictions on anyone. The mother chooses. You will know if you are chosen, the watcher said. Though many asked, very few actually did feel equal to the task of contributing to the remarkable work inside. Ayla was the next one. In the name of the great mother of all, I greet you, watcher of the most ancient sacred site, she said, holding out her hands.
I am called Ayla, acolyte to the first among those who serve the great Earth Mother.
She's not ready to give up her name yet, was the Zelandonii's first thought. Then she grew conscious that the young woman had spoken with an unusual accent and knew she was the person she had been told about. Most of her cave thought that all the visitors spoke Zelandonii with what they considered a northern accent, but the way this woman spoke was entirely different. She spoke well, she obviously knew the language, but the way she made certain sounds was unlike anything she had heard before. There was no doubt that she came from a very distant place. She looked at the young woman more carefully. Yes, she thought, she's attractive, but she has a foreign aspect, a different set to her features, a shorter face, wider space between her eyes. Even her hair, it's not fine like so many Zelandonii women. It has a thicker texture, and though she's blonde, the shade is distinctive, darker, rather like honey or amber. A foreigner, and yet she is acolyte to the first. It's rare enough for a foreigner to become one of the Zelandonii, much less acolyte to the first. But perhaps understandable, since she's the one who can control horses and a wolf, and she's the one who stopped the men who have been causing so much trouble for so many years.
You are welcome to this most ancient sacred site, Ayla, acolyte to the first, the Zelandonii said, grasping Ayla's hands. I suspect you have traveled farther to see this site than anyone ever has. I came with the rest of,
Ayla started. Then, seeing the smile on the woman's face, she understood. It was her accent. The watcher was talking about how far she had traveled on her journey with Jondalar, and before that from her home with the clan, and perhaps even before that.
You could be right, she said, but Jondalar may have traveled even farther. He journeyed all the way from his home to the end of the great Mother River, far to the east, and beyond, where he found me, and then back again before we started on this Danyur tour.
Jondalar stepped closer at the sound of his name and grinned when he heard Ayla describe his travels. The woman was not young and immature, and not old, but old enough so that she had the wisdom that came from experience and maturity, about the age he used to like women before he met Ayla. "Greetings, respected watcher of the most ancient sacred site," he said, holding out his hands. "I am Jondalar of the 9th cave of the Zelandonii, flint-knapper of the 9th cave, mated to Ayla of the 9th cave of the Zelandonii, who is acolyte of the 1st, son of Marthona, former leader of the 9th cave, brother of Joharan, leader of the 9th cave, born to the hearth of Dalinar, leader and founder of the Lanzadonii." He recounted his important names and ties. It was one thing for members of the Zelandonii to simply state their primary affiliations, but it would seem too casual and not very courteous for him to be so brief in a formal introduction, especially to a Zelandonii.
"You are welcome here, Jondalar of the 9th cave of the Zelandonii," she said, taking his hands and looking into eyes of an incredibly vivid shade of blue, eyes that seemed to see inside her very spirit and cause her womanhood to quiver. She closed her eyes for a moment to regain her internal balance. No wonder she's not ready to give up her name yet, the watcher thought. She's mated, and to one of the most fascinating men I have ever met. I wonder if anyone is planning a mother festival for these visitors from the north. Too bad my time for serving as watcher is not up yet. If someone needs me here, I can't go to mother festivals. Willamar, who was waiting to introduce himself to the watcher, ducked his head to smile to himself. It was a good thing that Jondalar hardly seemed to notice the impact he still had on women, he thought. And as perceptive as she was, Ayla seemed oblivious to it.
Even though it was discouraged, he knew that jealousy still lived in the hearts of many. "I am called Willamar, master trader of the 9th cave of the Zelandonii," he said when his turn came. "Mated to Marthona, the former leader of the 9th cave, who is the mother of this young man. Though he was not born to my hearth, he was raised there, so I think of him as the son of my heart. I feel the same about Ayla and her little one, Ayla."
She's not only mated, she has a child, a young child, the Watcher thought. How can she even think of becoming a Zelandonii, much less as an acolyte to the most powerful Zelandonii on earth? The first must see a lot of potential in her, but inside she must be pulled so many ways. Only these 5 visitors would be going into the cave at this time. The rest of the visitors would go another time and might not see as much. The caves that watched over the sacred site didn't like too many to go in at one time. There were torches and lamps near the fireplace. That was part of the Watcher's job, to gather and prepare them so they would be on hand when needed. Everyone took a torch. The Watcher handed out extras, put more of them in a pack, and added some stone lamps and small bladders of oil. When everyone had a fire holder to light the way, the Watcher started in. There was enough daylight coming into the entrance chamber to get a sense of the huge size of the cave and a first impression of its disorganized character. A chaotic landscape of stone formations filled the space. Columns of stalactites, once attached to the ceiling, and their stalagmite mates had dropped down as though the floor had fallen out from under them. Some tipped over, some collapsed, some shattered. There was a sense of immediacy in the way they were strewn about, yet everything was so frozen in time they were iced with a thick caramel layer of glistening stalagmitic frosting. The Watcher started humming as she led them toward the left, staying close to the wall. The rest followed in single file, with the first next in line, then Ayla, followed by Jonacol and Willamar, with Jondalar at the end. He was tall enough to see over the heads of the rest, and thought of himself as a sort of protective rear guard, though he had no idea from what they needed to be protected. Even well into the cave, there was still enough light coming in from the entrance that it was not entirely dark. Instead, the cave was suffused with a kind of deep twilight, especially once eyes became accustomed to the shadowed ambience. As they moved inside and passed by with their lamps or torches, the coloration of the stone the light illuminated varied from thin new icicles of pure white to lumpy gray stumps hoary with age. Flowing draperies hung from above, striped along the folds in shades of yellow, orange, red, and white. Shining lights of crystal caught the eye, reflecting and amplifying the meager light, some glittering off the floor, covered by a white film of calcite. They saw fantastical sculptures that kindled the imagination, and colossal white columns that glowed with translucent mystery. It was an utterly beautiful cave. In the vague light, they reached a place where the space seemed to open out. The sides of the chamber disappeared, and in front of them, except for a gleaming white disk, the emptiness seemed to go on and on. Ayla felt that they had entered another area that was even larger than the entrance chamber. Though the ceiling was hung with strange and magnificent stalactites that resembled long white hair, the floor was unusually level, like the calm, still lake it once was. But now the floor of the huge chamber was cluttered with skulls and bones and teeth, and the shallow depressions that had been the beds of hibernating cave bears. The Watcher, who had been humming continuously, started increasing the volume of her sound until the intensity and force of the droning was louder than Ayla, who was standing beside her, would have thought possible for anyone to make. But there was no reverberation. The noise was swallowed by the immensity of the empty space inside the stone cliff. Next, the one who was first started singing the mother's song in her deep, rich, operatic contralto. Out of the darkness, the chaos of time, the whirlwind gave birth to the mother sublime. She woke to herself, knowing life had great worth. The dark, empty void grieved the great Mother Earth. The mother was lonely. She was the only. From the dust of her birth she created the other, a pale, shining friend, a companion, a brother. They grew up together, learned to love and to care, and when she was ready, they decided to pair. Around her he'd hover, her pale, shining lover. She was happy at first with her one counterpart. The first hesitated, then stopped. There was no resonance, no echo coming back. The cave was telling them that this was not the place for people. This space belonged to the cave bears. She wondered if there were any images in the empty room. The watcher would know. Zelandonii, who watches over this cave, she said formally, did the ancients make any images in the room ahead?
No,
the woman said.
this room isn't ours to paint. We can go into the room in spring, just as they often go into our place in this cave. But the mother has given this room to the cave bears for their winter sleep.
That must be why people decided not to live here, Ayla said.
When I first saw this cave, I thought it ought to be a good place to live, and wondered why a cave had not chosen it. Now I know.
The watcher led them to the right. They passed by a small opening that led to another chamber, and a little farther on came to a larger opening. Like the entrance chamber, this one was a chaotic mass of fallen blocks of stalagmites and concretions. The pathway went around these obstructions and led to a vast space with a high ceiling and a dark red floor. A promontory created by a huge cascade of stone dominated the chamber, marked by several large red dots on a rock pendant suspended from the ceiling. They came to a large panel, a nearly vertical wall that continued up to the ceiling, covered by large red dots and various signs.
How do you think these dots were made? The watcher asked.
I suppose a big wad of leather or moss or something similar could have been used, Jonacol said.
I think the Zelandonii of the 19th should look a little more closely,
the first said. Ayla remembered that she had been here before and no doubt knew the answer. Willamar probably knew too. Ayla did not volunteer a guess, nor did Jondalar. The watcher held up her hand and stretched back her fingers, then held it up to a dot. It was just about the same size as her palm. Jonacol peered at the large dots. They were a bit blurry, but he could see faint impressions of the beginnings of fingers extending up from some of the dots. "You're right," he said. "They must have made a very thick paste of red ochre and then dipped their palms in it. I don't think I have ever seen dots made that way." The watcher smiled at his amazement and looked rather pleased with herself. Seeing the smile made Ayla notice that the area they were in seemed to be more well lit. She looked around and realized they were close to the entrance again. They could have come this way in the beginning instead of going around by way of the extensive bare sleeping room, but she was sure the watcher had her reasons for going the way she did. Next to the large dots was another painting that Ayla could not decipher except for the straight line of red paint above it, with a crosspiece near the top. The path led them around the blocks and concretions in the center of the room until they came to the head of a lion painted in black on the wall opposite. It was the only black painting she saw. Near it was a sign and some little dots, perhaps made with a finger. Somewhat farther on was a series of palm-size red dots. She counted them in her mind, using the counting words. There were 13. Above them was another group of 10 dots on the ceiling, but in order to make them, someone had had to climb up on a concretion with the help of some friends or apprentices, she supposed, so they must have been important to the maker, although she could not imagine why. A little farther on was an alcove. A lobe of rock at the entrance was completely covered with the large red dots. Inside the alcove were more red dots on one wall, and on the opposite wall a group of dots, some lines, and other markings, and 3 horse heads, 2 of them yellow. Within the central mass of blocks and stalagmites opposite the alcove, the watcher pointed out another sizable panel of large red dots behind some low concretions.
"Is there an animal head made of red dots in the middle of those dots?" Jonacole asked.
Some people think so,
the watcher said, smiling at the image-making Zelandonii for seeing it. Ayla tried to see an animal, but she only saw dots. She did, however, see a difference.
Do you think these dots were made by a different person than the other dots? They seem bigger.
I think you are right, the watcher said. We think the others were made by a woman, these by a man. There are more images, but in order to see them, we need to go back the way we came. She began humming again as she led them into a small chamber within the central concretions. A large drawing of the front part of a deer was painted there, probably a young megaceros. It had small palmate antlers and a slight hump on the withers. While they were there, the watcher raised the volume of her humming. The chamber resonated, crooned back to them. Jonacole joined in, singing scales that softly harmonized with the watcher's tones. Ayla began whistling bird songs that complemented the music. Then the first started singing the next verses of the mother's song, toning down her strong contralto so that it just lent a rich, deep, intense note to the singing. She was happy at first with her one counterpart. Then the mother grew restless, unsure in her heart. She loved her fair friend, her dear complement, but something was missing. Her love was unspent. She was the mother. She needed another. She dared the great void, the chaos, the dark, to find the cold home of the life-giving spark. The whirlwind was fearsome, the darkness complete. Chaos was freezing and reached for her heat. The mother was brave. The danger was grave. She drew from cold chaos the creative source. Then, conceiving within, she fled with life force. She grew with the life that she carried inside and gave of herself with love and with pride. The mother was bearing. Her life she was sharing. The dark, empty void and the vast, barren earth with anticipation awaited the birth. Life drank from her blood. It breathed from her bones. It split her skin open and sundered her stones. The mother was giving. Another was living. Her gushing birth waters filled rivers and seas and flooded the land, giving rise to the trees. From each precious drop, more grass and leaves grew, and lush, verdant plants made all the earth new. Her waters were flowing. New green was growing. The first stopped at a place that felt like an ending to the impromptu chorus. Ayla stopped, too, at the end of an extended melodious trill of a skylark, leaving Jonacole and the watcher, who finished on a harmonizing tone. Jondalar and Willamar slapped their hands on their thighs in appreciation. "That was marvelous," Jondalar said. "Just beautiful." "Yes, that sounded quite good," Willamar said. "I'm sure the mother appreciated it as much as we did."
The watcher led them through the small chamber, then down to another recess. From the entrance, the head of a bear painted in red could be seen. As they crouched down to get through a low corridor, more of the bear came into sight, and then the head of a second one appeared out of the darkness. Once they were through and could stand, they could see the head of a third bear, lightly sketched under the head of the first one. The shape of the wall was skillfully used to add depth to the first bear, and although the second bear seemed to be complete, it was a hollow in the place of the hindquarters that gave that impression. It was almost as though the bear was emerging from the spirit world through the wall.
"Those are definitely cave bears," Ayla said. "The shape of their forehead is so distinctive. It's like that from the time they are little."
"Have you seen little cave bears?"
"Yes, occasionally. The people I grew up with had a special relationship with cave bears," Ayla said.
When they stood at the back of the niche, they could see 2 ibexes partially painted in red on the right wall. The horns and the backs of the animals were formed by the natural fissures in the rock wall. They went back through the corridor and climbed back up to the level of the deer, then followed the left-hand wall until they reached a large open area. As they walked around the chamber, Jonacol looked into a niche that held an ancient concretion with a top in the shape of a small basin. He took his water bag and poured a little water in it. They went back out the way they went in and finally reached the large opening that led to the bear's sleeping room. Not far from the entrance of the cave, on a big rock pillar that separated the 2 chambers, opposite the other paintings in the room full of chaotic rock formations, was a panel some 20 feet long by 10 feet high that was covered in large red dots. There were other markings and signs, including the straight line with a crossbar near the top. The watcher led them through the opening into the bear's sleeping room again, following the left wall. She stopped just before an opening.
"There is much in here, but I wanted you to see certain things,"
the Zelandonii said, looking directly at Ayla.
"First,"
she held up the torch she was carrying. There were some red marks on the wall that appeared to be random lines. Suddenly Ayla's mind filled in the gaps, and she could see the head of a rhinoceros. She saw the forehead, the start of the 2 horns, a short line for its eye, the end of its muzzle with a line drawn for the mouth, and then the suggestion of its chest. It startled her in its simplicity, yet once she saw the animal, it was clear.
"It's a rhinoceros,"
Ayla said.
"Yes, and you will not see any others inside this room,"
the watcher said. The floor was hard stone, calcite, and the left wall was blocked by white and orange-colored columns. Once past the columns, there were almost no concretions, except for the ceiling, which held strange rounded stone shapes and reddish deposits. The floor was full of pieces of stone of every size that had fallen from the ceiling. A somewhat circular area was broken by the fall of a heavy fragment from above, which caused a tilt in the floor. Near the entrance, on a rock pendant, was a small rudimentary sketch in red of a mammoth. Beyond that, high up on the wall, was a small red bear. It was apparent that the artist had to climb up the wall to paint it. Below it, on a rock sticking out of the wall, were 2 mammoths that utilized the relief of a rock wall, and beyond it, on another protrusion, was a strange sign. On the opposite wall was an extraordinary panel of red paintings, which included the forequarters of a well-made bear. The shape of the forehead and the way the head was carried identified it as a cave bear.
"Jonacol, doesn't this bear look very much like the red bear we just saw?"
Ayla asked.
"Yes, it does. I suspect it was made by the same person," he said.
But I don't understand the rest of the painting. It's like two different animals joined together, so that it seems to have two heads, one of them coming out of the chest of the bear. But then there's a lion in the middle, and another lion head in front of the bear. I don't understand this painting at all, Ayla said.
Perhaps it is not meant to be understood by anyone but the one who made it. The artist used a lot of imagination and may have been trying to tell a story that is not known anymore. There are no elder legends or histories that I know of to explain it, the first said.
I think we just have to appreciate the quality of the work, the Watcher said, and let the ancients keep their secrets.
Ayla nodded agreement. She had seen enough caves now to know that it wasn't so much how the images looked when they were done as what the artists accomplished while they were making the art. Farther into the gallery, beyond the second lion head and a fault in the wall, was a panel painted with black, the head of a lion, a big mammoth, and finally a figure painted high above the floor on a pendant hanging from the ceiling. It was a large red bear, its back outlined with black. The mystery was how the artist painted it. It was easily visible from the floor, but whoever made it had to climb over many high concretions to reach it.
Did you notice that all the animals are going out of the room, except for the mammoth? Jonacole said. It's as if they're coming into this world from the place of the spirit world.
The Watcher stood just outside the room they had been in and started humming again, but this time it was similar to the melody of the music of the mother's song, the way the first sang it. Every cave of the Zelandonii sang or recited the mother's song. It told the story of their beginnings, of the origin of the people, and while they were all similar and told the same story, each cave's version was not exactly the same. That was especially true if they sang it. The melodies of the songs were often quite different, sometimes depending on who did the singing. Because she had been endowed with such an extraordinary voice, the first had composed her own unique way of singing it. As if on signal, the first picked up the next verse of the mother's song from where she left off. Both Jonacole and Ayla refrained from joining in and just enjoyed listening.
In violent labor, spewing fire and strife, she struggled in pain to give birth to new life. Her dried, clotted blood turned to red ochred soil, but the radiant child made it all worth the toil. The mother's great joy, a bright, shining boy. Mountains rose up, spouting flames from their crests. She nurtured her son from her mountainous breasts. He suckled so hard, the sparks flew so high, the mother's hot milk laid a path through the sky. His life had begun. She nourished her son. He laughed and he played, and he grew big and bright. He lit up the darkness, the mother's delight. She lavished her love. He grew bright and strong, but soon he matured, not a child for long. Her son was near grown. His mind was his own. She took from the source for the life she'd begun. Now the cold, empty void was enticing her son. The mother gave love, but the youth longed for more, for knowledge, excitement, to travel, explore. Chaos was her foe, but her son yearned to go. He stole from her side as the great mother slept, while out of the dark, swirling void chaos crept. With tempting inducements the darkness beguiled. Deceived by the whirlwind, chaos captured her child. The dark took her son, the young, brilliant one. The mother's bright child, at first overjoyed, was soon overwhelmed by the bleak, frigid void. Her unwary offspring, consumed with remorse, could not escape the mysterious force.
Chaos would not free her rash progeny. But just as the dark pulled him into the cold, the mother woke up, reached out and caught hold. To help her recover her radiant son, the mother appealed to the pale, shining one. The mother held tight and kept him in sight. The sound resonated. The song echoed back to them, not as strongly as some, the first thought, but with interesting nuances, almost as though it was doubling back on itself. When the first reached a place in the verse she felt was appropriate, she stopped. Silently, the group continued on. On the right side of the cave, they came to a large accumulation of stalagmitic stone along with collapsed blocks. This time, the watcher took them to the left side of the cave at the deepest part of the bear's sleeping room. Across from the stalagmites and stone blocks was a large rock pendant in the shape of a blade hanging from the ceiling. The stones defined the beginning of a new chamber with a high ceiling in the beginning, but decreasing toward the back. Many concretions hung from the roof and the walls, unlike the bear's sleeping place, which had no such concretions. When they reached the hanging pendant, the watcher knocked her torch against an edge of rock to make it burn cleaner, then held it up so the visitors could see the surface of the panel. Closest to the bottom, facing left, painted in red, was a spotted leopard. Ayla and Jondalar and Jonacol had never seen a leopard painted on the walls of a sacred site before. Its long tail made Ayla think it was probably a snow leopard. At the end of the leopard's tail was a thick flow of calcite, and on the other side of it was one large red dot. No one understood the reason for the large red dots in this place, or even what the leopard meant. But there was no doubting that it was a leopard. The same could not be said about the animal above it that faced right. The massive shoulders and shape of the head could almost be mistaken for a bear, but the thin body, long legs, and spots on the upper body made Ayla sure it was a cave hyena. She knew hyenas, and they had massive shoulders. The shape of the head in the painted animal somewhat resembled that of a cave bear. The powerful teeth and jaw muscles of a hyena that could crack the bones of a mammoth had developed a more powerful bone structure, too, but its muzzle was longer. The coat of a hyena was stiff and coarse, especially around the head and shoulders.
"Do you see the other bear above it?"
the watcher said. Suddenly Ayla caught sight of another figure above the hyena. In faint red lines, Ayla could make out the distinctive shape of a cave bear facing left, in the opposite direction of the hyena, and she began making comparisons.
"I don't think the spotted animal is a bear. I think it is a cave hyena,"
Ayla said.
"Some people think so, but its head is so bear-like,"
the watcher said.
"The heads of the two animals are similar,"
Ayla said,
"but the hyena in the image has a longer muzzle and no discernible ears. The tuft of bristly hair on the top of its head is typical of a hyena."
The watcher didn't argue. People had a right to think what they wished, but the acolyte had made some interesting observations. The woman then pointed out another cat that was hidden on a narrow panel on the underside of the hanging stone, and asked her what kind of cat she thought it was. Ayla wasn't sure. There were no distinctive marks on its coat, and it was elongated to fit the space, but it was very cat-like. On second thought, maybe weasel-like. There were some other animals that she was told were ibex, but they weren't as clear to her. They were then led back to the left side of the chamber. At first there were many concretions, but no drawings. As they continued down the passage, they came to a long panel. A calcareous formation had decorated the wall with draperies and strings of red, orange, and yellow that didn't quite reach the thick conical mounds beneath them.
Concretions like rivulets frozen in time seemed to run down the hanging drapes, leaving spaces between them on which strange signs had been painted. One was a sort of long rectangular shape with lines coming out the sides. It reminded Ayla of a very large depiction of one of those creeping creatures with many legs, perhaps a caterpillar. In a space next to it was a shape that had something like wings on either side of the center. It could have been a butterfly, which was the next stage in the life of a caterpillar. But it wasn't as carefully done as many of the other paintings, so she wasn't sure. She thought of asking the watcher, but doubted if she knew. Whatever she said would only be her guess. As they continued, the wall became less extravagantly decorated. The watcher started softly humming again. There was some resonance, but not much, until they came to an area with overhanging rock. There, clusters of red dots had been made. It was followed by a frieze of 5 rhinoceroses. There were other signs and animals in the area, 7 heads and 1 complete cat-like animal, perhaps lions, plus a horse, a mammoth, a rhinoceros. Several positive images of handprints, plus dots forming lines and circular figures. Further on were more signs and a sketch of a rhino in black. Next they came to another blade of rock, a kind of partition on which were more signs, a partial outline of a mammoth in black with a red negative hand stencil inside the line of the body, and another on the flank of a horse. To the right of them, 2 clusters of large dots. On the other side of the panel of hand stencils was a drawing in red of a little bear. There was also a red deer and some other marks, but the bear was the predominant figure. It was drawn very much like the other red bears they had seen, but it was a miniature version. The panel marked the beginning of a small chamber straight ahead. As they looked in, they could see that it had little headroom.
"I don't think we need to go in here," the watcher said. "It's just a very small space without much in it, and we'd have to stoop or crouch once we were inside of it."
The first agreed. She had little desire to squeeze herself into a tiny space, and as she recalled, there wasn't much in it. Besides, she knew what was coming and was more anxious to see that. Instead of going straight ahead to visit the small chamber, the watcher turned left, then followed the right wall. The next chamber was about 5 feet lower than the one they were in. The floor was slanted down, the ceiling was high in places and low in others, and the walls and ceiling had many concretions. There was some evidence that cave bears had been there. Paw prints, claw marks, and bones. Ayla thought she saw the hint of a drawing some distance away, but the watcher just walked through, not bothering to point it out. The space felt like an entryway to something else. The entrance to the next chamber was low. In the center of the next room was a sinkhole, a depression that was about 30 feet around and over 12 feet deep. They passed around the right of it on a floor of brown earth. "When did the floor collapse?" Jondalar asked. The floor underfoot seemed solid enough, but he wondered if it could happen again.
"I don't know," the watcher said, "but I do know it was after the ancients were here."
"How do you know that?" Jondalar asked.
"Look above the hole," she said, pointing to a smooth, blade-like pendant of rock descending from the ceiling over the hole. Everyone looked. Because the surfaces of most of the walls and descended ceiling rocks in this chamber were coated with a soft layer of light brown clay-like material, vermiculite, a chemical alteration of the mineral constituents of the stone that softened the surface, the images were white. Drawings, engravings of a sort, could be made with a stick or even a finger, displacing the brown-colored surface clay and leaving a pure white line underneath. Ayla noticed that there were many white drawings in this room, but on the overhanging rock she could clearly see a horse
and an owl with its head turned around so that its face could be seen over its back. It was something owls were known to do, but she had never seen a drawing of it. She had never seen any owl drawings in a cave.
"You are right. That had to be made by the ancients before the floor collapsed," Jondalar said, "because no one could reach it now."
The watcher smiled at him and enjoyed the incredulity in his voice. She pointed out several more of finger-etched drawings in the large room. She took them around to the other side of the circular depression, the left wall. Although it was filled with hanging pendants of stalactites and stalagmitic pillars and circular pyramids built up on the floor, it was not difficult to move around in the room, and most of the decorations were at eye level. Even at a distance, the light from their torches showed many white engravings, some scraped to produce a white surface. Standing in the middle of the room, they could see mammoths, rhinoceroses, bears, aurochs, bison, horses, and a series of curved lines and sinuous finger marks drawn over bear claw marks. "How many animals are in this room?" Ayla asked.
"I have counted almost twice 25, the watcher said, holding up her left hand with all her fingers and her thumb bent at the knuckles, then opening her hand and closing the knuckles again. Ayla remembered the other way to count with fingers. Counting with hands could be more complex than the simple counting words if one understood how to do it. The right hand counted the words, and as each word was spoken, a finger was bent. The left hand indicated the number of fives counted. The left hand, held palm facing out, with all the fingers and thumbs bent at the knuckles, counted not 5 the way she had taught herself when she first learned to count, and the way Jondalar had once taught her the counting words, but 25. She had learned this way of counting in her training, and the concept had astounded her. It made the counting words so much more powerful when used like that. It occurred to her that the large dots could be a way of using the counting words, too. One handprint could be counted as 5. One large dot, made with only the palm of the hand, could mean 25. 2 would be twice 25, 50. And so many on the wall in one place would be a very large number if one understood how to read it. But as with most things associated with the Zelandonii, it was probably more complex than that. All signs had more than one meaning. As they were walking around the room, Ayla saw a beautifully made horse, and behind it 2 mammoths, one superimposed on the other, with the line of their bellies drawn as a high arch, which made Ayla think of the massive arch outside. Was the arch supposed to represent a mammoth? Most of the animals in this chamber seemed to be mammoths, but there were many rhinoceroses, too. One in particular captured Ayla's attention. Just the front half was engraved, and it seemed to be emerging from a crack in the wall, emerging from the world behind the wall. There were also a few horses, aurochs, and bison, but no felines or deer. And while almost all of the images in the first part of the cave were made with red paint, the red ochre from the floor and walls, the images in this part were white, engraved with fingers or another hard object, except for some made with black on the right wall at the end, including a beautiful black bear nearby. They looked interesting, and she wanted to go see them, but the watcher led them around the left side of the large crater in the middle of the room toward another section of the cave. The left wall was hidden by a rocky mass of big blocks that she could barely make out in the light of the torches, which reminded her to knock off the excess burned ash of her torch. The light flared up, and she realized that she would need to light another torch soon. The watcher began humming again as they approached another space defined by a much lower height, so low that someone had climbed up on the blocks and drew a mammoth with a finger on the ceiling.
On the right was the head of a bison, quickly done, followed by 3 mammoths, then several more drawings on rock pendants hanging from the ceiling. Ayla could see 2 big reindeer drawn in black and shaded to give them contours, and less detailed, a 3rd one. On another part of the pendant, 2 black mammoths faced each other, but only the forequarters of the one on the left were made. The one on the right was filled in with black, and it had tusks, the only tusks she had seen on the mammoths in this cave. There were other drawings on pendants farther back, quite a distance above the floor. Another mammoth engraved in left profile, a big lion, and then, surprisingly, a muskox identifiable by its down-curving horns. Ayla had been so involved in trying to see the animals on the pendants in the back that it wasn't until she heard the first join in that she realized the Watcher, the first, and the Zelandonii of the 19th cave were singing to the cave again. She didn't join in this time. She could make bird and animal sounds, but she couldn't sing. But she did enjoy listening. She welcomed him back, her lover of old. With heartache and sorrow, her story she told. Her dear friend agreed to join in the fight, to rescue her child from his perilous plight. She told of her grief and the dark, swirling thief. The mother was tired. She had to recover. She loosened her hold to her luminous lover. While she was sleeping, he fought the cold force, and for a time drove it back to the source. His spirit was strong, the encounter too long. Her fair, shining friend struggled hard, gave his best. The conflict was bitter, the struggle hard-pressed. His vigilance waned as he closed his great eye. Then darkness crept close, stole his light from the sky. Her pale friend was tiring, his light was expiring. When darkness was total, she woke with a cry. The tenebrious void hid the light from the sky. She joined in the conflict, was quick to defend, and drove the dark shadow away from her friend. But the pale face of night let her sun out of sight. Trapped by the whirlwind, her bright, fiery sun gave no warmth to the earth. Cold chaos had won. The fertile green life was now ice and snow, and a sharp, piercing wind continued to blow. The earth was bereft. No green plants were left. The mother was weary, grieving, and worn, but she reached out again for the life she had borne. She couldn't give up. She needed to strive for the glorious light of her son to survive. She continued the fight to bring back the light. Suddenly something caught Ayla's eye, something that made her shiver and gave her a frisson of not exactly fear, but recognition. She saw a cave bear skull, by itself, on top of the horizontal surface of a rock. She wasn't sure how the rock had found its way to the middle of the floor. There were a few other smaller rocks nearby, and she assumed they had fallen from the ceiling, though none of the other rocks had a squared-off, flat-top surface. But she knew by what means the skull had found its place on the rock. Some human hand had put it there. As she walked toward the rock, Ayla had sudden memories of the cave bear skull Kreb had found with a bone forced through the opening formed by the eye socket and the cheekbone. That skull had great significance to the Mogur of the clan of the Cave Bear, and she wondered if any member of the clan had ever been in this cave. This cave would certainly have held great meaning for them if they had. The ancients who made the images in this cave were certainly people like her. The clan didn't make images, but they could have moved a skull. And the clan was here at the same time as the ancient painters. Could they have come into this cave? As she drew closer and looked at the cave bear skull perched on the flat stone, with its 2 huge canine teeth extended over the edge, in her heart she believed that the ancient who had put it there belonged to the clan. Jondalar had seen her shake, and walked toward the center of the space. When he reached the stone and saw the cave bear skull on the rock, he understood her reaction.
"Are you all right, Ayla?"
He said.
"This cave would have meant so much to the clan," she said. "I can't help but think they knew about it. With their memories, maybe they still do."
The rest of them were now crowded around the stone with the skull. "I see you have found the skull. I was going to show it to you," the Watcher said.
"Do any of the people of the clan come here?"
Ayla asked. "The people of the clan," the Watcher said, shaking her head.
"The ones you call flatheads, the other people,"
Ayla said. "It's strange that you should ask," the Watcher said. "We do see flatheads around here, but only at certain times of year, usually. They frighten the children, but we have come to a kind of understanding, if you can reach an understanding with animals. They stay away from us, and we don't bother them if all they want is to go into the cave."
"First, I should tell you, they aren't animals, they are people. The cave bear is their primary totem. They call themselves the clan of the cave bear,"
Ayla said. "How can they call themselves anything? They don't talk," the Watcher said.
"They talk. They just don't talk the way we do. They use some words, but mostly they talk with their hands,"
Ayla said.
"How does one talk with hands?" "They make gestures, motions with their hands and with their bodies,"
Ayla said.
"I don't understand,"
the Watcher said.
"I'll show you,"
Ayla said, handing her torch to Jondalar.
"The next time you see a person of the clan who wants to go into this cave, you could say this."
Then she said the words as she made the gestures.
"I would greet you, and I would tell you that you are welcome to visit this cave that is home to cave bears." Those motions, those hand-wavings, they mean what you just said?
The Watcher asked.
"I've been teaching the 9th cave and our Zelandonii and anyone else who wants to learn,"
Ayla said,
"how to make a few basic signs. So if they meet some people of the clan when they are traveling, they can communicate, at least a little. I'll be happy to show you some signs too, but it would probably be better if we wait until we get out of the cave, where there is more light."
"I would like to see more, but how do you know so much?" the Watcher asked.
"I lived with them. They raised me. My mother, and whoever she was with, my people, I suppose, died in an earthquake. I was left alone. I wandered by myself until a clan found me and took me in. They took care of me, loved me, and I loved them back,"
Ayla said. "You don't know who your people are?" the Watcher said.
"My people are the Zelandonii now. Before that, my people were the Mamutoi, the mammoth hunters, and before that, my people were the clan. But I don't remember the people I was born to,"
Ayla explained.
"I see," the Watcher said.
"I would like to know more, but now we still have more of this cave to see." "You are right," the first said. Once it came up, she had been interested in how this Zelandonii would react to the information that Ayla brought. "Let's continue." While Ayla had been thinking about the bear skull on the stone, the Watcher had shown the others more of the section they were in. Ayla noticed several areas as they walked on, a large, scraped panel of mammoths, some horses, aurochs, and ibex. "I should tell you, Zelandonii who is first," the Watcher said. "The last chamber along this axis that is going the length of the cave is rather difficult. It requires climbing up some high steps and stooping over to go through a place with a low ceiling,
and there isn't much to see except some signs, a yellow horse, and some mammoths at the end. You might want to think about it before proceeding."
"Yes, I recall," the first said. "I don't need to see this last place this time. I'll let the more energetic ones go ahead."
"I'll wait with you," Willamar said. "I have seen it too."
When the group got back together, they all started to walk along the wall that had been on the right and was now on their left. They passed the panel of scraped mammoths and finally came to the black paintings that they had only glimpsed from a distance. As they approached the first of the images, the watchers started humming again, and the visitors could feel the cave responding. Chapter 28. The first images Ayla was drawn to were the horses, though they were by no means the first paintings on the wall. She had seen some beautiful art since she had come to know that visual representations existed, but she had never seen anything like the horse panel on this wall. In this humid cave, the surface of the wall was soft. In this place, through chemical and bacterial agents that neither she nor the artists could begin to understand, the surface layer of the limestone had decomposed into mond milk, a material with a soft, almost luxurious texture and a pure white color. It could be scraped off a wall with almost anything, even a hand, and underneath was a hard white limestone, a perfect canvas for drawing. The ancients who painted these walls knew it and knew how to use it. There were 4 horse heads painted in perspective, one on top of another, but the wall behind them had been scraped clean, which gave the artist the opportunity to show the detail and the individual differences of each animal. The distinctive stand-up mane, the line of the jaw, the shape of the muzzle, an open or closed mouth, a flaring nostril, all were depicted with such accuracy they seemed real. Ayla turned to find the tall man to whom she was mated, to share this moment with.
"Jandalar, look at those horses. Have you ever seen anything like it? It's like they're alive."
He stood behind her and put his arms around her.
"I have seen some beautiful horses painted on walls, but nothing like this. What do you think, Jonacol?"
Jonacol turned to the first. "Thank you for taking me with you on this trip. For this alone, the entire journey would be worth it." He turned back to the painted wall. "And it's not just the horses. Look at those aurochs and those rhinoceroses fighting."
"I don't think they are fighting,"
Ayla said.
"No, they do that before they share pleasures, too,"
Willamar said. He looked at the first and felt they shared the same experience. Although both of them had been here before, seeing the images through Ayla's eyes was like seeing them for the first time. The watcher couldn't erase her smile of smug satisfaction. She didn't have to say, "I told you." This was the best part of being a watcher, not seeing the work herself, she had seen it many times, but seeing the way people responded to it, most people.
"Would you like to see more?"
Ayla just looked at her and smiled, but it was the loveliest smile she had ever seen. She really is a beautiful woman, the watcher thought. I can understand Jondalar's attraction to her. If I were a man, I would be too. Now that they had taken in the horses, Ayla could take the time to see the rest, and there was much more to see. The 3 aurochs to the left of the horses mingled with the small rhinos, a deer, and below the confronting rhinos, a bison. On the right side of the horses there was an alcove, big enough for one at a time. Inside it were more horses, a bear, or perhaps a big cat, an aurochs, and a bison with many legs.
"Look at that stampeding bison," Ayla said. "He's really running and breathing hard. And the lions."
she added, first smiling, then laughing out loud. "What's so funny?" Jondalar asked.
"See those two lions? That female sitting down is in heat, and the male is very interested, but she is not. He is not the one she wants to share pleasures with, so she's sitting down and won't let him get close to her. The artist who made them was so good, you can see the disdain in her expression, and though the male is trying to look big and strong, see how he's baring his teeth. He knows that she thinks he's not good enough for her, and is a little afraid of her," Ayla explained. "How can an artist do that? Get that look just right?" "How do you know all that?" asked the Watcher. No one had ever given that explanation before, but as Ayla spoke, it seemed entirely right. They did seem to have those expressions. "When I was teaching myself to hunt, I used to watch them," Ayla said. "I was living with the clan then, and clan women are not supposed to hunt, so I decided rather than hunt animals to eat, since I couldn't bring them back and they would go to waste, I'd hunt the meat-eaters that stole our food. I still got in bad trouble when they found out, though."
The Watcher had started humming again, and Jonacole was singing many notes of harmony around her tones. The first was getting ready to join in when Ayla stepped out of the alcove.
"I like the lions best. I think that frustrated lion would sound like this," she said, then started the grunting build-up and let out a tremendous roar. It echoed off the rock of the cave all the way to the end of the passage ahead, then out toward the chamber with the bear skull. The Watcher jumped back in shocked surprise and a little fear. "How does she do that?" She glanced at the first and Willamar with an incredulous look. Both of them just nodded.
"She still surprises us," Willamar said when Ayla and Jondalar moved on. "If you really listen, it's not as loud as it seems, but it is loud."
On the other side of the alcove was a panel of mostly reindeer, male reindeer. Even female reindeer had antlers, the only deer that did, but they were small. The 6 reindeer on the panel had well-developed antlers with brow tines and a full curving back sweep. There was also a horse, a bison, and an aurochs, but she didn't think all the paintings were done by the same person. The bison was rather stiff, and the horse looked unrefined, especially after seeing the beautiful examples earlier. The person who made it was not as good an artist. The Watcher walked to an opening at the right side that led to a narrow passageway that had to be taken single file because of the shape of the side walls and the rock pendants hanging from the ceiling. On the right side was a complete drawing in black of a megaceros, the giant deer whose defining characteristic was a hump on the withers, along with small heads and sinuous necks. Ayla wondered why these artists showed them without antlers, since that was the defining characteristic to her, and the reason for the hump. On the same panel, in a vertical position facing up, was the line of the back and 2 frontal horns of a rhinoceros, with its double arcs that represented ears. On the left side of the entrance were the shape of the head and back of 2 mammoths. Farther down the left wall were 2 more rhinos facing in opposite directions. The one facing right was complete. It also had a broad dark stripe around its midsection, as many rhinos in this cave did. Above it, the one facing left was only suggested by the line of the back and the little double arc ears. Even more interesting to Ayla was the line of hearths along the corridor, likely used to make the charcoal to make the drawings. The fires had blackened the walls near them. Were they the hearths of the ancients, of the artists who created all the incredible paintings and drawings in this magnificent cave? It made them seem more real, like people, not like spirits from another world. The floor sloped down steeply, and there were 3 abrupt drops of over 3 feet each along its length. The middle of the corridor had engravings made with fingers rather than black drawings. Just before the second drop in the level of the floor, there were 3 pubic triangles with a vulvar cleft at the downward pointed end on opposite sides, 2 on the left and 1 on the right. The first was getting tired, but she knew she would never again make this trip, and even if she did, she wouldn't be able to walk the length of this cave. Jonacol and Jondalar, 1 on each side, had helped the first down the drops in the level of the floor, and when the floor of the corridor got especially steep, although it was difficult going for her, Ayla noticed that she made no mention of not going on. At one point she heard the woman comment, almost to herself, that she would never see this cave again. The amount of walking she had been doing on the journey had made her healthier, but she was enough of a healer to know that she wasn't as well or as strong as she had been in her youth. She was determined to see this very special cave one last time in its entirety. The last painted panel in the corridor was just before the last big drop in the floor level. On the right were 4 rhinoceroses that were partly painted and partly engraved. One was hard to see, 2 were quite small, and had black bands circling their bellies and had the typical ears. The last was much bigger but incomplete. A large male ibex, identified by the horns that swept back almost the full length of its body, was painted in black on a rock pendant that overlooked the group from its elevated position. On the left side, the wall had been scraped to prepare it for several animals: 6 full or partial horses, 2 bison, and 2 megaceroses, 1 of each complete, 2 little rhinos, and several lines and marks. The biggest step down followed, a 13-foot progression of uneven terraces caused by flowing water and depressions in the fill dirt of the cave floor, with big bear nests dug into it. Jondalar, Jonacol, Willamar, and Ayla all helped the first get down. It would be just as difficult getting her up again, but they were all determined. Rock pendants hung from the ceiling. Their fine, light surfaces reflected the light from the torches, but they were not decorated. The right wall had very little art, but it did have some. The watcher started humming again, and the first joined her, and then Jonacol. Ayla waited. They faced the right wall first, but for no reason that Ayla could understand, it didn't resonate well. One panel had 3 black rhinoceroses, 1 complete with a black band around its middle, another that was just an outline, and a third that was just a head, 3 lions, a bear, the head of a bison, and a vulva. She had the feeling they were telling a story, perhaps about women, and she wished she knew what it was. They turned around and faced the left wall. Now the cave sang back. At a quick look, the first part of the left wall seemed to be divided into 3 major sections. Very near the beginning of the space were 3 lions side by side facing right, shown in perspective by the line of the back. The biggest one, farthest away, was about 8 feet long, painted in black, and showed his scrotum, so there was no doubt about his gender. The middle one was made with a red line, and also showed he was male. The one closest was smaller and female. As she looked at the drawing, Ayla wasn't sure about the middle one. There wasn't a third head, and it may have been there for perspective, and therefore it was just a lion couple. Though simple, the lines were very expressive. Above their backs, she could faintly make out 3 engraved mammoths made with a finger. Lions predominated in this part of the cave. To the right of the lions was a rhinoceros, and to the right of that were 3 more lions facing left that seemed to be staring at the other lions and 2 rhinos, which gave a certain balance to the panel. All the paintings in this section were located at a level that could be reached by a person standing on the ground, except for one mammoth engraved high up on the wall. Many of the paintings were on top of bear claw markings, but there were also a few claw marks on top of them, so bears had visited after the people left. There was a niche in the center of the next section. To the left of it were faded red lions and dots superimposed by black lions. Then a section with a rhino with multiple horns, 8 in perspective, so that it appeared to be 8 rhinos side by side, and many more rhinos. To the right of the rhino panel was the niche, and painted inside it was a horse. 2 black rhinos and a mammoth were painted above it, and impressions of animals emerging from deep in the rocks, the horse coming out of the niche, a massive bison coming from a crack from the other world, then mammoths and a rhinoceros. The section to the right of the niche had primarily 2 animals, lions and bison, lions hunting bison. The bison were crowded together in a herd on the left side, and the lions straining toward them from the right as though waiting for a signal to pounce. The lions were beautifully fierce, as she knew they should be. The cave lion was her totem. To Ayla, this was the most spectacular chamber in the whole cave. There was so much she could not absorb it all, but she wanted to. The big panel ended at a ridge that formed a kind of second niche, a shallow one, with a complete black rhinoceros emerging from the world of the spirits. On the other side of the niche, a bison was drawn with its head on one wall, seen full face, and its body in profile on another wall, perpendicular to it. Very effective. Below the bison was a triangular cavity with 2 lion heads and the forequarters of another lion facing right. Above the lions was a black rhinoceros with streaks of red showing wounds and blood coming out of its mouth. Beyond that, a wide rock pendant showed the place where the ceiling descended until it was perpendicular to the right wall. 3 lions and another animal were painted on its internal surface, but visible from the chamber. Just before the ceiling descended, a protrusion of rock stood out and descended vertically, ending in a rounded point. It had 4 faces, all richly decorated. "To understand it fully, you need to see all the way around it," the watcher said, showing Ayla the full composite figure. The forequarters of a bison on top of human legs with a large vulva between them, shaded black, with vertical engraving at the lower point. It was the bottom of a woman's body with a bison head above and a lion around the back of the pendant. "The shape of that pendant has always looked to me like a man's organ." "It does, doesn't it?" Ayla agreed. "There are a couple of small rooms that have some interesting paintings," the watcher said. "If you like, I'll show you." "Yes, I'd like to see as much as I can before we have to leave," Ayla said. "You can see here, behind the male pendant, there are 3 lions, and after the bleeding rhino, there is a little corridor that leads to a beautiful horse," the watcher said, leading her to show the way. "And here is the big bison at the end of the panel. Inside this area is a big lion and some little horses. The area across the way is very hard to get into." Ayla walked back toward the beginning of the chamber to where the first was resting on a stone. The rest of the visitors were nearby. "Well, what do you think, Ayla?" the woman asked. "I am so glad you brought me here. I think this is the most beautiful cave I have ever seen. It's more than a cave, but I don't know a word for it. When I lived with the clan, I didn't know you could see something in real life and make something that looked like it out of something else." Ayla looked around for Jondalar and smiled when she saw him. He came closer and stood with his arm around her, which was what she wanted. She needed to share this with him.
Then, when I went to live with the mamutoi and saw the things Reinik could make out of ivory, and others could make using leather and beads, and sometimes just a stick making marks on a smooth floor of dirt, I was amazed."
She stopped and looked down at the damp clay floor of the cave. All the people with their flickering torches were gathered together in one place. The pool of light didn't spread very far, and the animals painted on the walls were just hints in the darkness, more like the fleeting glimpses that most people saw in the world outside.
"On this trip and before, we have seen other paintings and drawings that were beautiful, and some that were not so beautiful, but remarkable, just the same. I don't know how people do this, and I can't begin to know why. I think it's done to please the mother, and I'm sure it must, and maybe to tell her story or some other stories. Maybe people do it just because they can. Like Jonacol, he thinks of something to paint, and he can do it, so he does it. It's the same when you sing, Zelandonii. Most people can sing, more or less, but no one can sing like you. When you sing, I don't want to do anything but listen. It makes me feel good inside. That's how I feel when I look at these painted caves. It's how I feel when Jondalar looks at me with his eyes full of love. It feels like the ones who made these images are looking at me with eyes full of love."
She looked down at the floor because she was fighting back tears. She could usually control her tears, but she was having trouble this time.
"I think that's how the mother must feel, too,"
Ayla finished, her eyes glistening in the flickering light. "Now I know why she's mated," the Watcher thought. "She's going to be a remarkable Zelandonii. She already is, but she couldn't do it without him. Maybe that's what the mother meant him to do." Then she started to hum. Jonacol joined her. His singing always seemed to make others' songs sound better. Then Willamar joined in, just singing syllables. His voice was adequate, but it added to the music they sang together. Then Jondalar joined them. He had a good voice, but he didn't sing except when others did. Then, with the voices making a background chorus that resonated inside the stone cave that was so beautifully decorated, the one who was first among those who served the Great Earth Mother began where she had left off with the mother's song. "And her luminous friend was prepared to contest the thief who held captive the child of her breast. Together they fought for the son she adored. Their efforts succeeded. His light was restored. His energy burned. His brilliance returned. But the bleak, frigid dark craved his bright, glowing heat. The mother defended and would not retreat. The whirlwind pulled hard. She refused to let go. She fought to a draw with her dark, swirling foe. She held darkness at bay, but her son was away. When she fought the whirlwind and made chaos flee, the light from her son glowed with vitality. When the mother grew tired, the bleak void held sway, and darkness returned at the end of the day. She felt warmth from her son, but neither had won. The Great Mother lived with the pain in her heart that she and her son were forever apart. She ached for the child that had been denied, so she quickened once more from the life force inside. She was not reconciled to the loss of her child. When she was ready, her waters of birth brought back the green life to the cold, barren earth, and the tears of her loss abundantly spilled made dewdrops that sparkled and rainbows that thrilled. Birth waters brought green, but her tears could be seen. With a thunderous roar, her stones split asunder, and from the great cave that opened deep under, she birthed once again from her cavernous room, and brought forth the children of earth from her womb. From the mother forlorn, more children were born. Each child was different.
Some were large and some small. Some could walk and some fly. Some could swim and some crawl. But each form was perfect, each spirit complete. Each one was a model whose shape could repeat. The mother was willing. The green earth was filling. All the birds and the fish and the animals born would not leave the mother this time to mourn. Each kind would live near the place of its birth and share the expanse of the great Mother Earth. Close to her they would stay. They could not run away. They all were her children. They filled her with pride. But they used up the life force she carried inside. She had enough left for a last innovation, a child who'd remember who made the creation, a child who'd respect and learn to protect. First woman was born full-grown and alive, and given the gifts she would need to survive. Life was the first gift, and like Mother Earth, she woke to herself knowing life had great worth. First woman defined, the first of her kind. Next was the gift of perception, of learning, the desire to know, the gift of discerning. First woman was given the knowledge within that would help her to live and pass on to her kin. First woman would know how to learn, how to grow. Her life force near gone, the mother was spent. To pass on life's spirit had been her intent. She caused all of her children to create life anew, and woman was blessed to bring forth life too. But woman was lonely. She was the only. The mother remembered her own loneliness, the love of her friend and his hovering caress. With the last spark remaining, her labor began. To share life with woman, she created first man. Again she was giving, one more was living. To woman and man the mother gave birth, and then for their home she gave them the earth, the water, the land, and all her creation. To use them with care was their obligation. It was their home to use, but not to abuse. For the children of earth, the mother provided the gifts to survive, and then she decided to give them the gift of pleasure and sharing that honors the mother with the joy of their pairing. The gifts are well earned when honors returned. The mother was pleased with the pair she created. She taught them to love and to care when they mated. She made them desire to join with each other. The gift of their pleasures came from the mother. Before she was through, her children loved too. Earth's children were blessed. The mother could rest. The silence was profound when they finished. Each person standing there felt the power of the mother and the mother's song more than they ever had. They looked at the paintings again and were more conscious of the animals that seemed to be emerging from the cracks and shadows of the cave, as though the mother was creating them, giving birth to them, bringing them from the other world, the spirit world, the mother's great underworld. Then they heard a sound that sent a chill through them, the mewling of a lion cub. It changed to the sounds a young lion made when it called for its mother, then to the first attempts of a young male lion trying to roar, and finally the huffing and grunting that led to a full-blown roar of a male lion claiming his own.
"How does she do that?" the watcher asked. "It sounds like a lion going through stages of growth. How does she know that?"
She raised a lion, took care of him when he was growing up, and taught him to hunt with her, Jondalar said. Roared with him.
"Did she tell you that?"
the watcher asked, a hint of doubt in her tone. Well, yes, sort of. He came back to visit her when I was healing in her valley, but he didn't like seeing me there and attacked. Ayla stepped in front of me, and he twisted himself around and stopped cold. Then she rolled around on the ground and hugged him, and got on his back and rode him like she does Winnie. except I don't think he would go where she wanted, only where he wanted to take her. He did bring her back, though. Then after I asked her, she told me," Jondalar said. His story was straightforward enough to be convincing. The watcher just shook her head.
"I think we should all light new torches," she said. "There should be at least one left for each of us, and I have some lamps, too."
"I think we should wait with the torches until we all get back out of this corridor," Willamar said. "Yes, you're right," Jonacol said. "Will you hold mine?" he said to the watcher. Jonacol, Jondalar, Ayla, and Willamar literally lifted the first up some of the bigger drops, while the watcher held up the torches to light the way. She threw one that had burned to almost nothing into one of the hearths that were lined up against the walls. When they reached the painted horses, everyone took a new torch. The watcher stubbed out the ones that were partially burned and put them in her back frame. Then they started back the way they had come. No one said much, just looked again at the animals as they passed by. Before they reached the entrance, they noticed how much light found its way deeper into the cave. At the entrance, Jonacol stopped. "Will you take me back into the large area in that other room?"
"Of course,"
she said without asking why. She knew.
"I'd like to go with you, Zelandonii of the 19th cave,"
Ayla said. "I'm glad. I'd like you to. You can hold my torch," he said with a grin. She was the one who found the white cave, and he was the first one she showed it to. She knew he was going to paint on those beautiful walls, although he might want some helpers. The three of them went back into the second room of the bear cave while the rest went out. The watcher took them in a shorter way, and she knew where to take him, to the place where he had looked when they first went into this part of the cave. He found the secluded recess and the ancient concretion he had seen before. Taking out a flint knife, he went to the basin-topped stalagmite, and in its base, in one accomplished movement, he carved the forehead, nose, mouth, jaw, and cheek, then 2 stronger lines for the mane and back of a horse. He looked at it a moment, then engraved the head of a second horse facing the opposite way on top of the first one. The stone of this one was a little harder to cut through, and the forehead line was not as precise, but he went back and cut individual hairs of a stand-up mane spaced at consistent intervals. Then he stepped back and looked. "I wanted to add to this cave, but I wasn't sure if I should until after the first sang the mother's song deep in this cave," the Zelandonii of the 19th cave of the Zelandonii said.
"I told you it was the mother's choice, and you would know. Now I know. It was appropriate,"
the watcher said.
"It was the right thing to do," Ayla said. "Perhaps it is time for me to stop calling you Jonacol and start referring to you as the Zelandonii of the 19th.
"Perhaps in public, but between us I hope I will always be Jonacol and you will be Ayla," he said.
"I would like that,"
Ayla said. Then she turned to the watcher.
"In my mind, I think of your name as the Watcher, as the one who watches over. But if you don't mind, I would like to know the name you were born with." "I was called Dominica," she said, "and I will always think of you as Ayla, no matter what happens, even if you become the first."
Ayla shook her head.
"That is not likely. I am a foreigner with a strange accent." "It doesn't matter," Dominica said. "We acknowledge the first, even if we don't know her or him. And I like your accent. I think it makes you stand out, as the one who is first should." Then she led them back out of the cave. All that evening, Ayla thought about the remarkable cave,
There had been so much to see, to take in. It made her wish she could see it again. People were talking that evening about what to do with Gehennar, and she kept finding her mind straying back to the cave. He appeared to be recovering from the severe beating he had received, though he would carry the scars for the rest of his life. He seemed to hold no ill feelings toward the people who had done it. If anything, he seemed grateful not only to be alive, but that the Zelandonii were taking care of him. He knew what he had done, even if no one else did. Balderan and the others had died for not much worse. He didn't know why he had been spared, except that silently, while Balderan was planning how to kill the foreign woman, he had begged the mother to save him. He knew they would never get away, and he didn't want to die.
"He seems sincere in his wish to make reparations," Zelandonii first said. "Perhaps because he knows now that he can be made to pay for his actions, but it appears that the mother has decided to spare him."
"Does anyone know to which cave he was born?" the first asked. "Does he have any relatives?"
"Yes, he has a mother," said one of the other Zelandonii. "I don't know of any other kin, but I think she's quite old and is losing her memories."
"That's the answer, then," said the first. "He should be sent back to his cave to care for his mother."
"But how is that reparations? It's his own mother," said another Zelandonii.
"It won't necessarily be easy if she continues to deteriorate, but it will relieve the cave of having to look after her, and it will give him something worthwhile to do. I don't think it was something he planned to do as long as he was with Balderan, taking whatever he wanted without having to work for it. He should be made to work, to hunt for himself, or at least assist in communal hunts with his cave, and to personally help his mother with whatever she needs."
"I guess that's not something a man necessarily likes to do, to take care of an old woman," the other Zelandonii said, "even his own mother."
Ayla had only been half listening, but she understood the gist of it and thought it was a good plan, and then went back to thinking about the most ancient sacred site. She finally decided that sometime in the next day or two she would go back into the cave alone, or perhaps with Wolf. In the late morning the next day, Ayla asked Lavila if she would watch John Ayla again and check to see how her meat was drying. She had put out another load of bison meat on the cords and thought this might be a good time to satisfy her desire to see the most ancient sacred site once more. "I'm going to take Wolf and go back to the cave. I just want to see it again before we leave. Who knows how soon, if ever, we'll be back here again." She packed several torches and a couple of stone lamps, along with some lichen wicks and some tied-off sections of intestine filled with fat that she put in a double-layered leather pouch. She checked her fire-making kit to make sure she had adequate materials, a firestone and flint, tinder, kindling, and some larger pieces of wood. She filled her water bag and packed a cup for herself and a bowl for Wolf to drink from. She took her medicine bag with some extra packets of tea, although she doubted that she would make tea inside the cave, her good knife, some warm clothes for wearing inside the cave, but she didn't bother with foot coverings. She was used to going barefoot, and the soles of her feet were nearly as hard as hooves. She whistled for Wolf and started walking up the path to the cave. When she reached the large entrance, she glanced at the sheltered corner. There was no fire burning in the fireplace, and when she peeked into the sleeping structure, she saw that it was empty. The watcher wasn't there this day. Usually, she was told when people would be coming to visit the most ancient sacred site, and Ayla just decided to go without making prior arrangements. She started a small fire in the fireplace and lit a torch,
Then, holding it high, she started in, signaling Wolf to follow. She was aware again of how large the cave was, and of the disordered nature of the first rooms. Columns detached from the ceiling and tipped over, and huge blocks and fallen rock and rubble scattered around the floor. The light penetrated into the cave quite a distance, and she went in the way they originally had, to the left and straight ahead into the huge room with the bear wallows. Wolf stayed close to her side. She kept to the right side of the passage, knowing that except for the large right-hand room, which she planned to visit on her way out, there would not be much to see until she was halfway into the cave. She did not plan to stay in the cave too long or to try to see everything again, just certain things. She proceeded into the chamber with the bear hollows and followed the right wall around until she came to the next room at the end of it, then looked for the thick blade-shaped rock that descended from the ceiling. There it was, as she remembered, painted in red, the leopard with a long tail and the hyena bear. Was it a hyena or was it a bear? Yes, the shape of the head gave it the look of a cave bear, but the muzzle was longer and the tuft on the top of the head along with a bit of a mane looked like the stiff hair of a hyena. None of the other bears in this cave had that slender, long-legged shape. Look at the second bear painted above it. I don't know what the artist was trying to say with this painting, she thought, but it looks to me like it is a painting of a hyena, even though it is the only hyena I have ever seen painted in any cave. But I've never seen a leopard either. There is a bear, a hyena, and a leopard painted in this place, all strong, dangerous animals. I wonder what the traveling storytellers would say about this scene. Ayla passed by the next series of images, looking but not lingering. Possible insects, a line of rhinoceroses, lions, horse, mammoth, signs, dots, handprints. She smiled at the red drawing of the little bear, so like the other bears in this cave, but smaller. She recalled that at this point in the cave the watcher had turned left, then continued to follow the right wall. The next space had evidence of cave bears, and the floor was about 5 feet lower, which led to the next room, the one with the deep hole in the middle. This was the room where all the drawings, or engravings, were white, because the white surfaces were covered with vermiculite. Of all the white engravings, she particularly noticed the rhinoceros emerging from a crack in the wall, and stayed to look at it. Why did the ancients paint these animals on the walls inside caves? She wondered. Why did Jonacol want to carve a drawing of 2 horses in that room near the entrance to this cave? His mind wasn't in any other place when he did it, like all the Zelandonii who drank the tea in that sacred site of the 7th cave of the Southland Zelandonii. The artists probably wouldn't be capable of creating such remarkable images if they were. They had to think about what they were doing. Did they make them for themselves or to show others? And what others? The other people of their cave or for the other Zelandonii? Some of the larger rooms in certain caves could accommodate many people, and sometimes ceremonies were held in them, but many of the images were made in small caves or very cramped spaces in larger caves. They must have been made for themselves, for their own reasons. Were they looking for something in the spirit world? Perhaps a spirit animal of their own, like her lion totem, or a spirit animal that would bring them closer to the mother? Whenever she tried to ask Zelandonii, she never got a satisfactory answer. Was that something she was supposed to find out for herself? Wolf had been staying close, hugging the wall that Ayla was following. She carried the only light in the entire pitch-black cave. Although his other senses gave him more information about his surroundings than her single torch, he liked being able to see as well. The way that she knew she had reached the next section of the cave was the noticeable reduction in the height of the ceiling. There were more mammoths and bison and deer on the walls and pendants, some in white engraving, some in one area drawn in black. This was the room with the cave bear skull on the flat-topped rock, and Ayla walked over to see it again. She stayed a while, thinking again of Kreb and the clan, before she continued. Banks of gray clay seemed to surround this chamber, which she climbed up to reach the last room, the one the first did not visit. She noticed traces of bear prints on the clay, which she hadn't seen the first time she was there. 2 high steps brought her into the next space. She found herself in the middle of the room. The ceiling was too low to walk along the sides. She decided it was time to light another torch, then wiped the remains of the first torch on the low ceiling to knock the fire off its small stub. Once she was certain the fire was out, she tucked what was left of the first torch into her back frame. She had to stoop in order to continue along the natural path, and at the base of a pendant she noticed a horizontal row of 7 little red dots next to a series of black dots. Finally, after another 40 feet, it was possible to stand erect again. There were several more black torch marks. Other people had evidently used this area to clean their torches. At the back, the ceiling slanted down toward the floor. It was covered with a fine yellow coating of softened stone, which had broken into vermiculations, little worm-like wavy lines. On this slanted surface, the simple outline of a horse had been drawn, primarily using 2 fingers. Because of the way the wall slanted, it was very difficult for the artist to draw, requiring that his or her head be bent backwards the whole time, and never being able to get an overall view while the drawing was being worked on. It was slightly out of proportion, but it was the very last drawing in the cave. She noticed a couple of mammoths had also been outlined on the slanting ceiling. Ayla detected an odor and looked around, then understood that Wolf had passed some solid waste. She smiled. It couldn't be helped. As she turned around to go back, she wondered if there was a way out of the cave from here, but it was just a random thought. She wasn't going to look for it. As she walked out closer to the wall, she felt her feet sink into the cold, soft clay floor. Wolf followed after her, walking in the same soft clay. After climbing down out of this last room, the wall that had been on her right was now on her left. She passed the panel of scraped mammoths, then came to one of the sections she was looking forward to seeing again, the horses painted in black. She studied the wall more carefully this time. She saw that the soft brown layer had been scraped off a large section of the wall to bring out the white limestone underneath, which included most of the previous engraving of a rhinoceros and a mammoth. The black coloring was charcoal, but because of the way the artist used it, some places were darker and some lighter to make the horses and other animals look more lifelike. Although the horses were what drew her, they were not the first animals on the panel. Aurochs were. And the lions inside the niche made her smile again. That female just wasn't interested in that young male. She was sitting down and not budging. Ayla slowly walked the length of the painted wall until she came to the entrance of the long gallery that led to the last room of paintings, and saw the giant deer painted high up on the right. This was also where the hearths to make charcoal were lined up along the wall. The walkway started dropping down. When she made the last big drop and came to the last room, she walked even more slowly. She loved the lions, perhaps because they were her totem, but they were so real. She reached the end and examined the final pendant, the one that looked like a male organ. It had a female vulva painted on it, with human legs, and was part bison and part lion. She felt sure someone had been telling a story there, too. Finally, she turned around and started back, and when she reached the beginning of the chamber, she stopped and looked around.
She wanted to leave with a memory, the way the first sang to the cave. She couldn't sing, but she smiled when she thought of something she could do. She could roar like she did the first time she was here. Like lions often did, she began the hunka-hunka build-up to her roar. When she finally let it out, it was the best roar she could make. It even made Wolf cringe a little. They had planned to get off to an early start, but Amalana started into labor early in the morning, so of course the visiting Zelandonii couldn't leave. Amalana had a healthy baby boy by evening, and her mother provided a celebratory meal afterward. They didn't start off on their return trip until the following morning, and by then the leave-taking was rather anticlimactic. The composition of the travelers had changed again, with Cimarron, Belladora, and the 2 children gone, and Amalana no longer traveling with them. There were only 11 left, and they had to organize themselves differently. With only John Leven to play with, who was a year younger, John Ayla missed her friends. John DeCam felt the loss of Cimarron, his uncle who was more brother, and didn't realize how much they had understood each other when they worked together. It saddened him to think he might never see him again. The only women were Ayla, Lavila, and the first, and they felt the loss of Belladora and the young antics of Amalana. It took a while to settle into a traveling routine again. They followed the river downstream, and when it joined the larger river, continued to follow it as it made its way south. They could see the large expanse of the southern sea a full day before they reached it, but the panorama offered a glimpse of more than a vast stretch of water. They saw herds of reindeer and megaceros, a matriarchal crowd of woolly mammoth, along with their young of every age, and a collection of woolly rhinoceros. There were also the beginnings of a coming together of various ungulates, like aurochs and bison, in preparation for the fall, when throngs in the thousands would gather for the fighting and mating. Horses were moving toward their winter grazing grounds. There was a cool breeze blowing in from the sea. The southern sea was a cold sea, and looking out over the expanse of cold water made Ayla realize the season would be turning soon. They found the traders Canardi had spoken of, and Canardi himself. He made the introductions, and it turned out that Ayla's baskets were a desirable item. For people who traveled with things, which traders did, well-made containers were a necessity. Ayla spent the first evening they were camped there, making more baskets. Jondalar's flint points and tools were also well-liked. Willimar's skill and experience as a trader came to the fore. He organized all of them into a trading block and included Canardi in it. He would offer combinations of things, often to more than one person, like a supply of dry meat and a basket to carry it in. He acquired many shells for beads and was grateful to have some of Ayla's baskets in which to hold them. He also got salt for Ayla and a necklace for Marthona made by one of the shell collectors, and some other things that he wasn't telling everyone about. Once they were done with their trading, they began the return trip. They traveled faster than their initial journey. For one thing, they knew the way, and they weren't stopping to visit or to see painted caves, and the changing weather was pushing them. They were well stocked with provisions, so they didn't have to hunt as often. They did go to visit Camorra again. She was very disappointed to learn that Cimarron had changed his plans and was staying with his mate's people. She and John DeCam were talking about him as though he was gone for good, until the first reminded them that he did plan to return. They had to wait again when they reached Big River, because a storm had made the crossing too difficult until it settled down again. It was an anxious time, because they didn't want to be stranded on the wrong side of the river for the season. Finally it cleared up, and they made the crossing, although it was still rough. Once they reached the river, they could hardly wait. They had to walk upstream because there were no rafts, and it would have been too strenuous to try to paddle upstream in any case. When they finally spied the huge stone shelter that was the 9th cave, they were ready to break into a run. But they didn't have to. Lookouts had been posted to watch for them, and a signal fire was lit when they were spotted. Nearly the entire community of caves turned out to meet them and welcome them back home. Part 3, Chapter 29. Ayla climbed the steep path to the top of the cliff. She carried a load of wood in a carrier that hung from a trump line across her forehead and set it down near the battered column of basalt that seemed to grow at a precarious angle out of the edge of the limestone cliff. She stopped to gaze at the whole panorama. As often as she had seen it this past year that she had been marking the risings and settings of the sun and moon, the expansive view never failed to move her. She watched the river below flow in sinuous curves from north to south. Darkening clouds hugged the crests of the hills across the river to the east, obscuring their sharp outline. They would likely become more clear near dawn tomorrow, when she needed to see where the sun rose to compare it with the day before. She turned the other way. The sun, blindingly brilliant, was on its downward path. It would soon be sunset, and the bottoms of the few white fluffy clouds were tinged with pink, promising a grand show. Her eyes continued their movement to the horizon. She was almost sorry to see that the view toward the west was clear. She would have no excuse to avoid coming up tonight, she thought, as she headed back down to the 9th cave. When she reached her dwelling under the sheltering limestone overhang, it was cold and empty. Jondalar and Ayla must have gone to Proliva's for their meal tonight, Ayla thought, or maybe Marthona's. She was tempted to go and look for them, but what was the use if she had to go out anyway? She found tinder, flint, and a firestone near the cold hearth and started a fire. When it was well established, she added some cooking stones to it, then checked the water bag and was glad to find it full. She poured some water into a wooden cooking bowl for tea. She searched around the hearth area and found some cold soup in a tightly woven basket that had been coated with river clay to make the cooking and storage pot even more watertight, something most of the women had started doing only within the last few years. With a ladle carved out of an ibex horn, she scooped up some of the contents from the bottom and with her fingers picked out a few bites of cold meat and a rather soggy root of some kind, then moved the pot closer to the fire and with bent wood tongs pushed some hot coals around it. She added a few more sticks of wood to the fire, then sat down cross-legged on a low cushion while she waited for the stones to heat so she could bring the tea water to a boil, and closed her eyes. She was tired. The past year had been particularly difficult for her because she had to be awake during the night so much. She almost drifted off to sleep sitting up, but jerked awake when her head bobbed down. With her fingers, she flicked a few drops of water on the cooking stones, watched them disappear with a hiss and a wisp of vapor. Then, using the bentwood tongs with the charred ends, she picked up a cooking stone from the fire and dropped it into the bowl of water. The water roiled and sent up a cloud of steam. She added a second stone, and when the water calmed down, she dipped her little finger in to test the heat. It was hot, but not as hot as she wanted. She added a third stone from the fire and waited for it to settle, then scooped out a large cupful of steaming water and dropped in a few pinches of dried leaves from a row of covered baskets on a shelf near the hearth and set down the tightly woven cup to wait for the tea to steep. She checked a pouch that was dangling from a peg pounded into a support post.
It held 2 small flat sections of a megaceros antler and a flint burin that she had been using to gouge marks on the flat pieces cut out of the giant deer horn. She checked the tool to see if its chisel-like end was still sharp. With use, pieces spalled off. For a handle, the opposite end had been inserted into a section of antler from a roe deer that had been softened in boiling water. It hardened again when it dried. On one piece of flat antler she had been keeping a record of the sun's and moon's settings. On the second, she made tally marks to show the number of days from one full moon to the next, with the full moon, the absence of the moon, and the opposite-facing half discs indicated among the tally marks. She tied the pouch to her waist thong. Then she ladled some warm soup into a wooden bowl and drank it down, stopping only to chew the pieces of meat. From her sleeping room, she got her fur-lined cloak with the hood and wrapped it around her shoulders. It was cold at night, even in summer, picked up the cup of hot tea, and left her dwelling. She again went toward the rising path at the back of the abri, just beyond the edge of the overhang, and started up, wondering where Wolf was. He was often her only companion on her long nightly vigils, lying on the ground at her feet as she sat on the top of the cliff, bundled up in warm clothes. When she came to the fork in the trail, she took a quick sip of tea, then put the cup down and hurried around to the trenches. Though they were moved to a slightly different place every year or so, they were always in the same general area. She quickly relieved herself, then hurried back to the path, picked up her cup, and followed the other fork, the steep, narrow path that led up to the top of the cliff. Not far from the strange, leaning stone embedded deep into the top of the cliff face was the black circular lens of a charcoal-filled fireplace within a ring of stones, and a few smooth river rocks that made good cooking stones. Next to a natural outcrop of rock, a depression had been carved out of the frangible limestone beside the column. A large panel of dried grass, woven so that rain ran off the overlapping rows, was leaning against the stone. Under it were a couple of bowls, including a cooking bowl, and a leather pouch which held some odds and ends such as a flint knife, a couple packets of tea, some dried meat. Beside it was a rolled-up fur, and inside that a rawhide packet containing fire-making materials, a crude stone lamp and a few wicks, and some torches. Ayla put the packet aside. She would not light a fire until after the moon rose. She spread out the fur and settled herself down in her accustomed place, using the outcrop as a backrest, with her back to the river to watch the horizon to the west. She took the antler plaques and flint burin from the pouch and looked closely at the record of the setting sun she had made so far. Then back at the top edge of the western landscape. Last night it set just to the left of that small rise, she said to herself, squinting her eyes to keep out the long, bright rays of the sun. The glowing hot light slipped behind a dusty haze near the ground, masking the searing incandescence to a glowing red disk. It was as perfectly round as its nighttime companion when it was full. Both celestial orbs were precisely circular, the only perfect circles in her environment. With the haze, the sun was easier to see and to place its precise setting in relation to the silhouetted hilly line of the horizon in the distance. In the dimming light, she gouged out a mark on her antler plaque. Then she turned to face east, across the river. The first stars had made their appearance in the darkening sky. The moon would soon show his face, she knew,